that's how I welcome everybody to my favorite day of the week, Spinoni.
Wow.
Monday.
That was impressive on a Monday.
I didn't wake myself up. That's why I just kept going and going and going. And I feel like the longer I held that, the more alive I became. Here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody out there getting on those road waves. Drive safely, folks. Especially, man, Saturday was ugly with the rain. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line. Look, it was a hell of a weekend. Another great weekend of sports. Got another week ahead of some great basketball. Got the Giants struggling on the East Coast. How about Logan Webb? 2 starts on the East Coast.
Yeesh.
Didn't even make it out to 4th inning. Good Lord. What's up, Webby?
Well, they did snap an 8-game streak in which they couldn't score more than 3 runs, Bonte, so there you go. Unfortunately, it came in a loss. They got 4 runs yesterday.
Oh, great.
That's insane to me. 8 straight games, 3 or fewer runs.
That is.
It's just offensively inept right now in San Francisco.
That
and on the
is
other
nasty.
side, you got a team that's, I don't know what to call them, the Sacramento A's of Las Vegas playing in Oakland. I mean.
Are you locked in on them?
They put up a 20 spot.
Are you locked in on the A's right now? Are you back?
I'm paying attention to them.
Are you back?
I don't say I'm locked into them, but if Mason Miller, that guy's on the mound, or if JJ Bleday, JJ Bleday or Brent Rooker's at the plate.
Rooker's hitting.
They're going to hit bomb skis. They're at least fun to watch right now, which is crazy.
Man. Oh, man. 925B out here making everybody spill their coffee while driving. No, you guys are fine.
Good, wake up.
You guys are fine. Wake your game up. And kids, crack them damn books. It's Monday, damn it.
Probably iced coffee anyways, millennials out there. It's cold.
It's you got to get the hot coffee in the morning. Look, the Giants are scuffling. Their lineup is just atrocious. We'll get to the NBA playoffs and Anthony Edwards, who reminded me and many others of a number 23 who played for the Chicago Bulls. That's how that looked in game number 1 against the Denver Nuggets. And the Nuggets are in trouble against Minnesota. They look deeper. They got the size. You got 3 dudes who can switch out on the Jokic. Jamal Murray's compromised. Anthony Edwards setting the tone and saying, I got Jamal Murray. Back up. I'm defending him. While going out here cooking for 40+. I mean, just an unbelievable display of skill. You got the Cavaliers going to the second round. You got Knicks, Pacers. You got OKC and the Mavericks as the Clippers bow out as Kyrie Irving was putting on the show. Spinoni, hell of a weekend. Canelo won. You got the monster anyway winning and sporting out in Japan. I'm loving sports right now.
Tom Brady got roasted last night.
Tom Brady got roasted. Oh, and by the way, the 150th Kentucky Derby.
Oh.
Spinoni, this is not hyperbolic. It's just not. Remember the feeling? Were you watching UCLA Gonzaga live, the Final Four? A couple years ago during the pandemic.
Suggs, right?
When Suggs hit the half-court shot.
Yep.
What was your reaction? What did you do when that shot went down?
I went, holy bleep. Like, that was I was actually listening to it on the radio, driving down to Monterey, whoever was covering the game. Really good, whoever it was. And I went, holy bleep in the car. Benny was asleep. Jade was nodding off or whatever. And I was like, oh my God, this is like one of the greatest games I'm listening to ever.
Right.
And I watched it, it was even crazier. It was a pandemic season, right?
It was the pandemic season. I remember Baby Chaz was asleep and he hit the shot. And I'm like, oh, and it got really mad at me. He's like, we're going to win, girl. I said, look at this shot. This is incredible.
I was like, I don't know who this is. I don't know where this school is. I don't care.
I don't care. Jim Nets on the call. His voice cracked. I never heard Jim Nets' voice crack. So I'm watching the Derby. And we all, we had Chad Shroop on Fridays, covers horse racing for TVG and FanDuel, and he was setting it all up. And you see all the pageantry and stuff. So I was locked in on a Saturday. Baby Chaz and Anna went to a kid's birthday party, classmate's birthday party. So I'm watching the Derby and the presentation. Now, they preview the race for about an hour for a 2-minute race.
Exactly. It's all one big show.
It's all one big show.
Is my guy Johnny Weir still there?
Mike Tirico.
They're doing all the hats and everything.
Ahmed Fareed is out there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's great. But the presentation, and then you got the owners of the horses, right? You remember Sopranos when they had their horse.
Yeah, Pyomine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Remember when they had their horse and how into they got. Well, NBC, right before the race, they show the owners as they get out their jackets and they start locking in, and you see the intensity on their faces like, let's go. And one of the owners, the horse Fierceness was the favorite. Now that owner, I forget his name, but that owner had been 0-9 in Kentucky Derbies. He's now 0-10. Or he was 0-8, now 0-9, 0-9, or now 0-10. Anyway, he hasn't won at the Kentucky Derby. That race, Spinoni, and the call of the race, and the photo finish. I was watching that live, and after all they had to wait for we got to wait for the photo. We got to check the replay out. It was one of those sports moments I'll never, ever forget. I had goosebumps running up and down my spine. I don't know what it was. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic. Maybe I'm getting old and sensitive. But that race and what it produced from the race, the closeness of it, the owners, the production, the broadcast, the presentation by NBC, I was blown away. It's one of the most memorable sports moments I can remember.
So Mystic Dan beats out Sierra Leone, and it really was one of the craziest photo finishes I've ever seen. Bonte, I don't know if you know this. I actually grew up in the horse racing business, if you will. My dad, the great Bob Spinoni, who you met at my 30th birthday last year, he actually worked at an off-track horse racing place called Monterey Bay Race Place. Okay. Yeah, where you can bet on the ponies. My whole life. So when I was a kid, I'd go over there after golf practice and I'd be hanging out, doing my homework in the back. People would be coming up, placing their bets, placing their wagers and stuff like that. And then, every time I'd go there, I'd get one bet I could do. He's like, all right, Joe, in this race, pick a horse, wherever you like. I'll put $5 on it, and then you'll see if you win. I won a couple times. I wasn't bad. So I've been placing horse bets, Bonte, since I've been wearing diapers, basically. Wow. So it's ingrained in my DNA. I'm not as huge of a enthusiast as some of my other brothers are. Right. There is a science to it. If you can do your research and stuff like that, you can make some good cash. But watching it and the call, I don't think my guy, Larry Colmus or Colmus, I think is the voice on NBC.
He's unbelievable.
He every single time. And that was a true photo finish, winning by a nose. And trust me, I know about winning by a nose. Shout out to Schnoz. It's real and it's spectacular. Twitch and YouTube, you can see it right now. But it is one of the true, great events in sports that I do think get slept on. And that's a bucket list for sure.
Lubman, if you can, go on the thread, pull that call. I want the entire race call. From the Kentucky Derby. I want the entire call. We'll play it for our audience. Listen, Mystic Dan won by a nose. It drew the Kentucky Derby, 150th Kentucky Derby. Drew 16.7 million viewers. That was the biggest audience for the race since 1989.
It's unbelievable.
Hey, dude, the biggest audience since 1989. And I was locked in. Spinoni, I'm not being hyperbolic. Pardon me. I was just blown away because we all appreciate great broadcasters. John Madden, Vin Scully, Pat Summerall, Dick Enberg, Keith Jackson,
Jim Nance.
You name it, Jim Nance,
Buck.
John Miller, Joe Buck, our very own Dave Fleming. We appreciate great broadcasting. That entire race from Ahmed Fareed, from Mike Tirico to the presentation to the actual race call, I was just like, wow. This is broadcasting excellence. Put it up for it, Amy. I was blown. Spinoni, I can't believe it. I was by myself. Maybe I'm too sensitive. Maybe I'm too old. I don't know.
It was a great day for NBC. Maybe NBC Sports own Bonte Hill next year at the Kentucky Derby live. You wearing the horse socks or what, Bonte?
Dude.
Wearing the suit?
I have to go.
You got to. It's a bucket list thing. I want to go one day with my dad as well. Obviously, there's the Preakness. There's the other ones. But the Kentucky Derby is the quintessential race in all of horse racing, and maybe a guy Nikola Jokic, maybe one day. I know he's out in Serbia. I know he likes his horses and stuff like that. Maybe one day he'll be a part of that, one of his horses.
By the way, Mystic Dan, the jockey and the owner, they doubled. They won the Kentucky Oaks on Friday, Kentucky Derby on Saturday. It's the first time I believe a horse has doubled up. If I'm not mistaken, the first time they doubled up since I believe 1952.
That's crazy.
So a lot of history made it to Kentucky Derby, and that concludes our horse racing.
I'm not mad at that.
You're not.
I'm not mad at that.
Hey, look, Spinoni, when I say I'm well-rounded, I'm not playing.
Speaking of horses, I thought Logan Webb was going to be that guy for the Giants this year, and he's been leaking oil lately. Bonte.
Two bad starts.
It's two bad starts. For a guy that you need good starts from right now, because no one else, obviously Kyle Harrison, I think he's been very impressive. We could all agree on this year. Keaton Wynn has been impressive this year. And we're going to see what Mason Black has today, getting called up, making his big league debut, Bonte. He's been 2-1 this year, 1.01 ERA, 6 games. He's got 29 strikeouts, 0.9 whip. So Mason Black, come on down. It is not going to be easy, though, to avoid this sweep against Philadelphia. One of those weird 4-game sets that start on a Friday, end on a Monday, the wraparound series, they call them. So Mason Black, come on up. They need something.
Zach Wheeler. on the mound for the Phillies.
Giants legend?
Giants legend. Zach Wheeler. Now, you look at this year, last year, because we're in the thread, and you're just watching the Giants, right? We're watching them, and they're scuffling a bit here. No doubt on this road trip. You lose 2 or 3 to Boston. You lost the first 3 against Philly. Right now, you're 1-5 on this road trip. And you still have Coors Field. Coors Field still awaits the Giants on this road trip before coming back home to take on the Reds and the Dodgers. So things don't get easier for the Giants. But just to look at Spinoni, I'm thinking to myself, boy, how much different are they than last year at this point? At this point of the season,
question.
What's the difference? What's the difference? Well, obviously you have a new manager, right? Bob Melvin in for Gabe Kapler. But last season, through 35 games, the Giants were 16-19. Right now, through 35 games in 2024, they're 15-20. So record-wise, they're actually worse. This lineup and the way they're hitting right now, Spinoni, looks actually worse. I mean, this is bad. Whether it's Matt Chapman, Jorge Soler, Natiro Estrada's trying to do a little something-something. Mike Yastrzemski's trying to do a little something-something. But other than that, this baby needs a jolt. I mean, we got to see it. Luciano Ramos or Mato, somebody step up here. These bats are ice cold, Spinoni.
And right now, the Bay Area is just dying to watch a sport right now. We don't have football. That's we're waiting on that. We're talking to T.O. today, Terrell Owens, at 8:30. Cannot wait to discuss that. Yeah. Obviously, his son, Tariq, is a new member of the San Francisco 49ers, talking about Ricky Pearsall, amongst other things. But no football right now, no basketball. We're doing offseason talk. We're doing a wish list and stuff like that. Right. We'll talk about that today right now. But this is a perfect opportunity for the Giants to capture an audience.
Yeah,
right. We want to watch some sports right now.
You're right.
And they just can't do it. And part of that reason is just they're not fun to watch offensively. Like, that's great pitching-wise. That's awesome to watch. Like, hey, Jordan Hicks, he's been awesome this year. Probably the best bang-for-your-buck bargain contract in the MLB right now is Jordan Hicks and what he has been able to do this season with the San Francisco Giants. Logan Webb, a couple bad starts, but he's been pretty solid. Kyle Harrison, a rookie. He's been awesome. Keaton Wynn's been a great story. Blake Snell, we'll see what happens when he comes back, and then Mason Black making his debut tonight. That's all great. That's pitching. I need to hit the long ball, man.
Yeah.
I need to see my guy that I got paid, Jorge Soler, do something. Now he has a shoulder injury. I don't know what that's about. Matt Chapman. I mean, if he's not giving you offensive production, he damn near better be giving you some defensive production.
Didn't see that yesterday.
6 errors, Bonte. He leads all of Major League Baseball. He's tied up there for the most errors with 6 in Major League Baseball. It's not good.
That's not good.
Those are the 2 guys you paid to have some offensive output, and they're not doing it.
And quite frankly, I'm not one to pay for defense. If I'm going to pay you big money, I need to see home runs. I need to see RBIs. I need to see average. Chapman's never been that guy. Career 240 hitter. And that's not going to come around. The average will not come around for Chapman. But can he hit with some power? Can he drive in some runs? Ideally, again, he's a 6-hole hitter. He's not a cleanup hitter. He's not a 4 guy. He's not a 5 guy. But in this lineup that is miscast, and when you're leaking oil here offensively, and you don't have Soler hitting, you don't have these guys stepping up to the plate hitting, Chapman needs to do more. For that money, I expect more. And it's not who he is, but considering what I paid him, that's what I need. And right now, you're not getting that with the Giants. You're average. They're in the bottom half of the league when it comes to average, Spinoni, batting average wise. And I know a lot of people don't hang their hat on batting average anymore, but they're 16th in the league. All right, they're batting 239 as a team. On-base percentage, you're 21st in the league. Slugging. How about slugging, Spinoni? Home runs, power, they're 18th in the majors in terms of slugging. On-base percentage, OPS, 19th in the league. So they're not getting on base. They're not driving their runs. You look at them in terms of home runs hit, they're 18th in the league. They're in the bottom half of most every offensive category. RBIs, 23rd in the league. They're just not putting together hitting. They're not throwing up crooked numbers. You're not moving along the bases here. I mean, guys are not getting on base. You're not moving the lines, but it's atrocious offensively to watch. And we're 6 years into the Farhan Zaidi era. When is it going to stop? When are you going to get consistent offensively?
Well, that's the thing for me. And I was talking about this with Sam Lubman, host of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys right here, 95.7 The Game, alongside Joe Shasky before the show. Is there any possibility, if this team is that much worse than last year, that Farhan could be gone? Is there any possibility?
I don't know. I've heard nothing on the Farhan front, but
this team is just not good under him. And he's been here for how long now? 5, 6 years?
6 years.
6 years.
Right, Lubman, 6 years from Farhan.
Years.
And I've taken it easy on him this season. But when you look at the offseason signings, Scott Boras played him like a fiddle. Blake Snell, we haven't seen much from him. You see Matt Chapman, you see Soler, the big money guys. Even Jung-Hoo Lee. And I like Jung-Hoo Lee. I do. I think defensively he's been a godsend for the Giants in center field. But when you pay over $100 million for a player that nobody really knows about, oh, look, Jung-Hoo Lee's been solid. But 2 homers, 244 average, 7 RBIs. You look at the stolen bases from him. I'm not seeing a lot of speed on the base paths. He has it, but he just hasn't gotten on base.
I mean, you put
2 stolen bases.
You put Jung-Hoo Lee on the Phillies right now. He's their 7th, 8th best player.
That's what I'm saying.
And he's the best player on the Giants right now. He's getting unlucky because he's getting all these hard hit balls and they're going right into outs. It is what it is right now. This team is just offensively inept. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon, although they're going to Colorado, Bonte, after today. So maybe that could wake up the bats a little bit. I mean, the Rockies are just one of the worst teams all in baseball. But again, that's a house of horrors too in the past for the Giants. So I can't take even them for granted right now. The Giants are not in a place. Whoa. They're 15-20 right now. What is it? 6-13 on the road. I can't. They're going to Colorado. I mean, salvage the game tonight. Mason Black making his debut. Get some positivity. It's tough.
You better hope Bryce Harper takes a day off. Better hope Trey Turner takes a day off. I mean, Lubman, where do we go here with the Giants?
I mean,
seriously, the A's are not even trying to win. They're the modern day Major League
Major League Part 15, whatever. I don't know how many. They had 3, right? That's what I'm saying.
3,
they went back to the minors in 31. Okay.
Yeah.
No, we're going back to the big leagues in 4 with the AAA lineup, and they're still out hitting the Giants. It's unbelievable. I'm watching it over the weekend against the Miami Marlins, who I know are a bad team. Great trade, by the way, for the San Diego Padres getting Luis Arias.
Are you kidding me?
Did you see his stats?
4 for 5 in his debut with the Padres.
Did you see his overall stats head-to-head with Tony Gwynn in his first, I don't know how many games it was?
Yeah, it's right up there with Tony Gwynn.
They're the same guy.
Yeah.
He's
perfect for San Diego.
Perfect time to go and get him, by the way.
Oh, my gosh.
When the stock is relatively low. They gave up a couple AA guys that just aren't going to fit in their rotation right now. And getting a player of that caliber, that guy was hitting 400 for a better part of all last year.
Yeah.
So, are you kidding me? The rich get richer there. I know they had a tough series against the Arizona Diamondbacks over the weekend, but great move for them. But I'm watching the Miami Marlins in the Coliseum, and I'm watching the A's. That's what you do to a bad team. A team that wants to be taken at least somewhat seriously, you go in there and you kick their ass. They won 2 or 3 against them. And right now, the A's just have more players I want to watch than the Giants. Can you believe that, Bonte? I want to watch Mason Miller.
Yeah.
Their elite closer, one of the best in all of baseball. Yep. I want to see what Brent Rooker does at the plate.
Rooker's hitting with power.
He is hitting with power. Ruiz, he's always a speed demon on the pads. They have players I'm actually interested in watching right now. And the thing is, they're not even trying to win. It's just an indictment on what's going on with the Giants right now.
You look at the Phillies lineup, they don't have Trey Turner for the last 2 games. And they don't skip a beat.
None.
A beat. And you think about Bryce Harper, what he's done in that city. And, Shasky was in the thread yesterday saying, how Philadelphia has embraced Bryce Harper. We had Spike Eskin on, who says he's the king of Philly right now. And I think it helped him when he discussed 94 WIP and listened to the callers.
That's exactly what I was thinking. That hit all of us radio guys in the heart. It's man, he listens.
No, he shouted out Chuck in 94 WIP, and we figured out that when Chuck called this show, he ain't nothing but a dummy either.
He was weak.
Yeah, he was weak. I mean, considering Philadelphia.
Howard called that, though, a little bit. Spike's dad, Howard Eskin, who's going to join us at 8 o'clock, he said, he's like, Chuck,
Yep.
It's all right.
But, dude, Trey Turner now's got the hamstring injury. That's going to be tough for him to get back.
His game predicated a lot on speed.
Yeah,
too.
a lot on speed, man. But he's been able to stay away from injuries over the past few seasons with the Dodgers and obviously the Phillies. But now he's going to be out. Wow, 6 weeks left hamstring strain. He's expected to miss 6 weeks. But sooner than that. But the Phillies will be fine because the Braves have no pitching. Phillies do have pitching. Giants, what's going on with them? Logan Webb touched up in the last 2 starts. Lutman, man, he's frustrated. Lutman, what's going on with the Gigantes, man? Oh my gosh.
I want to get his thoughts on the other side.
Yeah, I do want to get your thoughts on Farhan. What are we going to do with Farhan? What's your pressure going to ratchet up on him? All right.
It's a Sam Lubman tease right there.
That is a Lubman tease. That's coming up, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, Shasky out, but I got another Joe with me. It's a cup of Joe and Joe Spadoni.
It's not two pros and a cup of Joe.
No, it's not that.
I think that's a Fox Sports radio show.
It's not a, what is it, what do you guys call it in the morning?
The Crossover.
Crossover. It's not a crossover.
That's a special edition now. Yeah. We used to do it all the time, but now Joe's a dad now.
Yeah, so you guys cut back on that.
We do. It's like, but you know what? I appreciated Joe helping me out because I don't have a lot of people to talk to in the morning. Now, Sam has kind of filled that void for me. Pre-game show, 5 to 6, Monday through Friday with your own Joe Spadoni.
No, Sam is locked in right now. We got Carter back in the building as well. Yeah. He's doing a hell of a job. We're talking Kentucky Derby. We're talking Giants losing 3 straight to the Phillies. Our boy R.C. Davis is up early. R.C., go to sleep. Warriors producer, of course. Warriors producer extraordinaire, that is, R.C. Davis. Go to sleep. Your Phillies are good. We know that.
Tell James Kincaid to stop rooting for the Padres.
How defect
White Sox.
Our boy Jimbo, now works with the Golden State Warriors. We love Jimbo. Works alongside R.C. Davis. And just went full hill, went all brown.
I couldn't do that. I couldn't just get up and stop because the A's are leaving, so maybe they stay in Sac. I don't know if that thing in Vegas falls through, so maybe it's different if they sell and stuff like that. But just all of a sudden being a Reds fan, I don't think I could do that.
Right.
And literally, White Sox. And no, we're not talking about just being a fan and tweeting about them. We're talking about buying the gear and being all in.
Oh, he's all in.
I can't do that.
And he jumped off the White Sox bandwagon. By the way, I talked to Matt Kolsky over the weekend. Speaking of White Sox, 8-26 on the season. They're already 14 games out of first place. 14 games out of first place in the AL Central. 8-26 by far. The worst team in baseball, tied for the worst record in baseball. The Colorado Rockies are also 8-26. So the Giants can't get fat and happy in Coors Field, you would think. Although they're 3-7 in their last 10, lost 3 straight. Logan Webb, these 2 starts with Logan Webb. And that's, when we talk about best pitchers in the National League, we talk about Cy Young Award votes, we talk about All-Star Game appearances. These are the road trips and these are the games where you impress a lot of East Coast viewers who don't stay up for Giants games when they're on the West Coast. These are the guys that you got to impress when you're out there in Boston and Philadelphia. Big-time media contingency, 2 of the top media markets in the country, and you go out there, and you just don't have it. You just don't have it. And it's going to happen, but against the Dodgers, the Phillies, and the Red Sox, Logan Webb has come up short, Spadone.
And to your point, if you want to be taken seriously, and this happens every single offseason too, it's you're the San Francisco Giants, right? This is a legacy team. Right, doing my best Matt Steinmetz there. You want to be considered, right? You're with the Yankees, you're with the Dodgers, you're with the Red Sox. Well, those teams, they actually go out and find hitting somehow. The Giants, in my entire life, what is it though? No, seriously, what is it? Because Willard was touching on this the other week. Why can't they develop hitting?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, is it because they made a deal with the devil and had the greatest hitter in the history of the game and home run hitter and Barry Bonds?
They haven't
I'm trying to figure out development. Is it the ballpark? The ballpark cannot just be it. I refuse to believe it's Oracle Park is the reason they can't find hitting.
I don't know if it's a scouting department.
Develop it.
I don't know if it's a scouting department. I mean, you're talking about since Chili Davis, since they've developed a homegrown outfielder. Spinoni, you weren't born yet.
I remember Chili Davis as a hitting coach with the A's.
See, when he played, you weren't even born yet. All right? You weren't even born yet.
No, 93,
so I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but you at least want to see at least this season, you got to give these guys a shot. You already flipped Joey Bart, and you didn't get, you could say and lie to yourself that you gave Joey Bart a chance, but how many fans out there raise your hand if you'd rather see Joey Bart than Tom Murphy? I mean, how many fans would rather see Ramos or Matos instead of Austin Slater? How many of us would, and I know Nick Ahmed hasn't been bad, but I'd rather see Marco Luciano at this point. I have to see what I have. I have to flip over these prospects to see whether or not they're going to be here long term. Are they players I could build around? Are they players that's going to be part of a core in the future? Or are they not guys? Are they guys that I just need to flip to go get major league talent? But I have to see who these guys are. The time is now. I mean, come on. The time is now to see these guys at the major league level up until the deadline to see what I have. Casey Schmidt. Is Casey Schmidt that much worse than Matt Chapman right now? And I know you paid Matt Chapman, but damn, Casey Schmidt plays defense. We know he has a glove.
What was the goal of this year, Bonte? When all the trades were going down, at the very least, can you contend for the playoffs?
Right.
And right now, that looks like, and it's early. Again.
In a watered-down National League, too, Spadoni.
Yes. There is a lot of bad baseball happening right now. And the Giants, I'm not going to say they're awful yet because they're not the Red Sox, they're not the White Sox, they're not the Rockies and teams like that. But they're flirting right now, the way they are playing, with potentially losing that. And you can't win a division early, but you can lose it early. Is that the expression? Something like that? That's what the Giants are flirting with right now. Again, it's going to be hard to salvage this series today. You're having a rookie getting called up, and it's a very difficult ballpark to play. Mason Black, God love you. It's going to be tough. But I'm looking at what's coming up next. Colorado. If you can get the bats woken up a little bit, maybe that's a little cure-all for them up in that high elevation. The long ball travels. Maybe that can wake up the bats a little bit because, yes, the Dodgers are on the horizon. And I don't know if you saw the Dodgers this past weekend. They swept the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah, Shohei's on fire.
And Shohei is that guy.
Shohei's on fire.
Oh, by the way, the whole gambling thing, swept on the rug.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Speaking of gambling, record, over 20 million people bet on the Kentucky Derby.
That's it? 20 million? Are you kidding me? Real quick, by the way, because you mentioned the A's at the top, they have 17 wins, Bonte.
I know.
And it's May 6th. You know the last year when they got their 17th win?
When?
June 11th.
Wow.
Whole month before that.
Wow. They're pitching. They're playing defense.
Yes.
Although yesterday was a setback for them. But look, I'm looking at other teams too. The Washington Nationals, 17-17. C.J. Abrams leading the way. All of a sudden, they got a nice looking lineup.
They were a lottery team last year in the last couple of years.
They got some prospects and they're playing them.
C.J. Abrams is a baller.
They're playing their young guys. You look at the Cubs. They're playing their guys. The Brewers are playing their guys. The Reds, they're 16-18, but they're playing their guys. Hunter Greene has stepped up, although they've lost 5 in a row. They've hit a bit of a bump. But we all know about Ellie De La Cruz. The Pirates play their young players. They're going to be better for that. What is the goal for Farhan Zaidi? Is it playoffs? Is it just to make the playoffs to squeak in? Is it to see one of these youngsters pop? I don't know. But look, the pitching hasn't been great. It hasn't been great over this road trip. But when you score 3-3, 4, 3, your pitchers are playing. They're pitching in high-stress innings from the outset. Every pitch matters early on. That's a lot of stress on these guys.
Well, the reason you brought in Farhan Zaidi is because you were trying to thread that needle of Moneyball, of those type of guys where you find those, those Chris Taylors of the world, Sean Doolittle, Josh Donaldson, those kind of guys, right? Think of all the players that came out of Oakland during his time there, and then also with the Dodgers. And now I'm starting to feel like, was he even how involved was he that really? Because I'm looking at the lack of production from the minor league system from when he took over, when it was bad, and to now, I don't see a true difference, Bonte. I'm trying to figure out what I'm missing here with the Giants keeping on Farhan Zaidi, and I keep coming back to the money aspect, but they're spending money. They're just not spending it wisely. This is just inept spending at the same time, and I feel like we're piling and piling on, but I feel like it's for good reason.
How about that? All the money they spent. Because that's not an excuse. Because they have spent the money. I'll give the Giants that. They have been willing to be aggressive when it comes to their payroll. I'll give them that. But when you look at the bang you're getting for your buck, Blake Snell, it's been an F. If we want to give a grade, so far it's been an F.
Right now it's been an F. I think it'll pan out, but it's been an F right now.
It's been an F. All right? Matt Chapman, D+.
I'd just go D.
All right.
Just giving you a couple home runs, thanks.
Jorge Soler.
His hasn't been very good. His defense has been very, very bad.
That's a good point. Maybe it is an F.
Jorge Soler, DH.
Nothing.
D-? D?
F, because he's flailing at the plate.
Right. What was his stat? I saw a stat with him where he was 3-4, 87 or something when it came to driving in with runners in scoring position or something.
God.
It's just
Basically, any stat that involves
it was a crazy number.
Is awful right now.
It was a crazy number.
For 87.
No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that extreme. It was. Oh no, seriously. It was awful.
I kind of believe it, though.
No,
that's
seriously.
so bad.
I saw something. I was like, wait a minute. That can't be true. And I went to go do something else and got sidetracked. I have that number for you because it's not good. But I give him a D. Jorge Soler gets a D. This lineup stinks.
Tom Murphy, like another thing, like Joey Bart, like you just couldn't have kept him. Like maybe you're trying to do him a solid, but right now I'm trying to do my team a solid, and I would like to have Joey Bart as my backup catcher right now.
Ugly. Who's
been pretty good with the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Ugly. You look at their payroll here, team rankings. The Giants with the 10th highest payroll in baseball. They spent $198 million on this roster so far. Now you got the Mets at 307. You got the Yankees at 306.
Make sure you don't miss that break, bro.
I won't miss the break, Phil, my Mike.
Thanks,
I won't miss the break. Giants, nearly a $200 million payroll. Yikes. All right, more coming up on the roast. Don't forget, shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be blessed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. Got Howard Eskin at 8 o'clock. T.O. Terrell Owens, a great one. His son, Tariq Owens, member of the 49ers. We'll talk to him at 8:30. That's all coming up here. Brought to you by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises.
Sometimes they find the gloves. It's all right. He's got swag back there. Very tall, Carter, by the way. 6'8".
Yeah, he's a big boy.
Don't sleep on that guy.
He's a big boy.
Size, man. Can't teach you. That's what they say, Bonte.
He's a big boy.
Hey, you been paying attention to Drake and Kendrick? You deep diving into all that stuff?
Drake hit it. Now it's getting weird.
For those of you who don't know, there's a rap beef going on, battle going on between Kendrick, Lamar, and Drake. I now
hope it's over.
Okay.
It took a weird turn last night with Drake coming out with another one, basically saying that he fed Kendrick misinformation to make him look bad. And I don't even know how to, all right.
It's Jump the Shark?
It's Jump the Shark.
Okay.
It's Jump the Shark. Kendrick roasted him, and it's Jump the Shark. Anyway, I want to put a ball on this because Fierceness was the favorite in the Kentucky Derby. And Mike Repole was the owner of this horse. And he was 0-8 in the Derby. 0 for 8.
It's a lot of L's.
His horse was favored to win it. Fell to 15th place. 15th place. As Mystic Dan wins the Derby, they go, they do the double up, wins their 150th Kentucky Derby. I just want to play the call. This is broadcast excellence, and I want people to feel this.
It's 150th.
150th
That's a big anniversary.
Milestone.
Yeah.
Milestone.
Yeah.
Most bet on, most viewers since 1989. This was hyped up. And Larry Comas for NBC.
That's pretty crazy. It's been around that long.
That long, right?
That's pretty crazy.
Louisville, Kentucky. Larry Comas, man, he is just, I think he's excellent. Race caller for the Kentucky Derby, the Preakness, the Breeders' Cup. His calls are just, it does something for me. Hopefully it does something for everybody. We're going to play the entire race call. 150th Kentucky Derby. Mystic Dan wins by a nose. By a freaking nose. A photo finish. Here it is.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby. Fierceness had an okay start. He came away in the middle of the pack. Track Phantom will go to the early lead, and now John Velasquez gets Fierceness into the mix. Stronghold is there. Epic Ride goes up on the far outside. Just Steel is close up to as they race past the first time. And then comes Mystic Dan down on the inside of West Saratoga. Resilience is next. Then comes Society Man on the outside of Just a Touch, Catalytic along the rail. Nordic is next, saving all the ground into that turn. Then comes Catching Freedom, Domestic Product, Rambo the first, and Japan's Forever Young down on the inside. Sierra Leone has 3 horses beat. They are Geo Password, Honor Marie, and Endlessly. So this important half mile coming up here. They run that first half in 46.63 seconds. Pace is even enough, not flying. Track Phantom the leader. Just Steel perched up on the outside second. Fierceness is third just outside of them. Then Stronghold, Mystic Dan to the inside. Epic Ride 3 wide. West Saratoga in behind that group. Then Stronghold, he's got 7 lengths to make up. Look back for Sierra Leone. He's still about 14 lengths behind as Track Phantom passes the half-mile pole with the lead. And Fierceness is moving now. And going right with him is Just Steel. The 3 of them across the track. Then Long Shot Epic Ride. Mystic Dan toward the inside. Stronghold is next. Then Fierceness. Sierra Leone and Forever Young still with work to do. Forever Young is starting to pick it up as they come toward the top of the stretch. It is Fierceness who's moving up on the outside of Track Phantom. And there on the far outside. Here comes a run from Stronghold and Resilience. And Resilience has now moved up to take the lead. As Fierceness is given way. Coming by the 16th hole. And Mystic Dan is now come through on the inside. It is Mystic Dan down toward the inside with the lead in the final 16th. Forever Young. Sierra Leone is coming. These 3 coming down to the wire. Who's it going to be? Oh, it's a photo of the Derby. Oh, it's a photo. Was it Mystic Dan? Or was it Sierra Leone? Forever Young was between them. Catching Freedom finished fourth. A photo finish to decide the 150th Kentucky Derby.
I love a
that
call.
was
Larry
awesome.
Comas. I mean, come on, man.
I mean, we sleep on calls like that as a society. That is so difficult to do if you've never done play-by-play before. Like I get to work, and you do too, Bonte, with Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy, who do play-by-play, right, for a lot of minor league affiliates, stuff like that for our local like ESPN, stuff like that, Santa Clara baseball. Like that is so difficult to do in a 2.5 minute stretch. Like, you can't be fumbling or anything like that. Like, it's not a baseball game where you're doing 3 hours. It's not an NBA basketball. It's not NFL where you have breaks in between. No, it's you and some horses, and they're going around a track, and you got little binoculars in your own little booth. And the world, 20 million people are watching you do it. Larry Comas, man. Shout out.
NBC Sports with the audio right there.
There you go.
I mean, the broadcast team right there, they nail that call. And then you come around the stretch, and you see the horses, and he brings up Fierceness, who was the favorite, and he fades away. Then he finds Sierra Leone and Mystic Dan. We got a photo. It's like, what? By the way, Hernandez and the trainer, Hernandez was a jockey. Kenny McPeak, the trainer, they teamed up for a wire-to-wire win in the Kentucky Oaks for Phillies on Friday. And they're the first trainer. McPeak is the first trainer to sweep both races since Ben Jones in 1952.
I remember that.
Yeah, me too. Way back when. Wow. But you think about painting that picture that Larry Comas did for ABC Sports, painting a picture, and you hear, what I love is hearing the horses gallop, right? And you hear the jockeys, get up, and then you hear the crowd. The crowd starts to roar even louder and louder and louder as people have their tickets in their hands. They're all whiskeyed up. They've been sipping all day long, and you get these horses down the stretch. You get the owners who own these horses. Come on, baby, come on. All this money's on the line there. I just thought the presentation, just being appreciative of all these sports, whether it's the Champions League, whether it's the Kentucky Derby, whether it's golf and the Masters that just took place a few weeks ago. That was broadcasting excellence. NBC did a phenomenal job of capturing the moment, capturing the history, and Mystic Dan coming out of nowhere to win that race. Wow, he was 18-1, Spinoni, 18-1 to win the Kentucky Derby, the 7th best odds to win the Derby Saturday afternoon.
Well, and NBC might be getting some more wins, Bonte. You see what they're trying to do as of late. They're trying to pick up. They're trying to get the NBA back.
Yeah, we need that.
Do you want that?
Absolutely.
Can I get Larry Comas on the call for the finals? Can we get that?
Dude, I would love Larry Comas.
Steph Curry for 3. It's a photo finish.
It's a photo here at the 150th Kentucky Derby.
It's just,
to know what to say, then he just turns his mic off. And then Tirico picks it up.
You let it breathe a little bit, and then Tirico takes over. Like, I'm trying to think, too, as we pivot back to a little bit to the NBA here, and NBC, because it was Jordan forever right there in the 90s, right? Well, and then in the early 2000s, it switched over to Turner, correct?
First ever season for NBC when it came to basketball, because they took basketball over for CBS in the late 80s.
Okay.
Early 90s. The first year for NBC Sports with the NBA was Jordan versus Magic. Bulls versus Lakers, 91.
Doesn't get better than that.
Does not get better than that. That was your first ever NBA final for NBC. And we think about round ball rock, the NBC thing.
Oh, it's the all time. We have it. Yeah, we have it somewhere. Yeah.
So you had Jordan, you had Kobe, Shaq. Then obviously they lost the NBA. I think ESPN, when they get to the actual games, it's not bad. Mike Breen's the best out there.
Yeah. But
the overall presentation, like when you look at inside the NBA, and it's no knock at ESPN, and Bob Myers, and Stephen A., and Malik Andrews, and Michael Wilbon, they're fighting an uphill battle. Because when you go from inside the NBA to anything else, it's just different.
I mean, those guys have been together like a decade plus, even like go back to Ernie and Charles and Kenny, even longer than that.
Right.
Because Shaq was a late addition to that crew, but the chemistry is just, you can't teach that. Like, are we expecting Bob Myers, who's with the Warriors for God knows how long, first-time broadcaster, who's getting crushed, by the way? Come on.
Bob's fine.
He's fine.
I
think people are just mad because it's Bob Myers and he was the architect of one of the greatest teams of all time. Mm-hmm. So they're letting their personal biases fly through. No, he was not a player at the highest level, but I appreciate his behind-the-scenes points, talking about the player aspect of talking to them and stuff like that.
Right.
I think Bob's doing just fine there on the ESPN broadcast. But to your point,
when you have Stephen A. Spinoni and Michael Wilbon, two guys who haven't played the game,
it's just it's too many. Like
you need experts right there who played the game.
I don't need narratives at halftime. I don't need narrative talk at halftime. And even Kendrick Perkins, who does play the game, he does a little bit. He'll do some dissecting of like what's going on with individual matchups, but it's not enough for me. Like, I need Shaq to tell me why this big man isn't doing what he should be doing, why Jokic is getting stifled by the bigs of Minnesota and stuff like that, right? So to your point, it's never going to be that, but man, part of me doesn't want the NBA on TNT to move to NBC because I don't want to lose that core, right?
You don't want to lose TNT.
I don't want to lose Ernie. I don't want to lose Shaq, Kenny, and Charles. And I know all good things must come to an end, but that would really that would hurt the product overall, I think. Now, Charles Barkley has spoken, said, in his contract, he's allowed to leave. Mm-hmm. He has put that in. If the NBA on TNT moves elsewhere to NBC, he can go. Ernie has made it clear. Turner has been good to him. He's going to stay there. So what goes on with Kenny, what goes on with Shaq, I don't know, but maybe and potentially big changes on the horizon for the NBA and our broadcast.
I just think ESPN, I look at an example when the Warriors take on the Boston Celtics, 75th anniversary season of the NBA. And that week leading up to that series, which is great, East Coast versus West Coast, parquet floor, Golden State Warriors came over from Philadelphia. You had that rivalry with the Celtics and the Warriors back in the day. And you had a lot of history. And that week leading up to it is about Kevin Durant, what he's going to do for the Brooklyn Nets. Like, how about we highlight the championship series? So I think ESPN does a poor job of really highlighting their game and uplifting their game. Instead, it's just narrative stuff. What are the Lakers going to do? They're not going to win the championship. Fire Darvin Ham. What is LeBron going to do? It's the same storyline every single day, and you won't get that on NBC. You'll get the presentation. You get the package. I don't want TNT to lose it. I would prefer ESPN to lose it because their games just seem different. Like TNT, when you watch a game on TNT, it just feels big time.
It does.
The cameras look better. You know what I'm saying? Everything about it is just big time.
And Kevin Harlan just gets big time, too. I'm not taking anything with Mike Breen. Mike Breen is the best in the biz as well, but Kevin Harlan, I associate his voice with just big games, whether it's in the NFL, whether it's March Madness, and obviously in the NBA. So, Reggie Miller, by the way.
He steps on every call.
Whenever I listen to Reggie Miller.
He steps on every call.
I just go, every single time he just says something where I'm just like, Reggie, are you paying attention, bud? Like he had that call. It was in the play-in game with the Pelicans and the Lakers. And he was talking about why the Lakers should want to miss it instead of going up by 4. Yeah, but if you miss this one, maybe it takes a couple seconds off. Reggie, if they make the shot, the game's over.
The game's over.
What are we doing? What are we doing here? So sometimes he overanalyzes things, but overall the product, I feel like, at least play-by-play wise, is in a very good space when it comes to the NBA.
Yeah, no, you can't lose TNT. You got to figure out a way to do that. But the NBA does need NBC back. That was the highlight of the NBA. The way, like, I want you to go back, Spadoni, when you're off time. And people out there, roasters, 888-957-9570. All the roasters on the Xfinity mobile text line as well, so if you want to call in. Go back and listen to Bob Costas at the end of the Utah series when Jordan hit that shot over Byron Russell. His post-game little, I don't know what to call it there, but he just basically got the camera and he spoke for about 90 to 120 seconds. And broke down to summarize the NBA, summarize Jordan, summarize the Utah Jazz, summarize what he just saw to a T. And it was highlighted the game. It was broadcast excellence. Again, NBC, the way they package it. We'll watch the Olympics this year in Paris. That's why they had the Olympics for so many years. Sunday Night Football, we think about that package. And I'm not just gassing them up because I work there. Just look at it. Look at the Kentucky Derby. Look at the way they package their sports. It feels big time. ESPN has done a poor job of that. So, if the NBA does lose, I think it'll be better for the game if they go back to NBC. All of a sudden, we'll get more eyes on the basketball game. We'll highlight these young players like Anthony Edwards, like a Nikola Jokic and a Luka Doncic and Kyrie, the way he's cooking. And that series that we're about to see in Oklahoma City and the Dallas Mavericks with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. You need that right now. ESPN does a horrible job in highlighting that. Horrible. And they, you know what? And they botched their number one broadcasting team. What do you think about that? I like Doris Burke. J.J. Redick, I need to warm up to. But Mark Jackson and Jeff Van Gundy and Mike Bree was a good thing.
Well, J.J. needs to get off Twitter first and foremost. But come on, man. Anyways.
So does our boss, man.
No, I love you, Matt. I love you. But, man, I'm talking about, like, losing Doc Rivers the way they did early on. They expected him to be a big part of that broadcast. They expected him to be like, he's going to be a mainstay.
Right.
He gone. In what? Like a month?
Mm-hmm.
How soon did they fire their coach?
30 Bucks were 30 and 13.
They were really good. And they fired him. Imagine going 30 and 13 in your first year as an NBA head coach.
And you get fired.
And you get axed.
And they get worse.
They did. They got worse because of like. So yes, we used to crush Van Gundy and Mark Jackson a lot. I think we kind of miss them.
We do miss them.
We miss them badly.
We allow social media to dictate what we like.
Yes.
And that's the problem.
The NBA, more so than any other sport, I believe, is ran through social media. Those guys, those players, the front offices, they are constantly looking about their image and how they are perceived, and it matters a lot to them.
Yep.
You think the NFL cares? Do you know? Seriously, Bonte.
No.
Do you think Roger Goodell, Jerry Jones, Jed might. He's on Twitter sometimes. But some of these owners, do you think they really give a damn about what they think? They had Dan Snyder as one of their owners, and they were getting crushed. And they said, yeah, well, whatever. He's rich and he brings us money. So that's fine. He does what we tell him to do. Like they don't care about that sort of stuff. The big time leagues, the big time sports, and they're like, they don't care about that. Yep. NBA, a little too self-serving when it comes to their image.
No doubt about it. And it's all about trades. Like we're hearing about Kevin Durant right now being traded here. We'll play some Draymond Green sound about Kevin Durant because Anthony Edwards, there's a name that I think may be more realistic for the Warriors.
Shocked you talking to me.
Brandon Ingram, Pelicans. What is New Orleans going to do? If Brandon Ingram, he's going to be a free agent after next season. What do you do here? Because I personally think Kevin Durant is unrealistic. And it's just funny how a lot of Warrior fans who were dogging Kevin Durant all of a sudden, hey, KD, come on back home. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. After watching Anthony Edwards, Spinoni, why would the Warriors want to get older with Kevin Durant?
It's a good question.
As opposed to not being younger. You need some young bulls. That's the league. SGA, Anthony Edwards, Luka Doncic, these guys have necks, and they have arrived. So how do I slow these jokers down in the future? I don't think Kevin Durant's doing that.
No, and he's also not giving you the defense you need specifically on some of these guys. Like you just mentioned all those guys, and even Edwards, I think, plays bigger than he really is. He's listed as 6'3", but he plays long. He has like a 6'10" wingspan. He's thick, he's big, he's strong. He could jump with the best of them. And you look at Luka, big guy. You look at Jokic, like
Spadoni.
The West is huge.
Who did Anthony Edwards remind you of last Saturday?
You said MJ. I said Kobe.
Yeah, I saw both.
They're the same. Who did Kobe model his game after?
90% after Jordan.
It's the same guy.
The mid post.
Yes,
the fadeaway, split action,
getting in your face. Like that is what I love about NBA basketball. I haven't seen a guy like that since Kobe Bryant, and it just made me happy. It almost brought a tear to my eye just watching that level of greatness and that's the defending champions, Bonte, in their house.
Right.
How old is this kid? 22?
21.
21?
Is he 22 now, Anthony Edwards?
Are you
21?
Like, that's unbelievable.
He's 22?
Doesn't matter.
He's 22 now doing this? Jesus Christ.
Like, he doesn't.
He's in trouble.
Everyone's telling him, oh, man, this was a good first-round win series for them. But, they're going to be defending champs. They're probably going to lose, but it'll be great. No.
He turned 22. He'll be 23 August 5th.
Exactly. So you look at a guy like that. You look at Luka Doncic. You look at Jamal Murray. You look at everyone that is in the West right now. Even the teams that are going to be, we think of bottom feeders. Victor Wembanyama's coming. The Rockets are coming. The Utah Jazz, they got a lot of money to spend, and they're going to spend it. They're going to try to overspend to bring in some people to help them out. They were actually a decent team before they started to tank early on in the year. I think very highly of, who's my guy, Will Harding? Will Hardy, whatever his name is.
Will Hardy.
The head coach out in Utah. So you look at Brandon Ingram and what he could provide for this team, it checks all the boxes. You want to get younger? You're getting younger with him.
Let's pivot. Let's ask Warrior fans. 888-957-9570. We got Howard Eskin coming on at 8 o'clock. What are the Sixers going to do? His son Spike joined us. I had to talk a little trash to him. He was a little too cordial. Shasky was
killing you.
I
think he's playing a little good cop, bad cop with him. He's playing the good cop.
I don't need that. He should be a bad cop at all times when it comes to Philadelphia. But 888-957-9570. Is Brandon Ingram a more realistic option than Kevin Durant? Now, how do Warrior fans feel about a Brandon Ingram? We just watched him get handcuffed by Lou Dort. Now, he didn't have Zion Williamson alongside of him. I do believe New Orleans needs a point guard, not C.J. McCollum. You don't need a scoring guard. You need a point guard. But Brandon Ingram, would that interest Warrior fans? Or would you say, we already have Jonathan Kuminga? We get similar production from him. Now, Brandon Ingram this year in the lost season, he played 64 games. He was banged up, shot 35.5% from three, 49% from the floor, Spadoni, 21, 6, and 5, essentially shooting 49% from the floor. Brandon Ingram, you know him very well, 6'8", 190.
I do.
Former first-round pick of the LA Lakers.
I mean, he was part of that huge trade when Anthony Davis obviously went over to Los Angeles. He was a part of that. Josh Hart, amongst others, a lot of picks. Obviously, the Pelicans ended up drafting Zion Williamson. And for a long time, they thought, hey, man, Pelicans are going to win that trade. The Lakers got a title. And now Brandon Ingram, he's not getting extended, not expected to be extended this offseason. He's going to make $36 million next year. Then he's going to become an unrestricted free agent. So if you want him, New Orleans is telling you, come and get him. But it's going to take a haul, I would expect. Not a massive one, not an Anthony Davis level haul, but a haul to be sure. Yeah. And that's what the Warriors are trying to juggle right now, Bonte.
Yep.
Do you sacrifice, a lot of draft capital and maybe, a player or two to go get a guy like Brandon Ingram? I think we can discuss that on the other side.
All right, let's do it. That'll be brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. 888-957-9570 is the number. 888-957-9570 is also the Xfinity mobile text line. Brandon Ingram. Is that a name that intrigues you, Dub fans? 888-957-9570 as the offseason has started for the Golden State Warriors. We're now into the second round of the NBA playoffs. We'll break that down as well. Howard Eskin, 8 o'clock. T.O. 8:30. Spinoti here for Shasky. Lot coming up here on the roast. Olympics.
Oh, thank God for Anthony Edwards on that team. I'll say that.
Oh, boy.
We need some youth on that squad.
We need some youth. And the Warriors need some youth. Or do they need to get older? Kevin Durant was discussed ad nauseum last week. We had Eddie Johnson on, color commentator for the Suns, Sirius XM radio with our boy, Justin Termini. And we asked him flat out, hey, Kevin Durant, what's going on with him? He goes, it's not going anywhere. Now, I've reached out to some people, asking the same thing.
Oh, your sources. Okay.
Trust my sources.
Adam Schefter over here.
I don't know. You trust my sources, Spinotti? I don't know.
Well, you let your sources. We'll see. I'll wait and see on that.
I was told he's not going anywhere.
Well, judging
at least not here to the Golden State Warriors.
Well, judging from what Matt Ishbia, the owner of the Suns, had to say about it, and listen, it's not every single year at the end of a season that an owner speaks. I know Joe Lacob did it last year. Joe Lacob didn't speak this year, which is a little interesting for me, too.
There is a big announcement coming up from Joe Lacob today, but it's WNBA related.
Oh, are we getting we getting a name?
WNBA related. Major announcement.
Oh.
Major announcement.
Interesting. I'm seeing Caitlin Clark all over my TV, too. I guess she's going to transition just fine into the NBA.
She had a solid debut. I don't know if you guys saw the highlights from it.
Diana Taurasi's probably seething at that.
No, preseason debut, she was on fire.
You see what Taurasi basically said?
What'd she say?
She's not liking all the Caitlin Clark.
She's not? What'd she say?
She's just basically insinuating. She's just being a hater. To be a hater. That's fine. I mean, if you're trying to like raise up and raise the women's game, but maybe she's trying to create a rivalry there. Maybe she's doing that. Maybe she's playing chess and we're all just playing checkers in the media.
I don't get why she would hate, but Joe Lacob. He's going to speak today at 10:45 in the Bill King interview room. Joe Lacob, major WNBA announcement. Major.
I'm excited about that.
So,
do they get the first overall pick, by the way?
They don't, I hear. I hear that.
Is it a lottery-based thing, or?
Yeah, I hear they're going to get the fourth pick or third pick, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
I feel like an expansion team should always get the first overall pick. I'm always from that mindset. Like, you're coming in, you don't have any players, you need to get some face, right? So, we'll wait and see all that announcement. But Bonte, we're bearing the lead. It's a special birthday today.
It is a special birthday. I'm going to play the highlight right now. 1954 World Series.
There's a long drive, way back in center field, way back, it is. Just brought this crowd to its feet with a catch, which must have been an optical illusion to a lot of people.
September 29th, 1954. Game 1 of 1954 World Series at the Polo Grounds in Upper Manhattan, New York City. 8th inning, score tied at 2 games apiece. Vic Wertz hits a deep fly ball to center, and runners on base poised to score, but Mays with the over-the-shoulder catch records the out, throws it back to the infield, preventing the runners from advancing. The Giants will go on to win 5-2 in extra innings and end up winning that World Series. The catch, regarded as one of the greatest plays in baseball history, and you know what? Willie Mays, enjoy that catch because it is your birthday. Number 93 for Willie. The Say Hey Kid turns 93 or turned 93 at midnight. 93 years old. Happy birthday, Willie Mays.
Wow, that wasn't the tease I was going for. It's actually my dad's birthday. I wasn't even going for Willie Mays. That's crazy.
Mr. Spinotti,
there you
Willie
go,
Mays.
Bob. He's
Mr. Spinotti.
75. We're talking milestones here.
Not bad.
That's a good one right there. Shout out,
it's not 93, but it's 75. It's not bad.
It's not. Shout out the great Bob Spinotti. That's all the ones we wanted to tease right there. No, but happy birthday, Willie Mays. By the way, my dad's having a birthday party tonight. Like, my mom invited all of us, like, how am I supposed on a Monday?
On a Monday.
What are we doing? Come on. I'll take it.
You only turned 75 once, man. You gotta go big.
I'm not driving down there though after the show just for a couple hours. And then I was like, I can't do that, Mom. So now I get looked like a terrible son. Obviously, I have 9 siblings, Bonte, so a couple of them will be out there. So we'll wait and see. Happy birthday, Willie Mays. Happy birthday, Bob Spinoni. Willie Mays, by the way, you're talking about the catch there, and then we're gonna have the guy who got the catch too, T.O. Terrell Owens at 8:30. Can't wait to talk to him as well. But I just look at his old highlights, how chiseled that guy was for his day and age, just absolutely shredded for no reason at all, and just would dominate everyone. Everyone, every pitcher and anything. I look at certain players, and everyone talks about Babe Ruth and his hits and stuff like that. I don't know if Babe Ruth can translate today. I know Willie Mays can translate today.
Yeah, I mean, Babe Ruth would translate today, no doubt.
You think so?
Oh, absolutely.
I don't think he's hitting Mason Miller 103 at your eyes.
Today's game, when it's all about home run, strikeouts, and raw power.
Yeah, but did the pitches really have the kind of movement back then they do right now? We see how much some of these sliders break.
Spitballs. They did have spitballs.
Is Babe Ruth going to be able to hit a pitch that starts, at the top of the zone and darting down to the bottom?
Babe Ruth would adjust to today's game and do just fine.
He'd be a bum today.
No, please.
Come on.
Babe Ruth. See, now you sounded like one of these little spoiled millennials, man.
He'd be a good fit.
You sound like J.J. Reddick talking about Bob Cousy playing against a bunch of plumbers. That's what you're doing right now.
No.
You sounded like J.J. Reddick.
Bob Cousy's still alive.
Ruth, one of the greatest sluggers in the history of the game, would adjust and hit 50 bombs. If Pete Alonso's hitting 50 bombs, you don't think Babe Ruth could from the left side of the plate? Are you guys kidding me?
I think the
young punks out here slandering
I like
Babe
Pete Alonso's
Ruth. I
game
can't
against
believe
the slider
you.
more than Babe Ruth's.
Babe Ruth would. Oh my God, he hit 70 home runs in a season. Are you kidding me?
The game of baseball has evolved so much more in that span since when Babe Ruth played to now than as basketball has. I think Bob Cousy, that was disrespectful because I don't think the game of basketball.
And you don't think ripping Babe Ruth is disrespectful?
No, I didn't rip him. I just said he couldn't play today.
Oh, stop.
Is that ripping him?
Say that the game has evolved to a point.
So Lou Gehrig couldn't play today?
He might be able to.
He might be able. Jimmy Fox couldn't play today?
Yeah, it's just the game's played so differently. The pitches.
Joe DiMaggio couldn't play today. Mickey Mantle couldn't play today.
Who was throwing 102 back in 1934?
Oh my gosh!
Name one guy who was throwing 102 back in 1934.
Who cares? These guys throwing 102 are still getting rocked at all.
The pitch care.
Ronald Chapman's throwing 102. He's still getting lit up. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, by guys who have seen 102 mile an hour pitches.
Babe Ruth's batting eye is one of the top 5 batting guys we've ever seen in baseball. Come on, man.
If you're turning on your radio and wondering why we're talking about this, it's Willie Mays' birthday. And I was giving a compliment saying I think Willie Mays can jump right in right now and play. And then I had to say Babe Ruth I don't think could. It's not a hot take.
Lou Gehrig couldn't do that.
Willie Mays could.
Willie Mays could.
Lou Gehrig
he's one of the few guys.
Lou Gehrig couldn't do it.
Well,
Jimmy Fox couldn't do it. Hey, Green, like what? Are you out of your mind?
Maybe.
Oh my gosh. It's
not even that crazy.
No, that is insane.
No, it's not.
No, it is very insane. Babe Ruth could adjust to it. You're great. All the great players adjust to the game. All the great players adjust. Like the game would be easier for these players.
It's one thing to adjust from a 75 mile an hour curveball to an 88 mile an hour fastball when that was probably like 100 back then.
Modern medicine, the technology, the film study.
Yeah, we're gonna get Babe Ruth the vaccine, and now he can hit 100. He's good. He's got that 5G then, so he's fine.
Babe Ruth never had to face pitchers that had cutters. Like, that's just the start. Like, sliders were still in their infancy.
You had to go see. Go look at some of the pictures.
The hardest pitch you could have seen back then was the Carl Hubble screwball.
Are you sure? Carl Hubble's a Hall of Famer.
Well, yeah, but unfortunately, Hubble and Ruth never faced each other because they were in opposite leagues. That was probably the hardest pitch back then.
714 home runs. I mean, come on, man. Come on, are we even having this conversation?
Fastballs and curveballs.
He was playing in like sandlots.
And you don't think Babe Ruth could adjust? The greatness that he had in his swing. He didn't just obliterate baseballs. I mean, he dominated. There's a difference between just, hey, I'm hitting 30 home runs and having all-star seasons to absolutely dominating.
If Mike Trout were to go back in time during Babe Ruth's time, he'd have like 800 home runs.
But Mike Trout couldn't stay healthy.
Well, back then he could because he can just dip and hang out in the dugout.
Put Bryce Harper back in the 1930s. He's an 800 home run guy.
Are you sure about that? These guys can't even stay healthy. You got the best technology in the medicine in the world. Mike Trout staying healthy?
Well, they'd be healthy because they'd be trotting around the bases the whole time with the home runs.
No, Mike Trout can't stay on the base paths. The game has never been easier for these guys.
It's actually been harder.
No, it hasn't. What is harder about this?
Because the stuff. Are you
all these guys are throwing fastballs. All you got to do is sit fastball. Baseball's never been more predictable. You sit on a fastball for 100 miles an hour. You don't think these guys could hit it to turn on it with their power? Raw power. Babe Ruth never even lifted a weight, and he was hitting 50 jacks, 60
I didn't realize you were this big of a Babe Ruth guy.
Oh, no, you little young punks. You little young punks pissing on the history of the game. Respect your elders. That's the problem with today's day and age. You guys don't respect anybody who came before you. Come on. Nothing but facts right now. Modern medicine. Mike Trout can't stand a damn diamond. And the doctors have never been better. Hell, they got 15 doctors on these staffs these days. You got all these managers and coaches, all the medicine, the technology, iPads being used during the inning. You know, everything is coming. Everybody's throwing 105 miles per hour. And you think Babe Ruth couldn't play today's game?
Bonte, the average fastball. Could play today's game? Bonte, the average fastball back in the 1930s going at 90 miles an hour. All right, that's like a slow slider these days.
So they're going 90 miles an hour.
That's actually higher than I thought it was.
Yeah, exactly. So 90 miles an hour.
Fastballs are going to like 97 at minimum.
What was it going to during Barry Bonds' age?
They're probably going 97, 95.
Gagne was touching like the hundreds.
93, 94. What was Barry Bonds doing to him? What was Jeff Kidd doing to him?
How many 100-mile-an-hour fastballs was Babe Ruth seeing back in 1932?
Okay, he wasn't seeing, you act like 100 miles an hour, you automatic out. These guys are still hitting a bunch of home runs off these fastballs.
Yes,
everybody's throwing fastballs.
They are.
What we're learning is you have to pitch. You can't just throw fastballs. That's not pitching. That's just throwing.
Yeah, it's because back then all
is what Greg Maddux was doing. Pitching is painting and darting. Pitching is what Pedro Martinez was doing. Not just throwing fastballs. Come on. You don't think Babe Ruth could adjust today's game and hit 50, 60 home runs in today's predictable-ass baseball? Oh, my gosh.
Of all the major sports, if we're going football, basketball, baseball, I do think the hardest adjustment, if we were going to have a DeLorean time machine, if we were just going to do this game, going back 100 years ago and those players coming in today's baseball, I think would be the toughest adjustment. I think guys like Wilt could still play today in the NBA. I think guys like Jim Brown could still play. And I know it's not 100 years ago, and all my years are going to be mixed up here. But the early days, yes, I do believe they could adjust in today's game. It'd be tough with all the stuff they're seeing now. That's all I'm going to say. It's not a hot take, Bonte.
Like somebody, here it is.
You put it on the poll if you want.
650-415. Xfinity Mobile text line. Babe Ruth in Colorado. Come on, Coors Field. Babe Ruth.
Okay, Babe Ruth, the Colorado Rocky, would hit lots of home runs for those 98 lost Rockies teams.
You mean Chris Bryant?
You just told me he couldn't adjust though to the game, so we're actually.
Well, I guess if he's going to Coors Field, he has the Coors Field effect. That'll probably help him out.
Well, yeah, Coors Field. That's No, we're not talking Coors Field. We're talking AT&T Park or Oracle Park.
Oh my God.
Well, then there he's not going to hit any home runs because that ballpark just kills power.
Babe Ruth falling over in his grave. All right, we're going to start off. We're going to move off this because we're going to agree to disagree. If you want to call in.
Happy
birthday, Willie.
Happy birthday,
93 years old.
Happy birthday, Willie Mays. You could have just avoided Babe Ruth.
Yeah, hey, these youngsters don't respect the game, Willie.
I respected him. I just said he could play today.
No, we respect Willie. It's Babe Ruth we don't
Willie only because he's giant. Only because he's a giant. Okay. That's it. You're showing your biases.
Jimmy Fox is an A. I'll throw him too. There you go. Jimmy Fox can play. There you go.
I said Jimmy Fox.
I know. I said he'll play too. He's an A. Okay. I'll cater to the community. Right. How about that?
Let's go to Miley and Walnut Creek. Hey, Miley, school some of these youngsters about Babe Ruth. Come on. These young punks don't know what they're talking about.
No, they do not. Okay, Walter Johnson. Have you heard of him?
Oh, yeah, I have.
Big train. He threw around 100. So there's this thing called the DH in baseball, too. You don't think Babe Ruth could play DH?
Real quick, Miley. How do we know he threw 100? They didn't have radar guns back then. Are they just guessing?
Okay, well, let's assume, Spadoni, that this guy that was blowing dirt on everybody, well, it's assumed he threw 100, okay? We don't know for sure. You're right. But let's say the guy threw really, really hard. Because before Nolan Ryan, he was Nolan Ryan. And Babe Ruth swung a super heavy bat. I mean, those bats back then were gigantic. So you don't think Babe Ruth with a smaller bat, learning about whip and launch angles, wouldn't be able to hit more home runs? I mean, what are you saying, dude?
I mean, first of all, he'd scoff at your notion of launch angles. A guy like Babe Ruth has a cigar in his mouth, taking dips left and right. One of the most unathletic people I've ever seen in my life. Right. Like, come on. What are we doing here?
He pitched and played the outfield.
Thank you. School this guy,
Miley. The pitching thing was so overblown. No. Shohei Ohtani, twice the pitcher this guy ever was.
All right, now you're just trolling. Hey, Miley, you know what, Miley?
Come on.
Miley, God bless your soul. This guy's trolling. This guy has no idea what he's talking about, Miley.
But I love you, bro.
I love you.
But listen, the guy batted .356 for his career. You don't think he can make modern adjustments?
I am giving credit to how good the game is today, and I'm not taking anything away from what he did back in his day, and it was great for his time. But times they are a-changing. We're seeing that in the NBA now, too. There are eras that change, and right now, the eras of Steph, LeBron, Kevin Durant, they're changing. There's a new guard. Jokic, Luka, Shea, Anthony Edwards. I'm sorry. All good things must come to an end, and they had their time back in the day, and the game got better, and the game's getting better now.
Baseball's not better. We've actually had to make modifications to baseball because all these dudes are doing is throwing 100 miles an hour, and their arms are getting thrown out here.
You don't think the talent of today is better than it was then?
You're not giving Babe Ruth credit to being able to adjust. He's a great one for a reason.
I'm giving him credit for what he did in his time.
Great ones find a way. It's like basically saying Magic Johnson couldn't play in today's game.
That's ridiculous. He is an elite passer, and he played at least 30 years ago.
George Mikan. A lot of people think George Mikan could play in today's day and age. You don't think he'd adjust?
Might be able to.
You don't think Bob Cousy could adjust?
He also might just be a big stiff. He also might just have been Zach Edey today.
Oh,
and we'll wait and see what he can do in the NBA.
You are trolling hard. This is such a bit. It's not even funny. You're not even serious. I can't even take you guys serious. Lou Gehrig.
Sorry, I hate to break the narrative.
The Iron Horse, first base. Lou Gehrig. What? These guys would be perennial all-stars in today's day and age. 5-tool players. Babe Ruth may hit 70 home runs in back-to-back seasons.
Or they might be Nick Castellanos, who's a good player. And just,
he'd be great on the Giants.
He would have been.
They're really good on the Giants.
Can't wait to ask Howard Eskin about how Castellanos is in there.
I'd be curious on Eskin's opinion on this, too.
Yes.
You know what?
Howard saw Ruth play, so.
That's a 5. That's a good one, Sam.
Listen, Lovin, check your phone. We got an update from Shams Saradia.
We're working on it. Got Carter on it.
Yeah, okay. We got Carter on it because your Orlando Magic got bounced yesterday in 7 games by the Cleveland Cavaliers.
You were feeling yourself early with Paolo in that 18-point lead.
I love me some Paulo Banchero.
Orlando Magic.
My Orlando Magic. I do love me some Paulo. You guys know about that.
Unfortunately.
The Magic did run out, but you know what? They don't have shooting.
They don't.
And they need playmaking from the guard position. I like Cole Anthony. Good little player. But not enough.
No.
And look, they're young.
He's also small.
Yeah, he's very small. Jalen Suggs, I like him in a role like a Josh Hart role, but I don't like him as a primary guard. Not right now because of the injuries, because of his lack of three-point shooting. He shot 29% in this series against Orlando. Jalen Suggs got to work on his three-point shot. But if you imagine a Malik Monk, maybe a Paul George. I'm actually off on Paul George. If I'm Orlando, I stay away from Paul George.
I've been out on Paul George.
I'm out on Paul George. But if you get a Malik Monk and you add another shooter, and no, it doesn't have to be Klay Thompson, but could very well be Klay Thompson. Your 5th place team in the Eastern Conference, you got a guy like Paolo who's only going to get better. He's only going to get better. Franz Wagner, only going to get better. Orlando looks like a very attractive destination, Spadoni. And here's Paolo in his first ever playoff series. 27 points per game, 8.5 rebounds, 4 assists, shot 46% from the floor, 40% from 3, 76% from the free throw line. The second youngest player in NBA history to average 25 points and 5 rebounds in a playoff series. The youngest, LeBron James back in 06.
I'm seeing way too many of these, by the way. I'm seeing Kobe and LeBron getting brought up with guys like Paolo, guys like with Luka, Anthony Edwards now. That scares me if I am a fan of the Golden State Warriors right now, the Lakers, the Suns, and one of these aging stars is on my team. Because again, Ponte, they're only getting younger now, man. Like Victor Wembanyama's coming. He's only 18, 19 years old, and he's going to be a stud here before we know it. But if I'm a guy like Malik Monk, though, and Klay Thompson, I feel like I can be a better contributor on a younger team, and they could use my veteran savvy. I'd go to the East, and I'd go to a team like Orlando. Why not? The East is down right now. I don't fear the Cleveland Cavaliers.
No.
Like it's a 2-horse race right now, and I don't think anyone truly expects, maybe you do, the New York Knicks to come out of there. But it's Boston, and then everyone's a tier below them.
Yeah, I could see the Knicks beating Boston in the Eastern Conference Finals. If the Knicks get past the Pacers, I think it's a fascinating series.
I think they will.
But I think the Knicks can give Boston all they can handle.
First time they're playing each other, the Knicks and the Pacers, and I know they have that long history, Reggie Miller, Patrick Ewing, Starks. So 2013. Was PG-13 just a rookie then?
He
might have been. Roy Hibbert.
He was a young player. Yeah, he was
the Scarecrow.
Young player. I do love this series, the nostalgic reasons. I love the Western Conference Finals too, but before we went to last break, we're asking Dub Nation about Brandon Ingram. Is that a name that moves the needle for Warrior fans? 888-957-9570. Is that a name that moves Warrior fans? Brandon Ingram. He's got another year left on his deal. The Pelicans have to make a decision on whether to extend him. Reports are they may not extend him. Is that more realistic than Kevin Durant?
I think it's more realistic, but who would you want more? I still think right now, if I can get either one of them, Bonte, and let's just throw that word magic out there again. If we can make the magic happen with Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob and co. and the Warriors front office, I'd still take Kevin Durant because I know the known commodity is still pretty damn good to borderline elite at times. So I know he's a little older, so those elite games are going to come a little more infrequently. Right. But he's still so damn good. Brandon Ingram, I'm still betting on the potential there, I think.
Yeah.
I'm still going there. He has the size, he has the length, he has the capability, but he also has the injury history, which does concern me a bit. He's been injured throughout his career, whether you go back to the Lakers, whether you go to the Pelicans, and now whatever third team he's going to be a part of. That is something that is going to be concerning. But you cannot deny the talent level, Bonte. When you watch him and when he is cooking, he can get any shot he wants. I mean, my guy Bobby Spang, former producer here, he called him Kmart KD, which I know it sounds disrespectful.
Yeah, Costco KD.
KD. But we say that because he has all the attributes of a Kevin Durant. The size, the length, the ball handling ability, the ability to rise over anyone with his jump shot and make it at times. Like, that is the thing that this Warriors team that I saw with Jonathan Kuminga that was refreshing, actually, was he can get his own shot whenever he wanted. Like Steph, I love him. He cannot get his own shot whenever he wants. Right. That is the one thing.
He needs a little help now.
He needs some help right there. Yes. And I don't know if a guy like Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Ingram would be too redundant. I do know that Kevin Durant fits in seamlessly because we've seen it before. But I just don't know how realistic it is to get a guy like that.
Right.
And I think there is a realistic possibility right now. If you want Brandon Ingram, go get him. Go get him right now. Why not?
What would it take to get a Brandon Ingram, you think? Is it a Kuminga? Is it a Wiggins? Is it multiple picks? Is that worth it for Brandon Ingram?
If it's Moody,
I'm not sure Brandon Ingram resonates with Dub Nation, Spadoni.
Well, right now I'd rather have Ingram over Wiggins.
Okay.
I can say that with a strong just give me
Ingram
him right
Kuminga.
now.
Would you rather have Kuminga than Brandon Ingram right now?
That's a great question.
I can make the argument for JK.
I think I'm going Ingram though. I think I'm going Brandon Ingram in this scenario because what is it? He's 4 years older than him right now, so that's not a huge age gap right now. If I'm looking at the current and long term, I could still build around Brandon Ingram after that. I think I'm going BI. I think he's a more consistent shooter. I think he's a better shooter.
BI turns 27 in September.
Still young. That's still pretty young. I'm okay with that. Again, the injury concerns, but I saw a little bit of wear and tear with injury concerns with Jonathan Kuminga late here. The knee tendonitis scared me, Bonte. I'm not going to lie.
I can make the, oh man.
888-957-9570. Who do you want?
I think I'd rather have the prospects of Jonathan Kuminga. Now, Brandon Ingram handles the bar a lot better than Jonathan Kuminga right now.
He's more natural with the ball handling ability, but I'll give the defensive edge to Jonathan Kuminga. He's also thicker than Brandon Ingram.
Yes, hasn't had a lot of injuries, although he had the knee tendonitis.
I think that was some wear and tear. That he's never had this sort of load to manage this year so far, so we'll wait and see there. But that is something to be, just keep an eye on it. He's been an all-star once, Brandon Ingram, back in 2019-2020 season.
Brandon Ingram or JK.
Most improved player.
Keep JK and Moody. Trade Curry, trade. That's Dennis.
Oh, relax.
You're not trading them. But JK, I would rather have Jonathan Kuminga than Brandon Ingram, considering what it would cost to trade for Brandon Ingram.
Well, you'd basically, at this point, if we're having this conversation, you'd say you're moving off of Kuminga. I just don't think the Warriors would do that. But if you can get both of them together, would you do that, Bonte? Do you think they could fit hand in hand on the court together? It would give you a lot of size.
I think
and
Kuminga and Ingram could play together. They could play together, I believe. But is Brandon Ingram, if you did trade away Jonathan Kuminga, is that moving the needle for you to move up in the Western Conference? I'm not sure if it's moving the needle.
It would be, if anything, at the very best, a slight net positive. But what does that get you? Into the first round? So to your point, I'd try to keep both of those guys, and I would move off a Moody and Wiggins.
How much stock are you putting into the fact that the Warriors just finished 3 games out of basically the 6th seed?
I don't know.
Are you putting any stock into that because Draymond Green missed 17 games, 18 games?
But because he missed those games, we got to see how good Jonathan Kuminga was.
Right. No, we did.
So that goes hand in hand.
Well, based on
it's a butterfly effect. So if they run it back, Bonte, if that's what you're saying.
Right, basically asking that if you run it back with JK, knowing you're only 3 games back at the 6th seed, do you get better next season by running it back?
I think you are probably exactly where you are, or maybe you're in the first round. Which I don't know if that's doing it for Warriors fans if you're the 6th spot instead.
See, I think a lot of Warrior fans, I don't want to speak for them, but I feel like a lot of Warrior fans would rather just roll with JK as opposed to trading the farm or trading what could be multiple picks for Brandon Ingram and paying Brandon Ingram.
Are you getting a player, if you're drafting it, as good as Brandon Ingram right now?
No, you're not.
You're not. I don't know. This is from what I've been told, and I'm not as locked in as college basketball as some are. But I have not been impressed with the NCAA tournament. It's a very down draft.
Yeah,
all the names I'm hearing are European or G League guys.
They're saying this may be the worst draft in years.
Yikes.
Years.
Are we talking like Anthony Bennett type of draft here?
Like years. This is bad. Like no clear-cut number 1 pick. It is a bad draft.
So I'm trying to go get a known commodity right now. I'm going Les Snead. I'm saying F them picks. Go get me Brandon Ingram. If that costs me Moses Moody and Jonathan and Andrew Wiggins, I'll go do that. But go get me the known commodity.
$36 million you're paying Ingram this year. Then he's an unrestricted free agent when he turns 28. Let's go to Ariel in Palo Alto. JK, Brandon Ingram. Ariel, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thank you for having me.
Anytime.
What's up, man?
Real quick, I just want to, at first it was a little appealing to hear Brandon Ingram, just the size, the comparison to KD, definitely. But Bonte, you mentioned just all these other teams, like Minnesota with Anthony Edwards, the Magic with Paolo, with Suggs. And so, just thinking towards the future, I would definitely roll with Jonathan Kuminga just because, we're already starting to see what's going to happen with him. You know what I mean?
Right.
Ariel, real quick, don't go. If you could have Kuminga and Ingram and trade Moody and Wiggins, would you do that?
I would. I would pull the trigger on that one. I would. I like that one.
I think a lot of people. Will pull the trigger on that one because
I think
you saw Andrew Wiggins as an inconsistent player this season. 13.5 points. He did defend very well. Thanks for the phone call, Ariel. Good points. And Moses Moody, we just don't know who he is yet. We don't know who he is. But at the prospect of having Brandon Ingram and JK, 2 studs, Brandon Ingram, another ball handler, another playmaker alongside Stephen Curry, now we're cooking with hot grease. I think a lot of fans would rather do that. But we got to be realistic here. David Griffin and the Pelicans.
You don't think that's enough?
I don't think David Griffin would settle on that.
Do you think the Pelicans are getting a player as good as Andrew Wiggins elsewhere? And I know the inconsistencies are there, but I do think if Andrew Wiggins, if they all think that they're betting on the upside there, he'd be a great fit with New Orleans.
You have Trey Burke III and Herb Jones, right?
You do.
Andrew Wiggins is coming off the bench.
Wow. You don't think he's starting on that team?
I don't think he starts. You get Trey Murphy III, you get Herb Jones, you get Zion Williamson, you got Jonas Valanciunas, and then you got CJ McCollum. That's my starting 5 in New Orleans.
I'm so out on CJ McCollum.
But I'm not. Yeah, I am too. But I'm not out on Herb Jones and Trey Murphy III. And I wouldn't. I wouldn't keep those guys on the minutes restrictions for Andrew Wiggins. Trey Murphy III and Herb Jones need to play. They need to play a lot. They're 30-minute a night guys. I'm not sacrificing minutes for Trey Murphy III and Herb Jones for Andrew Wiggins if I'm in that position with the Pelicans, as well as Zion Williamson.
Okay.
And then you got the spacing issues there with Zion Williamson. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to look at it from the other side. Why would the Pels be interested in Andrew Wiggins when they have in Herb Jones and Trey Murphy III?
I'm interested to see what the packages get, what they receive for Brandon Ingram are. Does a team like the Lakers try to go after Ingram and try to do a little reunion there? Do they try to say, you know what, we'll give you some picks and we'll give you a Rui Hachimura, a D'Angelo Russell, or a Austin Reeves type, if that does anything for them? Or are they not doing business with the Lakers anymore? So So that's a name to be intrigued about for sure. Because not a lot of guys, Bonte, check the boxes that the Warriors need to check off right now, which is young, big, and athletic.
Yeah.
Ingram checks all of those, but there are some concerns. But that's going to be like with any player you're trying to get right now. There's no perfect player that the Warriors can get right now. I mean, if you want to be in fantasy land, sure. Giannis, but I don't know if he just signed a new contract extension there. I don't think they're looking to move off of him. Kevin Durant, sure. Again, but he's older. So there's going to be some drawbacks. LeBron James, okay. Bring him in as a free agent. I still don't know how that happens if he's making $50 million. There we go. But go ahead. Go bring him in. I don't know if that's good enough to win you a title.
Uncle Gene, 510, Xfinity Mobile text line. Dubs need a star, a legit number 2. Ingram falls short and too expensive, especially if we lose players like Wiggs or JK. Uncle Gene, I'm kind of with you there with Brandon Ingram. Now, here's Shams Charania earlier today via The Athletic, via Stadium. Remember Klay Thompson? Remember that name? Mm-hmm. What's going on with him?
The Magic can open up in excess of $60 million in cap space this offseason. So they're going to be players, when you think about free agency and other moves that can be made, you look at scoring. In Game 7, obviously struggled a little bit to score the ball, especially in the second half of the game when the Cavs and Donovan Mitchell kept coming for them. So you look at the point guard position, but also shooting and scoring on the wing. And one name to keep an eye on, Klay Thompson. I'm told there is mutual interest between the Magic and Klay Thompson. Thompson, along with several other vets around the league, are looking at the Magic as a situation where if you plug in a guy like Klay Thompson, you plug in another veteran player, whether it be at the point guard position, the shooting guard position, this team can make a real jump around Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. Both guys, Paolo Banchero already a star, already a guy that's been a part of Team USA. Franz Wagner has the ability to potentially be an all-star as well. But if you plug in some more shooting and scoring, I think that's what can take this Orlando team to another level.
Klay Thompson, Orlando.
You've been on that. You've been on that for quite some time now.
Yeah.
I want to say at the start of the regular season.
Start of the regular season.
You've been saying keep your eye out for that.
And keep your eye out on Orlando as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is a team that once they drafted Paolo Banchero, and you see the experience they just received from going into the playoffs and played in the Game 7. And Paulo's cooking in the first half, but you need shooting. You need playmakers. Malik Monk, Klay Thompson. Why wouldn't Orlando be all in on that, Spinoni? Wow.
I mean, it checks all the boxes if you're Klay Thompson, though, too. You're going to a market.
Klay Thompson, Orlando.
You're going to a market. They got water there, so you can bring his boat out there if he wants. Big water.
A lot of water. Big water.
When you try to do the Donnie impression, it really throws me off. It sounds like you're Jeffrey, the butler from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. That's exactly what it sounds like to me. That does not sound like Trump at all.
I mean, if I'm Orlando, option number 1 for me would be Malik Monk, being a playmaking guard who can hit the 3. Markelle Fultz.
Yes.
I'll move off from that. Yes. Cole Anthony. Markelle Fultz can't stay healthy. Cole Anthony is a small guard. He's a tradable asset with this contract. He signed a very team-friendly deal. I'll pull up the numbers in just a second with Cole Anthony. So, Malik Monk. They got the money to get Malik Monk. And then when it comes to Klay Thompson, a veteran presence who's won championships, a fresh start for him, could be the 3rd or 4th option.
I think that's a very friendly market too. Like if he doesn't get off to like the hottest of starts, like when people are trying to like put him to the Lakers or the Sixers, and maybe we can ask Howard Eskin about that in about 10 minutes, who covers all things Philadelphia sports. Those fan bases give me a little bit of a pause. They're in very desperate win now scenarios, and they are looking to crush anyone and everyone. Klay Thompson doesn't mean a damn thing. His dad played there, and he grew up a Laker fan, but that doesn't mean anything. If you start missing, they will go after you. As a Laker or as a Sixer, I think the Orlando market and that team, for what they need, a veteran presence, a leader on the bench, or in the starting lineup, depends if you need him there, he'd be perfect for them. Gives you some championship acumen, too, in that locker room. I like that.
At this point, Warrior fans, we could pick this up. 888-957-9570. At this point, I can't believe I'm about to say this.
Oh, my goodness.
But I would be surprised at this point if Klay Thompson was a member of the Golden State Warriors next season.
Really?
I would be surprised. How much money is it going to take? What if the Warriors offer 20, like the reported deal with 2 years, $48 million, 24 per. What if Orlando blows that away for $30 million? a year? What if they go $28 million a year?
You think?
What if they give him 3 years or 4 years instead of the 2 that the Warriors offered? Like I feel like I'm starting to feel like I'd be shocked if Klay was back in the Warriors uniform next season. Now, Cole Anthony, real quick, making $13 million per the next 2 years, plus there's a club option in 2026, 27. Very tradable contract if you're the Orlando Magic for a signing trade. Wow.
That is crazy, though, to just think that we could have seen the last time Klay Thompson was in a Golden State Warrior uniform and it ended like that, which sucks. In that playing game against the Kings, not making a shot, and that was the lasting image, at least for the recent. Obviously, you're going to think about him in all the great times, Game 6 Klay, all the championships. He's going to be a statue guy, deserves to be a statue guy. But could his time in Golden State be coming to an end and he's going to be an Orlando Magic? That's like one of those things where you think of Michael Jordan
right
as a Wizard, right? You think about all these players that ended up going somewhere else. Where was Patrick Ewing? What was he?
Yeah, he was with the Orlando Magic and the Seattle Sonics.
Right?
But I don't think Klay's there. Klay's not there yet. Klay's not there. He's not there.
No, he's not there.
Washed.
He's not washed. But when you think of a guy with one team, I always still think of Dwight Howard as an Orlando Magic. I don't think of him as a Houston Rocket, stuff like that. So it's just going to be weird seeing him. He'll still be in blue, but he'll have that black trim and pinstripes instead. Potentially in Orlando. God, that's crazy you said that. It is kind of.
I don't know.
The more you think about it, you think he's gone.
What are the Warriors going to do here in the offseason?
How do you replace him?
Yeah, I don't know.
You can't.
You need shooting. It's hard to replace shooting in this league. All right, let's get to the injury report. Then Howard Eskin here on the Morning Roast on 85.7 The Game. All right, Giants. They're struggling in Philadelphia, struggling on this road trip so far, 1-5. And part of it, it's part of the bad luck they have, is that Patrick Bailey's now on the 7-day concussion list. Took a foul ball to the face mask during Friday's game, had to be replaced by Tom Murphy, who himself suffered a knee injury in Saturday's loss to the Phillies. While Bailey could make it back on the field soon, the initial feeling on Murphy is that the injury is serious and he could be out for a while. Is it too late to bring back Joey Bart? Is it too late to call up Joey Bart? Or wait, he's in Pittsburgh.
Joey Bart was that last Bart car, the old one. They phased all those out. He's gone.
Legacy Barts are gone.
It's gone. And so is Joey.
Joey. No show is Tom Murphy. He's going to be out for a while. So the Giants having some trouble at the catcher position. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Howard Eskin, the king of sports radio in Philadelphia. He'll join us here to talk about the Sixers, what they could do. Are they interested in Klay Thompson? Would they be willing to move Embiid? The Phillies beating up on the Giants, his thoughts on the Niners. All that coming up with Howard Eskin here on The Roast.
Just deal with me, you nitwit.
Oh, baby! What is happening on my favorite day of the week, a Monday morning on the roast? Hopefully everybody had a great weekend, great sports weekend. Canelo wins again. Canelo looked really good Saturday night. Hopefully he ends up fighting Benavidez, the monster. And Inoue won this morning in Japan at the Tokyo Dome. He's such a stud at the junior featherweight division. Good morning to everybody out there on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line. Sorry if I startled your dog. Sorry. Good morning to everybody on YouTube. I was chatting with the YouTubers, chatting with the roasters on YouTube during the break.
That can be dangerous.
It's all good. It's all good. You got to let them know that we're human. You got to let them know that we're here.
I'm not sure if they're human. I'm not sure if the YouTube is human. They might be AI.
No, there's a lot of AI. Like I respect Jim Everett, the Rev fan. He's back now because of Rebs.
Wait, the Jim Everett?
Yeah, I don't know if it's the Jim or Everett.
Quarterback of the Rams? Shout out Jim Rome.
Jim Rome's best friend. But he loves to tweet. Bonte, you got the fake Jordan collection. Some of the things people tweet on YouTube is just fascinating to me.
Wait, fake Jordan collection?
Yeah, I got a fake Jordan collection. I wear knockoffs, apparently.
Like that you get like on the side of the street when they're selling like the fake Louis Vuitton
Go to the
all
liquor
those
store and
ones?
buy me a pair of Jordans.
There you go. I always like those too, and they show like the Air Jordan symbol.
Yeah.
And it's like he's like a fat guy too, and like the stomach is bigger than the basketball on the Air Jordan.
Oh man.
That's great.
Man.
We were talking about Brandon Ingram, Bonte, and real quick. I don't know if you've ever played like NBA 2K online, but when you play online, you go in like the lobby and stuff like that, you can play up against like legit, like actual players in the NBA, and you know they're the players because they're themselves. It'll be like an NBA official and be like Brandon Ingram. So I played Brandon Ingram on a 5-on-5 on NBA 2K like 5 years ago and got absolutely destroyed against him. He went radio silent, and I think that fits his on the court persona too.
Yeah, no, it does. But
our next guest, though, I don't think he stays radio silent too long.
He doesn't. And you know what? I would have rather have him on than his son. I got to say, Howard, as we bring in Howard, 94 WIP, King of Sports Radio of Philadelphia to this day. I got to say, Howard, good morning to you. And congratulations on your commencement speech. I was very disappointed at Spike, your son, Friday. Just came in here with a very subpar performance. Did not represent for Philadelphia whatsoever. Now, I don't know about you, but your son's a nitwit. And I was very disappointed, Howard. So good morning to you. Much rather talk to you than Spike.
Well, I can understand that, and it probably pisses him off that I'm now also a doctor. So since I got my honorary doctorate Friday from the college in Wilmington, Delaware. But, so he'll have to live with that. He'll have to live with the fact that I'm right in most cases.
Howard, just remember that there's only one doctor in Philadelphia, and that's Julius Erving.
Well, yeah, but now there's two.
No.
Because Glenn Rivers was not a doc. He was a coach. So he was a coach. So there was only one doc at the time. Now there's two, but I'm second. There's no question that I'm not. He is the doc of Philadelphia, but now there's another doctor in the house. So what can I tell you?
All right.
What did you make, real quick, on Doc Rivers going from the booth to the Bucks? The Bucks fired their rookie coach. He was 30-13 at the time. He takes over, and then they just get embarrassed in that first round. What did you make of that whole saga with Glenn Rivers?
I can't imagine why Milwaukee hired him. I mean, okay, he won a championship. So what? I mean, that was 2008 with, 3 Hall of Famers on that team, I think, on that Celtics team. So I just can't believe. And then they give him $40 million for 3.5 years is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. But here's the problem. Stupid people are, and this must be the ownership. Stupid people are stupid. You can't help stupid. You can't teach stupid because they're just stupid. And that's what Milwaukee was. I don't get it. I don't understand it, but there was no expectations, I know, on my part, I guess a lot of other people's parts outside of Milwaukee, that they weren't going to go very far. Now, the injuries didn't help, and losing Giannis really doesn't help, or didn't help. But, I don't get it. But I can't believe he's going to last the next 3 years. I just can't believe that's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't see it happening.
No, but whatever. Hey, listen, he's got, obviously, he can talk a good game. He's a nice guy. He can talk a good game. And, Nick Nurse, I'm not sure. The Sixers coach now, he's better, but I'm not sure how much better. I'll give him a pass for this year because things between injuries, but everybody has injuries. And Nick's had a bunch of injuries, and they still won the series. So with all that said, I'm still waiting on Nick Nurse. He won a championship, but, a broken clock's right twice a day, too. So I just don't get it. And I don't know it because I was busy with the graduation on Friday. I didn't hear my son, but I'm sure there was great defense, and the Sixers championship is probably right around the corner, according to him. Embiid was hurt.
We'll get to something that your son said. He said that Daniel Jones can produce at the level Brock Purdy did in the Niners offense. And I'm like, Daniel Jones, really? All right, stop it. You don't have to suck up for WFAN any long. Daniel Jones is awful. Yeah. Real quick, Joel Embiid.
Thanks.
Did you gain? Yeah. Come on, tell me, Howard. I know you've been hard on Joel Embiid. You think that he's not lived up to all the promise that he's had. But you got to have a little respect for him for the way he played during that 6-game series against the New York Knicks. Come on now. Joel Embiid was phenomenal.
Okay. All right. Okay, there was 6 games in that series. We're correct with that, right?
Correct.
6-game series. Okay, the last game, he actually scored points in the fourth quarter. The other 5 games, he was 3 for 18 in the fourth quarter, and I believe he had 1 rebound in those other 5 games combined.
Howard, he's playing on one leg, playing with Bell's palsy in the left side of his face.
Wait a minute. I thought he's missing both legs. To listen to him, my leg. If you listen to his comment after the game, my leg, I couldn't have lift. And then at the end of the comment, he says, but I feel great. Well, it's either one or the other. He is got so much trauma and wants so much sympathy. It's all about sympathy. He had a migraine for a shoot-around. Give me a break. He's got, Bell's palsy, and I'm not going to make light of that. But they don't tell us really what the surgery was on his knee, but they're going to tell us he's got Bell's palsy so we can feel sympathy. The reality is, in the NBA and in every sport, mostly football and basketball, at this time of the year, everybody's hurt. Knicks were missing a player for a few games. They're missing Randall for 2 months. Robinson was out for a game. You have all these injuries. Did they say one thing about an injury? Did they say one thing? No, you can't. You go out there, and if you can't play, then sit your ass down. And I'm so tired of all the drama. Oh, he's playing on one leg. No, I thought he was missing 2 arms, 2 legs. He's got a migraine. I mean, it's a joke. Just play the game. That's all. And they're not going to win with him because he's always hurt and he can still play. Just shut up and play. But he doesn't play the game the way it needs to be played. He's 7'2". He's the biggest guy on the court, and he never leads both teams in rebounds. Never. It's a joke. And the offensive rebounds, there must be a disease near the basket because he rarely gets offensive rebounds. So, can he score? Can he shoot? Yeah. Is he a really good player? Talent-wise, yes. But he's not a team player. He plays for himself, and he doesn't listen to the coach. Do you know he shows up for most home games 45 to 15 minutes before tip-off? Everybody else is there an hour and a half before. These are the little things. And he just, when he wants to come in and out of the game, it's his call. It's not the coach's call. And that's a problem. You got to be a teammate. And he and Maxey's befriending Maxey, and he's just, we're going to be a good team, and everything's going to be great because we always change players. Well, that's their fault. It's just, but you just got to play the game.
All right, hey, listen, you're down on Joel Embiid. Listen, if Philadelphia wants to give us Joel Embiid, we got a couple players for you. We'll take Joel Embiid here on the West Coast, no problem whatsoever.
You can have him. We'll
take him right now.
I think this is a perfect time for the Sixers to move on from Joel Embiid, and I would have done it before. Now you can't get as much because what does he have? 2 years left in his career. He's always hurt. So the reality is, you can have him. You can have him. But the Sixers have all this cap room. You don't have to go all the way back to the beginning and start from scratch again. you can build without Joel Embiid. It's not a center game anymore. So you can build. Maxey is a really good. I think Maxey is a better player, not more talented, but a better player because listens to the coach, plays hard, plays every second he's on the floor, and you don't hear any whining and complaining. Goes out there and plays. That's what you need to win. You need those kind of things to win. But you can have him. He's all yours. He's all yours.
Talking to Dr. Howard Eskin, WIP out in Philly there.
There's only one doctor in Philly.
Well, there's two now. He just told us there's two of them. There's Dr. Howard Eskin and Dr. J, Julius Erving. Right. Howard, talking about, the Philadelphia 76ers, and you were just talking about the future of Joel. Do you really think they'll trade him this offseason? Do you really think they'll look into that? No?
Well, the president / general manager, Daryl Morey, is a fraud. He's a con man. He's never won anything.
Did they do the spreadsheets? Did they do the spreadsheets again, going at the refs? Howard, did he do that again?
Who's that?
Daryl Morey. Did he go after the refs again like he did in Houston?
No, he kind of complained a little bit, but he doesn't complain anymore. He rarely speaks. He's speaking today. Unfortunately, I have to play in a commitment to a charity golf tournament where Jason Kelsey's going to be on it, and I said I'd be here, but I needed to be there for Daryl Morey because the soft Philadelphia media will not ask him the questions that need to be asked. I mean, here's a guy. What has he done to improve this team since he's been here? Nothing. Zero. So he didn't draft Maxey. Elton Brand was responsible for that. I mean, it's a joke.
So Tobias Harris will be gone. Any interest in Klay Thompson out there in Philadelphia?
Yeah, I don't know what they're interested in, but they talk about Jimmy Butler and Paul George. I don't want 30-year-old players. You're going to have to give them 3-year contracts at a lot of money, pretty much the max for those 3 years. That's not going to work. And then the other reality is, so you get 1 year out of those guys. I don't want Butler. They made a mistake getting rid of him. So it's too late. You can't revisit that. But Brandon Ingram is a name that is interesting to get. I wanted Brandon Ingram when they drafted Ben Simmons, but of course Ben Simmons was a generational player. I was right on that too, that he was not. But the reality is there's going to be somebody out there. But you've got to have everybody on the same page. And I'm not sure Joel Embiid is not going to be happy scoring points. That's his whole thing. And here, he's hurt, right? He says he's hurt, yet he's going to play in the Olympics. Now, really, should he be playing in the Olympics? Here's another thing he did. He was originally going to play for France because coming from Cameroon, he's French. But he saw Wemby and Gobert as the centers there and figured, I'm not going to get many minutes. So now that he's a United States citizen, he's going to play for the USA because there's not as many centers. Isn't that interesting? It's just stop. So he'll come back and say, I got a gold medal. Great. Yeah, well, NBA championship. I'll tell you this. The Sixers...
Out of all the issues, Howard, you're running wrong here. You're putting this to sleep. All this stuff. Tobias Harris has a goose egg with 2 field goal attempts, and he's taking in $39 million. At least I got 39-12 from Embiid. You wouldn't have been in the game had it not been for Embiid.
Well, wait a minute. You know what the Knicks did? And they were smart. They said, all right, they were doubling Embiid, and Maxey killed him. So what they did is they said, you know what, Embiid's going to score his points. We're going to stop Maxey. They stopped Maxey, and the Knicks won the game. The Sixers are 2 to 3 years away from being 2 to 3 years away from being 2 to 3 years away.
We would take Embiid out here in a heartbeat. Are you kidding me?
Well, okay,
it's like you guys in Philadelphia, Howard. You guys never appreciate anything.
Well, the Sixers are down bad. The Eagles were down bad. They just lost.
The second round.
But
he's 30 years old. They haven't gotten past the second round.
So they're down bad. But let's talk about a team that's been playing well. The Philadelphia Phillies. They were in the series a couple of years ago, right? How are you feeling about Bryce Harper and these Phillies right now? And what are your impressions of this past series against the San Francisco Giants? No more Gabe Kapler. Bring in Bob Melvin. What are your thoughts on this series thus far and what you've seen from the Giants?
The Giants suck. My gosh, I didn't realize they were that bad. They are a bad baseball team. They can't hit. Oh, it's embarrassing to watch the difference. I mean, there's bad teams now. The Phillies have played Colorado, the White Sox, and I thought the Giants would be better. And the Giants suck. It is awful.
How would Farhan Zaidi play out there? Because this is year number 6 of Farhan Zaidi, and you see that lineup out there. The lineup it's atrocious. We have to watch it every single day out here.
Oh, it's terrible. You know, the Phillies are a very good baseball team. The thing that I worry about, and I gave them the lineup that I would have used in spring training, and because of analytics, it'll never happen. I love a 200 hitter hitting leadoff, and that would be Kyle Schwarber, who I think struck out 2 or 3 times again yesterday. But it's just they're a good team, but you're going to have to generate runs without home runs. Other than that game, that was an anomaly when they had 14 runs the other night, and they only had 1 meaningless home run. They only struck out 4 times. That is unbelievable for the Phillies. They score runs with home runs. And in the playoffs, the pitching gets better. So that's the only thing I worry about. Are they good? They're probably one of 3 good teams in the National League. I would say the Dodgers are good. I know the Dodgers are good. Atlanta, and they'll figure it out because they're smart enough to straighten out that pitching, which was good and is not good right now by the trade deadline. And the Phillies, I think those are the 3 good teams in the National League. And in the American League, I don't watch enough of the competition, but I know the Orioles are really a good team. They are really a good team. And there's some other teams there, but I won't worry about the American League yet. But the Phillies are one of the 3 best teams in the National League. And their pitching is terrific. And that's why they have the record they have, because when they don't hit home runs, they just don't score a lot of runs. They played 2 straight games. They had 2 runs, I guess, against the Angels. It was the last game of the road trip. And then the first game against the Giants, they had 2 earned runs. So that's 4 runs in 2 games, and they won both the games because the pitching is really, really good.
No,
the starters are really good. Yeah.
So we've been talking about, it's Willie Mays' 93rd birthday today, Howard, and this was a big point of contention. This last segment we had Bonte Hill alongside me on Joe Spadoni, and we've been talking about Babe Ruth and Willie Mays playing in today's game. Now, I said Willie Mays, if you dropped him in today's game right now, he'd figure it out. Then Bonte hit me, Babe Ruth too. I was like, I'm not taking Babe Ruth today.
No. These young kids, Howard.
Babe Ruth cannot play in today's game.
It's like J.J. Redick disrespecting Bob Cousy.
No.
Babe Ruth would adjust to today's game. All the great ones figure out a way. It's like saying, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar could play in today's NBA. He'd figure out a way. Same with Bill Russell. Same with Will Chamberlain. Same with Babe Ruth. Same with Lou Gehrig. These youngsters, Howard, have no respect for the history of the game.
Now, they're extremely talented, but everything is different. But the guys from before would have the same kind of training as today's players.
Thank you.
The same kind of medical help as today's players. And when you're great, you're great. You think Larry Bird wouldn't be great in this era? The guy was,
basketball's different though, Howard. Basketball's different than baseball. I don't think they were throwing what they were throwing 100 miles an hour wise 100 years ago against Babe Ruth. These guys are unbelievable.
Let me correct you. Okay, you need to be corrected. All right, the radar guns are fine, but they measure the pitch now from the second you release the ball, and before the radar gun judged the speed when it crossed home plate. So obviously it's different. So now they're going to throw harder because they pick up the ball when you release it from your hand, where before they picked it up. You think Nolan Ryan didn't throw 100 miles an hour? Give me a break. Give me a break. Doc Gooden, he didn't throw 100 miles an hour. Whether it said that on the radar gun, but it was measured differently. And that's the point. I'm so tired of hearing players adjust. I don't care if it's hard. If you don't have location, you're going to hit the ball. Willie Mays would be as great today as he was before. Speed is speed. He had speed. He's a 5-tool player, did everything. Defense is defense. Jump on the ball is a jump on the ball. Stop with all this nonsense. I even think Babe Ruth would adapt. He wouldn't have speed, but Kyle Schwarber doesn't have speed, and he hits home runs too.
Guy was eating cigarettes for breakfast. Come on, Babe Ruth. Come on, let's stop.
It's just disrespectful, Howard. I can't even believe Spadoni. I feel like walking out here.
Well,
this guy ripping everybody.
He's feeling like roasting me, like Tom Brady in the roast last night.
It's no respect, Howard, for guys who played the game and paved the way for everybody out here.
Tremendous respect for their generation, but we're up against it here, Howard. Did you watch the roast last night with Tom Brady, and what'd you think?
I did not. I saw clips of the roast. I think Tom Brady is a great player, but Joe Montana is the greatest quarterback that I ever saw play the game.
Thank you. Thank you, Howard.
Not even close.
Thank you.
It's not even close. Never threw an interception in the Super Bowl. Never lost a Super Bowl. And by the way, Tom Brady has a losing record in Super Bowls if it wasn't for the morons that coached on the other side. Pete Carroll should have run the ball. We know that. He lost the game. The Patriots didn't win it. And Kyle Shanahan, the brilliant Kyle Shanahan, when he was the offensive coordinator for Atlanta, you're on the 21-yard line. Stay there, run the ball, kick the field goal. You're up 11 with like 7 minutes left, and you win the game. Enough of this.
Real quick, Howard, real quick. We got T.O. coming on right after you, Terrell Owens. Any message?
I love T.O.
You love T.O., right? What do you want us to pass along to T.O.?
Well, we had our arguments. Ask him when he was here for the Allen Iverson sculpture nonsense. He said the first thing he said to me, because I brought out a casket to bury his jerseys when he started all the problems here. He says, "How's my casket?" I says, "You would appreciate it. I had a real casket from a real funeral home, so appreciate that." Ask him about the casket and his jerseys.
Oh my God! Howard,
and then I conducted a canned food drive for him too when he said he didn't have enough money for his family. So I figured I'd get some food for him.
Howard, real quick, would you want to be roasted? Could you be roasted? Could you handle that?
They roast me every day. Yeah, sure, I could be roasted. But Tom Brady, it's just, hey, listen, Tom's in his own world right now, so that's all right. I mean, he is terrific. He's probably the third best quarterback all time, but he is terrific.
Who's second? Who's second after Joe Montana?
You know what? I know he never won a Super Bowl. But Dan Marino.
Oh, my favorite quarterback.
Unbelievable.
Hey, Howard.
Patrick Mahomes is already better than both of those quarterbacks.
You've got your stock has gone up in my books. Dan Marino's one of my favorite quarterbacks of all time.
Hey, wait a minute. Sheila Manning does not have a winning record in his career. He's had more losing seasons than winning seasons, and all these people want him in the Hall of Fame because he's got that last name. And Peyton Manning didn't have a winning record until that last Super Bowl in the playoffs. So give me a break. I mean, Dan Marino is better than both of those. Well, certainly better than Peyton. But I put him right. Joe Dan Marino, and then Tom Brady.
Howard, have a good one. And just remember, there's only one doctor in Philadelphia, and that's Julius Erving. Not you nitwit.
Okay. Dope.
That's good. Money Rose, there's a lot there.
We get Howard. We get Howard. Some people don't get him, but you got. And thank you for helping me out because I don't know where he's going with some of those soliloquies.
Yeah, he was going on and on. Yeah,
I was going to let you step on those.
You got to jump in on Howard sometimes. He just likes hearing himself talk half the time.
That's a solo host right there. I get it. Pre-game show, 5 to 6, Monday through Friday. There you go. Gotta talk to yourself.
All right. From Howard Eskin to Terrell Owens.
I don't think we're asking about the casket. I don't know if
you can if you want to.
I don't know about that
one. You can if you want to, but we're going to bring it in, T.O. That'll be brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
We'll be getting Terrell Owens up in moments here on the morning roast.
Can't wait.
Son Tariq, signed by the 49ers, undrafted free agent, wide receiver. And T.O. said he's very proud of him. All he ever asks is for an opportunity. He's wanted to make his own name and carve his own path to get where he is. We would have loved to have gotten drafted, but he's got his foot in the door. Now he has to continue to do all the right things to show people he can play. Like I told him, he doesn't have to be me, just be himself. And T.O., of course, is a Hall of Fame wide receiver, one of the best receivers of all time. No doubt about that. As we got T.O. there, I see him rolling. Wonder what he's rolling in, man. T.O. back on the morning roast here on 95.7 The Game. And don't forget about the 2018 Hall of Fame edition. He's got some good stuff cooking up at 81vino.com. His great wine there. T.O., good morning, man. Long time no talk. Oh, wait, we'll get T.O. in a second. He's setting everything up.
Not quite
there.
yet. We'll get him there in a second. That's a tease right there.
Yep.
And no, I'm looking at it as the measurables from his son, Tariq Owens, right now, obviously from Missouri State University, I should say. 6'3", 200. Built like his dad a little bit, Bonte. Mm-hmm. Size to this 49ers team that could use a little bit of size in the wide receiver room. Obviously, Brandon Aiyuk, 6 foot, 6'1". Debo, not the biggest guy, 6 foot. He's listed at 5'11". Ricky Pearsall, 6'1". So bring a little size potentially to this 49ers room. I'm not mad at that.
You a big wide receiver, Spadone?
Well, I'm Italian, Bonte, so I basically have it infused in my blood growing up. But I was not a huge one, but I enjoy it. On a nice meal, a nice little pasta action, I like my wine.
What about this limited edition?
Oh, if it's limited edition, then I'm at it. Hey, if it's hard to get, Bonte, I like it.
Are you a Pinot guy?
Pinot, Cab, Merlot. I'm not mad at it. I'm just naming wines now to name wines. Champagne, that's white. If you didn't know that, it's a white wine. Receiver
room, pretty loaded here.
It really is. We were talking about like the depth of it, and all of a sudden now, if you're bringing back Aiyuk, you're bringing back Debo, and you add Ricky Pearsall and Tariq Owens potentially. We'll see how he shakes out here, undrafted free agent that they signed. I'm not mad at it. You got George Kittle, obviously, and you got Christian McCaffrey, and you got Brock Purdy, Bonte.
Got Brock Purdy here.
And you're happy with Brock.
Him. I'm very happy with Brock Purdy. With all these weapons, how can you not be happy with Brock Purdy? The guy delivers the ball on time, gives his wide receivers an opportunity to run with the football after the catch. I mean, the most yak yards last season. Four different players with over 1,000 scrimmage yards. How can you not be mad at Brock? Or how can you not be happy with Brock Purdy, especially at the contract, at the money you're spending? You're not even paying him $1 million. You're getting $40 million type of production for Brock Purdy.
We'll get a little bit into Brock a little later in the show because there were some interesting things I heard from Willard and Dibbs last Friday in regards to Brock Purdy expectations versus Caleb Williams expectations, system quarterback, stuff like that. So that's a conversation I want to get to as well. But I can't wait to talk to Terrell Owens, Hall of Famer here shortly.
Yeah.
When you think of T.O., Bonte, what do you think? What's the first thing you think of when you think of T.O.?
When I think of Terrell Owens,
because there's so many moments that you can go to. You can go to the working out in the garage area. You can go to the Star.
No, I think of one of the most dominating wide receivers this game has ever seen. I think about a guy who you throw him a 5-yard comeback route, you throw him a 5-yard slant. He's not getting tackled by one DB. He's not getting tackled by two DBs. He's got the ability to break it 75, 80 yards to the house. T.O., what he did as a wide receiver in this league, whether it was a run blocker, whether it was catching the football, whether it was going deep, whether it was intermediate, short, it did not matter. T.O. was a mismatched nightmare. And when he had the right weapons around him, you saw him thrive. This guy, just think about him coming back to the Super Bowl, breaking his...
That's one of the greatest performances I've ever seen in the Super Bowl, win or lose. He had a broken leg, Bonte.
Right. He came back 9 weeks later and dominated in the Super Bowl. And he was clearly not 100%, and he still went for 9 for 122. Well, so we're efforting T.O. here. What's going on with that one? I guess he's trying to work with the phone, but T.O., one of the greatest receivers of all time, no doubt. So I think of all the plays he made with the Niners. We're going to just get him on the line, get him on the hotline.
There you go.
All right, we'll get him on the hotline. No Zoom for T.O., but we'll get T.O. up in his car in a second here. But that's what I think of Spadoni. Not everything else. I think of what a badass he was on the football field.
No, he absolutely was. Whether it was a Niner, whether it was a Philadelphia Eagle, whether it was a Dallas Cowboy, I love me some Terrell Owens. And I look at his style of play. And I don't see a lot of players like him anymore because I feel like there's been a finesse shift right now when it comes to offenses, when it comes to timing and rhythm and stuff like that. And maybe a Kyle Shanahan, offense gets labeled that sometimes, which I think is ridiculous because I think the 49ers, I think of physicality. But I'm talking about wide receivers in general. You could think of guys like DK Metcalf. I don't think he was as physical as T.O. A.J. Brown, okay. I'm not mad at that. But even then, I don't think he's as physical as a guy like T.O. was. And I'm looking at just the rest of the wide receivers right now. Jamar Chase is up there. Justin Jefferson. All these guys, and I still put T.O. up there when it comes to some of the greatest of all time.
No, T.O. is one of the greatest of all time. There's no doubt about that. Terrell Owens, a Hall of Fame wide receiver in the 49ers Hall of Fame and the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and his son Tariq. I know it was a great moment. Not the best moment because I know he wanted his son to be drafted, but he was signed by the Niners, and he's signed to the 49ers practice squad last week. And what T.O. said about his son, I'm proud of him. All we ever asked for was an opportunity. He's wanted to make his own name and carve his own path to get where he is. We would have loved to have gotten drafted, but he's got his foot in the door. Now he has to continue to do all the right things to show people he can play. Like I told him, he doesn't have to be me because that will be hard to do. He just has to be himself, and I'm looking forward to seeing Tariq go out there on the practice field and make a name for himself. T.O., we got him on the line. No Zoom, but we got him over the hotline. T.O., what's happening, man? Long time no talk. Good morning to you, brother.
Yeah, good morning. I see you guys, man. You guys looking good.
I can see him, too. I see him.
I'm trying to look like you, T.O., man. I don't have the six-pack like you or the eight-pack. I don't have the 20-inch pythons or 24-inch pythons, but I'm trying, brother. I'm trying.
Yeah, I don't have any. I don't have a six-pack anymore. Maybe a four-pack.
Maybe.
Too much wine? You got the Hall of Fame edition still rolling, 2018 limited edition?
Yeah, man. We're down to the last Kobe cases, 24 cases.
Wow.
We're down to the last 24 cases, and I'm thinking about doing possibly maybe a little run on these last 24 cases. Maybe you guys can help me out over the next few weeks or so. I'm trying to think maybe whomever buys a number of cases, I give them a signed jersey, and if somebody gets another bunch of cases, I give them a signed jersey and a football. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to get rid of these last 24 cases.
Nah, Tio, whatever we can do to help you out, we will do that for you. 81vino.com. We have no problem showing the love with the Rwanda. We have no problem showing love to your son. I know he wasn't drafted, but he has an opportunity of a lifetime with the team that drafted you, the San Francisco 49ers. So what was your thoughts when the phone rang and it was the 49ers saying, hey, Tariq, we know we didn't draft you, but we want you to be part of our practice squad. What was that moment like for you, Tio, as a father to Tariq?
The first initial call, after I spoke to him, it didn't really hit me. And then Josina Anderson, who's a columnist, she worked with CBS. I think she no longer works with CBS. But she called and she wanted to be the first to kind of get my reactions to it. And she told me about Frank Gore's son, obviously going to the Buffalo Bills. He was a little salty about, his son not being drafted, but I give my son realistic expectations, understanding that, late to the game of playing football, he really only, honestly, he played 5 years of football, obviously with the COVID year. He had literally 4 coaches out of those 5 years.
Wow.
And so didn't really get to play, a ton. But again, what I told him is like, look, you have the ability to play just as well as some of those guys that got drafted. You just don't have the resume as they do. If you look at his last year, 28 catches, I think 528 yards, I think 4 touchdowns. The yards per catch is up there. I think it's a little over 18 yards per catch. So that shows you that he can play given the opportunity. So he had some guys that were in front of him. What we're working on now is just really the full development of him as a receiver. I've already seen now since he's been drafted, a lot of eyes are going to be on him. We've already talked about that, understanding the expectations. People are going to start, trying to compare him to me. Those are unrealistic expectations. He's raw. He's green. He's just like I was. So all the trolls out there, keep it coming. We're going to keep working. When I look back on my career and how I became a Hall of Famer, we're working on those 3 pillars of success: desire, dedication, and discipline. Tariq has the desire to be a football player. He has the desire to be a receiver. We're working on the dedication and the discipline to really separate himself and really get himself on par with some of the guys that were drafted.
Talking to Terrell Owens right now, Hall of Famer, his son Tariq, joining the 49ers, an undrafted free agent. It's crazy. You just mentioned Frank Gore, Jerry Rice's son, obviously, joining the Chargers too. So a great weekend for legacy 49ers, right? And their sons kind of taking that mantle over for them. And you mentioned your son. What are some of the key attributes that he has that you think translate over from the college to the pros?
Number one, the physical attributes. You think about the long arms, just his size. He's 6'2", 200 pounds. And as I did, he'll get better. He'll get bigger. He'll get stronger. Obviously, he'll get faster. A lot of people they're going to probably sleep on his speed. We've been working on really the fundamentals and the basics of route running, the transition, getting in and out of the routes. Again, as far as the playmaking ability, got to come once he gets everything down. He'll go into camp next week. He's already started to take some of the online classes with Coach Hankerson just to kind of dial in on the plays, things of that nature, just some of the verbiage and some of the things that I can really assist on, understanding the routes and the formations. Those are some of the things, again, we all had to go through as a rookie, and he's going to go through that as well. So, again, I've already told him, having me as a dad, it has nothing to do with the playmaking ability, anything of that nature. I told him I'm like having the answers to the test. And so if he's smart enough to actually lean on me, he has a foot up and a leg up on a lot of the competition.
Yeah, as you mentioned, over 18 yards per catch last season. Those are big-time numbers there. Brandon Aiyuk was second in the league when it came to yards per catch. And we'll get to Brandon Aiyuk because, T.O., I'm so happy they didn't trade him. People want to just trade these wide receivers like they grow on trees.
Right.
No, when you got a good one, you keep a good one. I need more playmakers for Brock Purdy here. Real quick.
I think to your point, and Brandon Aiyuk will probably appreciate me saying this, not only you got to have guys like Brandon Aiyuk, but you got to utilize these guys. You got to think, for me, understanding really the dynamics of just think about the Super Bowl. I think maybe he was underutilized a little bit in the Super Bowl. You think about what Debo can. Again, you got to have some good offensive coordinators, a lot of good game planning, and you got to utilize your weapons. And again, when it comes to the playoffs, especially Super Bowl. It's a game of chess, not checkers.
Right.
You got to be on your game. So these offensive coordinators, defensive coordinators, that's where the game is won and lost. It's third down and plays in the third down percentages and moving the chains and the red zone.
T.O., look, these guys have been rumored in trades. Deebo Samuel and Brandon Aiyuk. And John Lynch has come out saying, hey, we moved on in the offseason. Everybody's on board here. They draft Ricky Pearsall out of Florida in the first round. They draft another receiver out of Arizona, Jacob Cowing. If that was you, T.O., playing at the top of your game, because Aiyuk was 7th in the league in receiving yards, 2nd in the league in yards per catch. He caught 75 passes, and he didn't get the targets, as you mentioned. Would you be a little ticked off if your name was rumored to be traded or they was looking to move off of you because of money or financials or the salary cap situation? How would you have received that information there, knowing that your name has been rumored to be traded despite you balling out in this offense that averaged nearly 30 points a game?
Absolutely. I'll be pissed off. Look what happened to me in 2003. They traded me without even consulting or giving me any kind of heads up. They tried to ship me to Baltimore, and everybody realizes and knows what I did in San Francisco for 8 years. They chose to kind of make Jeff Garcia the priority when I was the one. I was the one moving the chains when I was there in San Francisco. So those guys have obviously they have the right, the prerogative to feel the way that they feel. Given, again, why they're there, given the opportunities that they probably didn't have going into that Super Bowl. And if you looked at how it played out, yeah, could they have gotten a little bit more plays here and there? Could Debo may have been utilized a bit more? I think he may have been banged up a little bit here and there. But again, when you think about Aiyuk and you think about how they lost that game, again, a few more opportunities here and there, then the outcome may have been a little bit different.
Talking to T.O. Terrell Owens right now on the Morning Roast, Spadoni alongside Bonte Hill. And T.O., when you look at this offense, this 49ers offense is just absolutely stacked. It's insane. All-pro at running back, all-pro tight end, all-pro at 2 different wide receivers, and obviously he's like an X-back, X whatever you want to call him, the X factor we call him, Deebo Samuel. So a guy like Ricky Pearsall, joining this offense that was just in the Super Bowl, that has been knocking on the door a couple times, and a guy like your son too, like, how do you fit in? Like, I cannot imagine the pressure of joining a stacked offense and trying to make a name for yourself while also trying to just do everything you're told. How difficult is it going to be for these rookies coming into this offense and coming into an offensive scheme like Kyle Shanahan's that demands a lot early on?
Honestly, I mean, before you get to that point, I mean, you talk about all the all pros and the statistics and where these guys rank and stack personally with their accomplishments, but you don't win championship. You don't win games based on, those accolades. There is no such thing as paper champs. Yep. Yeah, you look at it on paper. Yeah, they look good. They should win. But like I said, there's no such thing as paper champs. But to the latter part of that, when you think about obviously these guys being drafted with the expectations, obviously you hope to have their trajectory of why and where they were drafted. You would hope that lends to the offense, especially when you think offensively, that's where they drafted. You would hope that that's going to bode well for the offense, that they can pick it up and they can come in and make an immediate impact. As far as my son is concerned, hey, if he can come in, learn the offense, and that's what I told him first. Learn everything first, and then your playmaking ability, that'll take care of itself. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's not all about the most athletic. It's all about who knows and who knows the most and who's the most reliable. Yep. All of that will kind of play itself out. But again, these young guys can come in, and those veterans can show these guys the rope and bring them along. Then that's going to bode well, not only for the offensive side of the ball, not only for just the team as a whole, but the city, because now there's a lot of expectations, a lot of hopes that these guys can get back to the Super Bowl. Obviously, you got to win enough games, win a division, get into the playoffs. And then, like I said, it's anybody's game. You saw what the Detroit Lions have been doing the last few years. They've been knocking on the door. And again, like I said, they easily play here and there. They could have been playing in the Super Bowl. So sometimes it's all about how the ball bounces, but you got to have a little luck when you play this game. And like I say, I would rather be on the side of luck sometimes than being good.
Yeah, no doubt. T.O., look, Tom Brady got roasted last night on Netflix. Did you check it out at all? Did you check a couple snippets of that, T.O.?
I did. I'm probably like about an hour and a half in. Hey, bro, it's brutal, bro. They didn't hold any punches, bro. Like, yo, I was over there sweating. I was sweating myself. I was getting roasted. Man, I started thinking, man, I don't know if I want anybody to roast me.
I was just about to ask you, T.O., would you want to be roasted? You're sitting up there with the Hall of Fame limited edition cab and Vina 81 Vino, and you're sitting there in the King's chair, and they're Kevin Hart, Jeffrey Ross, Randy Moss, all these dudes taking. You couldn't handle it, T.O.? You wouldn't do the roast?
Hey, bro. Hey, they pay me well. Pay me as well. I'm pretty sure they did, Tom. They got me. Sign me up. But you got to know what you're signing up for. I don't know if Tom was ready for what he was signing up for. Let me tell you. There was no stone unturned, no joke, nothing, and nobody was off limits.
Were you surprised at how funny Bill Belichick was, T.O.?
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? Just with his demeanor, I kind of figured that just the way he is, his comedic timing, it was almost kind of natural for him.
Yeah.
Because he's kind of funny in his own right. A lot of those guys that probably went up there and tried to be funny with the comedic timing, it felt a little bit off. But because of who he is and how his demeanor is, he comes off like a dry humor type of comedian. So it came out well. And then as he went along, you could just tell he started to get a little bit more comfortable. So far, I've enjoyed it.
No, he did the shots with Robert Kraft at the end. They're all trying to make fun of it and stuff like that. It was a really good time to see that.
Yeah,
that was great.
I fast forwarded a little bit because I had a friend of mine, a famous actor. He texted me in the middle of the night, like literally, it was like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. He said, "Yo, have you watched the Tom Brady roast?" And then he told me, like, he gave me an opinion as who was terrible, who was good, and then he's like, "Yo," at the end, he said, "Yo." He said he really had an affection for Tom until the end. He was like, yo, Tom was arrogant, this and that and the other. So I was like, yo, so I had to fast forward. I haven't watched it in its entirety, but I'm going to kind of I'm gonna fast forward to see exactly what he's talking about. But he didn't like Tom Brady after the last little bit.
T.O., I look at Tom Brady this the way I look at you. I think both of you guys, if you join an NFL offense right now, you guys would fit in seamlessly together. I swear to God. Yeah. I swear to God, Tom Brady's one of those guys that can go in there right now. I feel the same way about you, T.O.
Well, I honestly, I still feel the same way as well. I'm putting it out here on the air. Trust me. If anybody can do it, I know that I can. And let me tell you, all you listeners and all you pundits and naysayers, look, I don't have to play every down. But when it comes down to third downs, which in the playoffs, those are very critical downs.
If money down.
Super Bowl.
That's the money down, T.O.
Exactly. That's why Buffalo wasn't in there this year. Third downs. Playmaking in the red zone. I am a viable option. I've been training. I've been working out with Tariq, not just teaching him, but I've been on the field just honestly to kind of, be an extension of Delphonte Diamond, who's out here. He's training a bunch of receivers. Not just, I'm an extension of him. So just to give him, honestly, a visual reference of how some of these routes should be run, should be ran, and how they should look. Because we're kind of similar in body types. Right. Obviously, like I said, he kind of runs kind of like how I ran early on in my career until I had an understanding of my gait, what speed I needed to run at and to get in and out of my routes. Those are things, again, that I'm helping Tariq, with his maturation process and his development of being a receiver. Again, everybody, they already started trolling my son. Yo, he's not going to look like me right away. And again, if you look at my first few years, right, I look the same way, if not worse. So there's a tremendous upside to Tariq and his abilities. So I just told him, don't worry about it. Keep working. That's what we're going to do. And again, like I said, if I can be anything like LeBron James and his son Bronny, or playing the same team, or playing the same area, hey, sign me up. I've already told Jed, and I'm telling Cal, and I'm telling John Lynch. Trust me, I am a viable option. Third downs and red zone.
I would never doubt you, T.O. I would never doubt you. I seen you cooking dudes at Jackson State when Dion brought you down there to Jackson State. You're out there cooking their top corners out there, man. I don't doubt you at all, T.O. I think you would be good for 25, 30 plays. Okay, sign me up for that. I'm here for the entertainment. I'll get my popcorn ready for that. I'll get my popcorn ready for that. Speaking of which, T.O., real quick, before we let you go, because we appreciate the time. Your thoughts on LeBron James and Kevin Durant? Our Golden State Warriors are down bad right now, not in the playoffs, trying to figure out how to be able to build this team around Stephen Curry and Draymond Green. What are your thoughts on LeBron or KD coming to the Golden State Warriors? Or KD, in his case, coming back to the Dubs?
I think it would be great if KD, I think it would be very apropos if he came back. He's been there. He knows the system. He knows those guys. In addition, obviously, Klay Thompson has to get 100% healthy. He has to get his body. I'm hoping that's what he does this summer is really kind of work on the Achilles, get the ACL leg strong, get back to playing like he needs to play. But again, to have both of those guys, just say both of those guys on the Warriors. Again, you can't be just paper champs. You got to have some chemistry. You got to do all that kind of stuff. But again, you look at KD and what he brings to the Warriors and what he brought. Again, if he didn't tear his Achilles, was 4 years ago? I mean, they could have won it. They could have won it again when he came back, and obviously he ruptured his Achilles. They were definitely trending in the right direction to obviously be on pace to win another championship. But again, like I said, with KD and his playmaking ability, his IQ for the game, he's already won a championship. Hey, why not? You can't beat him. Hey, join him.
I'm mad at that.
Not mad at that. Hall of Fame edition, T.O., one more time. Give us a plug. You give out a case. You could be signing a jersey or a football with the 24 cases left. The Kobe years. 24 cases left.
Mamba.
Hall of Fame 2018 limited edition. Some cab right now available at 81vino.com.
Can I give one more little snippet about the Lakers? I'm mad that they gave my man Darvin Ham a raw deal, bro. It can't be all the coaches. They did it with Luke Walton. They did it with Frank Vogel. Now they've done it with Darvin Ham. some of those players need to start taking some responsibility and accountability for the losses around there. They can't just be signing coaches to like 4 or 5 year deals and then they get 2 years in and then they just cut them. It's not always the coach's fault.
Who's it on? Who you holding accountable? Is it LeBron? Does it start with LeBron and AD? Anthony Davis?
I mean, you got to start with the general. You started up top.
Rob Pelinka?
Right, you're making those decisions because I'm sure LeBron and Rob, they go hand in hand. They're the ones, spearheading this whole situation. I mean, they started out with signing Carmelo, Russ. That thing didn't work out. Now he handpicked all these other guys. Now that didn't work out. Well, it can't be all the coaches.
It's got to be tough playing with LeBron James or trying to coach LeBron James, right, T.O.?
It's a gift and a curse.
I love LeBron.
Yes and no, but again, there's a lot of responsibility. If you're going to call yourself the GOAT and you're going to call yourself the king, there's a lot of responsibility that comes with that. You can't just handpick and delegate this, and that, and the other, and then, kind of throw your hand, throw it rough, hide your hand, and then all of a sudden now you put coaches in place just as well as players, and then somebody else, be the fall guy. Raw deal, that Darvin Ham had.
Yeah,
10 head coaches LeBron James has had in his career.
Somebody's got to take accountability down there. Listen, T.O., the rest of the playoffs, I know you're a huge fan. Before we get you out of here, is it on Minnesota? Is this Minnesota's title to lose? Is it Boston, New York? Who you rolling with here as we have 8 teams left in the NBA playoffs? Anthony Edwards, don't he remind you of a guy who played in Chicago and wore number 23? Ooh-wee.
Yeah, man. Hey, Ant-Man is playing out of this world, bro. He's playing some really, really good basketball right now. But again, like I said, you can't dethrone the champions until they lose.
Yeah.
Those guys, they're coached by Malone, who's a great coach. They're going to make some adjustments, and obviously it depends on the health of Jamal Murray. If he's not healthy, then it's not looking good for the Nuggets. But right now, those young guys are very, very hungry with the Minnesota Timberwolves, but don't count out the OKC Thunder. Jake Gilgeous-Alexander, he was my pick early on in the season to be MVP, and he definitely may be the MVP of the season this year. So again, those guys they're playing some great basketball as well. If you look at SGA's numbers, bro, he's balling out, and it's quiet because of the market that he's in, but OKC and SGA, he has them where they are right now. If they didn't have SGA, we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
No, he's a 3-level scorer. Gets to the free throw line. They got Jalen Williams. Absolutely. They got Lou Dort, Chet Williams. But no, SGA is their problem there. And the Clippers are probably regretting that, saying, man, we got Paul George. We can't get out to second round, first round. SGA looks like he's going to have OKC in contention for many years to come. T.O., always great spending time with you, man. We appreciate you chilling in the car right now on your ride, spending some time with us here via Zoom. Hall of Fame wine, 2018 limited edition. But more importantly, congratulations to you and your family. Yeah. We're pulling for your son, Terrell Owens. We'll see him out here, rookie camp, OTAs, training camp. Hopefully he makes this roster, man. But congratulations, because he does have a foot in the door in the National Football League. Like father, like son. T.O., man, what a proud moment for you.
Thank you, man. I'm very proud of him, man. And being that you said like father, like son, I'm going to start a YouTube channel and a show with that very title, like father, like son.
That's awesome. ...
Or is he?
Or is he?
Or is he?
T.O., you gonna hook us up with 5% of that, man? Come on, you can't be still. Hey, T.O., man, I just gave you a layup, T.O. Come on,
forever.
I just got off a call before I got on you guys with my guys. It's already in the works. Like son, or is he? That's what I'm saying.
We will be subscribing to that, no doubt about that. T.O., man, great catching up with you. We'll do it again soon, brother. Good luck on the wine too. 24 cases left. Get out there, folks. Only 24 cases left.
Go Niners.
Go Niners. Terrell Owens here on the Morning Roast. Thanks so much for the time here. Hall of Fame wide receiver. Always a good time with T.O.
That was awesome.
The show's flown by. We're already 3 hours down.
He brought it up. I want to get into Darvin Ham here after you do the legal.
After legal, where's Phil Mike? Phil Mike didn't say nothing. I know you want to disagree, but you did not have the guts, Spadoni. You didn't have the guts.
We were 25 minutes. We were 25 minutes into it, and I can already hear the boss man. Oh, Spadoni's filling in. He's pushing it with the Lakers question. I don't know about this. So
look at him, T.O., man. You could ask him anything.
Oh, he's great. He's tapped in.
He
said Shea was his guy early on.
Shea was his guy.
Okay.
Shea, I love Shea.
I don't know if he had stayed on the Clippers, if he becomes this version, though.
No doubt.
I don't know if that happens with Kawhi, with everything there. Although if Kawhi's missing all that time, maybe he does. But you're right. In a vacuum, it was a miss by the Clippers.
It was a miss because of what they've done. Yeah. And now they're in a situation, the Clippers, where they don't have a lot of cap space. You have Kawhi signed for 3 more years. He can't stay on the floor. What do you do with James Harden?
They signed him to an extension. How did they do
out of
that?
Nowhere,
How do you sign Kawhi to that extension?
How do you do that?
I get you're opening up a new arena. They've played their last game at Crypto.com Arena. They got all those toilets in Steve Ballmer's new place, but God.
But it's not like Kawhi is going to be your face of the franchise in terms of marketability, being out there. Like, he'll be out there in the community, but he's not as... Steph Curry go out there and he'll speak, and you can put him in front of everybody.
He's not LeBron.
He shows no personality.
No, he's Mike Trout. That's who he is. Who's not pulling anything there.
Wow.
That's what he is.
So Paul George, I'm so down on Paul George. And you watch the way they went out Friday night against Dallas, and they just got destroyed. Luka and Kyrie. By the way, Kyrie put on a show in that second half.
Speaking of a guy that's been staying healthy, so been good.
This series between OKC and Dallas and Minnesota and Denver, Spadoni, I'm as excited as that Kentucky Derby on Saturday. I'm dead serious. These playoffs, it's just, obviously our Warriors aren't
excited
in it.
too. He just got an extension.
He just got an extension. Mm-hmm. But Darvin Ham, let's get into that as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. I'm thinking about Tara Vanderveer and Stanford and the women's college basketball team and the job that it's going to be a tough job. It's going to be some tough shoes to fill when it comes to Tara Vanderveer, whoever takes over that job down at Stanford. I think they already hired somebody.
It's going to be like one of the toughest acts to follow. We're talking about Coach K.
Right.
And whoever just took over from this, or who's the Duke head coach
Singler.
now? But he did great.
No, not Singler.
No, they had a good run
now. Is it Shayer? Who the hell is the coach at Duke now?
I got it right here. John Shayer.
John Shayer. He
used to play there. Yes.
Yep, used to play there.
Who had a great first run, I would say. But you know what? It's not Coach K. It's not Coach K. So it's going to be very difficult if those deep playoff runs keep happening. That'll be something. Tara Vanderveer. But it feels like the Lakers, and I know Frank Vogel won in the bubble chip, and I know the Mickey Mouse ring, all that sort of stuff. But Phil Jackson, you're still searching for that. The Bulls have been searching for that, right?
K-Pay is a new coach.
K-Pay, there you go. So there you go. But that, again, that's one of the tougher acts to follow in sports. And for Darvin Ham, listen, I thought the nail in the coffin was early on in the season when he refused to go to the lineup that got him to the Western Conference Finals last year. And I just thought it was malpractice of coaching. Like you saw what the Lakers were in the playoffs last year with that starting five of Anthony Davis, LeBron James, Austin Reeves, Rui Hachimura, and D'Angelo Russell. Yeah. That was the starting five, or Jared Vanderbilt, but they mixed and matched it. Like those were it. But they refused to go back to it. And they started doing this mixing and matching. Gabe Vincent got hurt. Vanderbilt got hurt. They got these guys, Jackson Hayes in. It was a mess, and they could not find the right formula throughout the season. Unfortunately, that goes to the head coach for me. I know we all want to put it on LeBron James, but is
that job, Spadoni, not to cut you off.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that job the hardest job in sports? When you think about the brand, the name, the player you have to coach, the stars that you have to coach, the people you have to coach in front of, considering the banners and the history, the Lakers job may be the toughest job. Like, I'm thinking in all the world. Barcelona FC, Real Madrid,
those are different beasts.
Man City, those are different beasts. The Lakers are right there. Yeah. The Lakers may have the toughest, that may be the
Dallas
toughest
Cowboys,
job in sport. Dallas Cowboys,
New York Yankees.
been the head coach,
exactly. But even the Yankees, Aaron Boone hasn't won anything, but he's been
there for a while. I think they respect him because of the way the team has been constructed.
Legacy player, too.
Dallas Cowboys job, as tough as it gets. Yeah. Coaching under Jerry Jones and that fan base.
Niners is tough, too. They went through a slew of coaches.
Yeah. But our fan base is a little lenient in terms of like.
It's different.
It is a little
Northern
different.
California is just different. Yes.
The Laker job, so what T.O. was saying, somebody has to take accountability.
Well, he was kind of beating around the bush. I think he was saying LeBron James. I think that's basically what he was saying. But, I mean, he's a player, Bonte.
Does LeBron James allow himself to be coached? Does AD allow himself to be coached?
I mean, it goes back to that James Harden cut we got. He's like, I'm not a system player. I am the system. LeBron James is the system. I mean, 4 rings will speak to that. He's won a championship in each one of his locations. So what he says goes. I think when he tuned out Darvin Ham, though, is when the team tuned him out. So he leads by example, and the players follow. But honestly, I think the players, they all went to Phil Handy. That was kind of the players' coach on the team. I don't think Darvin Ham was a players' coach, and that's what they needed.
Well, Phil Handy got released as well.
He did, but I think they might bring him back depending on who that next hire will be. They whiffed when they could have had Tyronn Lue. Back in 2019, it was right there on a silver platter. They could have had him. The Clippers got him instead. They won Frank Vogel. They got a ring. I'll say that. Frank Vogel got a ring with them, but he was gone just a year removed from that. Then they bring in Darvin Ham, kind of an unknown assistant coach of the Milwaukee Bucks with Mike Budenholzer, who, by the way, now is being a candidate for the Lakers job, which would be very interesting.
I would not want that job.
But would Mike Budenholzer want that job?
Right. When you think about the jobs that are open now, and it's going to be, it's the Lakers, right?
The Lakers, who else you got out there?
Nobody else gotten fired. Lakers, Charlotte Hornets. They haven't hired anybody yet, right?
No. And the Clippers are trying to extend Tyronn Lue.
Brooklyn hired the assistant coach of the Sacramento Kings.
They got rid of Jacques Vaughn early on in the season.
That Lakers job, I don't know. Coach Budenholzer, does that do anything? I don't know. Does
Ty Lue want to jump ship?
Can you entice Ty Lue?
Does Ty Lue want to come over there? He used to play there, so that might be a thing there where he used to play. Obviously, the famous, everyone thinks of Ty Lue, they think of Allen Iverson stepping over him in the finals. Way back when, once upon a time. But that's a great question. Is that the most undesirable job right now or the hardest job? Like, because I do think the desire, like you still have Anthony Davis, you have LeBron James, the cachet of the Lakers. Because if you win there, Bonte, you're immortalized forever.
Yeah.
Like you won there. That's why it is always going to be a free agent destination because of the market.
Think about that. He won
in that jersey.
Darvin Ham, first year you go to the Western Conference Finals.
Wasn't good enough.
I get that. This year, you lose to the champs in 5, and what people say is one of the greatest 5-game series ever.
I mean, they lost on 2 buzzer beaters, but you lost. It is what it is.
And you
I hate
axed.
saying that, but that's what it is.
The Lakers absolutely were terrific in going down in this series. I'm not sure I've seen a more impressive performance in a sweep ever.
Thanks, Brandon.
Now, when you talk about attractive destinations, is Orlando one of those destinations after they lost in 7 games yesterday to Cleveland? Here's Shams Charania from The Athletic on who may be interested in wearing the jersey down in Orlando.
The Magic can open up in excess of $60 million in cap space this offseason. So there are going to be players, when you think about free agency and other moves that can be made, you look at scoring. In Game 7, obviously struggled a little bit to score the ball, especially in the second half of the game when the Cavs and Donovan Mitchell kept coming for them. So you look at the point guard position, but also shooting and scoring on the wing. And one name to keep an eye on, Klay Thompson. I'm told there is mutual interest between the Magic and Klay Thompson. Thompson, along with several other vets around the league, are looking at the Magic as a situation where if you plug in a guy like Klay Thompson, you plug in another veteran player, whether it be at the point guard position, the shooting guard position, this team can make a real jump around Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. Both guys, Paolo Banchero already a star, already a guy that's been a part of Team USA. Franz Wagner has the ability to potentially be an all-star as well. But if you plug in some more shooting and scoring, I think that's what can take this Orlando team to another level.
So Klay Thompson and Orlando rumors are only going to ramp up.
I love that fit for him, though, Bonte.
I do love the fit for him.
It's just a perfect market for him, I think, at this stage of his career.
I do think Orlando, though, their first move should be
Malik Monk.
Yeah. Malik Monk's a guy I think they should pinpoint. And you know what? Watching them late in that game, wouldn't it be bad to have Chris Paul off that bench?
Yeah.
Chris Paul's going to help some team. Chris Paul's going to help some team at the point guard position. Whether or not he's a starter or not, we'll see. But will Klay be a fit in Orlando? Would Warrior fans be okay with... How many Warrior fans want Klay back? Because of the conversation this offseason, coming off that playing game in which he went 0 for 10, Klay Thompson, I haven't heard a lot of Dub Nation. Maybe I've just been out of the loop. But how many fans do want Klay Thompson back? At all cost. Do you want Klay back? When you hear that, what goes through your brain, Dub Nation? What goes through your brain like, wow, the realization that Klay may move on? Now, I said earlier in the show, I'm starting to get to the point where I would be surprised if Klay did wear a Warrior uniform again. But then again, I could be wrong. I'm wrong all the time.
I think Warriors fans have emotionally prepared themselves for the likelihood that Klay Thompson is no longer a Golden State Warrior.
Wow.
I think a lot of fans have come to that realization.
Have they? 888-957-9570. That's the number, the hotline. That's the number to the Xfinity mobile text line. Have we become, as a fan base, have we started to just take a step back and say, boy, the realization that Klay will move on? or may move on. Now, does he want to move on? I have no idea. I haven't heard anything on Klay's front. It's been radio silent. Is Klay ready to move on? Does he want to go all the way to the East Coast? He's a West Coast guy. He's been here his whole career.
He just needs to be near water. He's a water guy. Just be near some water.
Is Orlando near water? I heard it was central.
There's like lakes and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, our Florida correspondent, Sam Lubman, might be able to speak to Orlando.
Where is Orlando? Central Florida?
In Florida, you're never less than 60 miles away from any major body of water.
All right.
It's good enough. You can go down to Santa Cruz, right?
So Orlando is pretty central, but yeah, it's a quick hop and a skip over to the beach. He'll be fine.
All right, let's continue to talk about that. Plus, the roast of Tom Brady will play some of the jokes on the other side, Spadone.
And I want to get into Brock Purdy v. Caleb Williams conversation there. That might open up a can of worms
for tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we might be. If that might be, you want to tease that for sure. We have 24-hour tease if you want.
Listen, I like Brock Purdy. But I don't like what you're going to say about that situation.
Oh, okay.
209, ride or die with Klay. 408, I want the Warriors to move on from Klay, even though they will need to replace that shooting. 650, Klay at less than 20 a year works, but it doesn't sound like Orlando. 650 is only going to offer 20 a year. Sound like they're ready to throw him the big bag. We'll talk about that coming up. Brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Hey, look, buddy, you have more rings than I do, but I've experienced a couple things that you will never experience. The feeling of being the number 1 overall draft pick in the NFL. And a 28th wedding anniversary. It was yesterday.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Tom Brady roasted yesterday on Netflix. We got a wide open phone lines here. If you want to discuss the Warriors, Brandon Ingram, does he interest anybody? Brandon Ingram, Pelicans could be in business to trade one of their big assets as they try to figure out what to do with Zion Williamson, Brandon Ingram, and that young Pelicans team. Jonathan Kuminga, would you rather have him? Klay Thompson or Orlando? Shams Charania says it has legs to it. We had the final 8 in the NBA playoffs. We got the Giants stinking it up. They're trying to avoid a 4-game sweep in Philadelphia. And it's not going to be easy because Zach Wheeler's on the mound for the Phillies. Giants can't buy a hit. Good Lord. Been awful. We got the Kentucky Derby race.
Black.
Mason Black making his debut. A lot of people are excited about Mason Black. Real quick, Lubman, give us a scouting report on Mason Black. 30 seconds or less. Give us a scouting report on Mason Black. Who is he? What is he? What should we expect from him today on the mound?
No, he's a good pitcher. I mean, for what I've looked at him, he looks like he has very good control, very high strikeout guy. Last week, I was watching a video. I think he went like 5 innings, struck out 7 last week. So he's got good control there. He was their number 8 prospect last year. He was the guy I was banging on the table saying Farhan should be dangling him in trade conversations, but that's a different kind of story. So, I think he could be a good, mid back of the rotation starter. And so, I'm excited to see what he does today. It's a pitcher from the Giants farm system, and the Giants farm system is actually doing kind of well with pitching. So there's reasons to be optimistic.
Well, there's two sides. There's offense, defense, there's special teams.
He can't help
pitching.
Offense, unfortunately.
We need bats. Speaking of which, it's Willie Mays' 93rd birthday.
Special teams in baseball?
The special teams would be, I guess special teams in baseball would be the relievers. Is that the special teams aspect?
Okay, that's
bullpen, that's your special teams?
Well, I was reading the scouting report on this guy, like, the NFL pipeline on Mason Black and stuff like that. He's kind of like a 2-pitch guy. He doesn't have a diverse repertoire of pitches, so they kind of slot him in his future potentially as a very like legit bullpen kind of arm, but they're going to give him some shots here to start and see how things shake out. Maybe he has 2 dominant pitches and he can add a third. That's what the good ones do.
That's what the good ones do.
That's, I think, when Tim Lincecum first came up. He just had the fastball and the changeup, and then eventually you start adding more pitches in. So, that's just Logan Webb. He was a 2-pitch guy for a while, and then he started adding the changeup. So it's very common for pitchers to come up here with 1 or 2 pitches, and they develop their game as they go along.
Speaking of Tim Lincecum, today was 17 years ago today, made his debut with the Giants.
Wow.
The big leagues. 17 years ago.
Against the Phillies.
That game was a very warm Sunday night baseball game. Yeah, he gave up, I think, a base hit and then a double, then a home run. It was about as bad of a debut as you could expect.
Well, Ryan Howard, I think, hit one off the bricks.
Chase Utley then took him deep right after that.
Yeah, it was not a pretty debut for Tim Lincecum, but 17 years ago today. And speaking of which, Willie Mays' birthday. 93 years old. So get one for Willie. Get one for the Say Hey Kid.
And for Bob Spadoni, 75 years old.
Oh, yeah, get one for Bob Spadoni. Is he a Giant fan?
Yeah, he is. Big Giants fan. But I'm an A's fan because he took me all the A's games because they were cheap. Yeah. So there you go. That's how it works.
Which the A's are playing well. Better record than the Giants right now. Giants,
Rooker, man.
through 35 games, have a worse record this season than they did a year ago. They were actually a game better last season at this point of the season. They need to get rolling here in a heartbeat. Real quick, let's get to Nick in Sunnyvale, as he's got a Warrior trade idea. I've been hearing his name a little bit here. I want to get Spadoni's thoughts on it. Nick, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah, I want to talk about Lauri Markkanen. I mean, I don't get why Brandon Ingram is so talked about. It should be Lauri. Also, I want to ask, why are you talking about Kentucky Derby? That's kind of a weird sport. The NHL is out, but, no hockey, so forget it.
Oh, who was that? Nick calling out a where was that?
Sunnyvale. So he doesn't want us to talk about the Derby, but we can talk hockey instead, which is kind of the same level.
You know what? Since you led me there, there's no Sharks in the playoffs, although you did have a Game 7. Stars beat the Golden Knights last night.
Former Sharks coach, Peter
Draft
DeBoer.
lottery is tomorrow, though, for all those Sharks fans out there.
Draft lottery.
The Sharks going to get that number 1 pick, Macklin Celebrini. Bring him home.
Now, Lauri Markkanen.
We just talked hockey right there.
Yeah, Lauri Markkanen, 23 points a game, 6 rebounds, played in 55 games. Good 3-point shooter, shot 40% from 3, 48% from the floor. Lauri Markkanen. What would Utah want for Lauri Markkanen? It sounds good.
Well,
but what are you willing to give up for Lauri Markkanen? But since Nicholas in Sunnyvale say, why are you talking about the Kentucky Derby? Here's why, Nicholas, just for you.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby. Fierceness had an okay start. He came away in the middle of the pack. Track Phantom will go to the early lead, and now John Velasquez gets Fierceness into the mix. Stronghold is there. Epic Ride goes up on the far outside. Just Steel is close up to as they race past the first time. And then comes Mystic Dan down on the inside of West Saratoga. Resilience is next. Then comes Society Man on the outside, out just a touch, Catalytic along the rail. Nordic is next, saving all the ground into that turn. Then comes Catching Freedom, Domestic Product, Rambo the first, then Japan's Forever Young down on the inside. Sierra Leone has 3 horses beaten. They are Geo Password, Honor Marie, and Endlessly. So this important half mile coming up here. They run that first half in 46.63 seconds. Pace is even enough, not flying. Track Phantom the leader. Just Steel perched up on the outside second. Fierceness is third just outside of them. Then Stronghold, Mystic Dan to the inside. Epic Ride 3 wide. West Saratoga in behind that group. Then Stronghold, he's got 7 lengths to make up. Look back for Sierra Leone. He's still about 14 lengths behind as Track Phantom passes the half-mile pole with the lead. And Fierceness is moving now. And going right with him is Just Steel. The 3 of them across the track. Then long shot Epic Ride. Mystic Dan toward the inside. Stronghold is next. Then Fierceness. Sierra Leone and Forever Young still with work to do. Forever Young is starting to pick it up as they come toward the top of the stretch. It is Fierceness who's moving up on the outside of Track Phantom. And there on the far outside, here comes a run from Stronghold and Resilience. And Resilience has now moved up to take the lead as Fierceness is given way, coming by the 16th hole. And Mystic Dan is now come through on the inside. It is Mystic Dan down toward the inside with the lead in the final 16th. Forever Young, Sierra Leone is coming. These 3 coming down to the wire. Who's it going to be? Oh, it's a photo of the Derby. Oh, it's a photo. Was it Mystic Dan or was it Sierra Leone? Forever Young was between them. Catching Freedom finished fourth. A photo finish to decide the 150th Kentucky Derby.
If you don't like that, you don't have a freaking pulse. Come on. Larry Comas, NBC Sports, a photo finish at the Derby. Mystic Dan, 18-1 odds. Wins it. He was 7. He had the 7th best odds to win the Derby. And our man, Carter, who's named after Little Wayne, lost all his money on the pony Saturday.
No.
I picked every horse except for Mystic Dan.
Oh, my God. Everyone?
Every horse except Mystic Dan. Who went, by the way, that trainer, that owner, went double-double. Won the Kentucky Oaks Friday and won the Derby on Saturday. First time since Ben Jones in 1952. Mm-hmm. How about them apples,
great Ben Jones.
The great Ben Jones, 1952. Kentucky Oaks Derby winner. Hadn't been done until Saturday when trainer Kenny McPeak did it and teamed up for the wire-to-wire win in the Kentucky Oaks. And then, of course, Saturday night. So that call, Nicholas in Sunnyvale, that's what sports all about. Appreciate all sports, all competition, and all great broadcasts like that one from Larry Comas.
We like hockey. We like horse racing. It's all fun. I contend that NHL hockey, all the craziness happens that more so than the other big 3. Like, you want a first-round upset, you usually get them. You want some team you never heard of, like the Carolina Hurricanes going all the way and winning it, that happens. And I like that about NHL. But come on, it's the Kentucky Derby. We can talk about that.
The 150th.
Yes, that's a big
Kentucky
deal.
Derby.
It's a big deal.
We had some good hockey yesterday. Rangers, Canes starting off that second round series. That was a fun one. Then how about Joe Pavelski knocking the Knights out of the playoffs once again? Love to see that. Down goes Vegas.
Are we going to see that with the Denver Nuggets potentially in the NBA, the defending champs going out in the second round, Bonte? We were just talking outside with Evan Giddings and Matt Steinmetz about that. You believe in the Minnesota Timberwolves?
I do believe in the Minnesota. I believe in the Minnesota Timberwolves. By the way, 510 Xfinity Mobile text line. Love the horse energy bots. Are you going to do the same for the Preakness and the Belmont? You damn right I will. You damn right I will. I'm all in.
We'll get Todd back on for that one.
I'm all in for all this stuff. Champions League injected in my veins. Kentucky Derby, Triple Crowns, all that stuff. Belmont State injected in my veins. Stanley Cup playoffs injected into my veins. NBA playoffs injected in my veins. I'm all about everything right now. All of Premier League going down to the wire between Arsenal and Man City. See, I told you guys, when I was well-rounded, I wasn't just saying that. I don't say things just for shock value, damn it. 10 don't even get me started. Wimbledon's right around the corner.
Oh.
Roland Garros first at the French Open. Clay courses, Clay tournaments coming to us.
And Klay Thompson this summer.
And Klay Thompson.
There you go.
Where's he going to play?
There's so much Clay happening.
So much stuff
Clay
happening.
Day.
Clay Day.
And we got the Olympics this summer. So not only will you have Wimbledon and the French Open, you'll have the Olympic Games as well.
PGA Championship around the corner, too.
Oh,
PGA Championship. Where's Shasky?
Who says this is the offseason in sports right now?
No, it's not the offseason. I told you guys, in sports radio, in this business, when you get to the offseason, the champs separate themselves from the chumps.
Mm-hmm. The paper champs, as T.O. said?
The paper champs, as T.O. said. Who comes in here saying, we don't have a lot to talk about? There's plenty out there if you're locked in. There's plenty out there.
By the way, Terrell Owens, you want to find that entire interview on the Odyssey app, download that bad boy. Also YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, Bonte, or the app formerly called Twitter. We're on X. We're streaming, baby. Let's go.
Let's go. We're on X now. Oh, boy.
X gonna give it to him. Let's go.
That could be.
Is that dangerous?
That is dangerous.
Well, because all the responses, half of them will be porn bots. But other than that,
I'm going to be humble in this one. By the way, shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. See, Nicholas and Sunnyvale got off the line very fast.
Yeah, no, that was way too quick.
Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. So you got Klay Thompson rumors. Brandon Ingram, I just thought about a name as we talk about the offseason here. Kevin Durant. Now, Draymond Green was going off on this podcast because James Jones, the GM of the Suns, were saying that KD hasn't been maximized yet. Well, Draymond disagree with that. Big time.
James Jones had his interviews, end of season rap interviews, said, in quote,
figure out how to maximize Kevin Durant. No one's done it yet. I believe we'll be the first team to do it. Because we can maximize him, we can maximize our entire roster. We're a better team.
I was baffled when I watched James Jones make this comment because, and I get, you got to see the whole interview. What he was doing was being a leader. Let me try to take some of this pressure off Kevin. Let me try to help Kevin and blah, blah, blah. I get it. When your team does not have plays to get Kevin Durant coming off a pin down, get Kevin Durant catching the ball at the elbow with a live dribble, getting Kevin Durant to the spots that Kevin Durant want to get to and like to score from, when your team is set up that way, I'm sorry, but you didn't maximize Kevin Durant. Don't say nobody has maximized Kevin Durant because you've been on the wrong side of Kevin Durant being maximized.
That's a good point. I'm with Day-Day there. He was on the wrong side of that. And he's right. The Warriors did maximize Kevin Durant. That's been the Phoenix Suns. We were talking about this during the tail end of the season. I said, Spadoni, why does Vogel just have KD just run it to the corner? So weird how they run their offense in Phoenix.
He's not an offensive coach. He's a defensive guy, and he just did not. He was not the right coach. Just like we're talking about, kind of a little bit. Like that's not his skill set. It's not his forte. And also just Bradley Beal. He's not the guy for that team. He's not the guy. A lot of people thought he was going to be. A lot of Warriors fans thought he was going to be that number 2 guy to Stephen Curry. He is not that. And now I'm looking at rumors and NBA executives starting talking about Devin Booker potentially being the guy that they move off of, which would be insane to me. But NBA executives, apparently, Bonte, I was reading this, NBA rumor mill. Devin Booker and Victor Wembanyama on the Spurs together potentially one day.
No, I like that fit better than New York Knicks.
That would be interesting.
I like that better than New York Knicks.
That fascinates me.
I believe Devin Booker grew up in Mississippi as well, so,
Not in Texas, but I get you.
Not in Texas, but close. But I think basically, I was just trying to make the correlation. That small market, he played in Mississippi, San Antonio, small market. But wow,
I don't know if he's ever going to. I don't know if he's going to be a number 1 on a championship team.
Dude,
I don't know if he's ever going to be that.
He could play better defense because you got Wemby behind you, blocking shots and rejecting things. Wow,
talking about elevating others around him. Victor Wembanyama is going to be that guy like LeBron James was, just elevating all the talent around him.
That perks me up.
But Kevin Durant, as far as maximizing, yes. I mean, no one's arguing with Draymond there about the Warriors and what they were able to do. Bonte, they had the greatest team of all time, arguably. It's them and the Bulls and maybe the 2000 Lakers. That was the greatest run we have ever seen from a championship team. Yes, they utilized him, and I just think it was just Draymond wanted to go at James Jones. He's wanted to go at guys a lot lately, and I get it, # new media and all that. But when I saw him breaking down Patrick Beverley and his antics after the game and potentially, getting suspended and all that, and you got to be there for your team. I just have to roll my eyes when I'm hearing talk like that. Maybe less is more right now when it comes to Draymond Green. I'm just going to leave that there.
Today on Steiny Guru.
Oh, is that
straight from the Steiny Guru 95.7 pre-show meeting.
Oh.
Steiny going, I'll let the audience roast me today. Bring it. Guru goes, hell yeah, I'll let that audience roast me today as well.
Oh, no.
So they're going to have people roast them coming off the roast.
Oh.
I'm out.
Real quick before we get to the roast.
Can they handle that real quick? No, before you get to that.
Well,
which one of those guys is going to handle it better? It's Daryl the Guru Johnson, right? Right?
Yay!
You want to leave that alone, Bonte?
Thoughts after this soundbite from Draymond and how the Suns can maximize KD.
Maximizing Kevin Durant requires you to get Kevin Durant to the spot that Kevin Durant likes to score from. And y'all didn't do that because they thought that they could get it done without having a point guard. You want to maximize Kevin Durant? Go get a point guard. Put him in position to score. Take some of the other weight off his shoulders. But until you do that, you will be singing the same tune that nobody maximized Kevin Durant because y'all didn't.
Yeah, they need a point guard. We said that all season long. Here's Draymond on KD's defense being better in Golden State.
Go look at his defense when he was with us. Go look at his defense this year. Sometimes it was good, not as consistently as it was with the Warriors. When K was with the Warriors, he was one of the best rim protectors in the league. Yep, you heard it. I'm going to say it again. He was one of the best rim protectors in the league. Our small lineup worked in part because teams would try to go small and have no rim protection and think we just out there. No, me and K out there protecting that rim. Andre come across, strip you. K was protecting the rim. If the Phoenix Suns want to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves, K, who I know can be a great defender, got to go guard Anthony Edwards. That never happened for a large part of the series.
So that's Draymond Green on KD's defense. Let's move on here because will KD be back here with the Golden State Warriors? I have my doubts. Let's go to Harrison in San Jose. Harrison, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? I had a quick question. I know we've heard a fair amount about B.I. I know we've heard a fair amount about Laurie and KD, which I personally don't see happening with Draymond on the team again. But I wanted to ask what you guys thought about Paul George. He's expected to explore his options this offseason. And one last thing, Nick and Sunnyvale, get out of here with that talk, man. We can talk about Kentucky Derby if we want.
There you go. I like that. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm out on Paul George, man. I'm out on Paul George. It's
34.
It's 34 years
getting
old.
Older.
As a third option, sure, but it's not enough for me. It's just not enough.
He's also just getting you. That's the thing, the age for me. I feel like Brandon Ingram, and if you want to go Laurie Marketing, like those fill two needs. It's youth and size for me. Yes, you get size and you get scoring with Paul George, and so pretty good defense, I would say. But the guys come up small in very big moments for me. He was the second option, a lot of time the first option for this Clippers team that had a lot of expectations this year. I know the Kawhi injury is massive. He's one of the, when healthy, one of the best players in the NBA. You had Russell Westbrook, you had James Harden, and he was the de facto leader of that team, Bonte. Yeah. And they just come up short too many times for me. They came up short in Indiana when he was the lead guy. If you want to go to Oklahoma City, and now with the Clippers. So maybe if he's the second or third guy, but even then, I don't know if Paul George, you put him on this Warriors team, is that vaulting you in to the second, third round? And I just, for me,
I don't think so.
I think we're lockstep here on Paul George and him not taking you over the top. Maybe a team like Philadelphia, maybe a team like Orlando. I'm not sure there. Maybe. Who can use the scoring? That is something he can do, is score the basketball. So if you need scoring on your team, he can give you that. But you also need some youth on this Golden State Warriors team.
You need to get younger in a heartbeat, not get older here. Speaking of which, 650 mobile text on it. Steiny and Guru both get roasted. Someone will call out tomorrow. And speaking of roasting, the reason why their show is going to be about roasting each other is because Tom Brady got roasted yesterday in Inglewood, California. It was on Netflix yesterday.
Live.
A lot of his former teammates live. Robert Kraft was in the building. I saw Jim Harbaugh in the building. A lot of people there.
They panned Rich Eisen a bunch, too. NFL Network.
Rich Eisen was there chuckling a little bit.
Having a great time.
So there's a couple snippets of the roast in case you missed it. Here's Tom Brady on Philly fans.
In Philly, they have to grease up the light poles so people don't climb them after games. You know how they grease up those poles? They rub someone from Philadelphia on them.
Give you a 2 for that.
Tom Brady on Deflategate.
Remember Deflategate? The NFL spent $20 million and found
that it was more probable than not, that I was generally aware that someone may have deflated my footballs, you could have just given me the $20 million and I would just told you I did it.
How do you feel about that? Him basically admitting to quote-unquote cheating.
Yeah, well, all teams do that, though, with the footballs. All teams, quarterbacks and kickers, they doctor the balls. And, they all do it. They've been doing it for years. It happens at the high school level, college level, JUCO level, you name it.
Were you hosting during that time when Deflategate was happening yet?
I don't think so.
Okay.
14.
Yeah, I wasn't
that was
yet.
way longer. I thought it was 15, 16.
I was still working a graveyard shift for the Giants replay games.
Got you.
I remember I was actually doing shows for Miami's campus radio station that they actually had to do a show like the weekend after that whole thing broke. So it was in the championship game, right, against the Colts when that happened.
Correct.
I think I had to do a weekend show in between that. And basically my whole point that I made at the time, which I don't know how well this take aged, was they won 45-10. If you really think the footballs were the difference there, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, they
that
weren't
Colts
the
team. I loved Andrew Luck too. He was just had no help whatsoever on those teams.
Tom Brady, our Chiefs fans being 14-year-old girls.
Stadium is the loudest. It helps when all your fans are 14-year-old girls. And in honor of Tay-Tay, let's take a look at the Chiefs eras. Terrible for 50 years, good for 5. Shake it off.
Not bad. Who's writing these for him, by the way? Is it Kevin Hart that's there?
Yeah, I don't know, but Nikki
I would
Glaser.
explain why they're so bad if Kevin Hart's right.
Right, yeah, Kevin Hart is, in my opinion, overrated.
He jumped the shark so long.
Yeah, Nikki Glaser. I thought she stole the show.
She might have been the MVP.
Including this Bitcoin joke on Grok.
Tom also lost $30 million in crypto. Tom, how did you fall for that? I mean, even Gronk was like, me know that not real money.
That was, I think, probably the only joke that Nikki told last night that we can actually play.
Yeah, there's some of the filthy ones that we cannot play.
She is so good at these.
Who could handle being roasted here at 95.7 The Game? Guru is starting going to take a crack at it from 10 to 2. 630 may be onto something here. Xfinity Mobile text line. Bonte would only be allowed to be roasted if him and his people approved every joke. Now, I've been going back and forth with this. Would I be able to handle being roasted?
The king is kind. The king is just.
You'd have to pay me a lot of money to be roasted.
It's like the, what is that? The correspondence dinner for the president where they come on. I think Colin Jost was the recent one. I think you could handle if you had that sort of situation.
Going to George Washington High School, you had to be able to handle getting roasted. I had a lot of days on the back of the 31 Balboa or the 5 Fulton or the 38 Gary of being roasted.
You got the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame tonight, correct?
Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame is tonight.
Is there going to be some roasting there, lightweight? Because that's kind of what it is. It's an ESPYs style, I would assume. I haven't been there.
There will not be any roasting going on at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Okay, so there's not going to be any
Norm Macdonald types there, RIP or anything like that? You're not going to crack
What
any
would you say about Brian Sabian to roast him?
I don't know.
See, I think that's why there's no roast tonight.
Be careful.
Who really wants to roast Brian Sabian?
John, you want to roast John Taylor? I may fight somebody for roasting John Taylor. Patrick Marlowe.
Don't talk about that.
Jenny Thompson. Chris Wondolowski. Any one of those guys getting roasted?
Well, you can roast him for not making that kick in the World Cup against Belgium.
Could Steiny really handle being roasted? I don't know. That's
you have to be built for it. See, I have 5 older brothers. I think I've heard everything about my physical appearance my entire life.
Me too.
So that doesn't really bother me. But people that know you, could get to the deep nitty and gritty and can roast your ass, like your best friends and stuff like that, or your significant others. But even then, it's just like whatever. When you get legit comedians, though, it's another level. Like Nikki Glaser and Jeff Ross, they are built for that. That is their comedy arena, and they will dig deep. Like they were going at Aaron Hernandez yesterday, and they were getting, you can see how uncomfortable. They were going at Robert Kraft, getting the rub and tugs. They were getting uncomfortable. Tom, by the way, that whole thing.
Here it is, Jeff Ross.
He said, I'm the best decision their organization has ever made. Would you like a massage? I love Robert Kraft. I love Okay.
Don't say
that. Yeah, that was Tom.
Was that real?
Do you think it was real?
I think Tom.
That was performative to me. That was like, I need to act like I actually like that offended me because I want to save face with my buddy Robert Kraft, who we're very tight with, and I'm trying to become an owner in the NFL, and I need an owner's approval there. So let me act like this really bothered me.
It felt performative. If that wasn't okay, but the jokes said about Aaron Hernandez were, like the joke that Nikki Glaser had about Aaron Hernandez, I don't want to repeat it, But like, if that was okay, but the massage joke isn't, something weird's going on. So I think that was performance.
Well, the relationship also way different between Hernandez and Robert Kraft. Like Robert Kraft fought for Tom so hard in that locker room when Bill Belichick wanted to pivot to Jimmy. Mm-hmm. So they are so damn tight. And again, I think it goes back to the owner thing. And they joked about that actually, about Tom Brady wanting to own the Raiders because he's already owned the Colts and the Bills throughout his career.
Right.
That was funny. That was clever. I just thought it was performative. Personally, I did.
Nikki Glazer had a couple good lines there
about the boyfriend. The
boyfriend. So I was like, "You idiot! You allowed your wife to take jiu-jitsu classes where she met her boyfriend." Like she had I can't repeat them. But
no, you cannot.
Had a few. But here's one that Drew Bledsoe. I thought Drew Bledsoe was very underrated during the Tom Brady roast.
So hey, look, buddy. You have more rings than I do, but I've experienced a couple things that you will never experience. The feeling of being the number 1 overall draft pick in the NFL. And a 28th wedding anniversary. It was yesterday.
That was pretty good.
That is really good.
That is really good stuff right there.
Drew Bledsoe slept on, by the way. I was just looking at his bio and stuff like that.
Oh, Drew Bledsoe
he has some records. He threw 70 passes in a game once. That's a record.
Spadoni always bring this up.
How do you have 4 touchdown passes in overtime, by the way? How's it even possible?
How's that possible?
He says most overtime touchdown passes with 4 in NFL record.
Oh, wow.
That must have been his career?
Career-wise, not in the game.
I was going to say, how was that possible?
Yeah, career. That had to be career, not in the game.
Yeah, because that was back when a touchdown ended over.
Yeah.
That's what I figured. That's confusing.
Yeah. No.
He also has 45 completions, is the most ever in NFL.
Bledsoe is very good. You know who could be a roast master here at 95.7 would be Filmo Mike.
That's a good one.
Filmo Mike would have jokes for everybody. Filmo Mike here on the Morning Roast. What's up, Filmo?
What's up, Bonte? I ain't talked to you in a while, baby. Spadoni, you sounding good, blood.
Hey, thanks, man. That means a lot. Thanks, Filmo.
Nah, it's all love. Don't be like Mark Willard. He be talking all day. Anyway,
That's a roast. That's one down. You got 5 more to go.
Hey, Dib's contract sweet. He like talk 7 times an hour, and then you feel me? You good.
That's a good roast. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Hey, get him out. What you got for Steiny and Guru? How would you roast Steiny and Guru, Philmo, since you're on the roll right now?
How would I get at Steiny and Guru? Yeah. Oh, Steiny is Steiny, Mr. Mean. You feel me? He always grumpy and always mad. But Steiny keep it real though. You gotta love Steiny. And then Guru, Mr. Gullible. He think everybody's a star. Oh my God, Guru's funny. He's hilarious.
What about Shasky and Spadoni? Roast Shasky and Spadoni.
Oh man, Spadoni be in the morning. Spadoni, you need to. I ain't gonna say take no SNG pills. You need to take some more coffee in the morning. Spadoni be hella tired in the morning.
Damn.
I'm talking to myself, Filmo.
Shasky, he like, oh my God, what did I tell you last week, Vontae? Like, he's so bougie. Shasky's so bougie. Oh my God, I can't even call him Sausalito Shasky. He bougier than that. He get on his roll where he like, oh my God, I can't take this. I can't take that. Shut up, Shasky. Anyway,
all right, what about me? What about I gotta leave. I gotta get myself in there. It wouldn't be right if I don't throw myself in there.
Oh, you, Bonte? Oh, man, come on, blood. I could talk about you all day, Bonte. You know, you feel me? You sometimes you're a little, you be messing up on your words sometimes, Bonte. I be hearing you, but hey, I do the same thing. And then I remember one time somebody was like, well, describe Bonte. I was like, well, Bonte sometimes give you the weather and not the news, because sometimes he might put a little spit on you or something like that. You got to back up. That's all. I love you, Bonte.
So you say I'm like Daffy Duck on a microphone, huh?
Yeah. Sometimes, yeah. You get it right though, Bonte. I love you. You kind of like Steiny, because you're really not a traditional host like that, but you do an awesome job, and you a legend from Filmo for real. So
I appreciate that.
With that being said, I would rather have James Harden than Paul George. James Harden would work out way better with Steph Curry. Oh my God, that's a match made in heaven. And if you remember, I remember this because I actually wanted James Harden over Curry. I was like, man, if we get James Harden, that'd be perfect. So I don't like Paul George. I agree with you, Bonte, but I really think that James Harden would be a much better fit on this Warriors squad. If you look at it, look how he played. He had the ball. I was feeling him in the playoffs. I swear to God, I was watching James Harden play. I'm like, man, I'm enjoying this brand of basketball. His little cadence. He was going crazy, man. Y'all have a nice day. Y'all.
You too, Phil. I'm like, it's an unbelievable call. James Harden, I'm out on him. With all that said, 5-16, game 6. He played 43 minutes, 13 assists, 16 points. He's lost a little bit of that explosion. He was 0 for 6 from the three-point line Friday night against the Mavericks. I'm out on all those Clippers.
He's an unrestricted free agent. He's going to be one.
I'm out on all those Clippers.
Yeah. Well, it's also with Harden, I'm not getting anything defensively. You're old. You're going to be like, again, I go back to the age with a lot of these guys because I think it really matters at this point for the Golden State Warriors. Unless it's the right fit. If you're getting a Kevin Durant, sure. Paul George, James Harden, or Russell Westbrook, like those guys aren't doing it for me.
You imagine Harden in this system, the read and react offense, the motion offense where he's got to move and cut and screen.
Talking about players that like to talk to the media and voice their disgruntledness. I think we all realized just Chris Paul, how great a professional he is this year. I thought he was very professional in how he spoke to the media. I thought he was great in the locker room. I thought he was great with the young guys. My opinion of him as a person and as a player rose dramatically with how he handled this whole situation because he didn't want to come to Golden State. No. I don't think that was his first place he wanted to come here. But you know what? He accepted what it was. He joined here. I don't see also James Harden coming here. Yeah, like if he is an unrestricted free agent, I don't think playing with Stephen Curry and in this market is going to do things for you. Now, you shout out the overnight dancers. That is something that he likes to get involved with, Bonte. Isn't his jersey retired in Houston at a certain strip club?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that. We're not going to talk about that around here.
Why
not? We're not going to talk about it around here at all.
Oh. We shout them out all the time. I thought we'd shout out Houston.
No, look, he would be disappointed with the scene in the Bay Area. No, I don't know about the area, actually.
Oh, you don't know anymore? Yeah,
it's been a while. It's been about 15 years. Okay. I lost my fastball.
Who's that caller that called in last week and said the exact same thing? It's been 15 years.
It's been 15 years. Who's my guy? He's from, damn, I forget his name.
Hey, Philmo Loki did not roast Steiny and Goo at all, though. He didn't roast them at all. He took it easy on him.
He took it easy on him. By the way, Anthony Edwards saying that he wants everyone to stop with the MJ comps. I want it to stop. He's the greatest of all time. I can't be compared to him. Well, have a perspective there as Anthony Edwards in Game 2 of that series is tonight. So who do you like in this series before we get to the before we get to Fast Five? Because it's been a fun show. Put you on the clock here, Spadone.
Okay.
Mavericks, Thunder. Best of 7 series. Who wins and why?
I'm going Mavericks in 6 in that series. That's, I think, the logical answer. It could be Thunder in 7. If that was the way it's going to go, I think it's going to go 7 games. But I like Luka. I like Kyrie.
Experience.
I like the experience factor. I like their defense. Although Maxi Kleba, losing him to that AC joint sprain, underrated. I think we sleep on him. We think about a couple years ago. Oh, Kleba, he was awful in that series against the Warriors. Now that's a big loss. He's got size. He's got shooting.
Yeah, I like the Mavericks in 6, but that Kleber injury does concern me a bit here. If I did pick OKC, it would be like you in 7 games. How are they going to defend SGA? Lou Dort can switch out on the Luka or Kyrie Irving. I think maybe we're underrating the Thunder. Actually, I'm going to go Thunder in 7. I'm going to switch my pick. I'll go Thunder in 7, although it wouldn't shock me to see the Mavericks win in 6.
They're one of those young, dumb teams that don't know any better. Yep. Like, hey, you know what? I think we're more athletic. We're going to be quicker. We're going to be faster. We're going to be stronger. Maybe defensively you're not as there, but we'll see. What?
Our other 3 picks will be in Fast 5.
Let's go.
Hi, how are you?
All right, Fast 5. I'll start off with the other series. I'm going to say Minnesota in 6. I think they got the goods to oust the Denver Nuggets. Wow. Nuggets don't have enough bench. All the size, athleticism on the Minnesota side. Minnesota screams championship to me.
Wow.
They have the pieces for you. If Anthony Edwards continues to do what he does, Rudy Gobert, Naz Reid, Karl-Anthony Towns on Nikola Jokic, I think there's a matchup mismatch with the Nuggets and the T-Wolves. I'm going T-Wolves in 6. What about you?
Wow. I think I'm leaning on the Nuggets still. Championship pedigree. I got to see it to believe it. Give me Nuggets in 7 games going back to Denver. It's going to be tight.
All right. I'm putting you on the clock, Lubman.
Yeah, T-Wolves, Nuggets.
No, Boston, Cleveland.
Boston, Cleveland. I think Boston wipes the floor with Cleveland.
Right.
I think it's going to be Boston 5.
T-Wolves, Nuggets?
T-Wolves, Nuggets. You know what? I really liked how the T-Wolves looked in that game 1 yesterday. Way Naz Reid came alive. If he can just do that a little bit more, I'm going to go T-Wolves in 7.
All right. Carter, get on the mic. I'm going to give you our New York, Indiana, Pacers, Knicks. What happens?
I think it's Knicks in 6.
Like it. I like it. I got the Knicks coming out. If that comes out, if the Knicks get past the Pacers, I have the Knicks going to the NBA Finals. I think they're going to upset the Boston Celtics.
I like the Celtics, and it pains me to say this. I think they're going to win the whole thing this year.
Ooh.
I said that at the start. I still think they're going to be the best team, and I think it's going to be the healthiest team when it's all said and done. We got to knock on wood there. I don't wish for injuries for anyone, but Celtics, I know Porzingis, we'll see. As long as Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown could stay healthy, I like their chances to win it all this year.
All right, that was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. That was Fast 5. That was Pedoni. That was Love It. That was Carter. The Carter. I am Bonte Hill. We'll be back tomorrow. Steiny Guru next, and line them up. Now's your chance to roast Steiny and Guru all show long. But you got to keep it PG, unfortunately, because the dub button can only work so fast. No cursing.
Hey!
But go ahead and roast him.
I lost. I'm out.
I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
You know what they say.
You know what they say.
Women go crazy about a sharp-dressed man. Wow. My partner today.
I didn't know where he was going, Evan.
So good.
I got a bow tie.
Unbelievable.
It's a ZZ Top reference.
Wow.
It was a song.
Okay.
Daryl the Guru Johnson, you got activity tonight, don't you?
Yeah, the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, Bonte's +1. So I'll go in there and have some fun. Hopefully, the amount of fun I had last night watching a 3-hour Netflix special, a roast, not the morning roast. Spadoni did a great job, but the Tom Brady roast, Steiny. I'm in a good mood from laughing. My wife sat next to me for 3 hours. Didn't laugh once. You got to have a personality in this life. And I'm just telling you, my side still hurts. I'm on a high right now. I'm all yours, Steiny. Well, and I thought of you because you were part of a roast. The only one I've been to live, the Jason Barrett roast.
That's right.
Yeah, you got up there and did material.
I did material. Speaking of roast, Tom Brady got roasted last night. So I come in today and the boss says, you know what I think would be a good idea if you're up for it? And I said, what? He goes, you should have the listeners roast you guys.
We can take it.
And I said, that's fine. So here's what we're going to do at noon.
Yeah.
We're gonna open up the phone lines to a roast of Steiny.
Are you sure you
Guru.
can handle it? I get roasted every day by the crowd.
Now, the best roasts are ones that are clever and funny and don't hit too hard. Also, if you want to text in a roast or on either the Comcast Xfinity mobile text line or the YouTube chat, you can, and if it's good, then Evan will read it.
Okay.
But if anybody wants to roast us at noon, we're going to open up the phone lines. All I ask is that you're clever.
Yeah. Because there were some clever jokes on Tom Brady. He did a great job. He had to take a couple shots. God, I love roast, Steiny.
You love Klay Thompson?
I love him so much. I told you I don't want him to leave. And I understand if he feels like he needs new scenery, but early on, after Orlando got ousted by Cleveland yesterday in Game 7, we're already hearing possible, traction between the two or interest. Klay Thompson's a shooter. They could have used him yesterday. And what scares me about the Warriors, if they do lose Klay Thompson, Steiny, right now, I don't know if there's an in-house replacement for a guy that can shoot 38% from deep.
Yeah, here's what's before we jump into the Klay sound. Also, this is where we kind of pay the price a little bit for me not being a real host. We got a bunch of stuff going on today at 10:45. Also, here's what we got: 10:45. Joe Lacob is going to make an announcement on the WNBA, and we'll be monitoring that. And we may go to it. We may go to Joe Lacob live at 10:45.
You think he'll give us a name?
I think they'll just off the top of my head, I would think name and coach.
Okay, gotcha.
That's what I would think. But who knows? Who knows? Then we're going to have our roast at noon. Woo! But here's how we're starting the show with the news that broke this morning. Shams Charania of The Athletic.
The Magic can open up in excess of $60 million in cap space this offseason. So they're going to be players, when you think about free agency and other moves that can be made. You look at scoring. In Game 7, obviously struggled a little bit to score the ball, especially in the second half of the game when the Cavs and Donovan Mitchell kept coming for them. So you look at the point guard position, but also shooting and scoring on the wing. And one name to keep an eye on, Klay Thompson. I'm told there is mutual interest between the Magic and Klay Thompson. Thompson, along with several other vets around the league, are looking at the Magic as a situation where if you plug in a guy like Klay Thompson, you plug in another veteran player, whether it be at the point guard position, the shooting guard position, This team can make a real jump around Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. Both guys, Paolo Banchero already a star, already a guy that's been a part of Team USA. Franz Wagner has the ability to potentially be an all-star as well. But if you plug in some more shooting and scoring, I think that's what can take this Orlando team to another level.
Man, I think the key word there is mutual. Shams Charania is saying there's mutual interest between Klay Thompson and the Orlando Magic.
Man, I watched that game, Steiny. I don't know did you have the thought of, man, what Orlando would look like with a guy like Klay? I did.
Yeah, I didn't, but let me ask you this, Guru. When you hear that report from Shams Charania, and I'll ask this to Warrior fans too, when you hear it, let's start there.
All right.
What do you think?
There is interest, but I don't believe Klay is gone. And I'm not a mind reader. You didn't ask me to read minds, but I'll just share with you what's on mine. And even if he's not interested in Orlando and he wants to stay here, you play it right and you have your team say there's interest so you could kind of jar or shake the cage of the Warriors, and maybe more money in regard to offers will come from that. But Steiny, Klay Thompson still can shoot. So if I'm him, this is par for the course. You play it like you're interested. You know what I mean?
I think he is interested. When I first heard that report, my first thought was that I believe it. I absolutely believe there's mutual interest between Klay Thompson and the Orlando Magic. But my question to Warrior fans is I mean, if this is the way it's going to go and Klay's going to leave in free agency, are you okay with that? Like, something will irrevocably change if Klay Thompson is in another uniform. We know that. We can talk about the dynasty, where it is, if it's over, if it's not over, but the bottom line is if Klay Thompson's not on the Golden State Warriors, that is a huge transition.
No doubt.
That will be a huge difference. And would you be okay if Klay Thompson signed with Orlando? And the bottom line is, if he gets an offer from the Warriors, can pay Klay Thompson anything they want. They can pay him any amount they want. If they'd really want to keep him, they could make the highest offer to Klay Thompson. And if money were the most important thing, he would just re-sign with the Warriors. So my question to the Warrior fans is, if he goes to Orlando, will you be okay with it? Because at that point, it'll be obvious that the Warriors will not have offered the amount of money Orlando offered or didn't want to offer the amount of money that Orlando wanted. And is that the way that Klay's going to leave? And if so, are you okay with it? 888-957-9570. I mean, this is...
Talk to me, man.
This would be big.
I called him a lifer, Steiny. And this is early. Yeah. And I'll say this. I'm a Klay Thompson fan. And you talk about the big three, Draymond re-upping last summer, Steiny. If he were to leave, then it's over. That run will, I know 2/3 of the big three will still be here, and Looney, and he's taking on a different role. But Klay Thompson is a fan favorite, a 4-time champ, born and raised, raised under the Warriors. And it'll be weird. And what I don't like, just from a personal standpoint, Steiny, is if I thought Klay was, let's just say, where Kevon Looney was at, where you feel like you got a replacement for him in TJD or whatnot, I'm scared, and it's early. If he were to depart, I just don't feel like they got an in-house replacement for him. So from a basketball standpoint, that's scary as well. And I know they can go shopping and do whatnot, but the key component is, you said the Warriors can go above and beyond.
Right.
And tap into, you're one of us, Steiny. You ain't going nowhere. You're a lifer. So that's the reality of, wow, this offseason will be, just with that move, if he's gone, it's already a facelift.
No doubt. No doubt.
No, man.
I mean, when Joe Lacob talked about big changes, if the season didn't end well, I mean, to me, obviously, the biggest change for this team would be if any of the big three is not on the team next year. So if Klay is not on the team next year, I think we've we've crossed the threshold then with this organization.
Man,
I don't think anybody would disagree with that. It's not that the Warriors, and listen, the Warriors could allow Klay to sign with Orlando and next year win 50 games. That's very possible.
Won't be the same, though, Stoney.
It's very possible.
Yeah.
But it won't be the same.
Right.
But at this point, I think the Warriors, they're going to have to make that decision on what Klay Thompson's worth and see if he can take it or if he gets an offer elsewhere against Orlando, with Orlando. So,
and that's, they need shooting. I want starting that whole series, man. They got the money. There's water in Florida, so he wouldn't be a fish out of water leaving the Bay. But I know it's early. I just got to believe. And I know I'm asking you to mind read, Stoney. What do you think he wants?
I think he wants money / respect. That's what I think Klay Thompson wants. 888-957-9570 is the number. Klay Thompson said to have interest in the Orlando Magic. It does feel like, I don't know. It does feel like this offseason is starting something that will end with a different look for the Warriors next year to start the season. And I don't know if the big threes get
if you had to bet right now with this report, which we already knew was out, was going to come, and I'm sure the Magic will not be the only team trying to get the services of one Klay Thompson.
I mean, if I had a bet on whether the big three is on this team next year at this time, or not, forget this time, next year, opening night, I'd still have to bet yes, just because I think that's a safer bet. But I think it's possible that Klay Thompson won't be on the Warriors next year.
Okay.
I do.
Can I just share with you why I think if he's not, what would be at the top of his list? And you tell me what you think. Yeah. Steiny, we talked about Durant last week, and we talked about the incident or what happened at the podium with Bob and Fitz and how Kevin Durant took it and if he held on to that or if that, pissed him off. This is just me now. I was an advocate for maybe Klay coming off the bench or a role change. I do wonder if he harbors resentment, the fact that they moved him to the bench and we saw, we won't call it pouting, we saw him demonstrative a few times during the season in games. And I wonder if, if that cut to the point to where if I get a chance to get up out of here, I may do it because you guys didn't have my back. You had my back when I went through the surgeries and the checks cashed, but you had me come off the bench. Maybe he's looking at Dre or Klay or Steph, and they didn't stand up and ride for him not to start. But things like that do cut, and I could be totally wrong, but Stoney, this dude wears his heart on his sleeve, and some things you can do and hurt somebody, and I know feelings, and you can't come back from. I just wonder, and that $24 million offer allegedly in the offseason, which was shorter than what Draymond got, I just wonder if Klay looks around like y'all lightweight disrespected me.
Yeah, I don't know how he looks at the Warriors situation right now. He opens up a lot, but he doesn't really tell you how he feels in terms of the contract and wanting to be here. I mean, he's talked about being here forever, but he didn't use those terms at the end of the season. He said, we'll see what happens and things like that. But the one thing from a practical standpoint that has hit me in the last 2 weeks is let's call the Warriors the Warriors and next year Steph Curry's on the team and Draymond's on the team and Klay's on the team under this scenario.
Big three.
And let's say, even if Klay's coming off the bench, I think we still know that he's going to be a big part of the team. I went through the 4 teams that are playing right now in the Western Conference playoffs. Okay, the 4 teams that remain.
Give them to me.
Have you seen the ages of their starting players on each of these teams? It is so scary.
Wow, man.
It's unreal. The Oklahoma City Thunder, of their starting five, their oldest guy is 25 years old. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Damn.
25. I mean, I guess on the one hand, it's scary. On the other, they can't keep them all together. But
it's a young man's league is what you're saying.
The Denver Nuggets.
Oh, boy.
Great game. They have one guy over 30, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, and he's 30, 31. Jokic is 28. You look at Dallas. Dallas has Kyrie Irving, 31, but Doncic is 24.
Lively.
Hell, they start a 19-year-old.
Yeah, man.
Lively.
Yeah.
And then the Minnesota Timberwolves, they're the ones that are more balanced because they have Mike Conley, who's 36, and they got Gobert, who's 31, but they have two guys in their starting rotation who are very young. And here's my just philosophical question to the Golden State Warriors. Because I'm starting to change my mind. I'm starting to think I know there's that old saying, you can only worry about yourself and do the best you can. But how can you not? Just like when teams were trying to catch the Warriors, they had to look at the Warriors and say, we got to get better than them to win a title. Why wouldn't the Warriors be a team that now looks at these four other teams and say, we got to be better than them. And I don't know if we can do it with a tweak here or a tweak there. This team's got to get younger. And if I take all the sentimentality out about Klay, I think he might, I think it's possible he's not a Warrior next year.
Man, I hear everything you're saying on the birth certificate, but Stoney, when you look at this roster right now as currently constructed and what do you do? What are you bringing to the table? Klay's the one guy outside of Steph that I know is going to bring shooting. And in a league of shooting, regardless of the age, Stoney, good luck replacing that. That's all. I get the whole age thing. It is scary, but for the bottle to stop spinning on the big three of Klay Thompson's kind of and again, it's his prerogative. He can do what he wants. We're not looking at a guy that kind of rebounds or can't get you, can't shoot. Stoney, this dude he still shoots it.
But that's all he does. Kind of. And you look at some of these players, these wing players on other teams, and they can shoot it okay also, but they can do so many other things. And
like run up and down
and defend and create space and all those kind of things. But in case you're just joining us, there's a report from Shams Charania out of The Athletic that the Orlando Magic and Klay Thompson have mutual interest. And it's just, I don't know.
Yeah.
Is this the start of the first shoe falling with the big three? I don't know.
Well, we won't have an answer till after all the playoffs are done, because it'll just be all speculation, right?
Yeah, but these things also have a tendency to take on a life of their own inside the league. Like a lot of times, the league knows what's kind of closer to getting done, and obviously nothing's going to happen for a while. And maybe this is just posturing. Yeah. Maybe Klay Thompson's people are telling Shams Charania, hey, he's open to the Magic, but I mean, I can tell you this: he's open to the Magic. Why wouldn't he be?
That's just what I was going to say.
That's not breaking news. Gotcha. That would be that's being practical.
Yeah. And he would be in the Eastern Conference.
And you know what? Why not? Why not go to the Eastern Conference?
Well, I hadn't thought about that.
I mean, who's got a chance to go further next year, Orlando or the Warriors? I know. Right, it's a tough pill to swallow, but it's at this point.
Damn, I hate you saying it that way.
Well, okay.
Logistics.
You can look at it this way.
The road is easier. Okay, all right, there we go.
Yeah, no, the Warriors are better than the Magic, but the Magic have a better chance because you can talk yourself into it that way if you want. But 888-957-9570. I mean, would you be okay with this being the first shoe to drop? Klay going to Orlando. John says leverage, that's all.
All right.
That's all this is.
Posture,
okay.
I get it.
That's fair.
Yep.
But
If you're Joe Lacob, are you hearing this report? And I'm sure they know what time it is now. Negotiations or posturing. Does this make your number for Klay go up?
Well, it still depends
on
the
reality, and the closer you get to the possibility of 11 not being in the Dub uniform. And I got to, the spectacle that was when he walked off the court in Sacramento. Now the Magic going to play the Kings, but he looked around,
Yeah, I don't.
He took inventory.
I don't know how I don't know if the Warriors have a number for Klay that they're not going to go over, or they have a number for Klay but they're flexible and they can maneuver it if there's another team out there. But I don't know if
I want him here.
If you're a Warrior fan, are you nervous right now?
Good call.
I guess that's my question.
I want him here, man,
because I would start to get a little nervous. If I'd have to bet, I would bet he's a Warrior. I still would. But there's definitely a possibility they could let Klay Thompson walk, or that Klay Thompson won't be on the team next year.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what's going on. At 10:45, Joe Lacob is making a major announcement regarding the WNBA.
Let's go.
And I have no idea what it's going to be about, but I gotta believe that it's the name of a coach.
What was that?
I don't know. I said gotta. Well, what happened was I said I gotta, and it was high, and then I did it 4 times in a row.
You sound like Kendrick Lamar.
Maybe we can roast you for that at 12 o'clock.
And you've been a part of a roast. I want you to share with the people what goes into having the cojones to get up there and do it. You did it. I can't remember if you were good or not. Well, I know you were hammered.
That's not true.
My bad.
That's not true.
It was a Friday. My bad.
In fact, I didn't drink that night because I had to do this.
Okay.
And I didn't want to get up there and mess it up. I wanted to rip this guy a new one.
Could you believe Bonte and Spadoni were like, could we handle getting roasted? I think you two, the both of us have the thickest skin at the station. And Dibs.
So at 12 o'clock, in honor of the roast of Tom Brady yesterday, we're going to give listeners a chance to roast Guru and I.
It was incredible, man.
Yeah, at noon. So you can either use the Xfinity mobile text line, or you can use the YouTube chat, or you can call in at 888-957-9570. That's at noon.
Mm-hmm.
At noon. And then at 10:45, we'll be touching base over at Chase Center to see what Joe Lacob's got to say about his WNBA announcement. But right now we're talking about Klay Thompson.
Number 11.
By the way.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know what I'm going to say.
Yeah, Minnesota. It's incredible.
How disciplined they are?
Yeah, they're just
how well coached they are,
and how well.
Stop shaking your head, Evan.
How well
I purposely
their
looked over at Evan. Every time I do that, every time I just saw you went like this when I said how well coached they were. You always,
Oh, I just got to say they match. Their roster, their starting 5 matches. Stoney, Jokic is in trouble. The Denver Nuggets and Murray's hampered. I'm saying to you, I deem Denver a dynasty in the making. But Minnesota may stop that. I'm telling you, and I mean this.
Then you should have thought of that.
Anthony Edwards is not Jordan. He gives me Michael Jordan vibes. The swag.
It's better than Jordan at this age.
Dude, stop, man. This dude, they are a problem. I want to get under the table when I just compare the Warriors to Minnesota. Like, that's what you got to get to? Oh, boy. Good God, they play tonight.
What did Draymond say that year? Don't let us win the...
And he was right.
Don't let us win the title.
Well, he didn't say dynasty. He won it. They won it.
I get it. I get it.
He got some stuff on Durant, too.
I don't play. I get it.
Yeah.
Don't let Minnesota win it.
Watch the game again, then.
Dude, that man. I don't know. I'm out of superlatives about Minnesota. Who's their GM?
Their GM is a guy named Connolly.
Tim Conley? Yeah, you know where he was before?
Denver, right? Yeah.
Good stuff, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy, he put me on the spot there.
And I don't have bean pies. Just because you wear a bow tie, come on.
I don't know what that means. Guru is dressed to the nines today. If you want to look at a well-dressed man, you got to go onto the Steiny and Guru YouTube page. And I kid you not, Guru's going to a function tonight with Bay Area Hall of Fame dinner with Bonte Hill.
Yes, sir.
And my man's got a bow tie on, and he's looking sharp. He really is.
Small sales day, Steiny.
888-957-9570. How you feeling if this is Klay Thompson, if he's already played his last game for the Warriors? Are you okay with it? A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. You can download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend to open a First NorCal first-class money market today. That segment was sponsored by Safeway.
This week at Safeway, get amazing digital deals.
I love roast, Steiny.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Why do you love roast so much?
Because the great Michael Irvin, who's messed up in life, said, you always, and I'll never forget this is about 15 years ago, Steiny, you got to be able to laugh at yourself.
But what if it gets really personal?
But you know they're there for you to do it on purpose. And that's what was so great last night. Kraft and Belichick, and you can air all your stuff out like we do as a show. We have roasts a lot behind closed doors.
Yeah, we're going to have our own little roast, and we're going to give listeners an opportunity to roast us if you want. Maybe there'll be no calls at noon.
Oh.
And that would, you know what that would tell me? There's nothing to talk about.
Oh, no, they're ready. They're locked and loaded on the text line. They're we're going to do you like Kendrick did Drake.
At 12 o'clock noon, we'll let you call in at 888-957-9570 and roast us, or you can use either the YouTube chat or Xfinity Mobile text line to rip us.
I'm all right. We get ripped every day.
No profanity.
Yeah.
All right. You know better than that. And try to be clever. Try to be as clever as Guru and I are.
Kim Kardashian was up there. She did great. No, her lines. She was great. Kevin Hart. He was awesome. He got a little winded, Steiny. I think the Henny started getting to him.
Did he?
Yeah. Can I tell you who's going into the Bay Area Hall of Fame real quick tonight?
Sure.
Patrick Marlowe.
Hold on. Okay. Former Shark.
Yeah, look at you. Brian Sabian.
Oh, the best GM the Giants have ever had.
And your guy, you're going to really like this, from the 49ers, John Taylor.
Oh, nice. I wonder if he'll talk.
He's got part of it. And Jenny Thompson, Steiny, International Swimming Hall of Fame.
I think she went to Stanford, right?
Yeah, most gold medals by a female swimmer in the Olympics.
Nice.
And Chris Wondolowski.
Okay, former
MLS.
He was on the U.S. Olympic team, I believe. No, the World Cup team or the Olympic team?
MLS all-time leading goal scorer.
And he, of course, played for the Quakes. Yes, but why wouldn't Spadoni still be here?
In 4 hours.
Spumoni.
That's what I love you, Spadoni.
You can do that like okay. You can do that in his sleep.
Yeah.
So if you want to see a well-dressed man, go to the YouTube chat right now. Guru looks absolutely pristine.
I appreciate you, man.
Absolutely pristine. By the way, we were going to go to Joe Lacob live.
Yeah.
At 10:45. We're scrapping that. The Warriors have gone ahead and announced the announcements for the new general manager of the women's team.
Yeah.
We were hoping that he was going to unveil the name, but I guess he's not going to. But congratulations to Ohema Nianen. She is the new general manager of the WNBA team in the Bay Area. She was an assistant general manager for the New York Liberty. So,
she got experience.
That's what's happening at 10:45. And here's the other thing. Sometimes, and I don't know how Joe's going to do it today, but I wonder if some Warriors talk will seep in there.
Oh, no, you got to think not.
Well, it's not going to seep in there during the press conference.
Okay, you saying, can I get you to the side?
I mean, if there's a bunch of media there and he gets off the dais. I mean, I'd absolutely ask him about it.
Yeah.
I'd ask him about, that's the only thing we haven't heard yet. We've not heard from Joe Lacob on the Golden State Warriors,
well, we did.
Which is incredible.
Tim Kawakami podcast, but that was
No, not since the season.
No doubt about it.
We have not heard from Joe Lacob since the season
and
has
does this
ended.
qualify as crash and flame? Or what did he say, crash and burn, Stoney, if they flame out?
Yeah.
I think this qualifies, no playoffs. You're going to laugh.
Yeah.
I have no proof to show you guys, but Stoney, at some point during my weekend, I put on the the Kings Warriors playing game. I swear to you. We could call me and ask her to put up the DVR and it'll show you.
Okay.
Klay caught an elbow the first play of the game.
What you think you saw.
No, Klay got elbowed the first play of the game. I forgot who. Murray elbowed him in the mouth. You don't remember that? He got the rebound, went down, took his first shot. I don't want his last game to be a offer. How about that? That's where I'm going. Imagine that. Hey, how'd your last game go?
Nobody remembers.
You're right.
Nobody remembers guys' first games. Nobody remembers their last games. Very few exceptions.
Speaking of which, the Giants got a debut, Mason Black.
Yeah.
Number 7 prospect will get the ball today. Stoney, we do remember debuts. LeBron in Sacramento.
Okay, how about Curry's? How about Clay's?
Next question.
Oh, boy. Yeah, thank you, Evan.
How about Monte Ellis's?
Next question.
How about Chris Mullin?
Next question.
How about Larry Bird? Nobody remembers those. See, you know what? 5-3-0. This is great. Now, see, this is what I'm talking about with the roast. All right? This is a good
You're smiling, too.
This is a good this is kind of what we're looking for. This is a roast joke. Steiny is so pessimistic, his blood type is probably B negative. That's pretty good.
I'm going to give him a 3.
That's a 4.
The B negative.
So now if you can do that, keep that up, we're going to have a roast at 12. Yeah. That's what we're going to do. Right now we're talking about Klay Thompson and his mutual interest with the Orlando Magic and what it means if this is the start of the finish of the big 3. And that's the one thing that is fascinating to me is you have the dynasty and you have the big 3. Like they're separate.
Aren't they the same?
Not, they are and they're not. Like I wouldn't, for example, if you think the Warriors still could be in the middle of a dynasty, all right? Let's just say they missed the playoffs, but next year they could win it all again, then they'd still be in the dynasty.
Is that with or without Klay?
Well, what if it's without Klay? There's still a dynasty. Yeah. Even if Klay leaves and they somehow win it next year. But are you okay, Warrior fans at 888-957-9570? Would you be okay if Klay Thompson
it's getting
signs
real.
a free agent contract with a team like the Orlando Magic? It's not necessarily a team like the Magic, but just if he walks for a number. Like that's the other thing. If Klay, what if Klay Thompson signs a 2-year, $33 million contract with the Magic? I think Warrior fans would be fuming at that point.
That would sting.
Right.
Like,
because
come on, Joe.
That means the Warriors wouldn't have been able to, or didn't choose to pay him, let's say, $20 million a year.
Easy for me to say, but Steiny, you'd be like, damn, you lost him for some change?
Yeah, and there's another side of this. What if they give him 2 for $60? Then I think we'll understand if he leaves. That sounds like a lot of money for Klay.
But there was a point this season, Steiny, you kind of saw it, that you would understand it when he was hot.
Yeah,
and Fuego, shout out Dan Patrick.
But you know what happens during an NBA season? We see the totality of a player. And you see that they got to put together 6 months of good basketball in order to be, in order to get paid the most amount of money. And I think if you look at Klay Thompson, you would say, what grade would you give him? I'd probably give him a C+, B-. I'm
going to give him a B. And a majority of the B is for the mental game. The fact that you were on the floor, you got removed from the starting lineup, and you got hot as a firecracker to where they put your ass back in the starting lineup. Bastani, for 1 second, I know we talked about the great doctors on Friday's show, Dr. Phil and Dr. Ruth. I got to tell you, if I'm Klay Thompson, and I hate saying this, I think I want to be courted. I want the newness, and I want you to come after me and put a ring on that finger, as opposed to, I just put myself in his shoes. So you're telling me I got 4 rings, I'm part of the big 3, but I got to watch the big 2 still start? Now, I'm not saying him not starting was the right way to go, but Steiny, that would sting me. And mentally, I do wonder when Klay goes up to shoot and he's just looking around, warming up, like I'm the one that had to come out first, as opposed to going to somewhere new and you don't have those skeletons in the closet.
I mean, that's the way I'd feel if I were a Warrior fan. And there's 2 things going on here. One is the sentimental part, and I don't want to see Klay go. And as a Warrior fan, I wouldn't want to see Klay go before Draymond goes. If you say, hey, Stein, you got to break up the big 3. I mean, to me, it's like what's fair is fair. And Draymond has to be the first one to go. But
it's not like that.
This is a professional business, and Klay's contract happens to be up right now.
I got some. Oh, go ahead, Stein.
Yeah, our estimated eyes, real quick, on the YouTube chat said, wait, $30 million a year is not enough. No, I said, no, what I'm saying is if we find out that the Magic offered Klay, let's say $60 million over 2 years, I think Warrior fans would say, okay, good luck, Klay. Have a great finish to your career. We'll be rooting for you out here in the Bay, and get back here soon so we can raise the banner.
Yeah. I was just going to read this from Alan K. on the First NorCal Credit Union chat, Steiny. Some material, roast material. If Steiny and Guru were a superstar, their name would be Lady Gaga Guru, because Steiny's a diva and Guru's a big baby. I'll give him a 2.
That's what thought out.
Yeah.
Thought out.
It's a little bar.
So every time we do this, I'll explain. Tom Brady got roasted last night on Netflix, and the boss thinks it'd be a good idea if we let listeners roast Guru and myself at noon today. Uncle Looney, who's always trying to stick it to me, says, Steiny, who cares about who goes first? I would answer, Uncle Looney, Warrior fans.
Oh my gosh, Uncle Looney.
I would absolutely, positively think it's very important who goes first.
There's feelings and emotion involved in this. That does matter. It looks like we may have our answer. Because Dre got signed. You know what I mean? Like,
hey, Uncle Loon, Steph's going first. Do you care now? I think you would, wouldn't you?
That's not
I think you would. 888-957-9570 is the number. Klay Thompson and the Orlando Magic have mutual interest. And we're gonna be hearing a lot of this as the summer kind of rolls on. What do you think about the NBA playoffs? What you've seen so far?
It's spectacular. It's scary at the same time, and just from a Warrior standpoint, because that's how I watch them through that Warrior prism. Steiner, we got a long way to go, man. We got a long way to go, and I'm not ready to be waiting for eggs to hatch. And I say that, about Kuminga. And if he's our egg and he's not moved and there's no deal to get done, then I'm excited. But at the end of the day, man, this team needs to hit the ground running starting next November. And I don't know what you do and how you do it, but there's more. This is a tall task and a big ass ask. Because if you watch Denver and Minnesota, then OKC, and I mean, what do you see? Because all I see is length and athleticism and stars, and they're all young.
Yeah, I see a lot of challenges ahead for the Golden State Warriors. A lot. And I see an owner who's at least willing to tackle them head on. But I see challenges for the Warriors. That's kind of the nicest way I can put it. Steve's in Russian Hill. Hey, Steve, how you doing, man?
Steve.
What's up, guys? I want to give you a shout-out because you guys are the best sports talk in the area.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Yes. Listen, man, I've been watching the Warriors for years, and this is not a quick fix. I think we should just ride the dynasty to the end because there's no one in the front office that can pick out young talent. They haven't done it in years. There's nobody like like the people at OKC where they've drafted all these young ballers. And I ain't talking about Moody.
Right.
I think we should just ride this to the end because there's nothing that can be done now. You can't bring in. Who are you going to bring in? James Harden?
Yeah.
There's really nothing that can be done. Let's just ride it to the end and start anew another 5 years from now.
All right. Yeah, man. Steve. Thanks. Appreciate the call.
You said 5.
So when the one thing Joe Lacob has always said is we want to win. We're going to win. We're going to try to win. He didn't win at the very beginning. He had 2 years where the Warriors did not make the playoffs early in his tenure.
And that was understandable.
So but what I'm saying is, what jump-started the winning?
Steph Curry.
Yes, but what move?
Mark Jackson.
No, I would say it was the Bogut for Monte Ellis trade.
Okay. I ain't mad at that.
And so that move was made so that the team would not finish in a top 7 or in a situation where they would not lose their draft pick, which turned out to be Harrison Barnes. Why is that out of the question? Maybe not for this year, but why would that be out of the question for the future? Making a move like that. But Monte Ellis at that point was one of the, it was he and Steph at that point. So,
but we didn't know Steph was Steph. We were hoping. So right. I feel like there's a debt that you owe to Steph, Stoney. There's some type of debt that you can't go that route with the last of his great years left.
Yeah, I don't know.
Unless you want him to be Monte Ellis, and then you're really, oh boy, fans would go crazy.
I mean, the one thing is, I mean, they turned it around pretty quickly after they made that trade for Bogut. I mean, I think they made the playoffs the next year, didn't they?
But you weren't the big man on campus.
Got to the second round.
Yeah, but you've been 4-time champ.
But think about that for a minute. They made a big move. They went downhill. And then the next year, they
lost to Spurs.
Yeah, in the second round.
Yeah, no doubt. I remember.
I got news for you. That ain't worth scoffing at anymore if you're the Warriors. And what I mean by that is, like, if you could make a move that would cost you a year but get you back in the ballgame in a year or two, I think you got to do it.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I hate to do this on a beautiful Monday, Vontae's favorite day, but what really set this team back, Stoney, and I know, for me, don't do it because it's obvious, is the basketball gods gave you a reprieve. They gave you a chance to add Anthony Edwards-like player, and I'll just say a young player, and unfortunately the Wiseman thing didn't work out. So that's part of you're paying the price and missing on that.
Yeah, my feeling on that
bothers me. The more I think of it, man.
Well, what bothers you the most?
That had it worked, things would be a little different right now if you had a player that you might believe not be Steph Curry number 2, but a block to the future. That thing is GP2 now, and it's gone. It's like it never happened. That stings, Matt.
But I look at that draft, and the more I think about it, how much better of a spot would they really be in with LaMelo Ball?
All right. Well, I guess
I don't know. I'm asking. I'm not. I have no judgment on that.
This is how I look at it.
I don't know.
What if Minnesota would have took LaMelo Ball first and Anthony Edwards would have been? That's how I'm looking at it now.
Well,
I hear you.
No, you can't look at it like
Anthony Edwards had a bad rap. Oh, he don't love the game coming out.
But the Warriors, like under this circumstance, the Warriors were never going to get the number 1 pick because Minnesota took Edwards. So of all the guys left. If the Warriors had drafted LaMelo Ball, would they be in a discernibly different spot than they are now? I don't like to use Halliburton because he dropped so much.
But you were talking about him in the draft. You weren't the only one.
Yeah, but he slipped to 13. So, my point is this. LaMelo Ball went right after the Golden State Warriors. So he was on the board. They could have taken LaMelo Ball. They also could have taken Halliburton, but 10 other teams passed on Halliburton. So I'm not going to hold that against them. What I can not necessarily hold against the Warriors, but what you can do is say they could have had LaMelo Ball. How much different a spot would they be in right now, if at all? And I'm not sure they'd be. I would like to
find out. My whole point is about not.
But we also have to assume LaMelo Ball
some help. That's all.
Right. But I think
that's all.
Under this circumstance, you gotta consider that LaMelo Ball would have the same injuries here that he had in Charlotte. And what do you do with that? He'd be coming back. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I kind of say I'm just taking your step further. If Wiseman was the big miss. Okay, well, if they have LaMelo Ball, how much better are they really? I don't know. Probably a little bit, but let's go to Mona. Mona's in Pacifica.
Hey.
What's up, Mona? How you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Good.
Hey.
Good. Hey, Guru. So I'm just trying. I haven't heard anybody say it. If they did, I apologize. But when the Warriors were winning, they were young. They were not winning championships at 38, 39, almost 40. I was watching the playoffs this weekend, and I'm looking at DiVincenzo just light it up in New York, and Brunson lighting it up in New York, and Edwards. And I'm thinking for our future, there is none way this current Warrior team is going to beat teams like the Nuggets, like the Timberwolves, like, these teams who are scrappy. And, Alvarado, I forget what team he's on, but they're faster. Mm-hmm. And they are doing it up. So, no, Steiny, I don't always agree with you, but I'm with you on this one. I'm okay with getting rid of Klay, getting rid of Draymond. Because if nothing else, I'm tired of talking about it all the time. Every year is something. But then, why aren't we bringing Kerr into this mix too? Because he needs to do a better job with these young players coming in. He can't continue doing to them what he has done to a Moody, to a Kuminga.
Right.
So we got to get younger. We got to get more spry. That's the only way. And these people talk about trade Klay or trade Steph. Shut up. Y'all stupid. They're not going to trade Steph.
No. Thanks, Mona. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, we do.
You know what?
I'm in my feelings about the birth certificate now, Steiny.
She said it stronger than me. She was gutsier than me. I mean, she basically came out and said it. They can't touch these teams. They can't touch these teams with the roster they have right now.
Well, nobody's fighting
without drastic changes.
Glaring. That's glaring.
Well, but I don't. I'm kind of with Mo. Like there are going to be some tweaks. That was Steph Curry's. Those were Steph Curry's words. Tweaks. Tweaks ain't going to get it done.
Well, what about this? And I'm coming full circle, and I hate these words are coming out of my mouth, but I'm lightweight emotional. Steiny, isn't there a price to a dynasty?
Yes. Yeah. That's why
the scary part is we may not be in phase one of that. Are we phase one, phase two?
I don't think we are. I believe
now that is what makes me thank God there's no windows. That's what's coming. So I have those thoughts. Like you're young guys. I love Moody, Kuminga, and Pods and TJD, but are they You know what? Are they good enough?
Well, you don't. No, not right now. They're not. Not right now. They're not. But that's an interesting question. Have the Warriors started to transition out of their dynasty? I would say no. I would say absolutely not.
So you're saying this is not the worst? Missing the playoffs?
No, absolutely not.
I gotta hope this is it. That's why the owner we think is fuming and is going to throw whatever he can in his utility belt to get something in here.
Yeah, my feeling on this is, I mean, if we can talk about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Do you think the Warriors' transition out of this dynasty has already begun? I feel like I can make a case either way if I had to, but my main answer would be no, they haven't yet, because they still believe that they're in one, I think. I don't know. Do the Warriors think they're still in this thing? 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll talk more about it on the other side.
Things are buzzing in Fremont. By choosing to bank with Fremont Bank, you're helping create a more vibrant Bay Area. A percentage of the bank's earnings goes...
What's your favorite animal?
Deer.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I still stand by that.
All right, coming up in an hour, you have an opportunity to roast Guru and myself. Tom Brady got roasted last night on Netflix. Woo! And the boss thought it would be a good idea at noon today to allow listeners either via the phone or via text or on the Xfinity Mobile text line or YouTube. If you have a good one, good zinger for us, keep it clean. We'll be taking calls at 12 if you have the guts. You even have the guts to try to come on the air and roast us.
Yeah,
and
you have the guts.
And keep in mind, we can't really say much back. Nah. We're going to have to just take it. Try to be clever. Hey, you didn't ask me how I was doing.
Oh, how was your weekend, bud?
No. Did you forget like Evan?
I know it's not your birthday.
Remember I told you I hurt my hamstring?
Oh, dude, I saw it. What? How are you doing? Dude, I saw you kind of.
Yeah. Nobody saw it.
You talked to me first. You pulled me to the side. How you doing? How you holding up?
So I stepped outside.
Man.
And I turned around, and as I turned around, there was like a pole in back of
me. Yeah.
And I right into the pole, and I like bent over, like it was in my midsection.
Yeah.
And so I bent over, and my hamstring I pulled it. There's no doubt I pulled my hamstring.
Dude.
It feels a lot better today, but.
So no golfing for you?
Oh, yeah. No, I didn't golf. I didn't golf this weekend.
Oh, then that's the test.
No, I'm going to golf.
All right. Well, you think you are?
No, I'm golfing.
You're going to try?
No, I don't. You know what's funny is the hamstring doesn't really impact the golf swing. Believe it or not,
I wouldn't know.
Yeah. Anyway, any advice on hamstrings? I don't know whether
Tibbs will have something.
Should I try to stretch the hell out of it?
Of course, you do that even if it's not injured. We're getting older, bud.
But then you're stretching an injured hamstring. So I think you got to be a little careful. I'd put ice on it the first day or two.
Well, you better get ready for the 95.7 The Game softball.
That is not on my radar.
Dude, where are you playing?
I'm playing at Gamble Sands in Washington on Thursday.
Ron Burgundy was also at the roast. He was great.
What do you mean?
He got up there and had material.
Oh.
Nikki Glazer. Good God, it was great, Steiny. Andrew Schultz, 3 hours worth. Kevin Hart.
Can I be honest with you? I've heard people talk about the roast today. The Tom Brady roast.
Morning roast.
And nobody is as high on it as you.
No.
A lot of people liked it. Yeah. They thought it was good.
Nah.
But you're head over heels.
Dude, my side was hurt.
Why?
Because you could just bag on. That's what's scary about the people who are going to call at 12. How much do they really know about us? Do they have?
Well, if they listen, they know everything. They're like Steph Curry. We got a group of listeners like Steph Curry. I hear everything.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jack in Oakland. What's up, Jack? How you doing, man?
Doing good. How are you?
Doing well.
How you doing?
Good. We'll talk some Warriors?
Good. Yeah, just a little bit.
Sure.
I'm not an expert like you guys, but I played for Bill Van Gundy, Stan and Jeff's father, and he was. They were my ball boys. I kind of subscribe to the Bill Walsh theory, and I know this is blasphemy, but I'd move as many of them as you could. I'd move Curry while you can get something for him.
Right.
You know, you can get something for him now. 2 years from now, you'll get nothing for him. He'll be an older player. And Thompson, if he goes, they should be happy. He gives up more than he gets. He doesn't play defense. So that's about it. That's all I got.
Appreciate it, Jack. I don't think we're.
Yeah. Derek Jeter wore one uniform. So did Kobe. So did. I wanted to say Mike. It felt like he wore one.
No, he didn't.
I know.
No, he didn't. He played for the Washington.
Just don't even bring it up.
Was it the Wizards then?
Yes, it was.
It was the Wizards.
Yeah,
it wasn't the Bullets.
No,
back
it was
then.
the Wizards. But Curry that's just something. It's blasphemy. You can't do that.
408 saying, what happened with Joe Lacob? Good memory. At 10:45, the Warriors announced that Ohema Nienin is the new general manager of the San Francisco-based WNBA team. She was assistant general manager for the New York Liberty.
Good pronunciation on the
That
name.
was the announcement that Joe Lacob made at 10:45 this morning.
And you want to ask about the Dubs.
Any questions? Any questions for Ohema? Yeah, Joe, what are you going to do with Klay Thompson? 888-957-9570.
Is LeBron still an option? Ham got fired Friday. We were together.
Yeah.
Lakers are looking for a new coach. Think that affects LeBron, or he did that behind closed doors, so he'll be back?
I don't think anything affects LeBron. I think LeBron affects other things.
Well, the fact they fired him makes me believe he's not going anywhere.
Who, LeBron?
Yeah, LeBron Braun.
Yeah, and the Mavericks re-upped with Jason
I saw
Kidd.
that. Would that surprise you? I thought he was.
I didn't know. Yeah. No, not really. They're pretty good. They're pretty good.
Who you like in their next series? I like them over OKC. OKC just needs a Kendrick Perkins. You're going to laugh.
What do they need, older guys?
No.
OKC need, what do they need, a couple 36-year-olds?
Somebody with some bricks in their pocket down low. That's all.
Chet Holmgren's nasty.
I love his attitude.
He's nasty.
Yeah. But he got legs like olive oil, Stoney.
Yeah. Again, don't look at the ages of the starters
man.
On the
all the team. Well,
exactly.
Nick's older, a little bit.
Remember Deflategate? The NFL spent $20 million and found that it was more probable than not that I was generally aware that someone may have deflated my footballs. You could have just given me the $20 million and I would just told you I did it.
There's your guy.
I didn't like that.
That was from the Tom Brady.
Didn't like that one, Tom. Terrific.
Which one did you like? How about Nikki Glazer?
This is my girl.
Tom also lost $30 million in crypto. Tom, how did you fall for that? I mean, even Gronk was like, me know that not real money.
And then they panned on Gronk because, he like the meathead. She went in. And then, his ex-wife's dating a karate instructor.
Okay.
And they were calling him stupid she was. I can't use the verbiage about, weren't you aware of anything that she was going to karate lessons 8 times a day, Tom?
All right.
Oh,
Did I hear, are you sure it's karate and not jujitsu?
That's the same in the goo world.
Hey.
It was
in the goo world. I got you. We're in honor of Tom Brady. The boss thinks it's a good idea to let listeners roast us.
Roast him too.
At 12 o'clock. Now, you know who roasts Nahegian? JJ Redick. That's who.
Dude, did you see?
What happened there?
Boy.
Oh my God.
There's history though. I was just moseying along with my Saturday. I called him and then I hung up the ball. He didn't need me. He was okay. He had a tweet. That's a beef on Twitter.
So the boss sent out a tweet that included JJ Redick, and basically what the boss was saying about JJ Redick was when he was a producer, he called JJ Redick to do an interview back in Philadelphia, and he called JJ Redick on his phone and introduced himself. Actually, it wasn't Nahegian. It was somebody from here. I'm not going to use his name. Lucas. So Lucas called up Redick on his phone.
Yep.
And said, hey, this is Lucas. Was wondering if you, 95.7 the game out in San Francisco, was wondering, it had to do with Steph Curry breaking a record.
Gotcha.
Was wondering if there's any chance that you could come on our radio show and talk. And JJ Redick was fuming.
Yeah.
Called it disrespectful. That he got a call from one of our producers on his cell phone. He said, this is disrespectful. You should go through the proper channels, whatever those were back then, and just lose my number. The old lose my number.
Come on,
So
Jay.
Nahegian relates that story on Twitter, and at the very end says, chill. Chill out,
relax,
JJ Redick. And Redick came back with, so your job...
Called him Matt.
He said, your job, you need my number. He said something like, your job doesn't require you to have my phone number. And so they went back and forth a little bit. And I was, I was thinking about that. If you're a producer, if I'm a producer and just right now I had, let me see.
Barry Bonds.
Klay Thompson's number. Would you call him and say, hey, come on the show?
Why wouldn't you? And Klay should know. See, J.J. Redick can't be roasted. This is proof. You're taking yourself too seriously to do people. You think Lucas has a job to do. Okay, you got to call. Just say, you know what, I'm not available. I won't say the young woman's name here in the Bay since I've been working here. Stoney that did that to one of the producers too. She's still in the business. But come on. Basically said, lose my number. And then when FBI, how did you get it? Come on, everybody take a deep breath and just say no. Come on, JJ. That bothered me, Stoney. I mean, I was team Matt.
I mean, if you're Michael Jordan, well, first of all, nobody's got Jordan's number. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. But if you're Michael Jordan and you're getting called all the time, I could see you saying lose my number. But I mean, JJ Redick should have been flattered.
Man.
He should have been flattered. Now the next question is, how did Nahegan get the number?
He has everybody's number, and that's how he's delivered the bigwigs to us.
He has
Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah, he has everybody's number, but
Ricky Williams.
Most people treat him like J.J. Redick. Unfortunately,
you're roasting the boss.
It seems like Klay Thompson and the Orlando Magic have mutual interest, and
you're not concerned about the shooting element if he were to dip.
No, because this is. Okay, let me make an analogy.
If we're supposed to be better.
But let me make you an analogy. And you did this with the NFL draft, and I couldn't understand it either. You acted as though after the 49ers took a wide receiver in the first round, you acted as though, even though they had 9 more picks left, you acted as though they weren't going to address their areas of need.
And Stotty, the draft represents the sooner you do something, you think the better odds you have of getting something better at that position. Now, I do understand their board, and, it was kind of light with O-linemen going at the top. But normally in a draft, the urgency is you spend your draft pick, on something you need, and the sooner you do it, the better chances you have of that player panning out.
Yeah, I think it's the question is there a way you can get better if Klay walks? And I think there is. I think there is. I think you get a more well-rounded player in there right now. You gotta get better defensively. You gotta get better defensively. And
he used to be the best two-way player in the game. Speaking of which, Donnie, I think that's Anthony Edwards right now.
Man.
Just think about what I just said. That's why I say when I think of Jordan and Kobe, I get those vibes. Their best player, it can Stoney, boy. So if you can get another player, I don't know why Paul George used to work for me, but now I'm just I'm out.
Because he's older. And I was mentioning Paul George the other day. I'm ready to back off that already. I'm looking at these. The great Rich Mitchman's paying $1.99 to say J.J. Redick is a little man. Is a little man.
Napoleon complex.
Wait, what was I going to say? 22-2. You know what that is? 2-2-2. No, this one's just 2-2.
That's Wiggins' number.
That's how old Anthony Edwards is.
Stop! God darn it!
You know what? I gotta check
this. He's incredible, man.
I use everybody's ages at the beginning of the year. He may be 23, actually.
That's 22. Your point made, though, man. I'm envious.
He's
or
22.
Is it jealous?
22.
Yeah.
2-2. What?
And he's got nothing but trees to work with.
I mean, do you think these guys are going to get worse?
No, I don't. Okay. And that's what's scary, man.
Can I
they
ask you a
can beat
question?
Boston, but you got to beat Denver and OKC or Dallas. But it's looking good right now.
Here's the bottom line. The bottom line is pretty simple. I think anybody who's watched the playoffs will tell you, you cannot re-sign Klay and get a 35-year-old in here. Wow. You can't. You cannot do that.
How many OGs left in the playoffs, man?
Evan had a great point. Who's the oldest star left in the playoffs?
Oh, I already know.
Who?
Kyrie Irving.
Yeah, and guess what? He's the second best player on his team.
Yeah.
So 31. Here's the other thing I wonder. Just curiosity. If you look at some of the Spurs teams that won, or the last Spurs team that won it, They had some older guys. There's no doubt.
Their Wiseman was Kawhi, and he carried a lot of the load, Stoney.
But I don't think you can use that model anymore. I think the younger guys now are more advanced than the younger guys back then. I think they're more equipped to win.
Well, what model did the Warriors? I'm being serious. What model do you call what they did in 2022? I'm just looking for verbiage.
They recaptured glory, is what they did. I thought. What did you think?
No, Wiggins is what I think. I just think he stepped it up. He was your second bona fide best player, and nobody will argue that. And he got him a new contract.
Okay, Ian, you can $2. Steiny washes his hair more often than his socks. Yeah. Okay, there's $2. That's $2 from Ian. Okay,
yeah.
That's fine.
You hurt?
No.
See, I love roast, man.
I don't
keep them coming.
I don't.
12 o'clock.
Go ahead, Evan. Set it up for me real quick.
We'll be doing a roast at 12 o'clock of Steiny and Guru. So if you got any in the chamber, keep them there. We'll be taking calls. Xfinity Mobile text line, YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Evan, will the boss get in on this? That's what scared me. Because he knows where all the bodies are.
It's about being clever.
Don't tempt him.
I'm going to give you a 3. Oh, Steiny. Dude, so, you got me. I want to bury my head watching these playoffs.
How about this one?
Everything I thought it's 10 times worse.
So there's 4 teams left in the Western Conference Finals. Each team, of course, has 5 starters. That means there's 20 total starters right now still playing.
All right.
3 of them are over 30. The Warriors' starting lineup has 3 over 30.
And you didn't make the offs.
And you didn't make the offs.
Yeah. People killing me for the difference between jiu-jitsu and karate.
All right. Well,
you use your feet.
You use everything.
I understand, but you know what I mean.
Well, there's a difference between karate. Taekwondo is different.
Yeah, right. The Karate Kid to me, and that series on Netflix is just so incredible that I just go with karate. It's number 1 on my karate.
Karate. What did you say?
They have a series. I forget the name.
Cobra Kai?
Yeah, Cobra Kai.
I thought he was
and it's a spinoff of Karate Kid.
Oh, okay.
Shout out, Ralph. Yeah, boy.
All these guys texted in. Ian's paying another $2. Guru uses chopsticks with 2 hands. What is that?
Because you use one. That's pretty damn good.
Okay.
I'm going to give it a 3. Could you imagine?
Ian, you can save them for 12 o'clock when we have the roast.
Oh, boy.
8. Oh, my God.
I've never seen anybody use chopsticks and do one in one hand, one in the other. Oh, boy.
Anyway, we get back to business here. Coming up at noon, you're going to have a real opportunity to roast Steiny and Guru. What stuck out to you about that roast of Tom Brady? What was the funniest line?
I'll get fired.
So how much okay, let me ask you.
Oh, Steiny, they were dropping. It was Andrew Dice Clay. It was,
break it down to this way. Of all the jokes, what percentage of the jokes were rated G? What percentage of the jokes were rated PG?
All right.
What percentage were R and what percentage were X?
I'll say 87% were R.
Okay.
Okay. That's just me. That's okay. And that's what I like. I like that type of stuff. Tell me how you really feel.
I don't mind R.
And then they went in on his divorce.
Okay.
So
that would have made me uncomfortable.
And it did. He poured a shot or two, I thought. So he was a good sport. But he knew it was coming, and that's why I love Tom Morris, Donnie. You got to know, and you don't know where they're going. Jeff Ross, he's the roast goat. He was there. They talked about him. Oh, my goodness.
My divorce is off limits. It's too long ago.
Would it rattle you, though?
No. But it's just respect for the other part.
Yeah.
So,
but last night they didn't have it.
Well, apparently not. Apparently
it
not.
was 3 effing hours. And the night before, I'm a big comedy guy.
Sure.
Cat Williams did a live Netflix special. One of my favorite comedians, Stoney. I mean, I was so disappointed, and I did not know the roast the next day of Tom Brady would have my side hurting. But the wife not laughing is signaling something. She's like, it's not that funny. I'm like, my side hurts. It is that funny. How are you not laughing? Hello?
I think I would have been more toward Mia.
Well, no, you got a good sense of humor. You would have laughed.
Well, I know I have a good sense of humor. Yeah, you laugh at a lot of things.
What is funny?
I mean, you're a gregarious, optimistic, fun guy. So you tend to.
No, I'm a snob though. If it's not funny, I ain't laughing. Yeah. You want Cheers? Curb Your Enthusiasm? Like, I'm a prophet of comedy. I know what works and what's funny. Dibs.
I'm sorry, you're a prophet
of comedy. I know what works and what doesn't. That's why when I gave you my top 5 sitcoms, come on now.
All right. If you say so.
I would like to watch it with you and Evan. Dude, I need to do
watch it again?
Dude, I watch it.
You would watch a roast again?
I swear I would. If you guys think I'm over have some drink, D-R-A-N-K?
No, you wouldn't.
Little Stogie?
I don't smoke cigars.
Never?
Nope. I tried them once. That's it.
Well, we saw Dan Daly. I graduated from Dan. There was nothing traded. I was on best behavior, baby.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Yeah, growing up.
You know what? I don't know.
Protecting the lungs.
I'll be honest with you. I don't smoke cigars right. I don't know. I don't know how.
That's my problem.
I just don't even know how to do it.
And it hurts.
It's like they say don't breathe in. It's like, well, what are you doing then?
Well,
seriously, it's just in your mouth.
It's like tobacco too. I had a bad experience.
Just in your mouth.
I'm with you.
And it's coming. You just.
Jordan did it before games. That's incredible. He got on the bus of the Washington Wizards with Chris Webber and Juwan Howard smoking a cigar at Chicago Stadium and asked the Wizards, they're all looking up, who's guarding me tonight? Dude, you can't. That's where Edwards is at. Steiny, he's bad.
Are you sure that the cigar was lit before the
It was lit, Steiny.
A lot of those guys, in an effort to not smoke 7 cigars a day.
It was lit, man.
They try to just keep it in their mouth and not light it for as long as possible.
Dude, it was lit. My sources tell me it was lit.
All right.
Man. Hey, Joe Lacob, Steiny, they're working on everything now, right? Clippers flamed out. I don't even know if there's anything you want on
Brian
the Clippers.
Brian Windhorst reporting Paul George is going to test free agency. Paul George.
Yeah.
Going to test free agency.
You're turning me into you.
I'm out.
How old is he?
I'm out.
34.
I was in on Friday, I know. New information. The playoffs continue to play out. That's the new information. It's a young man's league.
And I heard, I know we're up against it. Spadoni and Bonte played some sound of Draymond talking about how the Suns used Kevin Durant wrong.
Okay, we can do
Yeah, and his defense. I was like, now that's day. I like that.
We are not.
Me and Dre protected.
I'm not saying anything bad about Draymond Green today, but why is he commenting on the Suns and how they used Durant?
Because you asked me about the playoffs.
No, I mean, why is Draymond doing it?
Because he's a player and he's watching it. Steward of the game, Stoney.
Don't say Draymond Green's a steward of the game. All right, what's coming up next on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Coming up at noon, your opportunity to roast Guru and myself. That's right. You'll have the opportunity to roast Guru and myself at 12 o'clock on 95.7 The Game.
Are you looking for a rewarding career and opportunity to serve your community? The Alameda County Sheriff's Office is now hiring for both sworn and non-sworn positions. Alameda County Sheriff's Office has excellent opportunities for career advancement, competitive benefits, and for all new deputy sheriffs, hiring bonuses between $10,000 and $15,000. Don't wait to start making a difference in your community. Apply today at joinacso.com. That's joinacso.com.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood.
trying to think what that was from. Oh, I know. Do you remember when you said that?
No.
When you said, but everybody's happy. I actually remember the day you said it.
We don't know where Wiggins is. Oh, thank you. That was a clue.
But what point in the season? I can remember the game.
I don't. Help me out.
It was the day after they lost to Boston. No?
Toronto's nothing. No, they lost to...
No, I'm right. Evan checked the date.
Look at
Remember they won...
Know your partner
They won 4 or 5 on that trip, and then they mailed in the Boston game, and Guru was fuming.
Oh, boy. And it all ended up with no playoffs.
Yeah, maybe
if I had it to look back again and do it, I would have saved the voice.
Would they have got one more win if they could have gotten that win against Boston?
Breaking news, Rudy Gobert is probable for tonight's game, personal reasons.
Probable or questionable?
Questionable.
Oh.
Yeah. That's when you get nosy. You kind of wonder what could, something is not good if it's personal.
Thank
you know what I mean?
Like, it bothers you, though, that you don't know.
It's like the praying thing. Tell me what for. Yeah. People are on to that now. They're like, don't ask. Please just pray.
All right. Coming up in a half hour, if you missed it last night, Tom Brady got roasted on Netflix by a variety of former teammates and opponents and coaches and comedians. And
Kyle Shanahan was there, by the way.
Did he?
He didn't get up.
He didn't get up?
Rich Eisen.
No, but he was in attendance.
Was it in L.A., I take it?
Yeah, it was at the Forum.
Okay. Oh. The Forum?
Yeah, they talked about the history of
the Forum?
Sexcapades in the Forum, so that was brought up.
I forget who said it. It might have been Kevin Hart.
It was.
There's a pretty good joke about Gronk that's the Forum's how he counts because four.
Oh.
Counting to 5. I just played you a snippet of a guy going at Kardashian.
Yeah,
that was Triple X.
That's the kind of humor I don't.
Yeah. We don't repeat here. It was funny, though.
Here's the other thing. It's the kind of humor that I might laugh at alone, but I can't be laughing at it.
Who's this to? AB, how was the mission last night? That must be Evan.
What are you
lives close to the mission. AB says, how was the mission last night? I'm thinking
because it was Cinco de Mayo, I guess is why they're asking.
Hey, did you partake?
No.
No alcohol for me?
I took a drive up the coast.
Oh,
let me tell you something.
Your new tires?
Yeah. No, we actually took another car.
Oh, okay.
Let me tell you something about this wonderful, wonderful place we live.
The Yay.
No, California.
Okay.
California. Drove up the coast to you ever hear of Gualala?
No.
It's north of Bodega Bay.
I think of the airport when you say that.
Gualala?
Yeah.
What airport do you think of?
In New York.
LaGuardia?
Yeah.
Have you heard of Bodega Bay?
Yes, I have.
Okay. It's above Bodega Bay.
Wow, okay.
And, man, coastline just spectacular.
Did you post anything on IG?
No, I got off social media this weekend.
I got you. You went dark.
Yeah. So, and yesterday it was crystal clear. It's you're 2 hours and 15, 20 minutes out of the city, and it feels like you're a lifetime away.
Wow. I've made that trek.
What'd you do?
Bodega Bay.
Bodega?
Yeah.
What did have you ever been there?
Yeah.
What did you
Remember I told you I used to take my dates, we'd get lost? That's where we'd go.
I mean, it's 2.5 hours away.
And I would get my date about 10:30, 11 a.m. after a haircut, and we'd ride. Picnic basket in the back.
You didn't take her out for a date? You took her for a drive?
Well, no, we'd go down to
money?
No, we'd go down to restaurants and do all the stuff. Stay. Dude, I got to be careful.
Let's
here.
move on.
Right. Let's just say a good time was had.
What'd you do this weekend?
Sports, and my nephew had a soccer game, and that was it. I don't like you and Evan asking me that because you try to put me in a box. I'm on the freeway commuting. I'm a super commuter. The weekends, I just chill. I feel like I disappoint you guys with the answer. Don't ask me ever again. Let me tell you guys what I did. Evan's like, "Goo, what you got going?" And I feel like guilty. I ain't doing nothing watching the idiot box. Dude, look at him laughing. Like, I don't like how you guys are. There's a subliminal being sent. Like Willard, he's out, nature guy, doing it. We're empty nesters. I got the remote.
It's like the most common question to ask on a Monday. How was your weekend?
It's some spot. Dude, I hooped, though. I did hoop Saturday morning. Knee is back.
I thought you said there was a party Saturday for somebody.
Saturday morning, I hooped.
No. What? Wasn't there something?
That was last Saturday. Mia's birthday.
Yeah. No, I thought there was. You said an aunt or something.
No.
Saturday. Yes, you did.
That's your other black friend. Might have been Dana. Nothing on the radar this week.
No, like last Thursday.
I saw you Friday at the cafeteria, and I said, nothing. Went to my niece.
I said, no. Game. I said, what do you got going this weekend? And you said some kind of get-together on Saturday.
No, that was last Saturday.
No.
Yeah. Your other brother friends, Donnie.
No. All right.
Don't ask me anymore, guys, about it because, yeah.
Next question.
Thank you.
A couple things if you're just joining us on 95.7 The Game. Coming up in 20 minutes,
boy.
You get a chance to roast Guru and I. 888-957-9570 is the number. Be clever. Yeah. Don't get too personal.
Only thing I'm worried about is if people know what time I get to work.
Now they can make the joke about time even if they don't.
You can, but long as I'm in front of it.
I mean, anyway, 12 o'clock, you get a chance to roast Guru and myself. That, of course, the day after the Tom Brady roast. Wow. So are you telling me they have like a full house at the Forum?
Dude, the Forum, it was sold out. 3 hours is...
How much did it cost?
That I don't know.
I would hope the money went to charity at least or something.
You got me thinking that ticket had to be at least about $30. That might be more.
I wonder.
Yeah.
I wonder. I know that why would you pay if you could just watch it on TV?
But whoever came up with roast, that concept is incredible, man.
All right. One of the players that the Warriors have... in theory, are open-minded to is Kevin Durant. Durant is under contract, but the Phoenix Suns are in a boatload of trouble, and they may need to make some drastic changes. And Draymond Green did a podcast and was talking about Kevin Durant. Some of the stuff he said about his game is very interesting. This is obviously
it is interesting, Stoney, when you hear him talk, man. About the game.
So he was talking about the difference between Kevin Durant in the Suns and the Kevin Durant for the Warriors. Take a listen.
Kevin Durant was maximized at the Golden State Warriors because Kevin Durant was allowed to do what Kevin Durant only wants to do. You know what that is? Just play basketball. Kevin Durant didn't have to worry about leading the team. And by the way he worked with us, I'm not going to sit here and be one of those people and act like, he didn't bring any type of leadership. Like, the way he worked on a daily basis is leadership. But he didn't have the burden of, I need to lead this team every single day from all aspects, ever in Golden State. When he was with us, that was not a thing. He did not have the role of, I need to get these other guys involved. You know what he did? Score. Oh, shoot, they switching this screen and roll me and stuff. Here, Kate, go get a bucket. That is maximizing Kevin Durant.
Wow. Where were the lies there, Stoney? And I do wonder if KD's listening to that. Does he got a, Draymond's got a point, Well, he didn't have to lead like he had to do Phoenix, and they had no point guard. Shoot Chris Paul away, that was idiotic, but they didn't replace him. And that's what I believe was Phoenix's problem.
I mean, I think it's a credit to Steph Curry. That's kind of what I heard there. I heard that. See, I think when Durant was in Oklahoma City, he had no choice but to have to kind of lead that team. But his co-leader was Russell Westbrook,
who was a point guard.
His co-leader may not have been the greatest leader. And so he ends up leaving Oklahoma City and he comes to the Warriors. Like that to me resonated because the one thing about Kevin Durant that I believe is, he's just a gym rat. All he does is want to play basketball. Does it matter if Kevin Durant's not a leader?
For the Warriors, it does not.
Right.
Because that's not a prerequisite. They don't need him to lead.
But
we've seen it.
But if you're acquiring Kevin Durant, why would you expect him to lead? You know what I mean? He's not a leader. He just wants the ball.
Right.
So if you're expecting him to be a leader, you're going to be disappointed. Like, was Phoenix expecting him to be a leader?
No, Phoenix hasn't done it. I know Booker's been a team that went to the finals, but no, Steiny, they need him to be exactly what he was when he was here last time. Go out there, be brilliant, and just make sweet music with Drake, Steph, and the rest of the gang. And everything else will take care of itself. But I love that it felt like, from my vantage point, that was the truth. They needed Kevin Durant and Phoenix to do everything, Donnie, and it didn't happen.
Yeah, I never viewed Kevin Durant as a leader. I never held it against him that he wasn't a leader. And I get that he didn't have to be a leader here, but I don't know why you would acquire Kevin Durant and expect him to be a leader. I think Phoenix thought Booker was the leader of that team and Kevin was just going to be able to play. But I don't know.
They needed the traditional point guard, and they killed him.
More Draymond on the Suns and Kevin Durant.
Maximizing Kevin Durant requires you to get Kevin Durant to the spot that Kevin Durant likes to score from. And y'all didn't do that because they thought that they could get it done without having a point guard. You want to maximize Kevin Durant? Go get a point guard. Put him in position to score. Take some of the other weight off his shoulders. But until you do that, you will be singing the same tune that nobody maximized Kevin Durant because y'all didn't.
Damn, Trey.
So there's two things here. One is, we talk about Draymond a lot, but this is Draymond Green to me at his best. I mean, he is so insightful about the game. Amazing. It is unbelievable. Like, I know point guards get the ball to players where they want and all that kind of stuff, but I would have never been able to put two and two together that there are things that he puts together from being in the league for 10, 12 years that are just really incredible information. Mm-hmm. My question, though, about that is there anybody else out there that feels like, why is he spilling secrets?
Interesting.
I mean, why? What other player right now is going on talking about, and this is not a bad thing. I'm just, what other player goes out there and just talks about other players like this so openly?
Well, Patrick Beverly is one comes to mind. I know his season just ended, but Steiny, you can't hide brilliance. I don't think there was an agenda there. It's just you pick up on what he has upstairs, his basketball knowledge and IQ just by him talking.
No, but
his podcast allows him to just chop up what just transpired in the playoffs. And what I do, going to your point, I'm like, well, Phoenix knows maybe they're stuck, but all they need is a point guard. They get a point guard in there, keep the big three, then they're better off. But that's being dumb to Phoenix. They know that. I had no problem with that.
What other player in the NBA, and Patrick Beverly's not this, what other player in the NBA is talking right now like as openly about other players? He did it in the first round. He did it with are we going to get a Minnesota, Denver podcast from him?
Oh, no doubt. And it'll probably come after tonight. I'll tell you
what's he going to say? How the best way to guard Jokic?
Well, no, he's doing. I could think of 4 other guys that do it, but they don't play. It's the TNT crew.
Exactly. But that's my point. He's an active player, and again.
But he's telling you what's going.
But why is he the only one?
Oh, I don't have that answer.
I don't either. But I listen. I love it.
Sign me up.
I love it, but I just think it's. It's fascinating. I think it's fascinating that he gets on his podcast and really, really dissects the game and the individuals and stuff about the game that not the average person knows. And he's given all this information. I just think it's interesting. Why is he
not hurting the Warriors? Do you think?
No, I don't necessarily think so.
I don't either. But
I just
what if Durant heard that?
I'm sure he did.
I gotta feel like damn, I gotta respect him for telling the truth. Maybe I want to try it again. Let's see what can happen.
But when he told the truth about KD before, KD didn't like it. Like, Draymond really doesn't, he must not care, which I guess
he
is
does,
a good
because
thing.
when he sat down with Durant, when they had that infamous podcast, Tony, and asked him, was he the reason they left? You know.
I don't believe anything in that podcast.
Wow.
I don't believe the
I've
interview
heard
with
that
Klay.
before.
925, he's not spilling any secrets. He's spilling his opinion. The end. He has no idea what they're trying to do in Phoenix, and if he does, that's a bigger problem for the Warriors than anything else. I can't dismiss that as just opinion.
He's working on his next craft, or so we think, Stoney. And his craft is to chop it up and give analysis on said players, and he's got a head start, and he's doing that right now.
That would be the reason, to me.
And that's why the podcast is taking off.
I mean, that would be the reason to me, is that he's going to be on TNT. Well, who knows where he's going to be. But he's going into broadcasting after his career, and he's working on his game. But I think his game is, his analysis game is unbelievable.
We've talked about this. It's incredible, man.
I don't know that I've ever heard anybody talk about the game like Draymond Green.
Well, the Kobe, remember he used to do his thing. Evan, help me out. I forget the name of, after he retired.
Yeah, after he retired.
Okay, yeah, no, I got you. Jordan.
But also, I
forget what the Mambas was. He'd put Jason Tatum's game under the microscope and then show video, and then he would give his analysis on it. And you're sitting there like, just inject that in my veins.
415, Paul George does some of that on his pod. Yeah, but I like the way Paul George just interviews.
You said that before.
Interviews other.
Drake is firing off takes. Excuse me, Drake. Dre is firing off takes.
Yeah, he is.
I can't wait to hear what he says about Anthony Edwards.
This is more on KD.
Go look at his defense when he was with us. Go look at his defense this year. Sometimes it was good, not as consistently as it was with the Warriors. When K was with the Warriors, he was one of the best rim protectors in the league. Yep, you heard it. I'm going to say it again. He was one of the best rim protectors in the league. Our small lineup worked in part because teams would try to go small and have no rim protection and think we just out there. No, me and K out there protecting that rim. Andre come across, strip you. K was protecting the rim. If the Phoenix Suns want to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves, K, who I know can be a great defender, got to go guard Anthony Edwards. That never happened for a large part of the series.
Wow.
Remember when we were talking about Kevin Durant as a defensive player of the year?
I'll never forget it.
All right, here's what's coming up on 95.7 The Game. At noon, so Tom Brady got roasted last night, and the boss thought it would be a great idea if we allowed the listeners to roast Guru and myself.
Wow, dude.
I know. So if you want to crack at roasting Steiny and or Goo, or both, 888-957-9570 is the number. Start lining them up, and we'll do it after the noon hour. 888-957-9570. If you want a shot at roasting Guru or myself. And my feeling, here's what I told the boss. Ain't nobody going to roast us. I bet nobody's
They roast us daily, so I got thick skin. I can handle it.
They're not gonna. Yeah. 888-957-9570. You can also use the Xfinity mobile text line to do it. Evan will be monitoring that. The YouTube chat, Evan will be monitoring that. But the Tom Brady roast last night apparently was something. So if you want a shot at,
it's there for you.
If you want a shot at taking a shot at Guru or myself, 888-957-9570.
Any chance you go back and watch the roast? Because it's there on Netflix.
There, you know what?
It's there.
There is so little chance. This is the way, when I get asked a question like this, you know what? I always do this. I don't know. I would say no. And then I would try to come up with the amount of money that you would have to pay me to watch that 3-hour roast.
Right.
And I think it would take, I would not watch it right now for $100.
Even after all the goods you heard?
No. Like, for me to sit down in front of that roast, $300.
Oh,
I'd need $300.
Yeah. I'll watch anything for $300.
Maybe two.
Yeah.
Maybe 200.
Not a beer, huh?
No. No chance.
It was great, man.
No chance.
And they sold out the forum.
That's incredible. In case you're just joining us, we're talking about the roast. And if you don't want to jump on the phone line at 888-957-9570.
Don't be scared, dog.
Nobody's going to,
Hey, Steiny, can I jump in real quick?
Sure. Yeah.
I'm screening phone calls, and I pretty much will tell the audience that anybody can get through no matter what. So give us a call no matter what you have to say about Steiny and Guru.
Oh, 888-957-9570 is the number.
I get what he was selling right there.
Tell me, because I'm a day late and $1 short.
Need some ticket sales.
Phone lines are open. You know why? Because we're uncriticizable.
There you go.
Here's your chance. I'll tell you what, we'll give you one chance, and that's it. This ain't going to happen for another 6 years.
Till Curry's roast.
You want a shot at roasting Guru and I? You better take it right now at 888-957-9570. You know, maybe we're just not easy to make fun of.
No, we are.
Oh, you know,
Mitchum.
Maybe what'll happen is I'll start roasting the listeners,
and that we can do.
You know what? Maybe that's what I'll
roast
do.
With the best of
maybe them. I will roast some of our frequent listeners.
Did I ever tell you the story about my mother working in the cafeteria while I was in middle school?
No.
And they'd be like, Johnson, tell your mom to feed me. Dude, I had to have thick skin and be able to come back. Start to have nightmares. Johnson, tell your mom there's no bread. Oh, I had to get tough quick. Fights. Yeah, I'm ready for the listeners.
Are they ready for us, though? 888-957-9570.
Here they come.
Here's your shot. Here's your shot. And there's some activity. You still have a shot to get in. 888-957-9570. Because Tom Brady got roasted last night, feel free to take the next half hour to roast Steiny and Guru. Anything goes. Anything goes. 888-957-9570. If you want to bring it, bring it. Now's the time. We can take it. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to roast Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Are you going to be okay?
Stop. I'm on Twitter. I get roasted every day.
You do?
I think I got some of the thickest skin here.
I think I do.
Oh, Steiny.
No, I think I do. You're very sensitive. Oh, my gosh.
When we get into it, you go in your, then I know you're done for the rest of the show. I got to prop you back up. Who's laughing at that?
I'm about to roast you on the other side. All right, 888-957-9570. Calls starting to come in here. If you want a shot at roasting Steiny or Guru or Steiny and Guru, absolutely, positively, now's your shot. Tom Brady was roasted last night at the Forum. If it's good enough for Tom Brady, it's good enough for Guru and I to take a little grief from our listeners. So have some fun with it on the other side. 888-957-9570. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. That segment was brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Prize Picks is America's #1 fantasy sports app with over 3 million active members. They are the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike other apps, with Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers, no sharks or competitive leagues. All you do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the moolah run in. You can now win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks with as little as 4 correct picks. You could turn $10 into $1,000 with pro basketball, baseball, and more. They even offer injury insurance so that your entries stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. For basketball games, if you have a player who exits the game in the first half and does not return in the second, they have your back and it does not count as a loss. Prize Picks is really simple to play. I can make my picks and submit my entry in less than 6 seconds.
Steiny is Steiny, Mr. Mean. You feel me? He always grumpy and always mad. But Steiny keep it real though. You gotta love Steiny. And then Guru, Mr. Gullible. He think everybody's a star. Oh my God, Guru's funny. He's hilarious.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Was that today?
No.
Oh
no. All right. So
God, I love roast.
Last night in Los Angeles, Tom Brady was roasted by former teammates and comedians, and it went 3 hours, and Guru just thought it was one of the funniest things he's ever seen.
Yep.
And the boss was amused too, and the boss suggested that at noon today we have a roast of myself and Guru from the listeners. So 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to get in line to roast Daryl the Guru Johnson and myself. You can also use the Xfinity Mobile text line. There's some good ones on there. And you can also use the YouTube chat. But if you want to do it in person or you want to do it over the phone, kind of face-to-face, if you will.
Yeah.
That's fine, too.
I'm calling out Mike. That was from this morning, Mike.
Now, this is not the idea of, this is not a good one, but it's cruel to roast two old men past their prime with faces for radio. Yeah. Anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's start off with Rich. Rich is in Fremont. What's up, Rich? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Look, I had to get in on this, man. I said, hey, this might be the only jab I might be able to get, but I'm going to take it. First of all, this roast was brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Take care of all your pest control needs. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I got two titles for the both of you. First, Steiny, you are Mr. Pessimistic of the Bay. That's what you are, brother. It don't matter what team it is. If it's a chance they can win, you want to focus on what's wrong all the time, man. Come on, man. You gotta represent the Bay a little better than that. So you Mr. Pessimistic. And Guru,
hey,
man, you are Mr. Hot Take of the Bay. I've never seen anybody come out from left field with different things that don't have no legitimate piece of information to back up what you're saying. Brother, take some time to do the research before you bring that take. And guess what? That's all I got, fellas. Thank you.
All right, Rich. Nothing funny in there.
Yeah.
Nothing that makes me chuckle at 888-957-9570.
Like KFC, Rich. My takes are original.
Go ahead, E.
How about this one, Steiny?
Okay.
This is from the Xfinity Mobile text line.
All right.
510. Steiny sounds like he plucks his nose hairs with tweezers individually and enjoys it.
Whoa. Boy.
No.
I kind of like it.
No. This is the one that I think is not bad. I said this one earlier. Steiny's so pessimistic his blood type is B negative.
That's the leader of the
like that one.
Yeah.
And then Steinmetz's hobby is developing photos because he loves focusing on the negatives. That's a pretty good one from the 530.
Let me read one, Steiny.
Hold on.
650.
Let me give the number out. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to take a crack at roasting Guru or myself, now's the time. You got about 15 or 20 minutes to do it. We'll also read some of the best ones on the Comcast Xfinity mobile text line and the YouTube chat. But if you want to call, 888-957-9570.
You give me a grade. What do Guru on Thursdays and Klay Thompson in the play-in game have in common? They both didn't show up. It's not that funny to me. I don't know what they mean.
It's one of the greats in the business, Gary Radnich, always said, don't forget to laugh into the mic. So let's go to, boy, want to go out to Filmo Mike?
Yeah.
All right, let's bring in Filmo Mike. He's going to do it. He's going to do it over the phone, which is what's up, Filmo?
Mike.
Hey, man, I have to get on this because first of all, let's tell the listeners Go to the live. You have to go to YouTube Live because what I'm finna say is Guru out here looking like a Muslim, like he on 3rd and Newcomb, selling papers and bean pies. Straight up, man, it's hilarious. If you guys remember the movie Belly, at the end of the movie Belly, the brother was talking to DMX. That's Guru right now. I swear to God. And Steiny looked like the Minnesota Timberwolves coach. You feel me? He out here looking like a junior college coach with an under 500 record. His record is like 425, but he got one ship. He got one claim of fame. He won one tournament in Pasadena.
Oh boy,
I like it, Philmo.
Pretty good, man.
All right, man. By the way, Philmo's making I didn't even use this term today. So Guru is dressed to the nines. He's going to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame function tonight, and I said you were dressed up, but I left out the lead. You're wearing a bow tie.
Yeah, it's my little thing.
Look sharp.
Yeah, right on.
So
that's why he called me a Muslim, because that's what they wear, the bow ties.
Yeah, if you want to try to check out Guru and
Louis Guacon, they're calling me.
That's pretty good.
That's not bad. So Tom Brady got roasted last night. Guru and I, we're getting roasted right now by our listeners. 888-957-9570. If you want to jump in, let's go to...
I didn't like Rich. That bothered me.
First, before we get back to our callers, this is from the 510. I thought it was pretty good. The jokes go over Steiny's head. That's why he has to get on his tippy toes to reach them.
That's a good one.
That's a 4.
That's a good one.
For those that don't know, Steiny is on his tippy toes in every single photo ever taken.
It's because I usually will have my picture gets taken with the staff here, and I got Guru at 6'4". I got Bonte at 6'4". I got Willard at 6'3". Yeah, just a little boost. I like this one here. We'll go out the lines. This is a good one. 707, Steiny likes to be the smartest guy in the room, which explains why he never goes anywhere.
I would give that a 4.
That's a 4. That's a pretty good one. All right, 888-957-9570. If you want to do it, get them in now. Carlito is in Alameda. What's up, Carlito? How you doing, man?
Hello, gentlemen. Guru is wearing a beautiful bow tie. I guess his favorite host on Inside the NBA is EJ.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice. He rhymed.
Yeah.
He absolutely rhymed.
And I forgot about Ernie and the bow ties.
Yeah.
Any news on that? Is it going away? What happened with NBC?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Quiet on the set.
That's a good question. That's a real good question. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's your shot at taking a shot at Guru and myself. And you can use the Xfinity mobile text line. You can use the YouTube chat. We'll get some good ones up here. Jay is in San Rafael. Jay, what's going on?
What's happening, guys? Shout out St. Mary's Rugby just took the national championship from Navy.
Nice.
Hey, Steiny.
Yeah,
it was pretty cool. My son's going to go there next year. Anyway, hey, Steiny.
Yeah.
Sure, should I say whining? Because when you start out with that high-pitched, annoyed tone with Guru or anyone, I just want to call you the Wambulance, bro. Wah. Hey, you know what? Every ride in the Wambulance comes with a 6-pack of Pampers just for you. It's got your name on it. Shiny brow. Take them all. Drink them all. Hey, but don't even get me started on how you treat Guru. Insert poop emoji. Y'all thought Draymond was a bully. Jeez. Hey, look, speaking of Guru, don't even think I'm letting you off without some love as well, Guru. Hey, Guru, you're so passionate, which is good. I love it. But, bro, it's called a crescendo, man. Start out a little slow. Kind of ease her in. A little couple of drinks. You build up. This segment is brought to you by Blue Chew. Hey, but don't even take it slow. Just build it up and give me that big blow up at Steiny and just let him have it sometime. Okay, lastly, you're not allowed to say allude anymore. Get some other words. No more allude. And hey, Farhan's double agent for the Dodgers. I'm out.
All right, Jay. Not bad.
He tried.
He did try.
Yeah. Whammy-land. I like that, Steiny.
Yeah,
he called you whiny.
Right, he left out a better line. The better line would have been not Wambulance. He should have said, he could have called me Matt Weinmetz. Get it?
I've heard that one before.
That would have been better.
Yeah. From the 925.
Yeah.
Guru is the type of guy that gets roasted, doesn't realize it, and laughs. Oh, what are you insinuating with that
my
one?
God.
That's pretty good.
All right, let's bring the boss in and we'll jump into some more calls. Yeah.
All right. Guru takes. Oh, I can't read that one. I'm sorry.
I saw it. You can't read it because it's false.
You can't jumpstart Steiny's car battery because it has 2 negatives only.
After 3. I'm sorry, brother. That was pretty funny to me.
I'm about
Hey,
that.
Steve, you can read the one about me, boss. Come on now.
Guru's such a homer, his wife must be named Marge.
Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad.
That might be the leader.
That is not bad. Let's go to KT wants to take a shot. KT's in Oakland. What's going on, KT?
Hey, what's up, Matt? How you doing?
I'm all right.
You're a guru.
What's
Matt,
up,
I'm going to have
baby?
to go back to the Club One days on you, man, and when we used to ball together. So I didn't know which one you was, whether you were a point guard, a ref, or a coach. I remember one time when I had to guard you, I always stuck that big button away, and I couldn't get around you, backing it into me right into my gut. And I couldn't get around you. And then as far as point guard, I mean, you was a good player, Matt, but you was part ref, man, because I remember every time we get a run and get the rebound, you'll be like this. Ball, stay here. We halfway down the court. You didn't call some crazy call, and then we got to call all the way back.
No, you got the wrong guy.
Oh.
You got a little Rutherford in you, Steiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, then, you know, we sit on the sideline after a loss and stuff. You be like telling everybody where they were supposed to be after we done lost the game like we wanted to hear that.
Oh, my gosh.
Hey, what about Guru?
Oh, my God.
You got anything for Goo?
Yeah. I remember I was talking to Ken and they was like, KT, you remember Guru used to play at Club One? And I was like, who is that? He said, I think I remember him. He said, yeah, we used to do that we didn't pass the ball to. And I was like, well, y'all didn't pass the ball to me either. He said, well, at least KT, you rebound and play defense. So
I like it.
And then,
great joke.
And then one thing I got one thing to say about you, Guru. Man, can you stop with the rat on the table stuff, man? You always do it around lunchtime when I'm eating, man.
Oh, you know
and
what?
I keep thinking about the rat on the table and it keeps spoiling my lunch, man.
Hey, we'll take
That's
that
a good
into
one.
consideration.
That's a good one,
Thanks,
KT.
man.
Appreciate it, KT. Have a good one.
Were you the guy?
No.
Steiny, it sounds like you. Were you the guy?
It's a roast.
Evan, you should. Okay.
It's a roast.
That sounded real.
It's a roast.
We lost because of you.
What about this one? The one thing Goo and Tom Brady have in common, neither of them got nothing going on the weekends.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
That's pretty good.
That's not bad.
What a Guru on Thursdays and Klay Thompson. Oh, we already heard that one. This is this is from Uncle Looney on YouTube. Steiny's so bad at math that 1, 2, 2 is his toughest equation.
That's a little bit.
Yeah.
Guru's the type of guy that gets roasted, doesn't realize it, and laughs anyway.
I've read that one.
I like that one.
Yeah, no, that is good.
What this is from Rockin' New Air 84. What breaks down more, Goose Cadillac or Kawhi?
I have a newer Cadillac. Come on, get with the program. Guru takes more time off than the teacher in the summer. Now, why would you laugh? Time off is when I'm tending to family.
Just for a
Come on.
Someone did say we should have done this on Thursday so Goo could listen from home.
Oh, my. Now that's
pretty good.
Did Evan write that?
That is pretty good.
That is.
That is pretty good.
I got to tell you, the one that's bothering me is Rich.
Which one?
My rants. My rants are my personal feelings, Rich. There's no research needed. It's what I watch and process. Now I'm getting defensive.
Yeah, I appreciate
that basketball one should bother you. There was some truth to that.
No, it doesn't bother me. The dude who had the script bothered me a little bit. Oh. But no, the basketball one doesn't bother me. Because it's a roast. See, don't you get it? I didn't call fouls, Goo. I didn't call fouls in pickup. That's why... what are you doing? You're focused.
I was reading a thing that was long as
I've never seen you that locked in.
No, I was reading the text.
This is from Graybeards on YouTube. Steiny's so negative, he looks at a donut and he only sees the hole.
That's a 3. Yeah.
I can't believe you guys think I'm negative.
We're rated G. We can't.
I'm practical and rational.
Yeah.
This is the most fun I've had in years.
You know what? If you would have been a better boss, you would have let me know years ago that people perceive me as negative. Now, how the hell was I supposed to know that up until today?
Oh, I've never told you that before.
Look inward.
Wow.
All right, that'll do it.
No, we're still taking calls.
Oh, we are? Oh, we'll take calls for the if you want to roast. 888-957-957.
Goo was so gullible, he started a cup of orange juice for 12 hours because it said concentrate.
That's pretty good.
Oh, boy. That's beer. That's pretty good.
That was a great one.
Yeah.
That was a great one. Oh, man. What's 888-957-957. I'm looking at the chat, guys. I'm not afraid to take a shot at myself.
We do it every day.
What are you talking about?
That self-deprecation is part of our show.
I agree. Guru, it's not good. When Guru looks like the week after Christmas, wearing all his post-Christmas goods. You know what? I'll take this one on. This is from the what?
Okay.
Oh, this might be from Philma. I do not look like Chris Finch.
No, you do. I'm being real. It's a compliment too, Steiny. You guys are the same. That's your doppelganger. And I told Mia and the kids.
So a guy from the same city.
No, you guys got the same hair and the same swag.
City as me.
No, just the same old look too. It ain't a stanky look. It's just a look. And I'm like, that's his boy. Sonny, you do got some Finch in. You guys do.
But why, of all the people on
Denzel
planet
and I
Earth,
got it. It's the same.
Yeah, but you didn't grow up in the same city. Like, that's too crazy of a coincidence.
Dude, it's incredible, man. It's like you coach the T-Wolves to me. Dude, and give him credit. He showed up Saturday.
Yes.
Are you serious?
It's scary, man. No, for real. Snotty, it is.
It's also something about the demeanor.
Yeah, and the hair.
I'll take Finch's demeanor.
Yeah.
Well, by the way, there are a few people chiming in. We love you guys. Don't worry. That's from the 650. Of course, followed by this one. Where was it? Oh, 831. This is from Cody in Portland. Steiny's so pessimistic, he takes COVID tests just to see the negative.
That's a 4. Pretty good.
That's a good
one. Man.
That's a good one.
Steiny is the type of guy to give marriage advice when he's divorced. Those are the ones you don't take advice from, right?
I don't. Well, maybe they have good experience on their side. Alex is in Oakland. He wants to jump in here on the regular phone line, gents. Alex in Oakland.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Hey, man. You got to come back to the alley, brother.
Okay, I will.
But on top of that, man, it's a beautiful day outside. I love hearing your guys' voices. I've never met Guru.
All right, Alex, you're killing me. Ruining the bit.
He had a little slow draw there.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. Appreciate the call.
Got to work on the timing.
That's from Carlos Guido on YouTube. Guru looks like he's going to hand out mini Bibles on the sidewalk later.
Hey, all right.
Are you going to go out to the corner and do a little preaching?
No. Wow. No.
You could.
Well, I'm not. That's right.
All right. Thanks for that. We'll take this to the end. Are there any
okay, are we sure Wiggins and Guru aren't the same person? They take the same amount of days off. That's funny to you, huh? Oh, dude, what?
I don't know.
I'm tending to the fam.
Where's another couple on the the bow tie. Guru's got a bow tie.
Read the 415. What does Steiny and Premium Crackers have in common? They're both salty. That's pretty good. Oh boy. That we can't get over yet, Steiny.
Yeah, I don't. A roast is kind of clever. It's not just saying Steinmetz is a jerk and Guru's a homer. Yeah, you got to be a little more clever than that. Anyway, 888-957-9570. We got 2 or 3 more minutes if you want to jump in to the roast. But some really good ones out there. I like the one in particular about I stay in my room to always be the smartest guy. That was a 5 to me. Which one was your favorite?
What does Guru and the Clippers have in common? They always get knocked out in the first round. Knockout. Wow. Haymakers.
Oh, man.
Somebody said we sound like a couple arguing about prenup agreements.
I lost. I'm out.
Prenup?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Hey, Evan, you really think I got some Finch in me?
Is that what you've taken away from this entire roast?
I don't know. I never thought of it before.
Well, you
his
guys,
hair's
you're
longer
from the
than-
same area.
No, you got Steiny. It's
His
real,
hair-
man.
His hair's longer than
You would go to the same stylist. It's the same style.
Well, we only have one in red.
And you got a head full of hair. You dress like him with your wannabe coach stuff you got on right now. Your swag.
All right. Oh, boy. I'm a little shaken.
Yeah, Rich got me early.
I'm a little shaken. Guru's a type of... No.
Read that.
No, it's...
All
All right. Here's what's going on.
You got a flight to catch, though, Steiny. Out to Denver.
For what?
Well,
you got a game tonight.
Your game.
That's the 3E.
That's... No. That's not a bad one, Beard, on the text line. I'll let on the YouTube chat. I'll let Evan decide whether we could say that.
I'm not sure if we're allowed
Last
to read
one,
that
Steiny 925.
Yes.
Guru loves deer hunting because it's his favorite animal. Think about that.
No, that's true. All right. Where do we go from here?
You had something this morning.
What do you mean?
State of the friend? Well, that's inside baseball.
No, we can do that.
Yeah.
We can do that.
The Giants is in disarray.
Well,
if you want to call it that.
What do you mean? They're only
a lot of people giving up.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know why. I'm like, it's still early.
We're only 20% through the season. Why does Steiny and Klay? What does Steiny and Klay have in common? They both take their shot no matter what. You're thinking of somebody else.
This is from a little back at the 510. Steiny's worst take was calling for a bridge over Lake Merritt. Guru's worst take.
What?
Which one?
No. That's a 4. Wow. Our Guru and Denzel, they messed up. They put Tracy Morgan twins. Evan, that was pretty damn funny.
Steinmetz saying his face looks like a shoebox is an insult to shoeboxes.
Someone's saying Guru looked like Cameron and Mays on the Is What It Is podcast.
Guru, my life may be a joke, but it's not as funny as your outfit. I'll tell you, that's pretty damn good.
Guru change.
Boy.
All right. 888-957-9570 if you want to.
We got through it.
Yeah, we did get through it. Don't forget to download the Odyssey app. We'll be right back on 95.7 The Game.
I can't see it. It's bothering me.
It is funny.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess. A lot of tears. Well, now that we got Xfinity...
out of the Bay, I'm telling you, Steiny, I'm just from a basketball standpoint and emotional things that come with it.
Is it basketball or emotional?
It's both. It's both.
It is.
Are we so sure you want Klay Thompson up out of here? And the Warriors need to be the first one to answer that, because that you got me thinking about they can go above and beyond to keep him here.
When you hear that about Klay Thompson and the Orlando Magic, what do you think? I mean, what comes to mind? I mean, to me, my first thought is that I believe it. I believe there is mutual interest. And whether Klay's side is using the Magic for leverage, that's just the way it goes. But I do think Klay Thompson could be on another team next year. What are the odds of that? I'd still, if I had to bet, I always look at it like if I have to, if you're making me bet, I still would play it. He'll be here. But my question to Warrior fans is very simple. Would you be okay if Klay Thompson signed with the Orlando Magic? Would you be okay with it? He just comes to the end of his tenure here. He gets more money in Orlando, and he goes to the Orlando Magic. This is a mainstay. This is one of the big three.
Well, what's the difference between him and Dre? That's why I'd be feeling some type of way. Like, if this thing is over, and it could be, Steiny, and this is the end, let's ride it out with the Three Musketeers. What Klay can still shoot. I guess I would just put on the autopsy table, what's the difference in Klay's game and Draymond's?
The difference is one guy's contract's up, and one guy's not.
Well,
and
one guy's was, and he got re-upped.
Well, they were at a different spot last year, I think.
See, to think this season could be a bad thing for Klay is crazy.
It would be an emotional gut punch, might help advance or accelerate the process of creating the next iteration of GSW Hoops. That's from the 415. But Warrior fans, if Klay went to Orlando and there's mutual interest, he signed a contract, would you be okay with it? And then, are there circumstances where you might be okay with it, but you wouldn't under other circumstances? I mean, the Orlando Magic are probably more of a contender than the Warriors right now, if for no other reason than they're in the Eastern Conference.
And they need him, what he has, his specialty, more than anything.
So 888-957-9570 is the number. Yeah.
I was going to ask you, what has you on the Steiny meter thinking that you think he stays? Is it because of what he means from both points?
That's the only thing.
Wow.
That's the only thing.
But I can't interest you in the 38% from deep, huh?
No.
How are you going to replace that? So that's why I'm telling fans, be careful what you wish for. If we come into, months down the road and there's no Klay, there will be tears. There will be emotion. Everybody's fat-mouthing right now like, oh, Klay. My question to you all is, do you think the only reason you didn't make the playoffs is because of Klay Thompson?
Well, of course not. But he's
sometimes
one of the
I think
he's one of the reasons. You didn't make the playoffs because of everybody. Everybody. Steph wasn't good enough this year.
Draymond wasn't available.
Exactly.
Wiggins was Wiggins.
Wiggins did not have a good year.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I got to be honest with you. When you use words like inconsistent, I think Wiggins had a terrible year.
And nobody would fight you out of
Okay. And I think Klay Thompson, he accepted his role well. He was fine,
and we don't even know his role going forward if he were to stay. Like if I said, you think him being a starter is a deal breaker?
Well,
if I were him, it would be.
I don't even not
coming off
to
the
me.
bench.
I don't care if he comes off the bench. If they keep the big three together, this is the conclusion I've come to. If they keep the big three together, and I don't care if Klay comes off the bench or not.
But he does is why I bring it up.
But I don't care. I don't. This is my judgment. If the three guys are still on the team together, there's no way to kind of transition to that next thing. Not immediately, because I don't care what anybody says. If Steph, Klay, and Draymond are on the team and they're healthy, they're going to split 90 minutes. They're going to play. They're each going to play 30 minutes. And that is still a big, big, big chunk of playing time. And if you're going to transit, look, last year I said I think I would have let Draymond walk. So for consistency's sake, I would probably let Klay walk because I was ready to transition a year ago thinking this team wasn't a title team. But I don't know what Joe Lacob thinks, and I don't know how the fans think. Well, but I think if, there's sentimentally, it would be awful. It'd be tough. It's hard. But it might be time. 888-957-9570.
Well, then, no pun intended, Stoney, they better make a splash in regard to replacing Klay in what he specializes in, because they're outside of Wiggins and Steph Curry. I don't know who's going to shoot the ball consistently from deep. And I know, they're going to replace him with somebody who's not on the roster now. But again, my biggest takeaway, it would be just to Joe Lacob, is if Draymond Green, you look at him like a brother, how do you not look at Klay Thompson like that same brother or another one?
Because I would say the circumstances have changed. We no longer believe we're in a championship.
Wow, man, you keep saying that.
I mean, this is just, yeah, you're right, Damon Chang. It's just what I think. Here's another, just what I think would be to let him, I'd probably have to let him walk. And one of the reasons is because I think we can get better if we let him walk.
But not with him?
I think it's going to be harder.
I mean, he led the league in threes made and threes taken just a year ago.
But that's in the past.
But we're not even setting it up for him to have a good offseason and be better than last year.
But
you don't even think, you think that ship has sailed?
I think you've got to expect the big three to take a tick down next year, don't you? To take just a tick down, just because of age. But the other thing is, and I get, you know what, you're absolutely right on the shooting part. They need shooting, and Klay shoots.
Oh, my gosh.
But they also need all kinds of other things. And I believe if you have a great shooter, just forget the player's name. If you have a great shooter and you get rid of him, well, okay, you could get a great defensive player back who can pass, and you might be a better team. That's what I absolutely allow for if Klay were to walk. I think it'd be tough, but maybe you get somebody who's not a shooter, but you get shooters at other positions, but you get a defender or you get a playmaker. Mm-hmm. Then maybe you do become better because the sum of the parts becomes greater than the individual.
You'll laugh at me, but you think there's no way in the world Klay would take a hometown? Like, what number do you think it would take? Like, we don't know what Klay wants. Everybody wants money, but if he wants to ride his boat and all the stuff that come with being a Golden State Warrior and he wants to stay in one uniform, I still go back to the interview with his dad, Michael Thompson on Willard and Dibstein. I didn't get what I was looking for, but yet I was being selfish. You're not going to say what your son, is going to do, then. But do you think Orlando would throw 30 or 35 at him? Or do you think 25 would get it done because he wants to stay here? My fear for Dub Nation, who wants Klay to stay in a Warrior uniform, is how much did he really take getting moved to the bench to heart? And if Klay were to tell us, I couldn't believe it happened, I did it, I played good soldier, I'd understand that. But can you move on? I don't know, Steiny. Like, all that is on the table for me, and that's why it's going to be amazing to see how this plays out. And if the Warriors, what if they threw the most money at him and he still said deuces? Chris Brown.
Well, that would surprise me.
All right.
Like, that would surprise me if the Warriors came in with the highest offer and he didn't stay.
3 for $75.
God, is that a lot of money? I mean, if the Warriors just said right now, next, we're going to let Klay walk and we're going to let Pods play some too and Moody play some too. I mean, how much worse would you really be?
You know what, Stoney? You may not be that much worse when we're looking at what is the Western Conference, but yeah.
It's a tough one. Grandpa Daddy is in Hayward.
The stack.
I think he owes me money or something,
he
doesn't he?
Yeah. Hey up.
How much? Hey, Steiny, how much do I owe you, brother? Because I'm a man of my word and I'm a man of honor.
I actually forget.
60 for you, and I think it was 40 for me.
I think it was 50-50.
Oh,
I don't know.
I like that too.
I don't know.
Hey, I love you guys. You know what? I've been listening to this, and I really want to give my perspective.
Yeah.
And Goo, hey Goo, you know, you wear your heart on your sleeve, and I love you for that, bro. I really do, because it is about sentiment. The big three, man, we love them. They always been here. But
there it is.
Steiny's the practical one. He's keeping it real, Goo, and he's right. I have to say, because let me tell you this. Klay can go out in Miami, in Florida, and sail his boat. And it's about the money with these guys, bro. Because I'll tell you this. I got a friend that works in sports medicine. He works for the Niners. He also works for the Warriors. And I ain't gonna say who, but whatever. He done been to a lot of those guys' house. He helped Looney rehab and get to where he's at. But one thing he told me was that for these guys, it's their body, and they got to get their ultimate payday while they're young. Because when they don't, it's over, man. When they get old, he goes, they're washed up in 10 years. He goes, you got to get your ultimate money in like a 10-year period. And so if Klay doesn't get his money, he just might bounce, dog. And it ain't nothing. It's not about sentiment. It's about business. Same thing with Joe Lacob. Joe Lacob's going to be like, look, Klay, I love you like a brother, bro. But guess what? Brothers are brothers. This is his business. There it is, baby. If he gets more money in Orlando, I bet you he'll bounce.
Yeah. Wow. Thanks, Grandpa. Thanks, Grandpa, Daddy. Appreciate it.
So he's saying it's not personal, Stoney. It's just business.
9-2, yeah, and it is.
Well, what if they gave Klay the Dre contract based on a 2 for 50? Would Klay look at that? Again, I'm asking you a mind read. Would he be offended, or would the organization, hey, we gave Dre 25 and we're giving you 25? 2 for 50.
I know I'm fluctuating on this, but 25 is an awful lot for Klay now.
All right. That's how I hear you.
It's an awful lot.
But Orlando could come to the Steph Curry number easily.
This is the one thing that we always get into here is if Klay leaves, it's because Curry allows him to go. If Curry wants him here, management will make it happen. I think those days are gone. Now, I'm not saying they would defy Steph Curry, but I think the days of like Steph, people thinking Steph runs the organization. I mean,
but Steph signed off on Dre. We know, we believe.
Well, signed off on is different than if he doesn't come back, I want out of here. Right. But I'm sorry, we can't accommodate Steph Curry if the best thing for the team is to let Klay move on. I mean, the reason there's a scenario in which you let Klay move on and you're a better team in a better financial situation. It's not going to be easy to do, but that's what Dunleavy's got to try to do. Otherwise, you got Klay coming back here, and you got Klay coming back here on a sizable deal. Your flexibility's in trouble.
This is the first for Joe Lacob. Miss me with after they lost the 16 finals going to get Durant. You still were a championship team and you should have won is currently constructed. This is the first for him. Tell me you agree with that, Steiny. This is the most difficult offseason since he's been at the helm.
Well, it could be.
I mean, the decisions, like even Klay can make you stay up at night.
Well, okay, I'm going to be honest with you. Yes and no. Yes and no. I mean, they're always going to be tough decisions.
All right, give me the no.
You know, the no is I'm watching these playoffs and we got to get younger. And we are not spending $25 million a year on Klay Thompson right now. We can't do it. We cannot pay $20 to $25 million for a player who's declining. Those are the bare bones of it. We love Klay. We're all sentimental. We all wish he could retire here. And I'm one of them. I love Klay Thompson's personality. I love the way he talks. I love how chill he is. I love how much he loves the Bay. But you can't continue to pay players who are getting worse. I'm sorry. To me, we're getting into Giants territory if we do that. And what I'm saying is, if Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy see it that way, and I'm not saying they do, it's just the way I see it, but if they see it that way, then the decision's easy. Klay, we got to let you go. We love you, and we'll get you back here when we raise the banner. But right now, we just can't do it.
Wow.
We'll see. We'll see.
People say Locomotive on the YouTube chat, Goo is paying players based on emotion. No, I'm not at all. I'm just telling you it's going to be a part of it. It's like when I told the kids we can't get a dog. It was my decision. I made it, but I knew they weren't going to be happy, Steiny, and that's what's going to happen regardless if Klay moves on or not. The fan base is going to be, they'll be there. Nobody's going anywhere, but Steiny, people are going to be upset. And you make me wonder every time I think I have you, and it's not a game, well, Dre got his, you keep selling me, tell me if I'm wrong, that's more reason that they're going to be like, we can't do that again.
Yeah, I think, absolutely. I mean, I don't know. Like, here's what I said. The Draymond deal and the Klay deal are two entirely different things. And I think...
But
even
are they?
Yes, totally. And that's the part that I think people have to get their head around. I get it. They're both part of the big three. But situations changed. Situations changed. I mean, does the organization think Klay's more valuable than Draymond?
I would say no.
Well, then they can't pay him that much.
But what if I'm wrong?
Well, then they'll pay him more. You know what I mean? If Klay walks out of here with a 2-year, $60 million contract offer that he signs here in Golden State, then what that tells me is, damn.
Well, you know what?
They think he's still really good.
Yeah, I'm up here bumping them. Ask me who I'd, no shade at Draymond. Ask me who I'd rather have right now.
Who?
Klay.
But that's based on what?
The league is caught up to Dre not being able to score, and I know what he does. You can't guard the best player on other teams. Donnie, shooting is at a premium.
I'd rather have Draymond, but the problem is Draymond comes with all the baggage, so it's basically even. You know what I mean?
Wow. How do you think the fans would answer that? I don't want to pit them against each other, but you think it's across the board? Sonny, the guy made the most threes last year in the league. Yeah, he took the most. He shot Klay Thompson.
That was 2 years ago.
38% from deep.
Guru, he was not good. Like, stop saying like Klay shot the hell out of it. He has the worst shooting year of his career.
But it was 38%.
But that doesn't matter.
With umpteen attempts. It ain't like he's shooting. He's casting. Am I saying it was consistent? No, 38 is 38.
Guru,
for the average Bear. Okay,
so he's average.
But 38 to me is...
It's what?
A lot of teams are going to...
Guru, how did Klay Thompson shoot the ball this year? 82 games. The whole season. I don't think he shot it well. And here's the other thing.
I want to just say, look at the ledger.
I think the 38% is misleading because the problem to me with Klay is when he's bad, he's really bad. He's really bad.
Well, if you say it's misleading, then I could kind of, you ain't hating.
38-7, look, you're right. It's not a bad percentage.
Oh my gosh.
But what makes you think he's going to shoot better next year? Wow. Like, if you look at Klay's shooting, three-point shooting, it would say 44, 43, 43, 43, 44, 45, 42, 42, 43.
Well, as much as I love Curry,
42,
couldn't we do the same with that? Couldn't we do the same with a player his age?
But Curry's under contract for 2 more years.
Well, you're right there.
I mean, I'm going to put you on the spot here. The text line says, Goo, why would you think Klay would be better next year?
Rest, working, and
he played a full season this year. Like, that's the other thing. He played a full season, maybe because he gets more time off this offseason, I guess. But
if you didn't watch any Warrior game, and I couldn't, and you saw said player shot 38% from deep, 38-7, which is 39, I'm signing up for that. And if you want to pick apart, we lived the roller coaster, 38 is 30. What was your grade point average? 2.8. That I don't need the ups and downs. What did you end up with? Like, I think we're doing him a disservice. Yeah, it was up and down, but it was 38, Steiny. with team attempts. He was jacking them. So for people saying, why do I think it could get better? Some rest, better offseason.
Yeah, I can't. You're operating under a premise that I just can't.
Well, if you're going to pay him, that needs to be the premise you're operating on, right? How proactive?
I just can't pay a guy at 34 years old thinking he's going to be a better player next year than he was last year.
What did you do with Draymond? You had to have those same thoughts at what he does.
I told you. I think it was a totally different. I think they thought they could still win a title this year. And I think they're starting to realize they might not be able to. 888-957-9570 is the number. How would you feel if you found out Klay Thompson is going to Orlando? Would you be okay with it? Or would you be crushed? 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Express Employment Professionals.
If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment.
if I can make it.
Make it where?
To the end of the final horn.
You old geezer.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I don't remember calling you that, I swear, man. Hey.
But I'm the mean guy. I'm the mean guy, but he calls me old.
Negative.
Yeah.
Old and negative. That's a hell of a pair.
Thank you, Evan. Damn it. What's going on in Miami?
Nothing.
Jimmy Butler, diarrhea of the mouth.
Shocked you talking to me.
Go ahead.
Here's what we're talking about. We're talking about the report from Shams Charania of The Athletic. I'll play the sound because I think there's two different things here. I think one is people hear the report, but they don't make the connection. But we'll talk about it on the other side.
The Magic can open up in excess of $60 million in cap space this offseason. So there are going to be players, when you think about free agency and other moves that can be made, you look at scoring. In Game 7, obviously struggled a little bit to score the ball, especially in the second half of the game when the Cavs and Donovan Mitchell kept coming for them. So you look at the point guard position, but also shooting and scoring on the wing. And one name to keep an eye on, Klay Thompson. I'm told there is mutual interest between the Magic and Klay Thompson. Thompson, along with several other vets around the league, are looking at the Magic as a situation where if you plug in a guy like Klay Thompson, you plug in another veteran player, whether it be at the point guard position, the shooting guard position, this team can make a real jump around Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. Both guys, Paolo Banchero already a star, already a guy that's been a part of Team USA. Franz Wagner has the ability to potentially be an all-star as well. But if you plug in some more shooting and scoring, I think that's what can take this Orlando team to another level.
I'm out.
By the way, did I see Franz Wagner with a 1 for 15? Ouch.
He was scrapping. You did see. He was trying hard. He was playing hard. He didn't let that affect his energy. I was watching yesterday.
I did see something out there about how Klay Thompson would fit right in.
Did you really?
That's 12 o'clock hour.
The elimination games.
Man.
Oh, ouch.
Yeah, that one hurt.
Ask me where you think I think Klay's going to end up.
Where do you think Klay's going to end up?
And where's our guy Rich from Fremont? I gave this long thought. I think the Lakers. I think D'Lo is gone, and Klay Thompson will be that guy.
Because earlier in the show, you kept saying you think he's going to be back. So you changed your mind?
No, if he leaves, it'll be in a Laker uniform.
Okay.
And he'll be playing in front of his home, where he watched his daddy play. I think there's something there, man. If the Warriors don't just, what word am I looking for? Serenade them with cheese.
I think it's a tough decision. I think I don't make it lightly, but I think I'd have to let him walk.
Toughest decision of Joe Lacob's tenure? I believe it is, Donnie. The Durant thing, they couldn't control. He chose to leave. But this is one, if you decide I'm not
let me play devil's advocate.
Go ahead, Al Pacino.
As a basketball decision, it's not a hard one. What if I just said that?
Oh, no, but that's not. I got you. But that's not what this is.
But if Joe Lacob is a businessman, it's not a hard one for him either. Like, what happens when Steph's up in 2 years? You're going to give him the max for 4 more? Like, you can't keep doing this. And I get it. You did it for Draymond last year, but maybe you shouldn't have. And just because you did it for Draymond last year doesn't mean you do it for Klay this year.
Man.
And I'm not, again, I am not saying, I'm just telling you, I think I'd let him walk. I do.
Damn.
And and again, you might laugh at me because I just, I haven't been crazy about this guy, but I got a little more, I liked him a little more the second half. If you play Moses Moody, I mean, how much worse do you really get? You get better on defense. Yeah, your shooting takes a big hit. What else does Klay do other than shoot the ball? He's one-dimensional.
Right, but he's like, I'm just going to, I thought of Boston, Mikal, Parrish, and Bird.
Right.
That's what he has.
Okay.
That's all I can give you, but I think that means something.
Okay, then, so you're going to bring him. Here's the problem. You bring him back, and this team revolves around the big 3 again.
But you still can make a move if you wanted to dangle Kuminga or Wiggins and still bring Klay back, and that said person comes back, that said player comes back, or players, and you go there. It can't just be Klay gets his money and then we're done.
It's fine. Klay gets his money and then you get Durant. So you're going to go into next season with 4 of your top 6 players, 34 years old or older after you've watched this playoffs. Yeah, I can't do that anymore. Like, honest to goodness,
we wouldn't miss the playoffs, but I don't know if
How do
we
you
can
know?
win it.
You don't know you'd make the playoffs with that team?
I mean, that'd be Phoenix 2.0.
Dude, like, are you watching how young these teams are? That's the other thing. Unfortunately for Klay, I'm watching the playoffs right now, and they scare me because, like I said, Oklahoma City doesn't have a starter over 25. The Denver Nuggets have Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, who's 30. Everybody's younger. Timberwolves' best player's 22. If not now, then when?
What scares me is with that mindset, which is the truth, Steiny, it's not just one off season. There's going to be, you got to do a whole lot.
Exactly.
Like you need a
So
new
start.
engine.
So start. You haven't even started yet. Like, do you realize the process of rebuilding has not even started yet? So the lean years may have not even started.
This is where I need a cocktail, man.
You should have seen it coming. I've tried to warn you.
But you can stave it off if you decide you think you bring Klay back, you make some moves, or you run it back, and we go to the hole. If Draymond's available,
I think there's
nobody
a
can
chance.
predict what it. You
I think
may
there's
not
a chance.
win it, but you're qualified.
If you can't, I'm going to tell you something. If you re-sign Klay and you can't get rid of Wiggins, and you essentially bring the same team back, thinking what. I think you may be gobbled up by Houston. I think you might be gobbled up by the Spurs. I'm telling you, you got to get better. You cannot stay the same, and you certainly can't get worse. And if you keep trotting out 34-year-olds, you're gonna keep getting worse. I just think, when are we going to start this thing?
Yeah, Josh Ram, Steiny Goo, you're in fantasy land. Wake up and smell the missed playoffs. I get that, but Klay Thompson is a fixture. I know there's been up and downs, and you know, I don't want to air all the stuff that we saw, but Steiny, there was a season of, what word am I looking for, change, when we saw him throwing a hissy fit and him being demonstrative, but he built this thing along with Steph Curry and Lacob, and I'm not telling, when you say it's just 100% basketball, I get it. Maybe the right thing to do would be like, this is where we start, but I just feel like that Joe Lacob quote of, we went to dinner and Dre's a brother, I just know that's going to mean something. It may not, Steiny, but there's a lunch or a breakfast or brunch. We're going to find out, and only Joe can answer that. Not Dunleavy. He could tell them all the reasons why we should go left, but if that cardiac muscle is pumping blood and telling you this is a guy that's been here, you want to just go down with the big 3, then he'll be back. It will show us the first initial sign of they're moving in the direction, like it or not, this thing's over.
I'm like, it sounds to me like even if you thought by re-signing Klay it would be harder to get better, you'd still do it. And I just I can't.
Just hearing you say it like that.
Business. It is a business, and if you can get Klay at a number you like, fine, go do it. But I don't know.
I hear you.
You know, you didn't make the playoffs. Like, here's the thing: you're the 10th best team in the West, and you're going to kick the can down the road. I mean, that to me is foolhardy. Austin's in San Jose. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas. Yes, Steiny, we got to talk Guru out of the Disneyland kind of thought process. And I love my guy, but hey, Guru, one of the things that we guys are kind of going around about Klay, and everybody wants to keep Klay happy, and I'm kind of not really understanding that. I mean, this guy's had a great career here, and if someone's going to pay him, I think Joe Lacob goes into it as a businessman, and they make their offer, which, by the way, he turned down. And one thing I'll remind you guys, which I've thought about, is the last guy, and you guys can check me on this, Donnie.
I know what you're going to say.
It turned down the contract. It didn't go well with Joe Lacob. So Klay turned down that contract. That's
Great
something
point.
to watch. I don't think Joe Lacob it does well with players that have been under his wing or considered to be the boys turning down what he considers to be a fair offer. The other thing I wanted to offer up, guys, to kind of maybe change the subject a little bit or put it in a different direction is, what is the effect, Guru, of signing? Everybody's worried about Klay, but if they re-sign Klay, how's that going to affect the youngsters on the roster? Because you're sending a signal to, let's say, JK or somebody else that may want to come to the Warriors that's younger. If you're going to continue to pay a guy that's not playing at the same level, and I don't think we can debate it, Klay's diminishing in terms of his playing. I mean, if you bring Klay back, it's about entertainment. In my mind, it's less about basketball and more about entertainment. But that sounds harsh, but I think that's the reality. But guys, what's the effect on signing Klay? What's the effect on the young guys that you guys say you need, and new guys that may want to come into the Warriors organization? That's something I wanted to kick around.
And Austin, thanks for the call. I didn't get out of bed to, throw rocks at anybody, Steiny. First off, to answer Austin's question, Klay has more gravitas than any of those youngsters that look like they could be pretty good players that could chip in, but never Klay Thompson on a good day outside of Kuminga. So who's to say we're not days away or months away from a Kuminga trade? I'm not sitting here telling you from a basketball standpoint, oh, it's do or die with Klay Thompson, and I think he should stay on the Warriors. I'm telling you, I was blown away at the card, and the card that I'm talking about is deemed loyalty and friend and kinship that Joe Lacob shared with us that went into him bringing Draymond back. So all I'm telling Austin and Dub Nation is, are we so sure Klay Thompson is not going to be awarded the same loyalty, or we want you to be here, even though it might go against the what you really should do? That's all, Austin. I'm not saying there's no life without Klay. I'm telling you, get ready for an owner who it's going to be a difficult-ass decision, Stoney, I believe. Now, you might be right. Before I let you go, you said, Goo, he learned from doing that with Dre when they thought they could still win. You might be right, but everybody's just acting like this is just a regular guy.
Nobody's acting like that.
Yeah.
I'm factoring in that Klay Thompson has been a champion.
Okay. All right.
But I'm not paying him because of that. Yeah. Your sentimentality is running crazy to me, but that's fine. The one thing, and Rich's point was this, and Rich made a great point. Klay turned down $48 million from Joe Lacob. How do we know Joe Lacob's night? Joe Lacob might be saying right now, I'm glad Klay didn't take that contract because he's not worth $24 million. And the player that he referenced was Harrison Barnes. Remember Harrison Barnes had a 4-year, $64 million contract?
No Kevin Durant had he signed that.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that's twofold with the Klay. And Austin brought that point up.
Joe Lacob can be offended if that Klay didn't take that contract. What about that? Yeah. We never thought about that.
I'm not fighting you on that. And what about the number 24? It could have been 25, right? But what if Klay and his people were like, you telling me, I want to use another word, you're offering me less than what you got Draymond for?
You've made it clear. And you're paying Klay
because he still can shoot.
If for no other reason than you paid Draymond last year.
Right.
And you can't do.
I think I'm getting more, Stoney. I think I'm getting more from Klay and his ability on every other night or whatever to shoot 39% from three. I do that all day than what you guys are telling me Draymond still does. Well, how well did it work if we didn't get in the playoffs and his ass got suspended for umpteen games? And maybe that is the reason they won't do this with Klay, but best believe outside of injury, Klay is going to show up. I am not saying Klay Thompson an all-star. I'm saying his ass can still shoot. You need shooting.
That's all he can do.
What can Draymond do? Don't tell me defend.
Dre, come on.
Oh, man.
I mean, you're acting like Draymond's still not an above-average defender.
I can say the reason the Warriors didn't make the playoffs is because of Draymond Green.
Well, that's fair, if you want to. But I was talking, we're going to talk about ownership tomorrow. And, I was talking to Nahegan. We're just talking, what's a good ownership? What's a good ownership? And, it's spend money and try. And the one thing he said was, When you make a mistake, move on. And if you think Draymond Green was a mistake, and I do,
you got my ears.
You can't sign Klay. You cannot re-sign Klay if you want to start the transition. I just, for the life of me, the reality of the NBA has hit me in the face like a Mike Tyson punch. And the idea of this team continuing essentially down the same road and wanting better results, I don't know.
Well, meet me halfway.
I don't think I'm gonna on this one, buddy.
You kind of hit me in the cardiac muscle. Stoney, the playoffs have, I'm telling you now.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Are you watching them?
I'm watching them, man. And I'm putting on the Warriors
Klay Thompson
second.
guard on Minnesota or Denver?
It needs no answer.
Okay.
My point is, either way you go, you're effed almost in a sense. If you look at what you just said about
gotta try.
Okay.
You've got to try.
Because there's no easy road. It's bigger than Klay Thompson.
But it starts with Klay Thompson. It starts with Klay Thompson.
Or your willingness to trade some hot shot.
You are just so sentimental.
No.
I'm
preparing you for he's going to be sentiment. There's going to be a brunch, breakfast, dinner. That same thing that was afforded to Dre Stoney. I still think Klay will be the one that decides if he's staying or going somewhere else.
I mean, maybe.
And it may not even be about the money. He may just, you know what, y'all sent me to the bench. I ain't forgot.
Keith in San Jose. What's up, Keith? How you doing?
I'm doing all right, guys. How you guys doing?
Hey. Doing well.
I just want to back up Goo. I mean, I think Klay can definitely play better next year. I mean, 39, yes, it's a career low, but you could just tell. I mean, he wanted to prove something, and that's not his game. He needs to go back to the bread and butter that made him the player that he was. You know, like catch and shoot, limited dribbles. And if the Warriors can kind of get these young guys to set better screens for Klay and Steph, I mean, it can happen. But on the flip side, I'm not going to be sad if he goes away because, I mean, I was really upset when they got rid of Monte Ellis, and then what happened? We got championships.
Yeah.
But it's like we have to have a plan. I mean, if Klay goes away in 2 years, we have to have a plan that, yeah, he gets replaced and we got a better team as a result of it. But if there's no long-term plan, just sign him. You know, just sign him. Hopefully he'll be better than next year, which he fully can get there. But, you know, it's obvious Lacob had a plan. When Monte went, there was a plan, and we got there. There just has to be a plan.
Yeah. That's the hard part about it, Donnie. It has to be the right plan. You know what I was just thinking about? So
you know what?
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I'm downplaying the sentimentality part of it, and you're completely right. I'm looking at it without one iota of sentimentality. Absolutely.
But you're saying you got.
I don't care.
You sold me on the.
No, but I don't care that Clay's
swayed me, but
I don't care. Clay's been here 12
you deal
years.
with it. You're saying that I'm paraphrasing, Stoney. Yeah. You're saying you got to blow past that.
Yes.
We were in dire straits. You got to blow past that, and you make some valid points. My whole thing is, if Dre did have to convince, I'm going back to Dre in this instance. Dre had to convince ownership, or he said something to get his deal. And then when he got suspended with the Gobert thing, he said he didn't answer his phone when Lacob called. He said this on his podcast, Dre did. And I just thought to myself, if that ain't the knife in the back of the organization that might have wanted to move on, they went out on a limb, gave you 4-4-100, and then you go out, get suspended, hijack the season, part one, and you can't even I can't get you on the phone. Like, my whole point is, if I'm Joe Lacob, Stoney, you all right. I'm not forgetting that stuff.
I mean, if I'm Joe Lacob, what happened with Draymond means nothing. Except the practicality of what it does to our salary cap and what that $25 million did. To me, things have changed since the end of the season. They really have. I get it, this team won 46 games, but it's hitting me over the head that they're 10th. They finished 10th.
It's scary.
The 10th is sticking out more than the 46. And you know what I'm the kind of guy that I'm not just looking up at Minnesota. I'm looking down at San Antonio and Houston and Memphis getting John Morant back. And then I'm thinking, well, how are we going to combat that as a Warrior team? Well, we're going to bring Klay back and play him 30 minutes a night. And we're going to try to go out and maybe get a proven star like Kevin Durant. I get Durant's still got a lot in the tank.
Yeah.
I am not going that way. In my wildest imagination, my wildest dreams, I could never imagine a team that old running the table in the postseason anymore. I can't. Unless they sat out the entire year. Like, I can't see that type of team. I can't see a team with a core of Steph, Dre, Klay, and even Durant lasting a whole year and then putting together an unbelievable 7-week stretch to win a title. I can't. That's really hard for me. When I'm watching 4 teams in the league right now and none of them barely have any players over 30.
But you got to do something, Stoney.
That's right. You got to get younger. Like, you got to get younger.
But you got to have the talent to go with the age, too.
I would get younger if I thought in 2 years I'd be better.
Well,
and I do. I do think in 2. How are you going to be, if you resign Klay, how are you going to be better in 2 years?
Well, if you hold on to
still going to have the big 3 on your team.
Yeah, but if you hold on to Kuminga and he takes the necessary jumps and all the other young guys, but
what kind of system are we playing once the big 3 graduates?
Yeah, maybe that's why Kerr only signed 2 years.
Well, what kind of, who brings the ball up the court for the Warriors? Who's their leading scorer in 2 years? 888-957-9570 is the number. Klay Thompson and the Orlando Magic have mutual interest. It's not going to be easy. The decision, there is sentimentality involved. There's absolutely no doubt about it. And maybe I'm not paying enough credence to it, to tell you the truth. What's coming up next? On the Game, it's presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. It's the Too Short segment on the other side, and then we will have the crossover on 95.7 The Game.
God, I love Rose Steiny.
Have you been wanting to find the secret to losing weight and getting healthy?
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Why did I try to prop him up and say great and then butcher his name?
I know everything.
That's roast material.
Yeah. You know, I'm monitoring the YouTube chat.
Oh, I was out. Let me go
I didn't jump in, but you know, there's a sentiment out there that, Minnesota's not that young. Minnesota's not that young.
You didn't see that, did you?
Yeah. Or Minnesota essentially is the same as the Warriors, and the idea would be that Conley's 36 and Curry's 36 and Draymond's 34 and Gobert's 31. But and Klay's
Anthony Edwards is a puppy.
Well, that's the other thing. It's not just age. It's the Minnesota Timberwolves have a 22-year-old, Anthony Edwards. They got Naz Reid, who's 24. They got Jaden McDaniels, and even Karl Anthony Towns is 28, and they're playing in the Western Conference semifinals. So they've got young players, as young as the Warriors players, only they're in the Western Conference semifinals playing a significant role, while the Warriors' young guys aren't getting any playoff experience. That's a big, big part of this. Like a big part of, I love Jonathan Kuminga. I think he can get a lot better, but it hurts. It hurts that he essentially has no playoff experience.
Man.
I get he played in the years past, but he had a very limited role, Goo. And I
didn't even think of that this year.
You know what the next step for Kuminga is? For the Warriors to make the playoffs and him to struggle in the postseason. That's the way it happens for most guys. So,
man,
I just can't. The idea of getting older or I don't. It's just tough.
I'll tell you this. I know you don't care about awards or anybody listening, but this Warrior team, to get them back to prominence, has Executive of the Year written all over it. Like, it's going to take, that's what type of offseason, Steiny, to get them back. Like you mentioned those teams, Memphis for sure. That's not even, how much better did those guys get just with the playing time, and now Ja's back and you hit reset. Houston. I mean, San Antonio, Chris Paul is their point guard.
Don't worry about those teams.
I need a cocktail, though. I'm like, no, I'm man, oh, man. And I put that Warrior game in. I will not erase it off the DVR against Sacramento, because that was the tale to where everything you and all the Jackals have been saying about just age and athletics, I never would have dreamed that scenario. And I saw it. I saw where it was like.
Apparently you didn't.
We're happy because
you want to bring
got
Klay
a shot.
back.
Forget it went in.
Apparently
we couldn't even create a shot.
Well, how can you say that and then you want to re-sign Klay and bring Durant?
I'm going to tell you something about Klay.
Okay.
I think he is a victim of spacing or lack of spacing, Steiny.
Don't double
And if he had an Anthony Edwards or a Giannis or a dude
so now Curry's not even good enough.
No, everybody's in his way.
Gosh.
We need another. And that will free the spacing for both those guys. That's where we saw Klay when he could catch the ball with the good pass and the feet set. But it ain't like that in real life.
Yeah, thank you.
It used to be, though.
How?
When he had Durant, he was an afterthought. You know, it's, oh my gosh, Johnny. I'm telling you, man.
You're telling me stuff that I told you 18 months ago. I mean, essentially what you said there is Curry's not good enough anymore. Yes, you did. If you need an Anthony Edwards, who else did you say? Anthony Edwards. What were the other guys you said?
Giannis.
No. If you need one of those guys, you're saying
Steph's not good enough. But I would tell you if that's what I meant. I'm telling you, for me, the days of Draymond not being a threat or killing this, they're hurting. People aren't looking at it like I'm looking at it, Stoney. I'm not saying Dre's in the way. You need a threat now. You need Draymond to be a threat. A Naz Reid, a Karl Anthony Towns. You need to go get a
He's 34.
And that's what I'm saying. The league has changed right before our eyes. That day of just having you be a bump on a pickle or a duck on that's over. They need some action. And let me tell you, and every time they come down, you know where Dre's going to be. That used to work. I'm telling you, Matt. If
you're not telling me, you're pissing me off now. You're saying you're repeating everything I've been saying.
But you never said, Draymond, you need some scoring or somebody to be able to do something up at that rather than wait on Curry and Klay to come off picks. That has ran its course to me.
It's all run its course. 707, Yo, Steiny.
Wild West.
Franz Wagner was 1 for 15 in Game 7. He's not better than Kuminga. He's in the playoffs. He was in the playoffs, which makes him better. Because he was on a playoff team. He had a bigger role on a playoff team than Kuminga. Even if Kuminga is better, big deal. He's not getting the experience right now. It's all about the playoffs, and the Warriors' young guys aren't in it. That's the killer. That's the killer.
And the question is for how much longer? Like, is this just a blip on the radar? Is this an anomaly? Or is this, oh boy, Stoney. Like I said, I don't, Joe Lacob is an all-time great, Stoney. This is going to be some work, man.
Uncle Looney in your eye, and I shouldn't have, because
that's my guy.
Yeah, he's been bothering me today. He's the guy who says Minnesota's just as old as the Warriors.
We love Looney.
Yeah,
What'd he say?
Those 9 through 12 guys are important. He said Dre shot 40% from 3.
You should have called in at 12. Yeah, no doubt. I'm just, you know what I mean. Man, Stoney, the young, active, and I just don't know if you're good enough at your age if they're going to still.
What do you mean you don't know?
Well, no, the way that you think you could go 4-on-5 offensively, those days are over. It's the wild, wild west. You need ha-ha wherever you can. Hey, even if it ain't working, at least you think it can.
What happened to they're not that far away?
Well,
and they're a 50-win team with Dre.
Well, that's in my system still too.
That's never in my system. That's not in my system.
That playing game did hurt me.
No, if they would have won that, they would have lost to the Pelicans.
It ain't about how they lost it. It's how they looked.
Well, then make the appropriate changes.
Well,
why don't you want to make the changes?
Dick's Sporting Goods.
You keep talking about
we need
Klay.
A power forward here.
How'd Klay look?
We need a 24-year-old shooting guard at his prime.
How did Klay look in the play-in game? But you want to sign? You want to re-sign him for $25 million?
But to be honest, Donnie, and I'm not saying you're running from this. You saw that he had made some progress, Klay, to where you said, we did some shows. He's making some money. Yeah. And that still may be the case, but I'm not going to let one game, even though it was a bad game, Matt, I'm just going to.
It's not one game.
Kanye West
it's his
told
whole
the great
season.
Yeah.
Come on, Goo. Okay, you know what? Here's the other thing. They don't have room for a one-dimensional starter. They're not good enough.
And I guess
when Klay started in the past, he was the best two-way player in the game. Now he's a one-dimensional shooter. How do you make up for that when everybody else is getting older?
I'm not mad, but I guess I'm fighting you on throw Draymond in that bucket too, Steiny.
Well, no kidding. I threw him in it last year.
All right. Man, I can't wait. I'm here. I got my popcorn. Shout out TL. He was on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Bonte.
You might be right. They may just re-sign Klay.
I'm Steiny. I'm watching the league. If Orlando has shooting, and obviously you got to make the shot, that would have changed. They didn't have that yesterday. They had everybody jacking threes. That Isaac. I'm just telling you, Klay's going to get paid. It's just about where. And then the cold part is
what is paid.
That and
how much?
That's
what does get paid mean?
Only the Thompsons.
Give me a number.
Know. I'm 30.
I'd be shocked. I would be. I'd be very shocked.
So you don't think the Lakers would be a player for Klay Thompson?
Well, they got to make a lot. They don't have money
out of there.
Well, they don't have money. They don't have money.
Look at.
They'd have to. Orlando's the team with the money. All right. On the other side, we got the crossover with Willard and Dibbs on 95.7. The Game, and don't forget to download that Odyssey app. You can listen to Steiny and Goo anytime you want. Scan that QR code on Twitter and YouTube. You can get it done. Download that app on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition.
to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Crossover time with Dibbs and Willard. What's up, gents?
Yes, sir.
Steiny. What's going on, buddy?
Hi, boys.
We're roasting today. Shout out the morning roast.
I heard it. I saw a lot of last night as well.
That was incredible.
Good God. There was
Dibbs, you
there
did
was
it
some
a roast.
people.
Yeah.
I remember your
You
video.
know how hard it is? I sat there. Well, first of all, this is all, I'm seeing all the stuff on social media while I'm doing the show with Ephraim last night. And I'm like, I can't wait I got to get to Netflix when this thing's over. And I finish it, and I run upstairs, and there's a 10-year-old looking at me and goes, Dad, you want to do popcorn and movie night? And I'm just like,
oh, no.
When the hell am I ever...
Let's watch the roast, son.
Right. Sit down, and let's do some Aaron Hernandez jokes. It'll be hilarious.
You had him.
I'm like,
I forgot to tell
when the
Steiny that.
hell am I going to still be awake where I'm able to watch this in my house?
No doubt.
I don't know, but my God, that was racy.
It's incredible. Ooh. It was great, Dibbs.
Yeah.
You guys have been a part of a roast.
Absolutely.
Man.
Our former boss.
Yeah.
And I got to be the roast master. I got to play the role of Jeffrey Ross. And man, you try to like eviscerate and you try to like run as much material as you can. And it was pretty good. It's tough, though.
I like
Bledsoe was great.
Bledsoe was great. I dig. You guys know I'm a huge stand-up comedy fan, and I always I dig it. Not saying that I'm a prude or whatever, but I love it when a comedian can make you laugh without the shock factor, like without doing the or just like constant cussing and gross and all that. So I had a little extra appreciation for Bledsoe because I was like, that's creative.
Nikki Glaser was good for me.
No, it's not that that's bad. It's not that it's bad.
It was triple. Andrew Dice Clay.
It's easier. It's an easier joke. It's an easier joke to pull off. That's all.
Steiny, watch it tonight.
No. I won't. Probably not your
I
thing.
heard
every joke
today. No, you haven't. Yeah, I forgot about Hernandez. They had some Aaron Hernandez.
I'll go back and listen to that. Good God. Julian Edelman. What would be within the realm of possibility would be to just listen to Belichick's 10 minutes. Now that I might do.
Just watching him, man.
My favorite moment might have been how hard Belichick laughed at himself. That was tremendous when Edelman ripped him for not getting any job offers.
Pretty funny.
He was belly laughing. He was belly laughing. I'm like, that's the guy.
Yeah.
There's a guy in there.
For sure.
We just don't get to ever see him.
And you know that from working with Rich Orenberger, who played for him, and they all say that he's an absolute cut up, and he's a lot of fun.
I'm looking at Dibbs. You remember the roast, the Jason Barrett roast? Dibbs had the line of the night. Zachariah, will you shut the... I can't repeat what he said because he was little Penny on the sideline.
Totally.
And you just...
He was trying
shut up! And it was... I said, wow.
It got a little bit personal, but it had to.
How could it not?
It had to get there. But he wasn't even in the target of the roast, but... He was trying to chirp from the sideline, and I had to put him down real quick.
I told Steiny, you had a few drinks when you went up there. He goes, no, I didn't. I did. I said, I thought you did, but both you guys went up there.
I didn't want to go up there slurring.
You were good. You were solid.
Yes, I wish we had the footage.
There is footage. Jason Barrett has he has the tape.
Of course he does.
He has the tape,
boy.
of course, no doubt.
Willard, have you ever been roasted?
No.
Could you take it?
Of course,
could. Okay.
Absolutely.
I think we all could.
Absolutely.
Maybe not. Steiny.
Earlier in my career, maybe not. I talk about this a lot. Like one of the like secrets of sustainability.
You gotta laugh at yourself.
Well, yeah, or just be able to especially now. You know what I mean? Like the social media. Good God. Like there's not a day that goes by. Like imagine, right? Anybody out there who has any job, imagine if every day. This is athletes too. Every day. People are clowning you on the internet every single day.
Rich Mitchell.
You got to get used to it. You got to get used to it. But yeah, I could take it. I don't know how good I would be at dishing it. Wow. You'd be like a Seinfeld. You wouldn't use profanity, and you'd
little Drew Bledsoe.
I didn't see it, so I don't know what that means.
Diz does.
You wouldn't hit below the belt. And that is allowed in a roast, clearly. Totally. Yeah.
That's what
it's recommended. Yeah,
it's a necessity.
Come on,
necessity.
Yeah.
What'd you think of the news that Klay Thompson and the Orlando Magic have mutual interest? You want to fire on this one first?
I think that it's not surprising. We've all thought that it would be a perfect fit for a guy who needs a new destination, a team that needs shooting, and also a team that has the cap room. So, man, Godspeed, Klay. Hopefully you can get somebody to drive your boat out there.
I think there is a lake.
Yeah, it's got probably some rivers, a couple rivers.
It's
Florida Keys.
It's not,
Ponder a pool.
It's not Oklahoma City. Yeah, there's water.
And he hasn't left yet, Willard.
Here's my take. I feel like he wants to leave. I feel like he wants all our conversation about what would you pay him and what would you do to keep him and what would you and what would you and what would you. I think may behind closed doors end up being irrelevant. I feel like Klay wants to leave.
We've talked about it.
A lot of conversation throughout the year about what he prioritizes and what is good for his mental health. And I'm starting to translate that into, I don't think Klay Thompson wants to spend the rest of the time he has left being compared to his former self. And you have no choice but to do that here. Right. And that will never happen anywhere else. And you know what? And I think that would be freeing for him.
Yeah, you know what? You said it better than me. I thought, maybe it's just time. But you're right. He's been fighting for 2 years to talk about how, and if he goes somewhere else, they haven't seen him for 12 years.
Or Orlando fans haven't seen a three-pointer go in 2 years.
In 12 years.
Right.
Yeah.
So they're like...
Jalen Suggs, 2 of 10.
That's nice.
They'd be like 38%? Are you kidding me? This is incredible. So I don't know, Warrior fans, just ask yourself, when you watch Klay the last couple of years, he look happy to you?
He looks like he's trying to be happy.
He doesn't look happy to me.
Exactly.
He's trying to be happy.
Yeah.
And so if he's going to find a new destination, why not go somewhere that has a very young team, Orlando, a lot of cap room, Orlando, a place that is in more of a win mode than the Golden State Warriors, certainly, and that's Orlando. So you go there, you get to be the veteran, you get to be the OG, and you don't have to worry about, like Mark is saying, having to try to play up to your own standard because you're going to be in a new spot. Play out your career, try to win in Orlando, and see how it goes.
Look, obviously something happened at the beginning of the year that was very unsettling to Klay.
Maybe it was that offer.
No doubt.
I'm sure that was a portion at minimum of whatever it was that was going on and all the meetings that they've talked about having had and what those must have been about. And then now we're coming off the bench, and at first that was really frustrating for him, and then he acted like it was okay.
No doubt.
And maybe it was, and maybe it wasn't. I think he would prefer to not have it be that way going forward, but clearly there are some feelings there. And then the other thing I also think is the Warriors probably aren't as hell-bent on keeping him as they say they are.
I would agree with that.
They have to say that. And I don't think they're being totally disingenuous. I don't think that at all. But if the Warriors were like, we really want Klay Thompson, well, then they'd have him by now. They would have done something during the year that was satisfactory to all sides. So, yeah, I have reached a point where I believe it is more likely than not that he plays somewhere else next year.
I saw your interview with you and Dibbs with his dad, and not that his dad was going to spill the beans, but I've been around a couple blocks, and that just, for me, on the Guru computer, sounded like, you know what, they got plans to do something else, and I don't want to be messy, but I do think of when they asked Klay to come off the bench. So you're telling me, a guy that helped you guys get 4 chips, I'm struggling, you guys are going to demote me to coming off the bench, and then you needed me, and I went back in there, and he was a good soldier, but I keep telling Steiny, I wonder if there's resentment there, Willard. And then if you say the caveat of, hey, you come back, but you're not starting, who would want to live through that? I built this, or I was part of it.
Right.
Now I'm watching lesser, what I deem lesser, play before me. Maybe it's just time for a new start.
Definitely, and I think there's a certain amount of, it's not humiliation, but it's humbling when you do what you did and you came back and you win another chip and now you're struggling and you're going to ask him to come off the bench. And I think the biggest piece, and Mark talked about it being a portion of why he was feeling some type of way at the start of the year. I do think that the Draymond extension combined with the offer that he reportedly got for 2 years and 48, and he's probably thinking, you got to be kidding me. This is all, I mean, Draymond gets 4 years, and you're going to give me this 2-year deal, so I'm going to go from making 42 to making 24. I think that definitely
and that's not even selfish, is it? Like that's
selfish
human.
is not the word, but if it's the reality of the situation, then that's where we are. And I don't think Orlando's giving him $42 million a year.
No, but they probably give him 30.
Yeah, that's a Steph Curry.
Something like that.
Probably give him 30. I bet they wouldn't hesitate to give him 30.
After that game yesterday, where
they're in that kind of spot where like 30 to them is not
30.
They have 60.
Yep.
So like they've got 30 to give. Number one, they absolutely need someone like him. They are a young team that's on the way up. They would love to have a veteran presence who's won a title before. Like, he checks so many boxes for them that are irrelevant with the Warriors. So what's another $5 million to them? You know, and then for you to ask, like when you asked, is it selfish? I look at it this way. Like when you're a free agent, what matters to you matters to you. I can't, if it's money, then it's money.
I don't think it is.
I think that those lines get blurred. Like money turns into emotion, turns into disrespect, turns into hurt feelings. So they'll say it's not about money, right? But it is. Like it's all of these things. He just doesn't look happy to me. Look, he may be back. I don't think it's a long shot that he's back by any stretch. But I start to put breadcrumbs and puzzle pieces together, and it. I've never heard Klay Thompson say the stuff that, I mean, Steph Curry's never even had to say it because they would never even let him get to free agency, but I've never heard him say the stuff that Draymond and people in this situation have said about the brotherhood that they want to finish a career with who they started the career with. The most we've heard him say was one time on Dre's pod where he's like, I mean, of course I want to stay with the Dubs, but got to figure out what makes me happy.
Yeah.
And he's never said that staying with the Dubs is what would make him happy.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. I wonder with Klay, if he signs with Orlando does it matter if he signs with Orlando for $20 million or $30 million? You know what I mean?
It does, yeah. It does. If he signs for what the Warriors could have conceivably paid him, then it becomes a slap in the face, I think, for me anyway. If the Warriors could have gotten him for 20, but he goes to Orlando and plays for 20 anyway, that to me is kind of a middle finger to the organization.
What if he comes out in Orlando and says, he pulls a Brandon Crawford and says, the Warriors they said to go find another offer.
But what if, hold on, what about the order of things? What if the Warriors acquire a big-name player and therefore they're just out on the Klay Thompson conversation
and it just becomes apparent. Right.
And then Orlando gives him 20. You're not going to be mad at Klay Thompson. Like the Warriors, I think their option A is to end up completely out of the Klay Thompson sweepstakes.
Wow.
Because they're going to acquire someone else and they won't have any money for Klay. Unless Klay wants to accept like 10 or 15. And you're not going to do that.
Right.
Yeah. Tis a puzzlement, as Yul Brynner said in The King and I. Tis a puzzlement. He also said, shall we dance? He did.
Shall we?
He did.
Willie, did you know I'm a musical fan? Did you know that?
I do know that. I think that's been proven a number of times, not only by your spoken word, but by your singing word.
Oh, no, I mean like actual Broadway music.
I know what you mean. Yeah. Music is music, Steiny.
Hey,
you make it every day together with Goo.
No, that's a 4.
Wow.
That's a 4. What else you got? Talk to us.
What floats your boat the most if I threw 4 names at you?
All right.
Okay? Forget all this LeBron stuff and Giannis and Embiid. Those names are just too big. The weight of all of that is too much. I don't think anybody's going anywhere from that group. Let me give you 4 other names. Jimmy Butler, Kevin Durant, Paul George, and Brandon Ingram. You get to pick one.
Mine's actually easy now.
Okay.
It'd be Ingram.
Ingram?
Even though I'm not.
Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant?
Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
All right. I'll join you on the Brandon Ingram train.
Okay.
Why?
He is shockingly young. Do you have any idea how old he is?
Yeah.
I feel like he's been around for 10 years.
But has his growth been stunted, and can he hit the ground running in this new organization? Kevin Durant, I already know. I don't even need to put him in the microwave, Dibs. We know what it is. We've done it. We don't have much time, and hit the ground running. I love Ingram, but Steiny, he's in a little,
I think
transitional phase right now.
I think Warrior fans think that if they get Durant back, it's the Durant that left. And I don't. I mean, I get it. He can still score. But
even after Dre's comments on that podcast about him,
Draymond said he doesn't play defense anymore.
That's first of all, that's a good point
great
about
defensively.
He
talked about it.
He was that's. I mean, might have been the key to why they won, because he could defend like a center. So no, if you like, not only do I think you're right, Steiny, we may all think we're getting the old Kevin Durant back. You also think you're getting that old team back,
right? Yeah.
Klay wouldn't even be on the team anymore. Everybody's into their mid-30s. There's no Iguodala. There's none of that. There's none of that. So I love the idea of Ingram because that is now and into the future.
And more realistic.
26 years old. And I also think, what did we say all year that the Warriors really need? Well, Goo, you and I have talked about this a lot.
A guy that could create his own shot.
And length.
They need a 2.
Okay, right.
Brandon is a 2. He is a phenomenal 2.
When he plays.
He's a wobbly 1.
Wow. He's up 75% of the year.
That's true about all these guys.
Well,
Durant is 27, 6, and 6.
Listen to every name that we've talked about. We can't talk about when he plays. What about Joel Embiid? What about Giannis?
Oh, I'm out on Embiid.
Okay, I mean,
Embiid, bad guy.
Any of them.
Dirty player.
KD played
Joel
75 games last year.
He did?
Yeah.
Has he ever been hurt before?
Well,
Ingram is hurt every year.
No, I'm with you, D.
It's. I mean, you can set your watch to it.
Yeah.
This year he was very durable, and he missed 18 games.
And that hurt him. It was at the wrong time.
So,
exactly.
Let me just tell you a little story about the old Warriors who never won. They'd missed the playoffs for 12 straight years. And they're always looking for a way to get a star. And they could never get a star. And then the star became available. But he was flawed. But they took him anyway. And he came here, and he was great.
Corey Maggette.
Baron Davis.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you are not, like, if you got Brandon Ingram right now, he'd have, and I'm not saying he was on Baron's level, but he has far less baggage than Baron Davis had when he was coming. I'm just saying, anybody you get is going to be fraught with either the age issue or injury or underachiever. But it's going to be one of those.
But you're not going to have a funeral next season. If you're telling me you could have Durant or Ingram and be a better team, the answer would be Durant. For the future, I'll give you all that.
I don't know.
27, 6 and 6, 75 games, 41% from 3. He's Kevin Durant.
Right.
And he's won here before.
Yep.
Like, wouldn't you want to go down that lane?
Yes. I'm not, like, picking one does not mean I hate the other 3. We spent a good portion of last week. I'd love for the team to reacquire Kevin Durant.
If it doesn't work, I'll be able to sleep at night like we tried.
But I think that this would be a much more complex, and it was complex last time. This is a much more complex sort of a Kevin Durant experience, and a much less sure thing than it was last time.
So you're not giving up Kuminga to get Ingram, right? No way.
Oh.
Probably.
Any
trade that you're going to make, I think, to get a big boy is going to involve Kuminga.
You know, the one thing about Ingram, though, is
I call him Baby KD.
I think the Pelicans might think there could be some addition by subtraction there with Zion, because they did not play badly at all when Ingram was out.
Right.
Well,
because
they got hot.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
So maybe you wouldn't need to throw Kuminga in there because they may be thinking, well, Kuminga's just like Ingram. He's going to want his shots. They may want more of a role player back.
Yeah,
believe it or not.
Look at what the teams are saying. I mean, James Jones is holding press conferences to beg Kevin Durant to not be mad at them. And the Pelicans
He's not mad.
The Pelicans have not said. I think he is.
No,
yeah, but I mean, the Pelicans have not said anything. But the reporter's already out there that they're not even going to offer him a contract. Wow. So one of these teams is dying for the guy to stay. The other team flat out, like it's already out there. They don't want him. So yeah, what's that factors into the thought completely. Like the price would be lower in theory for Brandon Aiyuk.
You know what might be the move is to reacquire D'Angelo Russell and see if you can turn him into the same kind of positive you did the last time you had D'Angelo Russell when nobody thought you could do it.
LeBron's going nowhere. They'll draft Bronny and do whatever.
Yeah,
he's not going anywhere.
I don't think he's going anywhere.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, I think they made the move already that LeBron probably wanted, which was get rid of Darvin Ham.
And Handy, my boy.
Yeah, he's going to land on his feet. He's a good coach. He's an elite coach. He's going to find a spot on someone's bench, no doubt.
All right, well, you guys have at it today. Should be a fun show, and
we'll be listening.
We will be listening. And
I got to tell him who's getting inducted.
Here he goes. He always does it.
Jenny Thompson.
He looks at me with a mouth agape.
No, I know. I'm just waiting for you to. The minute you're about to say the number 9.
Okay, so you're.
I'm like, so let me ask you this.
I interrupted.
Go ahead.
Jenny Thompson, the swimmer from Stanford. John Taylor, Sabian, and Patrick Marlowe. And Chris Wondolowski.
Thank you. How dare you?
Yeah.
How dare you?
There you go.
And we'll have the full wrap up tomorrow on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I wonder if we're not completely having the wrong conversation about all this Klay Thompson thing. And welcome in, for those of you who have not heard what Shams Charania said earlier today involving Klay Thompson. We're going to have that for you in just a hot sec. But first of all, hey, buddy.
What's going on?
How's the weekend?
It was a good weekend, yeah. Saturday was kind of a bit of an odd one with all that rain. May 4th.
That's
what are we doing?
Yeah, May the 4th not be with you.
We're not doing half inch of rain on May 4th, but apparently we are.
Little League rainouts in May.
We were
what are we
homebound with a toddler, so you want to talk about making stuff up.
Oof.
You know, a lot of hide and seek on Saturday.
I think we might be looking at this wrong. Should the Warriors keep him? Should you let him walk? Should you give him 25? Should you give him 30? What do you do about Klay Thompson? How would you feel if Klay wants to leave? I don't know that. I feel that. I feel like enough clues have been put together. I feel like, I want to really emphasize the word feel. I don't know this. I feel like Klay Thompson wants to play somewhere else next year. And I wonder how that affects the conversation for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, we won't know until it all goes down, but I don't fault him if he does want to play somewhere else. It's been, last couple of years have been tough for him. He hasn't played great. Fans have been critical of him, rightfully critical, and things have not been as smooth. And then you get to the start of this year, and the reported offer that he received was one that might have been a little bit insulting to him. So you get through all that, and another year and no playoffs, and you think about free agency for the first time, and might be time for him to go try something else.
Here's what Shams Charania said on FanDuel TV earlier today.
The Magic can open up in excess of $60 million in cap space this offseason. So they're going to be players, when you think about free agency and other moves that can be made. You look at scoring. In Game 7, obviously struggled a little bit to score the ball, especially in the second half of the game when the Cavs and Donovan Mitchell kept coming for them. So you look at the point guard position, but also shooting and scoring on the wing. And one name to keep an eye on, Klay Thompson. I'm told there is mutual interest between the Magic and Klay Thompson. Thompson, along with several other vets around the league, are looking at the Magic as a situation where if you plug in a guy like Klay Thompson, you plug in another veteran player, whether it be at the point guard position, the shooting guard position, this team can make a real jump. around Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. Both guys, Paolo Banchero already a star, already a guy that's been a part of Team USA. Franz Wagner has the ability to potentially be an all-star as well. But if you plug in some more shooting and scoring, I think that's what can take this Orlando team to another level.
Franz Wagner or Franz Wagner? I feel like you got to do one or the other. If you're going to use the W sound, then just call him Wagner.
Wagner.
Don't call him Wagner. That doesn't make any sense at all. If you're going to get into the whole deal, it's Wagner.
It just depends on how you're going to do it. And this is, it's not a pet peeve, but we can talk about all different pronunciations of all different players from all different countries, and you got to decide how you're going to do it. And if you want to go the German way, then it's Wagner. It's Franz Wagner. And that's just what you go with. Forget the W and go with the V.
Joel Embiid.
Right.
Joel Embiid. Anyway, that's an aside. No aside. Let's stick with this. How would it change your thought on everything related to Klay Thompson? Some of you already want him gone. Some of you are team big three. I found this one to be a little bit of I can see both sides type of a situation for a little while, but I've had my eye on Klay Thompson all year long for what it is that he's thinking. And can we all agree he's the hard one to figure out? Steph Curry is just Steph. You're like, I don't know if you have a bad day. Draymond, if you're ever wondering what he's thinking, just take a breath. There'll be a podcast about it.
Right.
Klay, I got no idea, man. He's got a dog, a hat, and a boat, and he does things, and it all seems to be very inside. Introverted guy, inside his own head. What's going on in there? How about some clues? Let's start with this. Klay speaking at the end of the year, his dad speaking with us, his head coach speaking with us. Let's start with Steve Kerr, February 13th with us.
It means that I think Klay is starting to reconcile everything that's happened, between the injuries, the way the last couple of years have gone. I think, really he's had a hard time these last couple of years trying to do that, and I think it's starting to happen. Part of being effective later in your career when you've slowed down a little bit or you've had some injuries like Klay has, part of that is embracing and accepting those changes. And if you fight them like Klay does sometimes, then it's just going to lead to frustration. But you can understand it. He's played at such a high level for so long. And, imagine being able to do what Klay has done over the years, and then suddenly you can't do it as often. I mean, there's huge frustration that comes with that. But I just think he's starting to understand things a little better. As I said, kind of reconcile them and be okay with things. And you saw the way he played last night. He's been much more patient, more solid, the last week or so, and that'll pay off for him.
Steve admitted to us about a month ago that they had to have 4 closed door meetings,
right,
one-on-one, and you'll never get either of them to tell you what was talked about. But we're not dumb. You put 2 and 2 together. Listen to what he's saying. He just said right there, imagine being able to do what you once could do, then not being able to do it anymore, and fighting that like Klay sometimes does. That's what Steve just said. Yeah. So what that tells me is Klay Thompson does not want to accept, or at least early on this year, did not want to accept what was reality, which meant fewer minutes, a lesser role, a bench role, whatever. He did not want to accept that. And it took as many as 4 closed-door meetings between him and Steve Kerr before they could get to some kind of middle ground. That does not mean that Klay now has reached a point where he loves it and is all for it and has any interest in it going forward in his career.
And he had to, quote, reconcile, as Steve was saying, reconcile with the reality of where he is and what his new role is. And it's hard when you were a certain player on this team and now you get deeper into your career and you're coming off the bench and you're not getting the same amount of playing time and the same looks and the shots aren't going in as much, and it's hard. It's frustrating. So for Klay to have to reconcile with that reality, I'm sure it took a lot of meetings, closed-door meetings with Steve Kerr to try to figure out and realize what his role was and take a look at the future. And when the contract offer comes in and it's not what he would have wanted, and Draymond Green gets a 4-year deal and Klay gets a reported 2-year offer, I'm sure he was feeling a little bit hurt.
Absolutely. Some kind of way, for sure. All right, so that's breadcrumb 1. Just for me, this is kind of the puzzle that I'd like to, or I've put together. I don't know if it's the puzzle, but it feels like it to me. Breadcrumb 1, Steve Kerr says we had to have 4 one-on-one closed-door meetings. If I told my kids we need to have 4 closed-door meetings, by the third one, they'd be like, I don't want to talk to you ever again. Okay? So that's breadcrumb number 1. Here's breadcrumb number 2. Guru just referenced this during the crossover. His dad, Michael, comes on with us on April 9th. Listen to the way he answers questions about the forthcoming free agency.
I don't really talk to Klay about that because I don't want to put that kind of burden on him or pressure on him or bug him about it. I'm sure he thought about it enough, so he doesn't need to hear that from me. I just wanted to have fun today, be in the present, and not worry about it. Just think about the game tonight to try to help get his team into the real playoffs, out of the play-in. So, no, we don't talk about that. I keep that business stuff, that side away from the family.
Okay, keep that in your back pocket for a second. Quote, we don't talk about that. He said it twice. We don't talk about that. We then asked Michael, would Klay be open to playing for a different team?
I haven't asked him, guys. I'm not trying to evade your question. I haven't asked him about that. We just look at it now. He's a Warrior, and nothing else matters right now.
Okay.
Now, he's a Warriors right now, and nothing else matters.
I remember the day.
Yeah,
you remember the day. Yeah. You remember where the conversation went after this, and I know how most people translated it. Oh, Willard and Dibbs, you guys you're poking, you're prodding. He's not going to speak openly about free agency on the radio. I just want to really stress this to everybody listening. That man's my friend. I know that man. I did a show with that man for 3 years. I sat directly across the table with him. You think maybe we ever had a conversation off the air too? I know that man, and I don't want to betray any trust. I can't sit here and tell you what they are actually thinking. Here's what I can tell you. He's never answered that question like that ever before in the history of Klay's career. He's never, ever answered the question that way. Never.
Ever, yeah. Privately or publicly with you.
He has openly gone on Twitter within the last year and said, what are y'all talking about? Klay's a dub. Klay's never not going to be a dub. That was on Twitter during this last season.
Right.
And now we don't talk about that.
Right.
Breadcrumb 2.
Yeah. And the breadcrumb is especially poignant because you and he are such good friends. And it's not like he would come on the show and say, well, yeah, he's shopping around and, Klay's looking to find his next destination. He wouldn't have answered like that, but to be so dismissive and to be so quick to put down any notion that they've even talked about it, as close as those two are, it was more than curious.
They talk about that.
Right, all the time, I'm sure on the daily.
They talk about that. All right, next, Klay Thompson, exit interviews. Off-season priorities. This is a week later, April 17th.
Obviously, you want to keep winning. I mean, when you've been a part of winning seasons, you don't really want to go away from that. So would like to win again. One for the thumb would be nice. I still think it's in reach. It's just going to, take a huge effort. But other than that, got to think about that. What will really make you happy in the last, few years of your career?
Okay. So he talks about two things, winning, and he talked about what would make you happy. And it starts to dawn on me that we have really never, certainly not this year, heard Klay Thompson say out loud, you know what would make me happy? A new contract with the Golden State Warriors so that I can finish my career with my brethren, Steph Curry and Draymond Green. That's what would make me happy. He's never said that.
Right.
Why has he never said that?
Well, he's never had to say it.
You can say that.
Yeah.
Well, but now would be the time.
Yes, it would be.
Draymond said it. Steph says stuff like that. Steph said it about Klay 3 weeks ago. But Klay keeps talking about, I've got to figure out my mental health. And I keep going back to the same thing, which is I feel like Klay is done being compared to his former self. That's got to be really hard. I get that.
Yeah.
I get that. Like, dude, that's the only way Warrior fans are ever going to look at you. You can go up and be good. You can go average 20 a game, and we'll be like, remember that time you used to average 24? Remember that?
Where's your 37-point quarter now, Klay?
Yeah. Remember when you I know you averaged 39% from three. Remember when that used to be 43? Remember when you used to make $43 million for the Warriors?
Exactly.
Do you remember?
Now you're making 22.
Remember when you guys used to win all the time? Remember when you didn't have to go to the play-in tournament? Remember that? I get it. I get it. I think he's probably exhausted. I think it's really hard. I think he figured out mostly how to handle it, but I don't think there's any way it'll ever be totally clear. And it feels in my belly like he wants to play somewhere else.
Yeah, and I don't hold it against him. I look at what he's done with the Warriors and where he is in his career, and it makes perfect sense. And you want to go out there and get a certain amount of respect that you probably won't get here because you're still going to be, the lesser of the two Splash Brothers. And if your contract comes in where the Warriors probably want it, then you're going to take a massive pay cut by your same team as opposed to, going out to a different team. And if Orlando gives him the same contract that the Warriors reportedly offered him, that's not a pay cut. That's just a new contract with a new team.
Right.
But if you take 2 years and $48 million here, well, now you're going from $42 million down to $24. That's a pay cut.
Well, that's an interesting way to look at it.
But if you get that same contract from a different organization, it's not really a pay cut. You're just going to a new team.
Again, that's an interesting. I'm interested. You can look at this however you want. Klay Thompson's not going to make $43 million a year, so he's going to take less money. He's not going to have a choice, and I think he gets that. But I do think we've been told by Bobby Marks more than once that a person of his skill set on the open market who scores the ball the way that he does, right now the going rate is usually in the neighborhood of $30 million. And the Warriors offered him 24 and did so in sort of a half-hearted way when they were freely paying others. And it's clear to me that bothered him. That hurt his feelings. Orlando probably will. Orlando will probably offer him 30. And if the Warriors won't go past 24 or 25, I think that Paolo Banchero and Klay Thompson are going to be teammates next year.
I can't see the Warriors going up to 30.
No.
I can't see them going any higher than they already reportedly did because that would take them out of the ability to add any other piece. And they need to improve this team, first and foremost.
I want to ask that question, and you can freely weigh in. 888-957-9570. How would it change the entire Klay Thompson subject for you if you looked at it from the other lens, opposite side? Klay wants to leave. How would that change this for you? We're sponsored by Safeway. We'll take your calls. It's Willard and Dibs.
This week at Safeway, get amazing digital deals for members.
Holy cannoli. This is crazy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, let's think about it this way, too. Glad you're with us, by the way, Willard and Dibbs. Hope the weekend was just fantastic. We hope you're not just listening to the show, although we do appreciate you listening to the show. But maybe, also watch the show. Dibbs is down another 83 pounds after a weekend of arugula. Yeah, what's the weigh-in? What's the weigh-in update?
We're right in there, about 172.
Okay.
We're holding steady.
At 23?
Yep, down 23.
Down 23.
Yep.
Okay. Update me when we get to 24.
Gotcha.
And speaking of 24, happy birthday, Willie Mays.
There you go.
Happy birthday, Willie Mays. More on that coming up later on. But twitch.tv/957 The Game, youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. If anyone swears, you get to hear it. If Dibbs loses another pound, you'll get to see it. Subscribe to the channel. All of our 95.7 The Game content is there every day. Twitch, YouTube, hit the thumbs up button. That helps us. And it's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Plus, you can download the free Odyssey app with ease on Twitch and YouTube by scanning the QR code that we've now got there in the bottom right-hand corner. Help explain the Warriors' position to me, Dibbs. 888-957-9570. The Warriors have publicly stated, with total clarity, we want Klay Thompson back. We need shooting. We want Klay back. Every single reporter who's dialed in has told us if any big names are available, the Warriors are shopping. Kevin Durant, you betcha.
Yeah.
Paul George, we're in. Jimmy Butler, let's talk. LeBron James, we already tried once.
We'll try again.
You can't do both. So are the Warriors saying one thing and acting another? Because if Monty Poole wants to sit here and tell us the Warriors are in on Paul George and Kevin Durant, well, that means they're automatically out on Klay Thompson.
Unless
he wants to play for peanuts.
Exactly. So when the Warriors say they want Klay Thompson, it's like me saying, I want a Tesla. And I want a Tesla, and it's an electric vehicle, and they run about 60 to 80 grand.
You already have an electric vehicle.
No, I don't.
You have a hybrid.
No, it's a gas.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's the Honda Fit.
Okay.
Just 40 to the gallon. I love my car.
It looks like a hybrid.
It does, no doubt. I used to have a hybrid. I had the Honda Civic hybrid. I had that one for 12 years, but it's like me saying, I want a Tesla, and then somebody at Tesla saying, okay, we'll sell you a Tesla for 60 grand. No. I want this Tesla for $17.41.
Okay.
I want the Tesla. The Warriors want Klay Thompson. There's no doubt that the Warriors want Klay Thompson, but they also want to go out there and get one of these high-priced, big-ticket items, and they know that they can't have both unless Klay Thompson comes in and plays for $17.11, which he's not going to do, but they can say that they want Klay Thompson and they need Klay Thompson. That can be true, and it is true.
It might be true, and it might not be true. I'm going to agree with you. The Warriors have no choice but to say that. They have to say
Basically, yeah.
Right? Yeah. Imagine the reaction if they were like, so, right, press conference, there's Mike Dunleavy. What are your thoughts on Klay Thompson's free agency? Yeah, doesn't do much for us. Not interested.
We're out on Klay Thompson.
Right. So they have to say that, and they did, and so that's fine. But they may not end up in a situation where they're even talking to Klay Thompson. If they can get their hands on Kevin Durant or Brandon Ingram or Jimmy Butler, then maybe that happens and they have to let Klay Thompson walk. So I could see this going the route of, or this is how it actually translated. The Warriors know that they have to say what they said, and then if they can't get the big fish, Klay is absolutely their fallback option. And so they do want Klay Thompson. They will want Klay Thompson in the absence of something else. But if something else comes along, you're freely going to have the ability to speak this to your fan base. In other words, like it's the same way every magician operates.
Like, have you ever seen a magic show? A lot of what's happening is they put your eyes over here so that you can't see what's happening over there.
Right.
And I think it'd be a lot easier for the Warriors to, quote, let Klay walk if, say, Kevin Durant is already on the team. Oh, yeah, we just acquired Kevin Durant. But what about Klay Thompson? Well, gosh, yeah, we're like financially, we're not able to do that. And so Klay Thompson is going to explore his options and go elsewhere. So much easier to pitch that to your fan base if you have something else to offer.
Yeah.
So I think they're saying what they have to say, but that's my read. I think both of these sides are less interested in one another than we think.
Right, and I think that the Warriors are less interested because they realize what they need to do to maximize the Steph Curry window, and that is get a number 2 in here, as you've talked about. Get a 2. Klay can't be the 2 anymore. Kuminga's not ready to be the 2, and there ends the list of people on the roster who even might be able to be your 2. And Klay, I think deep down, probably wants to go somewhere where he's a little bit more valued at this point in his career, and he probably wants to get more money than what the Warriors are willing to pay him. So, yeah, both sides are going to say what they're going to say. It's only May 6th. None of this is going to go down for the next 2 months.
You said on the crossover something to the effect of, if Klay were to take Orlando's offer and let's say it was even Steven with what the Warriors offered, that would lead to criticism for Klay Thompson. What if I tweaked that a little bit? Like, let's not make it even Steven or even about money. How would you feel, or how does it change this for you if I just say, what if Klay wants to leave? What if he wants to play somewhere else?
I think that's fine. Good for Klay.
Okay. Then why the other part?
The other part comes if he takes a low offer for Orlando. If he takes, and to me, that's what would be the slap in the face.
Are you saying less money than what the Warriors offered?
Or less money than, or equal money to what the Warriors would offer now.
But if he wants to leave, he would do that.
He would take the same amount of money and go play in Orlando.
If he wants to leave. Like if Klay right now is like, I can't keep living up to my former self.
I don't think that he wants to leave at that level. I think that he wants to leave because he's going to get more money and he'll have maybe a bigger role in Orlando. And yeah, the part about not having to live up to his own legacy, that might be a part of it. But I do think that if Orlando and the Warriors both offered the exact same contract, I think that he would stay. That's just my gut.
The first priority that he was asked about, he said winning. Who's closer to doing it?
It's close. I'd say it's a toss-up. And again, what is winning? Like winning a championship?
Yeah,
I don't think either one is any closer than the other to winning a championship. Orlando is the 5th best team in the East at best, and the East maybe is a little bit more of an opportunity. Yeah, because the East is weaker. But the Warriors are a team you've won 4, including just a couple of years ago. So maybe you're of the mindset of many, including Steph. We were 3 wins away from being a 6 seed and getting a playoff series and having action.
Yeah, I see.
Steph's words, not mine.
Yeah, but going back, I know, but of course, like they're all like we are.
Right.
We are all delusional.
Yep.
All of us. The mere idea of a championship is kind of delusional for all of us. It's delusional for Oklahoma City, and they're the 1 seed. A stupid idea. You're going to beat Luka and then Nikola and then Tatum? Really? Does anyone believe that that's even the slightest bit possible?
Sure.
You do?
I mean, someone's going to win the West.
Yes.
And Minnesota's got Denver in a little bit of a spot after one game.
Tonight's a game.
It is a game.
Tonight's fun.
Well, that series is going to be special.
Yeah, it's big.
That game 1 was pretty awesome.
Yep.
High level basketball.
Anthony Edwards might be the guy.
He might be.
He might be the one that we're all sort of waiting for. It's kind of, in other words, the one that Jason Tatum wants to be. And I always feel like that has to be a wing of some sort. I know Steph was that, and he's technically a point guard, but you know what I mean? Nikola Jokic is the best player on the planet, but he's Nikola Jokic. He plods around. He is a massive human being, and the cool thing that he does on TV is he's super smart and skilled with the ball.
He is probably the best, worst athlete I've ever seen in my life. I was thinking about it over the weekend, what's a comp for another athlete in any other sport?
That's a good one.
Who is that bad of an athlete, but that good.
But the best.
Exactly.
John Daly.
Pretty good
when
comp.
John Daly won a golf major.
That's pretty good. Just a slob smoking stogies and drinking Diet Coke.
Remember when Rick Russell was here getting Cy Young Award votes? My dad ran into him at the gas station after the game one time. Guy's just sitting there in a flannel down to his knees. You're just like, who is this guy? You're like, that's a professional athlete.
Right.
Are you kidding me right now? Yeah, Nikola is
John Kruk is a name that just popped into my head.
But Nikola is the best in the world.
Right.
Like, none of those guys were ever the best in the world. Daly was for a hot second.
I'm trying to think of, the comp therein, which it's tough to find. I actually thought about Peyton Manning as a guy who...
I mean, he's a dork, so yeah.
But he's not fast or that strong or that svelte.
No.
He just simply was amazing.
Right.
Drew Brees was another one. Just kind of a little dude out there slinging it.
I mean, Brady is that. Brady's got pretzel legs.
Right.
You know what I mean? But
just watching
quarterbacks are different.
Watching Jokic just kind of like a penguin bibbity bobble down the floor.
Yeah, that's the noise it makes when Nikola goes from one end of the court to the other.
Right. And then you look up, it's like, oh, he had 31, 17, and 11.
He had a triple-double, and he owns the league. Right. But you have to be really sparkly fun to watch and affect winning at a high level. And I feel like Anthony Edwards, of all of these young guys, we're all sitting here, right? Because we all, especially here, we're all sitting here talking about Steph Curry and LeBron James and Kevin Durant all day long. Well, playing, barely out of play-in, swept, one playoff win.
Right.
Between all three of them. And we're still like on that rat reel. Well, Steph and LeBron and KD, it's like all these other young dudes. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander's over here with 4 commercials. Like, you guys can talk about that all you want. Like, it's done. So, okay, fine. You got to get younger. Of all the young guys in the league, it's felt for 3 years like it was about to be Tatum. And he has failed to do so. If the T-Wolves bust through this series, Edwards might be it.
Yeah.
And if the two of them play each other in the finals... Boogie.
Yeah.
That'd be fun. That would be fun.
He is an absolute bucket at any moment.
Bro.
And he goes on those 4 or 5 trip bursts where it's like he's just unguardable. He's unstoppable.
Yeah.
He had 43 in game 1.
And he's a highlight reel. Like Nikola's highlights, like if you watch highlights after the game, you're like, look at this. He spun to the left and then he laid it in to the right.
Yeah. Or he hits that little step back where he jumps like 3 inches off the ground.
And the ball goes off the front rim and then off the backboard and softly lands into the hoop. And you're like, ooh.
He scored again.
All right, he'll get a snack.
Yeah.
So Edwards might. He might. He's showing a little bit of he might be. Him. But anyway, that's a big part of it. And I do wonder, like, kind of that 1-2 punch. If it doesn't bother you, if Klay wants to play somewhere else, then I'd argue it can't bother you if he takes a different offer for the exact same amount of money. If he I don't
know if he wants to play somewhere else. And this may turn out to be a Brandon Crawford thing where
he's at least open to it, right?
Of course. Yeah, and Brandon Crawford came out after he went to St. Louis and said, well, they didn't even offer me anything.
Yeah.
And that was, it's not a big deal because Brandon is done. He's washed. And so it's not like Giants fans are thinking, ooh, man, that's the one that got away. But Klay's in a little bit of a different spot because he still has more left to give than Brandon Crawford.
Sure. And again, we're going to go to your calls. We are mainly discussing this comment from Shams Charania of FanDuel earlier today.
The Magic can open up in excess of $60 million in cap space this offseason. So they're going to be players, when you think about free agency and other moves that can be made. You look at scoring. In Game 7, obviously struggled a little bit to score the ball, especially in the second half of the game when the Cavs and Donovan Mitchell kept coming for them. So you look at the point guard position, but also shooting and scoring on the wing. And one name to keep an eye on, Klay Thompson. I'm told there is mutual interest between the Magic and Klay Thompson. Thompson, along with several other vets around the league, are looking at the Magic as a situation where if you plug in a guy like Klay Thompson, you plug in another veteran player, whether it be at the point guard position, the shooting guard position, this team can make a real jump. around Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. Both guys, Paolo Banchero already a star, already a guy that's been a part of Team USA. Franz Wagner has the ability to potentially be an all-star as well. But if you plug in some more shooting and scoring, I think that's what can take this Orlando team to another level.
And the guys earlier are not wrong. What really makes this go from an interesting comment to a super interesting comment is the phrase mutual interest.
Yeah.
I think it is a minimum to say that Klay is open to leaving.
For sure.
And I think that I see clues that it's much more than openness, but maybe desiring to leave the Golden State Warriors.
If the situation and the money are right, absolutely. And I do think that those are two big parts of this. And the situation here has been great for Klay. Is it still great going forward? We don't really know. I don't know internally what they've said to Klay about his role going forward. We know that he came off the bench this year for the first time since his rookie year, when that was something new. And we also have good sourced reporting on a contract that was reportedly offered way back at the beginning of the year that he said no thank you to. And I don't know if that offer would be even lower if it came back again.
It wouldn't go up.
Right.
He hasn't done anything to make it go up.
If it's $2 and $48 million and that $2 and $48 is now $2 and $44 million or whatever that number would be, I don't think that he would have any more eagerness to sign it now after he turned it down back in November.
Look, we've joked about Orlando for 3 months already, and everybody knew why. There's a twofold point to why Orlando has always been the example. A, they have cap space. B, they don't have anybody who can shoot. So it always made sense. But now we arrive at this, where there's a report where these two teams who have both been ousted are mutually interested in one another already. By the way, we're not even 24 hours after Orlando's elimination.
Right.
Okay? And we're already getting this report. So that means that the flirtation is happening, the interest is there, it makes all the sense. So put that all together, what do you think it means? I think Orlando is going to offer him $30 million. I think Orlando's going to offer him $30 million. Okay, Warriors, your move. And I don't even know if he cares how you respond.
And there is no response. They're not offering him $30.5 million. They're not offering him anything even close to that. I can't imagine.
Although, look, there's a school of thought that says, what the hell's the difference between 24 and 30? If you're signing Klay to a new 2-year deal, you're out on all these other big names. If you're signing Klay to something that is 24 or 30, it, to me as a Warrior fan, means the exact same thing. You're out on Durant, you're out on Ingram, you're running it back, and we're doing it for 2 more years. Why do I care if it's 24 or 30? It has the exact same effect. So if you're willing to give Klay 24, why the hell would you give a rip if they give him 30?
Well, I don't think that you're willing to give him 24.
Okay, and that's fine. But a lot of people, that seems to be their baseline for whatever reason of and maybe it is that report from earlier in the year.
And I think you said it right, though, about the order of operations. If you're the Warriors right now, you're not making any of these deals or any of these offers now because you want to go big game hunting. And if you can possibly land any of those names you mentioned, whether it's Ingram or Jimmy Buckets or Kevin Durant or Paul George, whatever the big name is out there that you are trying to get after, if you sign Klay, then you're out on those guys, and you don't want that. You want to go for the big game first, and if you don't get any of those big names and Klay's still unsigned, then maybe you go back to Klay, and then maybe 24, 25, whatever the number is a year, maybe that is more palatable if you swing and miss on all these other big things.
Let's take some calls, but let me ask you this real quick, okay? This is always an evolving answer. Today, right now, we sit here, 2:52 on Monday, May 6th. Percentage chance that Klay Thompson's back with the Warriors is above or below 50%?
Oh, below. Yeah. Below. I was thinking 25.
I'm with you.
I'm
with you.
And you and I have had this conversation a number of times, and you had it up in the 90s about a month ago, and then it's kind of gone down, and it's gone down, and then today.
It's too many clues.
Yeah. Too many clues, and also we've talked about this as it pertains to the Warriors and who they might be able to attract as far as who gets knocked out when. the way Orlando lost in 7 games in a series that not that they had no business losing to Cleveland, but it's pretty clear why Orlando lost. They couldn't shoot.
Right.
And they had a 15-point lead, and they couldn't knock down anything. And Cleveland kept chipping away, and they roared back in the third, and that was it. And I looked at the numbers. Orlando 24th in the league this year as a team in 3-point percentage. The teams behind Orlando, the dregs. Washington, Detroit, Toronto, the Spurs, Memphis, and Portland.
There you go.
So Orlando is the lowest ranked good team, quote unquote, and it's not even close.
Yeah, and they still ended up a 5 seed. So imagine what they would do if they had a couple people who could, put the
35%
ball in the bucket
as a team.
Yeah,
35%.
Larry and Lomita with Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Larry. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. I just wanted to kind of reiterate what you guys are saying that I don't believe money is. I don't believe.
Yeah, we gotta let that one go, Larry. We want to hear what you have to say, but that phone was brutal. How about real quick to Jonathan in the city? Hey, Jonathan, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys? For me, I think the smarter move is maybe Klay could do the Warriors a biggie, sign and trade, get some draft picks for Draymond Green too. Because all the solutions that you guys mentioned, you know what happened, man? They got bounced in the playoffs because they're old. Look at the NBA, man. It's young, and this dude, the Joker, the Ant-Man just made a grand entrance.
But Jonathan, you already know the answer to this. Thank you so much, Jonathan. They're not doing that. You're not going to look Steph Curry in the eye and say, we got you draft picks. They're not going to do it. I get it, but they're not going to do it. Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Got plenty of time for more of your calls on this. Coming up, this is Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, it's Willard for La Garza summer camps. No time for boredom this summer. Got to get them going. La Garza's the way.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What if Klay Thompson is not the only dub this year who's playing for Orlando next year?
What do you mean?
What about that, Dan Dibley?
That's a tease right there, buddy.
What about that?
Are you talking about the birthday boy?
Whose birthday is it?
Chris Paul.
I thought it was Willie Mays.
Maybe it was yesterday, Chris Paul's birthday.
They got the same birthday?
Saw something from Lucas on that.
Yeah. Chris Paul, he is now officially 39.
That was from me, but yeah, he's 39.
My bad, Grandy.
And Grandy was correct, so.
Is
Well, there you go.
Is it today?
Yep.
Correct.
They have the same birthday?
Mm-hmm.
Different years.
Couple of legends.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, different years. Yeah, Chris a little older.
Do you want to know what my question is? We've been calling Chris Paul 39 for the whole year, but he was 38.
Yeah, I called him 38 all year.
I called him 39.
You called him 39 when you wanted to disrespect him. When you want to disparage him, you say 39.
I only wanted to disrespect him.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I wanted to do
You
all year.
almost came around on him. It was close.
No, I did. All of the I'll tell you what, if you want to call it disrespect, come on now. I'm not writing diss tracks like everybody else today.
Don't be disrespectful.
Totally.
The only thing negative, how about that?
Okay.
Only once did I do it after the year started. How about that?
Yeah.
I didn't, and by the way, I was not alone at all. I did not like the idea of Chris Paul being a Warrior.
Right.
I can feel that way preseason and also be big enough to look at what he did for the year and go, hey, he did a good job.
Yeah.
He did a good job. I give him that. I give him that.
It's good. Good year.
He did a good job.
In the role that he was.
Still Chris Paul, and I still have rooted against him my entire life and had a hard time with him being on the team.
Is he the other Warrior who is maybe going to be a Magic's? Is that who you were referring to?
Ryan Russillo on the Bill Simmons podcast.
It's funny because I actually think like two Warriors would fit the bill here. Where you go, all right, well, could Chris Paul play 20 minutes and unclog some of these? Because what I don't want them to do is I don't want them to bring in somebody so ball dominant that then it takes away from some of Paolo's possessions. It's one of the hardest things with all these talented players to be like who overlaps and then who complements with their skill set or really even their mindset of how they want to attack the game. So I think they need some kind of guard that's a little bit more deferential that could still shoot. But, I don't know what people think of Chris Paul now at this point. And I don't know if this team would be good enough for him to sign on for less money. And that's why I still think Klay is going to make a lot of money somewhere. Because on top of everything else, he's a great teammate. He's a good dude.
Yeah.
And I think despite the Sacramento game in the play-in elimination, he salvaged himself somewhat this season from the lows of him, almost having these open therapy sessions with the media after the game, which is not surprising for somebody like him and his stature to go through everything he went through.
Ryan Russillo, again, Bill Simmons podcast. I kind of agree with him, and I'll admit that I've gone a little back and forth on this. Pincus came on with us a few weeks ago, sort of made it sound like, I don't know if anybody's going to really offer Klay that kind of money. And so for a minute, I'm like, let me think about that. And I'm not sure. And the landscape changes every time someone gets eliminated. But as you look at this right now and think about how many, this is what I look for with Klay. How many teams out there are like, all we need is dude, knock down a three and tell these pups how to win in the postseason. That's all we need. Is there anybody out there like that? Can we go shopping for that guy? If I am, and they're still in it, I haven't even lost a game yet, but if I'm Oklahoma City, if I'm Orlando, if I'm Cleveland, if I'm any of these, the Knicks, if I'm one of these younger teams and I need someone who can do two things, knock down a J and teach me how to do the Dougie. Teach me how to do the damn thing in the end. If I need that, who's out there? Klay freaking Thompson.
Yeah.
And I will pay for it.
Yeah.
I think he's going to get a good number.
I think he'll get a good number. I don't know if it'll be all the way up to 30, but it'll be more than the 24 that the Warriors reportedly offered. And OKC, number one in the league in three-point shooting. So I don't know if they necessarily need a shooter.
No, I'm not.
They need more of that OG
right
to that point, and I think that he would fit them well. It was interesting when we talked to Eric Pincus, who's really good on the NBA salary cap and the money and all the rest of it, because most of the teams that have money are the bad teams, except for Orlando. That's why I think the fit is almost too perfect, because Eric was talking about Detroit and how much money they have. And, Klay Thompson wouldn't go in there and help them in any real way to go from a 14-win team to a 25-win team. Fine. Maybe he could do that, but that's not what Klay's looking for, and it's not what Detroit's looking for either. So of all the teams that have money, most of them are the bad teams except for Orlando, which is why I think, and it's surprising to me that we heard about it so soon, because Orlando just lost yesterday. I was in my car yesterday listening to that game thinking, oh my God, they're going to lose this game. How are they going to lose this game? They were dominating Cleveland for so long.
They were up by 18.
And yet here we are, not even a full day later, and the mutual interest vibe is already being talked about.
Yeah, because these conversations are underway. Why do you think we're sitting here talking about this every day? The conversations are underway. Agents are not in 1, 2, 3 Cancun. They're not. Actually, maybe they are, but they're on the phone. Let's go to D-Money in Hayward. Hey, D-Money, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Willard? What's up, Dibs?
What's good?
What's going on?
Tried to play hooky today from work, but I didn't know the wifey was home today also, so I'm in the garden right now. But, man, the thing about Klay Thompson is, man, he didn't play himself into a contract. He played himself out a contract with that performance he pulled out in the last game of the season, man. We showed him the loyalty by giving him that deal when he tore his knee in 19, and 2 out of the 4 years he rehabbed that knee, collected free money. He should do us a solid and take whatever we're offering him and let's go.
Yeah, it's not the way that works.
Doesn't work that way, D-Money. And I mean, you know that. And by the way, he doesn't look at it that way, and he shouldn't look at it that way. I mean, if I'm a player, I'm not rehabbing off of a torn ACL and a torn Achilles, which is hell, so I'm told. Thank goodness, I've never had either injury. I'm told that it's hell, especially when you are having to do it to the level of being an elite athlete. You don't look at giving up ligaments out of your body and think that you're doing the team a favor. You don't. It's not like when you say he sat there collecting money, do you know what he was actually doing that year? Working his butt off, D-Money.
Yeah, I know. He was rehabbing, but it's just the thought. I mean, they didn't look at him as damaged goods and said, that's it. We're going to move on from here. They actually believed in him, and I'm just saying, like, for him to turn around and try to go for more money this year, it's like, man, you're at the tail end of your career. You made more than enough money. Why not just do the Warriors a solid so we could get some free agents around and let's go out with a bang?
So, D-Money, let me ask you something now, because you're kind of coming from the spot that I really want to talk to today. What if I told you he doesn't want to stay?
Well, I think that'd be a good thing for the Warriors, honestly.
Okay.
I mean,
that's fine, but how would you view that from Klay?
I would look at it as if he was more on thinking of himself more and looking at the money more and looking at more opportunities elsewhere to be the guy, which at this age, you really can't be the guy, but it's going to be a money thing at the end. I mean, if you wanted to stay here and stay with the team that drafted you and build your legacy, you would go ahead and take the 24 that they offered you before the season even started.
It's always interesting. D-Money, thanks. It's always interesting to me. I get it. We're fans of a team, so therefore we get romantic about a team. If you're a fan of a team, like a real fan of a team, that's the only constant. The constant is the jersey, right? The team itself, not the players. So I think sometimes we fall into that trap of viewing these conversations through the lens of the team. And therefore, then we end up calling the player selfish financially when it is the team that is making way more money.
Right.
And in fact is directly getting the money from you, the fan, and calling the player selfish for thinking about himself. Who the hell else is he supposed to think about?
Exactly. I mean, the player is supposed to get the most money that he can possibly get. And then when you sign a contract, your job is to do your best for that organization. Do the best that you can. And Klay Thompson had 2 years where he was hurt and they paid him anyway. It doesn't mean that now that he's going into free agency, he's got to think about that and go, you know what? They did me a solid. I'm going to come in and play for the minimum now.
Right, but he got hurt doing what?
Playing basketball, Mark.
For who?
Not the second time.
Not the second time, but
for the Warriors, yeah.
For the Warriors.
And then he, like you said, he goes in there and he does all the work to try to make it back, and he's almost back, and he gets hurt again. And
then he comes back from that and wins another ring.
Title, yeah. So he doesn't owe the Warriors anything.
Nothing. Like, have any of you ever filed for workers' comp? When you're done with that problem, are you like, God, I owe everything to the organization. I'm not thinking of me anymore. I owe it to Home Depot to be there in my orange smock tomorrow and for the rest of my life. We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. 888-957-9570. Have you considered, and that's all I'm asking anyone to do, have you considered that maybe Klay wants to be on a different team? And how does that affect the way that you look at this whole thing? This is Willard and Dibs.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I know some of you might be on YouTube or the app, but do you all sing Totalmente the same way we do when it comes on?
Every time.
Do you guys do that? Totalmente.
That's really good.
Do you do that? Because we do that.
Totalmente.
That's also good.
Yeah, you and I both, like, one of us will just shout that out in the middle of a commercial.
Just sing it.
We might do it in here when the commercial's not on.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
I'm trying to find ways to get the word pneumococcal into my regular conversation. Pneumococcal pneumonia. You know, like that game that guys play, like, when you're on TV tonight, like, drop this word in. Yeah. I'm trying to do that. I haven't figured it out yet, how to get pneumococcal into the regular.
It's less fun, though, because it's a disease and all.
Well, right. Thanks for bringing us down, though.
Yeah.
That's all good.
Thank you, Lucas. There you go.
Brought us back.
You started good, and then you got nervous. Did you hear that?
He did.
During the Mente, he was like, "Oh shoot,
That's
I'm out
where
of
you
pocket."
really make the money is the Mente.
Yeah, you gotta go. Try it again, Lucas, all the way through now.
Totalmente.
Yeah, I got worse.
He tried at least.
I'll keep trying.
Totalmente.
Grandy.
Yeah,
man.
There you go.
Impressive.
Man.
Good job, Grandy.
Too bad Steiny and Goo aren't still here, since they love to sing. On the air. So
Steiny likes musicals.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
big time.
Yeah, the King and I.
Anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're talking this out. Shams Charania, FanDuel TV on Klay Thompson.
The Magic can open up in excess of $60 million in cap space this offseason. So they're going to be players, when you think about free agency and other moves that can be made. You look at scoring. In Game 7, obviously struggled a little bit to score the ball, especially in the second half of the game when the Cavs and Donovan Mitchell kept coming for them. So you look at the point guard position, but also shooting and scoring on the wing. And one name to keep an eye on, Klay Thompson. I'm told there is mutual interest between the Magic and Klay Thompson. Thompson, along with several other vets around the league, are looking at the Magic as a situation where if you plug in a guy like Klay Thompson, you plug in another veteran player, whether it be at the point guard position, the shooting guard position, this team can make a real jump around Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. Both guys, Paolo Banchero already a star, already a guy that's been a part of Team USA. Franz Wagner has the ability to potentially be an all-star as well. But if you plug in some more shooting and scoring, I think that's what can take this Orlando team to another level.
Okay, so that's from Shams. And you know what I dig about this maybe more than anything is that it finally puts this sort of like out there example that we've been throwing around for 2 months, and it just got real.
Right.
Everyone
Orlando.
Say Orlando offers him 30.
It's always Orlando.
Then what would you do? Like, what if for example, Orlando.
It's always Orlando.
Yeah, forget it. It's Orlando.
Yeah.
And others would be my guess. But Orlando for sure. And how does it hit you that the word mutual is in there? How does that hit you? There is mutual interest between Klay Thompson and the Orlando Magic. And I'm getting, and I see it, those of you out there that are on social, I see the blowback a little bit. The quote is out there, and I will stand on this quote big time because, by the way, you cannot legislate the way someone feels about something. And my gut, this is not a report, my gut is telling me that Klay Thompson's just not happy. He's not happy.
He didn't look happy the past year or two.
I think it's funny the way people, and not like a lot of people are responding to it in a good way, others not so much. There's a lot of like, what on earth are you talking about? Klay talks all the time about how he wants to stay. Oh, does he? Show me. Send me the quotes. Send me the sound clip. I'd love to see it. Did he ever say it after the beginning of this year when the Warriors had to sit him down in the offseason and say, my friend, you're gunning too much? And then at the beginning of the year when they had to sit him down again and say, you're gunning too much. And then Steve Kerr would, for instance, come on, I don't know,
like the Willard and Dibs show on 95.7 The Game in February and say this?
It means that I think Klay is starting to reconcile everything that's happened, between the injuries, the way the last couple of years have gone. I think, really he's had a hard time these last couple of years trying to do that, and I think it's starting to happen. Part of being effective later in your career when you've slowed down a little bit or you've had some injuries like Klay has, part of that is embracing and accepting those changes. And if you fight them like Klay does sometimes, then it's just going to lead to frustration. But you can understand it. He's played at such a high level for so long. And, imagine being able to do what Klay has done over the years, and then suddenly you can't do it as often. I mean, there's huge frustration that comes with that. But I just think he's starting to understand things a little better. As I said, kind of reconcile them and be okay with things. And you saw the way he played last night. He's been much more patient, more solid, the last week or so, and that'll pay off for him.
Follow the breadcrumbs. Steve Kerr is on our show in February saying starting to reconcile.
Right.
That's a phrase. He's starting to reconcile in February. He was benched 2 months after saying in a press conference, "You're going to bench me?" After a year where he's holding up four fingers in Phoenix and getting thrown out of basketball games. After having multiple closed-door meetings with Steve Kerr. And no, he didn't ever say this year, "I badly, badly want to be back with the Warriors." He was given the opportunity to. This is what he said.
Obviously, you want to keep winning. I mean, when you've been a part of winning seasons, you don't really want to go away from that. So would like to win again. One for the thumb would be nice. I still think it's in reach. It's just going to, take a huge effort. But other than that, got to think about that. What will really make you happy in the last, few years of your career?
What would make you happy?
In the last few years of your career?
I think it's all pretty much out there for anybody who wants to get out of their feelings that these last 2 years have not made him happy at all.
Yeah.
Not even a little bit.
At times, definitely he's been happy, but it's been up and down. It's been off the bench, and now you're a starter. And like you said, he was criticized, and fans have come after him. And we know that these guys hear everything that's out there, and Klay's a sensitive guy. And you look at a situation where it hasn't gone that smoothly for the Warriors or for Klay Thompson, and he hasn't necessarily loved his role. And like you said, they had to talk to him about him hunting his shot too much and multiple closed-door meetings to try to get him to come to terms with where he is in his career. And Steve Kerr back in February talking about Klay starting to reconcile. And Klay is 34 years old. He'll be 35 next year. And if he signs a couple-year deal, this is probably going to be the last contract that he signs. It's going to be the last 2 or 3 years of his career. So how does he want to have the rest of his career go? Does he want to stay with Golden State in this role of maybe you're a starter, maybe you're a sixth man, and you're forever chasing your own legacy? Or go somewhere new, fresh start, maybe make a little bit more money, and have people, teammates who've never heard your stories. They've never met Rocco. They've never, had a chance to get to know Klay before. And sometimes when you go to a new destination, as you know, and you and I have both moved around in this business a few times, and you get to a new spot and it's fresh and it's exciting again to be a part of a new team and a new situation in a new city. And sometimes that's all you need.
I just look at it the way that I see what I see. I'm not in the guy's head, but I know that he did not like the contract offer that he was given at the beginning of the year. We know that he is, quote unquote, in his own head. That's not only about the Warriors, but we know that he said in a press conference, "You would never dare bench me," and then was benched. We know that he has had multiple closed-door meetings with Steve Kerr that Steve has openly talked about was about getting his head straight with what's happening in his career. These are all things we know. We know this. I don't think when you watch Klay Thompson play basketball the last couple of years, are you really going to kid yourself and tell yourself that he looks like he's having fun? That used to be the Warriors' thing. Playing with joy. I don't see it. I see it usually something with Steph. I see it with Steph. You know, I don't see it with, quite frankly, just about anybody else. And it's understandable. They're getting older. They're not as good, all of that. But I do think that Warrior fans, I would suggest that you get out of your romantic feelings with regard to what this is. Klay Thompson is not, in his mind, defined by being a Golden State Warrior. He's not. I know you want him to be. I know we do.
I don't think any of these guys are defined by that.
No, they don't look at it that way. Blake Snell was signed and said right in the front of everybody with a microphone, I don't give a rip where I play. It doesn't matter where I play. Why'd you pick San Francisco? I don't even know where I am right now.
Right.
We're not even in San Francisco while we're having this conversation. We're all over the world. We're at the ballpark. I get up, I go to the yard, I go home, I go to bed. What bed? I don't know. Sometimes it's a hotel. Sometimes it's my bed. Then in the offseason, for $1 bajillion, I get to go wherever the hell I want. If it's Tiburon, it will still be Tiburon, even if he plays for the Orlando Magic. Sorry. I just think that that's the way they look at it, and they should.
Right.
This is their job, not their definition. I know it's different for us. We're fans.
Right, and we all want to romanticize it, especially when it comes to Steph, Klay, and Dre. And you and I have had this conversation on this very show about wanting them to end their career as Warriors and how cool that would be if the three of them continued to play together and ended their career together and they never put on another uniform. That would be awesome, and we would like that as fans. But Klay Thompson, I don't know if he shares that. Probably not. And Draymond Green, if he didn't get his 4-year deal, you think that he wouldn't have gone elsewhere to ply his trade somewhere? Of course he would have. And Steph Curry is going to be the tough one if after 2 more years under contract, maybe he gets to a spot where he wants to do what Klay is doing, which is be a free agent and be shopped around and have options. And maybe Steph wants to finish his career somewhere else. And you got to, as a fan, it's important to be able to put the romanticism aside and put your own feelings, as you were saying, put your feelings aside and realize that Klay Thompson at 34 is looking at the last couple of years of his career. And how does he want to end his career? Where does he want to play? Does he want to go out and try it somewhere else? I don't hold it against him if he does.
No, I don't hold anything against him, especially with how much he's talked about mental health. It's interesting to me that the way society has become aware of mental health now, that we would still look at it this way, even though the guy has openly and repeatedly this year talked about mental health. He has struggled with it in the framework of being a Warrior. That's all happened here. So, we're like, we love you, Klay. Well, he might not love it here anymore. I'm not saying he has any bad feelings about the way that it's been, but we're talking about now. We're talking about 33-year-old, 2 double leg surgery, Klay Thompson off the bench. And maybe his brain doesn't like that anymore. It sure feels that way. It feels like it has been more struggle than not the last couple of years to me when I watch him play. Let's go to Madison in the city. Hey, Madison, you're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hi.
Hi there.
I just have a quick comment. I just want to make a quick comment that I listen to you all every day. But the thing is, Klay Thompson, if he wants the Warriors to pay more money to him, then prove yourself. It's like any other job. Don't sit back and say, well, I'm not going to shoot anymore because they're not going to pay me. Prove yourself, and let's see what we can do for you. That's all I have to say.
Well, and Madison, I think that's like it. That's already happened. Like whatever he's going to put out there with regard to what he's going to get on the market, that's already done. That's already done. And I think that this is another interesting way of looking at it. I think he thinks he did. Remember, at his exit interview, it was, see how many games I played?
Right.
Like I can still be that everyday 20-point or a little bit less volume shooter. I can be that guy. And I just proved it. And most Warrior fans I talk to are like,
And I think the reason for that is because his name is Klay Thompson.
And what he's been, you're right.
There you go. That's for me, is the whole key to this conversation, is that we will never see him as someone else, and he's now someone else. And so here, he has to be compared to this lofty, unbelievable, future Hall of Fame, statue out front guy. And that's who we want him to be, and he won't be. And that's a very difficult thing to live up to on a daily basis.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to probably live up to that, and he doesn't have to at this point in his career. And there is no graceful way for veteran players to kind of age out of the game. You don't usually have a guy play like Klay Thompson and then just decide to retire, because Klay can still do it. And he mentioned 77 games. He played a lot of minutes. He played more than 2,000 minutes. And I do think that your reaction is very much indicative of what the fans think, which, Klay had a pretty good year. He averaged, 17 a game, and he played 77 games, and he shot it at a pretty darn good level from three. And yet Warrior fans are thinking about what Klay used to be. And so the reaction is a little bit of a, as opposed to what it would be if his name was something else.
I mean, think
38% from three.
That's the way all of us. How many times has that statement come out of someone's mouth? Well, he doesn't defend like he used to. So what? In Klay's mind, so what? What does that mean?
Right.
I mean now, and I think it's worth $30 million. And Warrior Nation is like, yeah, but you were better 4 years ago. Well, sure. So what? So what? So what are you going to do about it? Because the other teams out there aren't going to look at it that way. That's what's make this whole thing so tough. Jeremy in Oakland. Hey, Jeremy, what's up? Thanks for calling.
For the last 5 to 10 minutes, I've been singing Totalmente.
Good. That was pretty good, Jeremy. Very good. Yeah. There you go.
Thank you. You guys aren't the only ones that do that. I laughed out loud when you started singing. Anyway, I'll be disappointed but not surprised if Klay walks and gets signed with another team. I understand part of where he's coming from, and maybe he doesn't want to be relegated to the bench for the rest of his career. But that only speaks to the player that he was and not the player that he is. So it'll stink to see him go, but I get it. Money talks, and BS walks a marathon. So,
Jeremy, thanks. Listen. If we haven't said it yet today, I think this will be hard as hell.
Yeah, no doubt. If it all comes down, and our boss Matt Nahigian earlier was saying, when the breaking news sounder hits,
imagine the moment,
and you and I look at each other, and Grandy or Lucas, one of them has it, and they say, it's official, guys. It's a Woj bomb. Klay Thompson has signed a 2-year, $60 million deal with the Orlando Magic. According to sources, the phone lines will light up and everyone will be lamenting the end of the Big Three.
It's going to be hard.
It's going to be really hard. It's going to be a lot of looking back and, the memories and how great. And
if it happens. If it happens.
Right. When it happens.
Oh, I'm not there yet. Are you at when it happens?
I think so.
Why? Because just Sham's comment makes it that firm that he's gone?
I've been more in that camp than just about anybody for a long time.
I think the Warriors will come hard after Klay Thompson in the absence of something else being available.
In the absence of something else being available.
Yes.
And that to me is the biggest part of this, because
that's kind of like that's
something else is going to be available.
I don't know.
I think that they're going to do everything they can to make something else happen, as opposed to give Klay however much money, $25 million or whatever. They need to get better, and bringing back Klay doesn't get you any better.
Those deals are complex,
of course,
and will be competitive. So I don't know if it's that simple to say the Warriors are going to be so determined that they will make one of these big name things happen. I think there's interest. I think they'll go hard. I think they're obsessed with the remainder of Steph Curry's career. I still think there is a very fair chance that none of this is on the table for them. It has to be a match. A lot of times the player also has to want to go there. You know what I mean? Like, they don't have to, but for instance, if you're going to acquire Brandon Ingram, you're not going to do that if Brandon's not willing to sign an extension with you.
He's got 1 year left.
Yeah, you're not going to do that. He's like, yeah, we're going we're going to give you Kuminga and a first-round draft pick, and we're going to do all this. And then you get Brandon Ingram, and he's like, yeah, and I'm out in a year. Like, you're not going to do that. So this has got to be a match on so many levels. Makes it hard. So I think there's a very fair chance that the Warriors will be without that option, and then will come hard after Klay Thompson. Because here's another piece of this. We're all talking about it historically and just like the thing that is Klay Thompson. Here's what else he represents. He represents something that the Warriors need more of.
Shooting.
They need more shooting. If they lose him, they need to go get like 2 or 3 more guys.
By the way, guys, really quick, talking about what else they could do, what other options do they possibly have. TJ Jones, who covers the Utah Jazz, saying that the Jazz are looking for 4 or 5 first-round picks or a star-level talent coming over for Lauri Markkanen. So that might be difficult for the Warriors to swing if that is truly the Jazz asking price.
Yeah, I see the tweet now.
Yeah.
Probably not. The offer that would be needed is probably not going to come.
They're not trading Markkanen.
To pry him from the Jazz. And remember, Pincus said to us, the current buzz is that Utah would like to continue to build around Lauri Markkanen.
Which makes sense. Totally. You got a 7-footer who can do it all, and he's, right now he's only making like $14 million, but he's up for an extension, so he's going to get huge money, but at some point, Utah's got to build around somebody.
It's one of the reasons I'm a little bit wooed by this Brandon Ingram thing, and it feels newer. But, these all come up every time someone's eliminated, right?
Yeah.
Like every time someone's eliminated, we go, okay, let's talk about it. What's it going to be? Philly, are you building around Embiid again? Embiid is literally he's like the only guy under contract. Philly is like Embiid and free agents.
That's it. Yeah.
That's it.
Maxi's getting the max, but
Tobias,
he's gone.
They're all right. So, but what are they doing? Because there's a lot of hurt feelings right now with Joe. It seems like every year with Embiid, from injury to saying New York is his favorite place to ripping James Harden on a podium. All of these things. So there's that conversation. Giannis, whatever. But every time someone's eliminated, Miami gets eliminated. Ooh. You know what? Jimmy Butler might be available. Okay? Phoenix is eliminated. What about Kevin Durant? New Orleans goes down. Here comes the Brandon Ingram tweet. Pelicans unlikely to offer him a contract. Of all of these guys we've talked about, he seems to be the most likely to really be available at a gettable sort of a trade package, and he's 26. And he's exactly what the Warriors need. He's got size, and he's a 2. He's a classic number 2.
Not sold on Brandon
I know
Ingram.
you're not.
I think that the effort is a little too inconsistent, and the injury history to me is a big factor.
You see effort issues.
Yeah, I don't see not
effort.
quite Wiggins-esque, but I don't see him always out there playing like a dog.
I don't see that with Brandon.
Yeah. I kind of, whenever I watch him, I see a guy who could dominate a game at any moment, and at times I feel like he doesn't. And maybe it's because he's playing with Zion and the mix is bad. That's something that Steiny was saying that I thought was interesting.
I think they both think they're the one.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. And Zion has had his own issues of staying on the court.
Exactly.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your calls are always welcome. 888-957-9570. But we'll tip our hand a little bit right now. The Giants lost. The Giants suck, and we need to talk about it on Willard and Debs.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time.
Harper to left field and deep. Conforto is going to watch it. It's gone. Second game in a row against the Giants. Bryce Harper's hit a 3-run homer. Chapman to shallow right. Merrifield's got it, and that finishes off a 4-game sweep.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That's our buddy Dave. Dave works at NBC Sports Bay Area. That's Dave. Dave likes to come on the roast every single week. Roast is seemingly already a big word this week. Tom Brady got roasted. Steiny and Goo got roasted. And the Giants about to get roasted.
They just got roasted in Philadelphia. 4-game sweep on a wraparound Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Loss. And of the 4 losses, hard to pick one that was the most winnable game.
Last night.
I guess.
Last night.
I mean, they rallied, kind of.
I mean, 2 one-run games, so it's one of those.
Yeah. But I mean,
you could leave Saturday night in the garbage can and don't ever, take the trash out, put it at the edge of the road right now. That was some crap. I'm not going to say I don't know what to say because I do know what to say.
Say it.
But this is brutal. This is absolutely brutal. It's been 36 games. We can do the there's plenty of time thing.
Yep.
There is. Blake Snell might come save the day once a week.
Robbie Ray's coming.
They're so hard to watch. Last night, a man named Jackson, who nobody's ever heard of before, swinging a drive deep into the left field night, just in time to lose by 1. That home run last night at the end of the game by a man named Jackson that none of you have heard of before and likely never will again. That home run represented the only time in the last 2 weeks that the Giants have scored more than 3 runs in a baseball game. I liked the offseason signings. You could still talk me into some of them. Sure, there's time. Is Soler going to get hot? He's always been streaky. Is Chapman going to swing through all the fastballs all year long? I don't know. Plays a mean third base over there. And sure, the defense is better. Blake Snell, has he been given even a fair shake yet for us to even get to know him? Probably not. And quite frankly, Jung-Hoo Lee is about the only thing I even like about this team. But I'm not here to defend Farhan Zaidi or, quite frankly, anyone. Melvin doesn't get a pass. Farhan doesn't get a pass. Larry, Tom, Dick, Harry, Charles, Greg, all of the one-syllable guy names who run all of this stuff, none of them, nobody, the players themselves should not get a pass. I am beyond frustrated at the inability to be exciting when you're an entertainment entity, number one, and I am beyond shocked that the Giants can't produce talent. If I had to whittle this down for me to one thing, that's my sentence. And this is this regime, and to a degree, it was the end of the last regime, too. How the hell are we still sitting here? Basically, since Lincecum, Kane, Mad Bum, and Buster, since that generation and since that dynasty, it feels like we've gotten a sum total of Patrick Bailey and Logan Webb. Like maybe Kyle Harrison. That's what we've got. That's the talent you've produced in 8 years. For 5 years, I've sat in this city with a microphone talking about Marco Luciano and Elliot Ramos
and Luis Matos, and they're still River Cats. They're still River Cats. So if you want to rip anyone in the front office for the Giants, now's the time. But for me, that's what we're talking about. It's not them being cheap. The stupid analytics thing has obviously been talked out and to a degree figured out. Gabe Kapler's not the manager anymore. Bob Melvin now is. They're not cheap. They spent this offseason almost as much as anybody. And the signings with each one individually made sense to me on paper. But you can't produce talent. You can't draft anyone. Farhan Zaidi last week just said, you know what? I think we probably need to look at adding corner outfield offensive players in the draft more than we have. You just got that 6 years in? And don't act like you haven't tried. That's exactly who Hunter Bishop is.
Yeah.
You missed. They got to draft and develop. And they can't.
Well,
they can't.
The part of that I am frustrated with myself is the fact that you've got Elliot Ramos playing great in AAA, yet he doesn't get a chance to come up and play here with the big club. And I know Farhan made a point of talking about his recent text message with Elliot, who said, I'm ready. Just say the word, and I'll come to San Francisco, and I can help you. You mentioned this team has only scored more than 3 runs once in the last 2 weeks, I think you said.
Correct.
And yet you've got a guy down in AAA who's ripping the cover off the baseball, and you've got Austin Slater up here, and we watched his at-bat today, and he was overmatched by a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. He was late, and he continues to struggle. And I know small sample, and everybody wants to small sample it. It's early May. And,
not that small.
But at some point,
not that small.
It's as small as you want to make it. And the point is, you've got guys who you've been trying to produce on the farm who have actually been playing pretty well down there. So at what point do you really let them come up and have a chance? And you mentioned Luciano before the show. He's not hitting a lot of homers, but he's starting to hit the ball much harder down in AAA. Elliot Ramos is having a great year at AAA. Everyone wants to see Matos. At what point do you stop beating your head against the wall with this pretty sad offense?
And Matos looks awful down there. He looks awful down there. So, I get it.
Yeah.
And he looked amazing last year, and then they brought him up, and people were not wowed at all. Luciano's on-base percentage is phenomenal. He probably should be called up.
Ramos's OPS is damn near 1,000.
Ramos is playing fantastic, but he has, and then he hasn't, and then he has. It's not like Ramos hasn't gotten called up.
Right.
He's been up. He doesn't do much when he gets here.
Well, give him another chance, because what we have up here is a lot of bad at-bats, and you've got an offense that it's without much pop. And just watch Philadelphia. Even watching the game today as we're on the air, and we're not watching it as closely as we otherwise would, but Bryce Harper, Grandy played the highlight, boom, 3-run homer. Schwarber, boom, home run. That's a team with bats, and they've got pop and power. This Giants team, you don't have a lot of threatening sticks in that lineup, especially without Soler, who's, I don't know if he's injured or if he's just a little hurt with the shoulder.
He's got a shoulder.
But even when he's playing, he gets home runs, solo home runs. You don't have a lot of crooked innings with this team.
No, their home runs don't matter. Their home runs come like last night when you're down 5-3 and then you get to lose 5-4. Awesome. Really cool. You were down 5-1 and then you got to be down 5-3 and then you got to lose 5-4. Cool home runs. Didn't do a damn thing. Yeah, Soler has not had what I would consider like a big hit at the right time. It's a double play. It's a strikeout with runners in scoring position almost every time. And that's the story of what's happened. The guy who hit 3-run homers in back-to-back games against you, that was the free agent you should have gotten. And he, I believe, was willing to come. But you decided that $25 million over 13 years, you didn't want to do that. You didn't want to do those $2 million. Now the Giants are ready to be like, God, we got to really get outside the building, and we got to go spend, and we got to get some people. And that's what happens when you come from a desperate situation. It's not that I didn't like the signings, but they're probably a little bit too little too late.
You waited until you had no choice. People stopped coming. Earlier in this process, you had to run numbers and you had to decide we've got to win the deal every time. We'll spend, but only if it's exactly the way we think it fits into a puzzle. Well, that's not the way people shop when they're having fun. Nobody wants to vacation that way. Nobody wants to fit it into a box. Nobody wants to go shopping for clothes and be like, yep, got it, like $19.99. Sorry, it's $21.99. We're not doing it. You could have had Bryce Harper, and you didn't, and that was a colossal disaster because now he kicks your butt every single time we see him, and you're now chasing that guy. That was the guy. I don't think you could have gotten Aaron Judge. You couldn't have gotten Shohei Ohtani. What's his name? Stanton would have been a horrible thing. Correa, that wouldn't have worked. The guy was Bryce Harper. And I actually think you had his ear. And those $25 million over 13 years, you decided, we're not doing that. And so now, instead, you're going to do 1-2 punch of Soler and Matt Chapman. And that's nice. I'm glad you're spending. I'm glad there's effort. But the Giants are a victim of their own system. Farhan Zaidi has said from the beginning, we can spend money all we want. If it's not paired with homegrown talent, it won't work. Well, he was right about that. And they just don't have it. They do not have the talent, apparently. You know, we're right back into the same conversation that you and I have gotten into about the Niners and Warriors through the years.
Right.
The whole, like, well, give the young guys a chance. And it's like, if they don't get a chance, is it because they actually don't think they're any good? Or do they just hate young people? I don't know. There's also finances involved in this.
Right, and roster machinations
as
well.
Blow out Slater and Yaz. It's like those are guys they have contracts.
Right.
Can't just be like, you're out. But, yeah, you're stuck. You need homegrown talent, and you just haven't been able to do it. It's absolutely unbelievable how long we've gone without you being able as an organization to be like, we got this cool new hitter. Oh, my God. When is that ever going to happen?
Well, we've talked about the names, and the names have been close, and they've come up for a little bit and not done a lot, and then now they're back down at AAA, and we all thought starting the year that Luciano is going to be your starting shortstop. He's going to be the opening day shortstop, and as spring training got underway, you realize, well, he's probably not, and then it's going to be Ahmed who comes in, and Matos, and he's not going to be ready, and Luciano's still not ready, and Elliot Ramos is doing all he can to get up here, but he's not given a chance, and meanwhile, you get to watch Yaz strike out, and Slater striking out, and a lot of ground ball, double play balls, and by and large, an offense that is kind of like what we saw last year and not dissimilar to what we saw the year before. It's dull. This offense is dull. They don't have a lot of threatening hitters. And you made a joke earlier during one of the breaks, like, how come every Phillies player looks like Bryce Harper?
They do.
They all have long hair and these crazy beards, and they swing out of their heels,
and they all
drive the ball.
And they all have the same batting stance.
Right.
And in that ballpark, 2 to 3 times a game, they hit the ball over the fence. Real quick, because I want to get this off too. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZH, FM and HD1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. I'm cruising around driving kids to school this morning, and Bonte and Joe, but the other Joe, Spadoni, is in here, and they've got Howard Eskin on. Every Eskin comes on that show every week, and each time I'm listening and I'm like reacting to something. Today, Howard Eskin says, yeah, the Phillies are probably one of 3 good teams in the National League, but they got a problem. They're just too home run heavy. I was about to drive into some shrubbery
Too home run heavy.
We didn't want to like damage the car, but I was like, let's find some shrubbery and let's drive into the shrubbery because here's my guy Howard Eskin talking to Bonte and Spadoni. Yep, sitting back waiting for too many home runs. Good Lord, if we could only have that problem for a week. We're sitting back here waiting for any runs. Any runs. 2 weeks and you don't get 4 runs one time? Except for when someone named Jackson accidentally ties into one in the top of the 9th to just lose a game by less. I don't know what to say, except for I do. You can't do this. You cannot do this. You cannot have no talent production. We just imagined for a second what's going to happen if the tweet comes down and Klay Thompson walks. Some of you, I promise you, I prediction right now, we will get at least one phone call that day on the air on 95.7 The Game where someone is crying. Someone will cry. Because homegrown talent. We spent weeks slapping around the idea of Brandon Aiyuk or Deebo Samuel not being on the 49ers. How devastating that would be. Homegrown talent. The Giants only make us cry because we're so bored. Because we're so bored. Because not only do you not give us good baseball, you don't even give us good people to go root for.
Right.
And I don't mean that to sound like they're not good people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you have a lot of guys who aren't from the farm who come in on 1 to 3 year deals and then they're gone. They're guys you can't even really get to know for that long. And part of it was the Kapler era where it was, constant substituting and the lineup was never the same. This year I was excited because you had the lineup and you could look at a Giants game and pretty much know what the lineup was going to be top to bottom, 1 through 9. Now it's changed a little bit due to injury and ineffectiveness, but it felt like they were making strides. You had everyday players in Jung-Hoo Lee, everyday guy, Chapman, Soler, Estrada. You had guys that you could rely on to be out there every single day, yet they haven't gotten it done, Mark. The offense, 15 of their 36 games, they've scored 4 or more runs. 15, they have 15 wins, and not coincidentally, 15 times they've had 4 or more runs. 21 times they've scored 3 or fewer.
I want this to be different so bad. And
I can see it on your face.
There is plenty about this where I have been wrong over the last 5 years of assessing where this is at. 2021 was a ton of fun. It looked smart. It looked new. Everyone goes, oh, well, they were playing the righty-lefty game. Dude, they were hitting bombs.
They were number 2 in baseball in home runs.
Number 2 in baseball in home runs, playing at 3rd and King, where the ball don't fly, and right center field is 1,000 feet away. That was so much fun. So I fought back for a while about and I still will. This whole idea of you need marketable, I want to buy a jersey. You'll buy the jersey. We're chicken or the egg here. You'll buy the jersey if the player becomes good. He doesn't need to be a big name. I'd have jumped all over Bryce Harper. But he doesn't need to be that. He can be Buster or Mad Bum or Timmy or Matt. People who, when they got here, you're like, who's this guy? The difference is when they got here, we went, oh, they can play baseball. But right now, we're getting fed the same names for 5 years, and every time they get here, they stink out loud. What is that? Is that them? Is it you? Is it your drafting? Is it your developing? Is it how you're working with them or how you're not? I don't know. Well,
look at the common denominator in all of it. The common denominator is Farhan Zaidi. So, and you can't put all the blame on him, but
I mean, not all of it.
Some of these guys weren't drafted by him.
Right. Luciano and Ramos are not Farhan guys.
Right, but where are the Farhan guys?
Same, yeah.
Exactly. They're not here. And the free agent signings, this was a great free agent class because he spent all that money. Snell, too hurt to play. Chapman playing like second half Chapman from last year. Soler now banged up, and he hasn't really lived up to the billing. You mentioned Jung-Hoo Lee. He's the one guy who I love to watch him play on both sides of the ball.
And feel like he didn't come up through the Giants minor league system, but he's going to feel homegrown.
Right.
Because he's never worn another major league uniform, and he won't for a while. That's the other thing. We're like, we got this guy for a little while. Honestly, the one thing will make me smile about this season so far, and it's Jung-Hoo Lee. That's it. That's it.
I was going to say Keaton Wynn, but up until that, Saturday night he pitched?
I mean,
that was a rough one.
Doval's amazing, but even your light show is campy. You can do better. You can do better. The Mets have people singing and playing instruments.
Have you seen the Twins?
The Twins, it's unbelievable.
My God, yeah.
It's unbelievable. But that's what everything with the Giants right now feels copycat. It all feels copycat. You come second and do it second best. Oh, the Dodgers, look at the middle of the order with the Dodgers. None of it's homegrown. None of it. It's Ohtani, Freeman, and Betts. None of them came through the Dodgers system. But they're so freaking good because they go after the right guy and they sprinkle homegrown around them. And you just haven't been able to do it on any level. Bob Melvin, NBC Sports Bay Area, moments ago.
We got to clean it up. We got to play better. We left home. What were we, one game under 500? We weren't playing very well. I thought that might be a pretty good place for us, being that we hadn't played well. And now we're playing terribly. So we have to clean it up.
Yeah. What does that even mean? Clean it up. What does that mean? You're not out there kicking the ball all over the place.
Well,
you just don't hit the ball.
Ahmed got hit by a sniper. Threw that ball into the camera well.
I should say there's two things that make me smile. That was kind of funny.
Yes.
You just tripped. That's kind of like when you're walking down the street and you just trip and you look around and you're like, I'm going to start running.
Oh, my God.
You just tripped.
Happens to me sometimes on the walk back to the car.
Exactly.
Seriously. One bad step, especially when it's rainy, it gets slippery out there. But the base running has been bad. The defense has not been as improved as we would have liked. And I think that's partly what he's talking about when he's saying clean it up. And also, one thing we were talking about on the thread is I think Granny might have said this, they swing at balls and then pitches that are right down the middle they look at.
That's what, if you want,
what the hell?
Your at-bats stink.
They're backwards.
You don't swing at fastballs. Some of the guys who do, Chapman and Soler, middle of the order, they just swing right through them.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm not the only guy to say on 95.7 The Game today that the Giants suck. Howard Eskin on the roast.
The Giants suck. My gosh, I didn't realize they were that bad. They are a bad baseball team. They can't hit. Oh, it's embarrassing.
I wish I could get mad at him for his inflammatory.
He's right.
He's dead on. Play the first part of that again. Just the way
the Giants suck.
Just the delivery. The delivery, what are you going to say to that?
No, he captures it because, oh, by the way, that's how you come to the TV set of the ball game. There's no way this group can be this bad. It's not possible. That rotation, these players who all have a resume in the game, Melvin included, resume. What is it? There's no way you can stink this bad. Everybody got so excited. The kids are coming up during dinner time. They're like, Dad, what? This sucks. I really thought they were going to be good. I didn't know how good they'd be. I thought at minimum, this is a competitive team. This is so incredibly disappointing. Tim Kirkjian's about to join us. We'll see if we can get him to say that the Giants suck. One of the ESPN's top baseball voices. Moments away. We're sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department on Willard and Dibbs.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding.
Chapman to shallow right. Merrifield's got it, and that finishes off a 4-game sweep.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Whew.
Yeah. Boy.
Happy birthday, Willie Mays. That's the only positive thing I can say about the Giants right now.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to the greatest to ever do it.
Absolute legend. An American treasure.
He really is. He really is. Okay, we'll get back to your calls shortly. 888-957-957. It's Willard and Dibs. One of our favorite guys to talk baseball with. Been doing it forever. Does a great job with it. One of the top voices on ESPN. You know him. It's Tim Kirchin. Hey, Tim. Tim, thanks for coming on. What's in your eyes, what's the biggest problem with this team?
Well, they're not hitting. That's fairly obvious. Blake Snell is on the injured list. Logan Webb is really good, but he's had a couple of bad starts. I mean, when you're struggling, your best pitcher, or at least your best healthy pitcher, has to be good as often as possible. But again, it's the guys that they picked up in the offseason who we thought would make a big difference offensively. That just hasn't happened yet. But it's early, and I'm not going to worry tremendously about the Giants just yet. I think they have to get much better than this offensively. They have to get Snell back. A few other things have to happen, and it just hasn't happened yet. We're 35 games in. Things change, but this has not been an encouraging start.
And 6 games with Colorado coming up, which hopefully can be a salve for their collective wounds. But I guess at what point, Tim, do you look at it and say it's no longer early? Because we look at this 4-game sweep and a 1-6 trip so far. It's been dreadful. At what point can you start to really make strong judgments about this Giants team?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just think it's a little bit early. I still go back to the Nationals of 2019, who were 19-31. They played 50 games, and they were terrible, and they won the World Series. And I'm not suggesting the Giants are going to turn it around and win the World Series. I'm just saying you have to be careful about going a little bit too early on a team and saying, all right, it's not going to happen this year, time to unload, or you better go make a giant trade. They spent a lot of money in the offseason to get better. So you just have to be patient, which is really hard to do, and you just have to hope that eventually or quickly this turns around. And you can't all – the Phillies have won 17 out of 20 games. I mean, Alec Boehm has been on fire. Bryce Harper is finally starting to get hot. You ran into the Phillies at the absolute wrong time because they are playing as well as any team in baseball. So timing hasn't been good, and you're right. You're going to go play the Rockies for 6 games. You better get 5 out of 6 if you're going to start to turn things in the right direction.
Well, Tim, your sort of words of patience noted. However, what if I asked you about this? Much bigger picture, broader than this year. Why has this organization been seemingly totally unable in the last decade to produce homegrown offensive talent?
Well, that's a good question, and I'm not sure I have a great answer to it. But the one thing I do know in today's baseball, the best way to win is to draft and develop your own guys. Get them signed long-term, a la the Braves and several other teams. Otherwise, you're going to be in the market every offseason to try to get somebody to come in and fill a spot that you couldn't fill through your farm system. So you just have to take another hard look and say, why isn't this happening? It's also cyclical, that things turn, and suddenly here comes a player you didn't expect to be really good. But you're right. They need more production from their homegrown guys because it often, well, sometimes it doesn't work when you just go get free agents and say, come on, let's join this team, big ballpark, tough place to hit certain days. We need you to produce right away. It doesn't always work that way either.
Does that make it more difficult for them to lure free agents, the fact that it is such a big ballpark and it is so tough to hit there?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, so many of our players are so conscious now of their numbers, and there is so much money to go around that they look and say, some of them must look at this and say, where's the best place for me to hit home runs? Cincinnati or San Francisco? And it's a no-brainer. And that can go for a bunch of other ballparks. So it's a beautiful park. It's a great place to play. But if you're a hitter and you want to hit 30 home runs, which, as you guys know, no Giant has done since Barry Bonds, that's not the place to go. But that's no excuse. You still have to swing the bats when you get there, and it just hasn't happened this year.
Tim Kirkchin, ESPN, one of the top baseball voices in the whole world, talking to us right now on Willard and Tibbs after the Giants drop yet another one, suffer a 4-game sweep at the hands of the Phillies. They have, count it, one time scored 4 runs in the last 11 games, and it came last night when someone named Jackson hit a solo home run in his 3rd major league at bat in the history of his life. So that's the situation that we're sort of pulling apart here. And Tim, I have so many questions about how they end up here. This won't surprise you because when things go bad, the boss is the boss. Farhan Zaidi does not have a ton of fans in the fan base right now. How would you characterize his seat currently?
Well, if you're asking me, is it really hot? I would say no. Farhan has been an excellent executive for a long time, but this is a frustrated fan base, and I understand why. And you can't look in this division without being exceptionally worried that the Padres just picked up a 333 hitter over the last 3 seasons. The Dodgers are really, really good, and they're only going to get better. Walker Buehler comes back tonight. So when you look at the job the front office has done with the Giants, obviously the job has not been done since the 107-win season, and this is where Farhan and his group has got to figure this out. And but I don't think he's on a hot seat at this point, but we'll see about that.
Yeah, I think it gets hotter if the losing does continue. Does it make sense to you, Tim, based on what you were saying about the Dodgers and Padres and their lineups, that Farhan has gone the route of really loading up on the pitching? And can that be good enough when Snell comes back and Robbie Ray eventually gets healthy? Can their pitching be good enough to carry them far in this West?
Yes, I think their pitching has a chance to be really good. Now, Robbie Ray has to return to something close to the Cy Young winner of a few years ago. Blake Snell has to return really close to the Cy Young winner last season because, again, I look at their lineup and I see it getting much better than this, but I still don't see it being a really good offensive team at any point, which means you're going to have to pitch their way through. I'm still not sold that the rest of the National League is filled with really good wild card contenders. I'm not sure I see them, other than the Phillies and the Braves, are making the playoffs. The Central, I see only one team probably coming out of there. And with the Diamondbacks struggling and the Padres, who I like, and I picked them to win a wild card at the beginning of the year, they're no guarantee to be great. So there's going to be a spot open for the Giants. But I think the best way for them to make the playoffs, and right now it's a bit of a reach, they're going to have to outpitch everyone. But they have a chance to do that if all those guys come back healthy.
Tim, I want to ask you a question about Matt Chapman. He's only had 1 year in his career where he hit above 250, and we didn't know what COVID meant when that happened. So it's been a minute. And so he's never been this great average hitter, but coming off of Toronto last year, huge start, then he had the hand injury and never really got back to form. Giants fans were hoping that the healthy Chapman was going to look a lot different than this. Now that he's in his 30s, is this just him? What are your thoughts on his future?
Well, this might be him. Now, he's better than a 230 hitter. I think he's better than a 250 hitter. But last year with the Blue Jays, I know I checked with some people, and they said, look, if you throw the ball to this position, this spot with Matt Chapman, he can hit it out of the ballpark with anybody. But once you recognize that this is the ball that he crushes, and you can avoid that, you can get him out. It's what people in the business call a collision hitter, that he swings a certain way like most of the time, and if you throw it in that bat path, he's going to do some serious damage. But if you avoid that bat path, not only can you get him out, you can strike him out. I'm not sold that Matt Chapman is done as an above-average offensive player, but the last couple of years have been, concerning. I would think that his average has dropped because Bob Melvin told me years ago, this guy's going to win an MVP someday, and right now he just doesn't look like an MVP caliber player.
Yeah, 209 is the current batting average and 41 strikeouts on the year. Are you surprised with the slow start that Jorge Soler has had? I know he's out with a little bit of a shoulder issue now, but doesn't seem like he's had the power bat that was coming as advertised.
Yeah, I mean, he had a great year for the Marlins last year, and he's had some big years before that. So, yes, I think the shoulder is bothering him, and I think he'll be back. I think he'll hit a bunch of homers. He might even hit 30 before he's done, but, he was their big acquisition to put in the middle of the order. And, again, the difference is, Juan Soto was the big acquisition that the Yankees put in the middle of their order, and Soler is certainly not Juan Soto, but I fully expect him to hit with way more power than he has to this point. It's just really hard to gauge a team after 35 games.
Tim Kirkjian, ESPN, is with us here on Willard and Dibs. It is Willie Mays' birthday. Beyond the obvious, I know you've even called him the best to ever do it. So do we. But what comes to mind first when you think of Willie Mays?
Well, when he came up in 1951, baseball had never seen a player like him. That kind of combination of power, speed, and defense. And I believe that 73 years after his major league debut, he is still the greatest combination of power, speed, and defense that the game has ever seen. He's the only player ever with a 300 career average, 300 homers, and 10 gold gloves. He did things on the field that no one really has ever done quite like him. He's arguably the greatest defensive center fielder of all time. He was a great base runner. He stole 339 bases. There wasn't anything that he couldn't do. I remember talking to Johnny Bench. I wrote an enormously long story when he turned 90 3 years ago. And Johnny Bench basically said he's magical. He is the best player I've ever seen. He is the perfect baseball player. And I'm not sure there's a better description for him than that, because there was nothing that Willie Mays couldn't do on the baseball field. And I repeat, he's the best player I've ever seen.
Is there anybody playing today that can even assimilate to the multitude of skills that Willie Mays had? Somebody who is that good defensively and has the kind of speed and power that Willie possessed?
Well, last year, Ronald Acuna Jr. hit 40 homers and stole 70 bases when no one had ever hit 30 homers and stolen 60 bases. Plus, he's got a really good throwing arm in right field, and he is a very good defensive right fielder. So he's probably the best comp for Willie Mays. And I love Ronald Acuna. He won the MVP last year, and Chipper Jones told me he's the most talented player I've ever seen wear a major league uniform. But let's be clear about this. As great a player as Acuna is, he wasn't the same base runner, even though he steals a lot of bases, that Willie Mays was. And as good an outfielder as he was, he's not Willie Mays in the outfield. And he's great in the outfield, but Willie Mays was better than everyone else.
Tim, have you had a chance to talk to Willie a lot in your career?
Yes, I have. Now, it's been several years because, as you know, he doesn't do very many interviews, but I've talked to him many times over the years, and it is always, and I shouldn't acknowledge this, a thrill of a lifetime, is that I am talking to Willie Mays right now. And at Cooperstown, maybe 10 years ago, I interviewed Willie Mays and Hank Aaron at the same time. That was quite a thrill for a tiny little guy from Maryland.
Are you going to be out at Rickwood Field for this event next month?
I certainly hope so. I haven't been told yet, but that's the kind of thing that's right up my alley.
Yeah.
I have put my name in, but I'm not in charge of that stuff.
Well, I mean, you could always pay your own way, Tim. You could do that.
Right. Well, believe me, lately I have done that, and I'll do. I mean, this is a historic game, and when anything is involved with Willie Mays, you can count me in.
Love it. Love it. Tim, thank you so much for coming on. Great stuff.
Okay. Thanks, fellas. See you.
Tim Kirkjian, ESPN. Tim Kirkjian, ESPN.
That's great.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Really good stuff, except for, and he gets it. Let me just talk for all of you for a second because I know how you're feeling because we're one of you and we feel the same way. You can totally be right that we should be patient. I don't want to.
I get it.
That's not how I feel right now.
I love the Washington Nationals comp. Did he say they were 19-31 after 50 games?
That is accurate.
And they won the World Series.
And they won the World Series.
And he's not saying that this is going to be that, but it does give you some perspective, though, over, 50 games is a lot, but still 112 more to go. Well, and where the Giants are right now, you do have 6 against Colorado in your next 12, which should help. And as Tim said, you better win 5 of them.
Exactly. Unless you lose them. God, they're terrible. They're dreadful.
Between them and the White Sox, there needs to be relegation in MLB.
You know what that would be?
Be relegation sensation, Mark, is what it would be.
I don't know.
26.
This is the you want to go to the water cooler tomorrow with the stupid stat of the year in Major League Baseball. Hang on, let me pull this up. All right, home runs. Okay, team home runs. The Colorado Rockies are 26th in the major leagues in home runs. They play a mile high. That's not possible.
Right.
So high! There are 3 teams that are below the Rockies in home runs in Major League Baseball. Pirates, White Sox, Cardinals. By the way, they're all clipping at their heels. 3 teams are below the Rockies, and they play at altitude. That's disgusting.
Yeah.
That's
hard to do.
So gross.
Man.
There's a fun little surprise. How many of the top 5 do you think you could name?
In home runs by team?
Home runs by team.
Probably 3.
All right. Game show music, please. Top 5 teams in home runs. Give you a couple of strikes.
Yeah.
What do you got?
Well, you got to go with Atlanta.
That is incorrect.
Really?
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Dodgers up there?
Atlanta Braves are 18th with 32 home runs. Dodgers, yes, number 2 with 47.
Okay.
Dodgers, Los Angeles Dodgers.
What about Philadelphia? Sure seemed like they hit a bunch.
42. They are 5th, yes.
Okay. How about the Padres?
Narrow loss. They're 6th, but that's a strike. One more. The Willard family is attempting to steal.
Baltimore's got to be up there.
Baltimore, number 1. Okay. Number 1 with 54 home runs. Now, there's 2 left. One should be, top of mind.
Yeah.
And the other should not be. Those are your clues.
Okay.
All right?
Man.
One of them is even, traditional. Through the years. Who would you say?
Yeah, the Yankees.
Okay, the Yankees are number 4. Now, can you get the tough one? Can you do it, Dan Dibler?
We'll go with the Guardians. They've had a nice little year.
Oh, sorry. Quick buzzer from the Grandy man. But accurate. The Cleveland Guardians, unfortunately, are 13th. You missed number 3 with 44 home runs at the start of play today. For a moment, they go by the name the Oakland
A's. Wow, yeah. Thank you, Pierce Evans on YouTube.
What?
Right?
Excuse me? Yeah.
How many home runs?
On here?
44.
And they have only 124 runs scored.
Yeah. Maybe they're not.
No, but that's
setting the table.
It helps when they hit 8 home runs on Saturday.
Yes, I know.
My God.
But still, they count.
They all count.
They count.
But if you look at the other teams you mentioned, they are some of the highest scoring teams in baseball. And then you get to the A's, and there are only a small handful of teams who've scored fewer runs than they have.
Yeah.
They're also only a game under 500. You know what the Giants are?
5 under.
6 now.
6 now. Wow, that escalated quickly.
They already got their loss done today early.
They got that one done early.
They're a biscuit in the basket already there.
Yeah. Whew. Closer to Colorado than they are to the Dodgers.
Yeah. 4th place, 8
I'm a
games
Giants
out.
fan.
Yeah. Padres and Diamondbacks both ahead of them, and both of them stink too. The Diamondbacks are 15 and 20.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Tim's not wrong. There's plenty of time. And I don't even see how it's possible that they look like this all year long. However, it's so much more complex than that. And it's beyond frustrating. And at a minimum, what the Giants had to be this year was watchable. No one was demanding a championship. No one was demanding competition with the Dodgers. I do think that a lot of us are, I don't know if demanding is the right word, but highly desiring playoffs, feeling like that. Like in this National League, Tim's right. There really aren't that many good teams. You know, the Brewers look pretty good. The Cubs have a nice record. I don't know if they're great.
The Phillies and Braves are good.
The Phillies and Braves are really good. There's the Dodgers, obviously.
Right.
But 6 teams are going to go to the playoffs. You should at minimum go well into September with a shot at that thing, and maybe they will. But the disaster for the Giants to start this year is that they remain unwatchable, which is totally unacceptable.
Yeah. And
it's totally unacceptable.
You're right about the National League when you look across, and there's so many teams that are either at 500 or a game below or right in there. So Tim's not wrong. It is early, and you're 6 games below 500, and you know, it's bad, and you've been largely dull and mostly unwatchable, yet a good week could put you right back in the mix for that 3rd wild card.
Why do they always feel so lifeless? And is that simply a result of the record and the output or whatever? I don't necessarily know that it is. Like, for instance, that's why I said the one thing that makes me smile this year about Giants baseball is Jung-Hoo Lee does not look lifeless.
Right.
Like, there's stuff going on out there when you watch him play. That catch the other night, forget grandson of the wind, that's just the wind. Holy hell, that was incredible. But even watching when he flies out or grounds out in the hole or whatever, there's action going on there. There's personality. There's something. There's a connectivity to the whole thing that works. But so much of Giants baseball for so long now just feels lifeless. This isn't the way Baumel operates, but somebody needs to beat up a Gatorade bucket.
Something's got to change. Well, and you mentioned lifeless. Today was a great example of what you're talking about. 1 run on 5 hits. 1 run, 5 hits, 1 extra base hit. It was a Wilmer double. And that's it. Therein lies your excitement. You had 1 extra base hit, you scored 1 run, and you got swept by a team with some pop.
Homegrown, and you're excited about it. The list right now is what? Doval, Harrison, certainly Logan Webb.
Yeah,
Logan Webb. And, if you want to count Jung-Hoo Lee as homegrown, but not really.
That's your list, huh?
Yeah. Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Plenty of your calls. Plus, in that conversation with Tim, there was just a wee little bit of Warriors breaking news that we should definitely share with you, and we will. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
In the meantime, I'd like to tell you about great...
The Giants suck.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's never hit me the way that it did today. You know what I mean?
Eskin.
Well, like, normally in sports, because we're all just big dummies.
Yeah.
Somebody says that about your team, and like, you take
they don't.
Yeah,
The Giants suck.
you take it personal. You're like, oh, hey, you know what?
You suck.
Cheesecake stuck.
Yeah.
That's what sucks. Right? You like, but this time I'm like, yeah, they do.
The Giants suck.
They do.
Man.
They do.
Eskin.
You know, they do.
What
are you going to do?
Yeah. What are you going to do about it?
What are you going to do?
You're going to head to Colorado and hopefully take 2 or 3, and we'll all be feeling better. Then you got the Natty and the Dodgers and Colorado at home. 9-game homestand coming up.
I saw that commercial over the weekend. It was like right after somebody struck out with
Hey, get your Mother's Day tickets.
Runners in scoring position. And it was like, the rivalry is about to be renewed. And I'm like, oh, GTFOH.
Right.
I don't even want to talk about this right now. The rivalry's about to get renewed. I looked at it. I'm like, we're about to get our butts kicked. That's what's about to happen. Buy tickets to that? Buy tickets to that?
Next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, the Dodgers.
You want me to buy tickets to that so that I can go sit in your 55% Giants fan-filled building and have people in blue jackets make fun of me while I watch you lose 8-2?
You can go be a part of the wave that's going to break out. I mean,
oh my God,
it's coming. Dodger fan will show up, and they're gonna. I mean, the Giants fan base is down. We can all agree.
I'm so down,
but like down emotionally, but also down in numbers. So there, I think there's going to be a lot more blue. And you just mentioned it: 55% Giants fans. If it's 45% Dodger fans, they're going to try to break out a wave on you. Here it comes, Martha. Here it comes.
I like your wave noise.
Thank you. It's radio for the audience. Totally. So stupid.
Stupid is so
stupid.
Like, the only thing that even rivals the stupidity of the wave is what Giants fans did for years down the line in the bullpen when the bullpens were out there down the right field line. Whoop. Woo.
Totally.
You used to have so much fun with that as a kid.
But that's funny. But it's funny, and it was like, it was stuck in one part of the yard.
Right.
It didn't like confront me every 13 seconds
Here
when
it comes,
I'm
here it comes.
It didn't. It's like, stop. Confront. I'm trying to eat a dog and watch the game.
Right.
And whoa, oh my God, sit down.
The worst.
Whoop.
Also, the chance that the bleacher people like yell at the opposing outfielders, it hasn't changed in like 15 years.
What's the matter with Harper?
He's a bum.
Yeah.
He's been that way for 15 years.
He just hit a 3-run home run off you.
I'm going to try that next time the Phillies come to town. What's the matter with Harper? Nothing.
Right.
Nothing.
That he's not a Giant.
Yeah, exactly. That he's not our right fielder.
Yeah.
That's what's wrong with him. Nothing. Whoop.
Did he have more runs batted in this series than Soler has all year?
Did he have more runs batted in this series than the Giants scored runs?
I'm looking. He had 3 today, 3 yesterday. Didn't have any on Saturday.
How many we score on Saturday? We lost 4-3 on Friday. Saturday we lost 113 to 2.
14-3.
Oh, it's 14-3.
Yep. They scored 11 runs in the 4 games.
Oh, that's an improvement.
Harper drove in 6.
Okay, thank you, Grant.
All right. Okay. We scored 11 runs in this series?
3, 4, 1. Yeah.
Flipping outburst. We scored 5 in Boston. 5.
Right.
5.
5.
Jorge
5.
Soler has 8 RBIs on the season.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if Bryce got more than the 6. Yeah.
So the Giants won both of those little ditties that we just threw out there.
Huge. Come on.
Totally. 2-3-3-3-0-2-3-3-3-4-1.
Although, to be fair, Harper only technically had 1 at-bat on Friday because he drew 3 walks. Yeah.
That was your Giants run total right there. All those baby numbers that I rolled out.
Low man goes to take a shower last night. Comes out. Did the Giants lose? Yeah, they lost. What was the score? 5-4. Oh, had to get the 4th run. I'm like, home run. He goes, who hit it? I'm like,
it's a great question.
I have no flipping idea. This dude who got a jersey and a bat, his name's Jackson.
Put some respect on Reitz.
He's like Bull Durham. He's had like 1,000 minor league at-bats. He's been to 2 major league games. This was his 3rd at-bat. He hit the ball into the seats. Probably a pretty good moment for him. Yeah. Way to go, Jackson. That probably felt pretty good. Low man runs over to the iPad. He goes, I want to see the home run. And he looks at it and he goes, whew, that was kind of a bomb. I'm like, it was. Now go to bed. Dad's getting upset.
Jackson Reitz.
Right. Jackson Reitz.
Number 50 in your program.
Yeah, number 42 in your heart.
I was in need of a catcher.
Oh, my God.
Get me Reitz.
This has been a rough start.
0 for 3, 2 Ks today.
This is
Well,
of course.
Nothing against him.
13 punchies today as a team.
He's been in the minor leagues since 1998. By the way, that's the other thing. He walked up and like got in the batter's box. I'm like, this dude looks like he's 48 years old. How old is that guy?
He's 28.
He is?
Yeah.
And he's had 6 major league at-bats by age 28, and 4 of them have happened in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, and the other 2 were with the Nationals. So there you have it.
What are we doing? Oh, meanwhile, Joey Bart hit another Bart dart. Oh, yay, for the Pirates.
Another one?
I don't know.
And another one.
Another one.
Totally.
Don't worry, though. Chapman popped out to end the game instead of going 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts.
So he didn't strike out every time today. I hate it when the whole fan base gets this sarcastic. I'm leading the charge, but I'm telling you, I hate it. I can't stand it when we get here. And
it's not your normal bit.
Well, you usually don't get here until the end. This is where you get when you're 19 games out on September 8th. That's what this sounds like. It's May 6th.
Yeah.
God.
The Giants suck. My gosh, I didn't realize they were that bad. They are a bad baseball team. They can't hit. Oh, it's embarrassing.
And that's from someone who doesn't even give a rip.
Right. And the only way to refute that is by just taking it and hoping for brighter days ahead.
Eat it. I'm going to eat it.
Jackson Reitz was hitting 217 in Sacramento.
I'm going to eat it.
With 2 home runs, Mark. They were in need of a catcher. Get me Reitz.
He came up and took the Phillies closer into the 15th row.
Right.
Good for you, dude.
Yeah. And
you're never going to be heard from again.
Well, as soon as Bailey gets out of the protocol, you're back to sack.
As soon as Bailey can see again, you go home. And by the way, I'm hoping this is just a momentary thing, because Blake Sable last year was kind of okay. Like, it wasn't amazing, but like Rule 5 guy that stuck. I dug Blake Sable.
Yeah.
Blake came back and got some ABs this weekend. My God, he looks overmatched. He looked horrible at the plate. I'm hoping it was just like, a couple of tough ABs. He looked completely overmatched.
Yeah. And it's an absolute running festival on the base paths, too. I don't know if you saw yesterday and today. Philly's just running wild. I mean, they are just running crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Like, if,
by the way,
you have a Little Leaguer in your house.
Thank you.
It's like watching Little League, and it's like, everyone's just going to run.
When did the major leagues turn into Little League with the whole first and third thing? When you've got runners at the corners in Little League, it's an automatic. Take off, go to second.
Yeah.
They will not throw. They'll fake it, and they'll look at third. Don't get caught. Because if you throw to second, it's a run. That runner from third's coming in. That's never been the big leagues. In the big leagues, you should be able to execute throwing the ball down to a teammate. And if somebody's like, I'm going, you can throw back and get that person out.
Right.
Not anymore. The Phillies did it every single time they had runners at first and third. I'm like, we're 8 years old. I'm like, we're 8 years old. We are 8 years old.
They stole 4 bases yesterday off of Sable. Stott, Sosa, Castellanos, Marsh. They're just running. They're just running, Mark.
There's a long drive to left by Castellanos, and it's going to be a home run. Some of you got that, and some of you didn't. Anyway. Okay. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station. It's always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. I feel a little bit better.
A little bit.
How about Mason Black today, huh? Debut? On the bump?
That was fun for a minute.
He looked good through 4.
Yeah. And by the way, good job, NBC Sports Bay Area. He looked good through 4 because that's about his limit for pitch count. But they sent him out for the 5th. That was by far and away the most pitches he's thrown in a game so far this year.
Right.
And if you look hard, you could tell. Because the ball started flying all over the damn place. I don't know. Maybe they could have had a reliever ready.
Maybe.
Just the thought.
But then, I mean,
clean
not
it
like
up,
the
guys.
bullpen. Yeah, no, that's what Bob said. The bullpen hasn't been great.
No, but you too, Bob. You too. Clean it up. Clean it up. This is just, it's awful baseball. You know, we're going to sit here and Eskin and Kirkjian and all of us are going to yell about the offense. You can't score 4 runs in a game. Go ahead and look at where they rank in baseball in ERA.
Probably about the same, right? 20th?
Not good.
Yeah. You ran down the numbers last week across many, many metrics, and they were between 18th and 23rd and just about everything.
Dude, you've got 2 starting pitchers. They've combined for a total of 3 starts, but you have 2 starting pitchers on this team who have won a Cy Young. You have another who was second in the voting last year. You have another who also hasn't started yet, who was an all-star last year. You have another who is the number 1 prospect in your organization. You have another who you signed who's never been a starter before, and he's actually been your best one. You have another who is homegrown and has started off the year at minimum, I could use the word solid. And you're mixing in people like Mason Black. And all of that mixed into one pot of stew leads to like 23rd in baseball in ERA.
4.54 entering play today.
And you have a flawless closer. Filthy closer.
Does he even get to pitch anymore?
I mean, sometimes.
Right.
5 times this year, 5 saves, something like that.
Man.
How? How is that possible? Is the bullpen in the middle innings that bad? I fear the answer to that is yes.
Right.
Anyway, we told you we had a little bit of breaking news from the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
Related. Golden State's. Now, we can't hit the little sounder thingy because it's been out for about a half hour now. You could probably hit like the beginning of it. Like just all right. Victor Wembanyama is the rookie of the year. That's unanimous. And I'm pretty sure that one did not send a shockwave through your spine. However, placing 5th in the NBA Rookie of the Year voting, none other than
Poughkeepsie Kid.
Exactly right.
Okay.
However you would like to pronounce it, it's all good today. Because Podolsky, Poughkeepsie Kid, yep, Podolsky.
Podsminski. I forgot about Podsminski.
Pozemski.
Thank you, Shams.
Podzinski.
The Poughkeepsie Kid.
Poughkeepsie Kid.
Podsminski is probably the best, except for the Poughkeepsie Kid thing is just, I mean, that's
Podsminski.
That has become my favorite. I was always a big fan of Podolsky. Because Poughkeepsie Kid is it's flawless.
It's
the delivery,
the
delivery is incredible. And it's something about Shams. Maybe it's because the audio is so clear and stereo.
Pozemski.
And because it's Shams.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Shams? You're not allowed to be the lead newsbreaker in the NBA if you can't even pronounce the players' names. Podsminski. Poughkeepsie Kid.
Podsminski.
Podolsky.
Poughkeepsie Kid.
Pozemski. I literally got to the point just a moment ago where I wanted to say his name, and I'm like, wait a minute, what's his
Podsminski.
What's his actual name?
Podsminski.
Thank you.
Wemby got 99 first place votes, 99 votes cast.
Out of?
99.
Yeah, out of 99.
Chet Holmgren got 98 seconds and 1/3.
Okay.
Brandon Miller got the other second, and he got 83 thirds. And then Jaime Jaquez Jr.
Yep, good player.
Got 10 thirds. The Poughkeepsie Kid got 4 votes, 4 third-place votes. Derek Lively, the second, got the other third-place vote.
Brandon Podziemski.
So there you have it.
Fifth in the NBA Rookie of the Year voting. Hey, have they done Most Improved Player yet? Has that happened? Do we have an answer on Most Improved Player yet for the NBA season?
I'm pretty sure Tyrese Maxey won it, but I'll double check.
I think you might be right. Will you check it? Did Dante DiVincenzo get any votes? Because, first of all, he's playing right now. Knicks lead the Pacers by 5, final seconds of the first quarter. But we have not taken a moment to discuss this all year long. Dante DiVincenzo, y'all.
Dude.
Do you all know that he's averaging just under 16 a game for the Knicks this year? He
did not receive any votes, by the way.
He should have. My goodness. This guy played in 81 games. He missed a game. Okay? He shot over 40% from 3. For the first time in his career, he averaged 15.5 points per game. Only twice before has he even averaged double digits, and both times it was barely over 10. He was fantastic. And a very big part of the reason why the Knicks are in the Final 8.
Yeah, without a doubt. And he was one of only 3 players this year to make more three-point baskets than Klay Thompson.
Interesting. Say that one again.
Klay was 4th in the league.
In 3-point makes.
Total makes.
Yes.
3-point makes. Dante DiVincenzo, he was 3rd, and 2 players were ahead of Dante on the total makes list. Do you know who those players are?
Oh, God. On the total makes list?
Total threes made.
Total.
Scat-da-da-da.
Jeez. So we got to be talking about volumes. You said Klay was 4th.
268 threes.
Dante was 3rd.
283 threes.
Well, I lose my Warrior card if I don't guess that one of them is Steph.
The chef.
Is that correct?
Number 1.
Okay.
357 made threes. There was a guy who made 284 threes.
Who was second?
Yes.
Real quick. Let me look. Boy.
Still alive in the playoffs, too.
I was going to say, I have a guess. I'll go Luka.
Luka Doncic. Yeah, okay. Very good. Okay. Very good. But it's a way to pivot to the Klay portion of the discussion.
Oh,
because
Klay Thompson, you say.
Really quick before we do pivot. Dante DiVincenzo, there's a weird rule in NBA awards being able to qualify for NBA awards. You got to play in 65 games.
Right.
Dante has played in 81, Dante DiVincenzo, but he has not played enough minutes in enough games to qualify for awards. So he was ineligible off the ballot entirely.
That's stupid.
You have to play at least 20 minutes in those 65 games.
So, in other words...
So you got to play 1,300 minutes.
So this guy scored 15.5 points per game in limited minutes.
That's the rule.
And is then penalized for it. That's crazy that he put up those kind of numbers and didn't have enough minutes to even qualify for the discussion. He's averaging over 15 a night.
Yeah, I don't get that because he played 2,360 minutes over 81 games.
He
played damn near 30 minutes a night.
He has been fantastic. He has been absolutely fantastic this year. The Warriors could use a guy like that.
It's funny you were saying that because before we were talking about Klay, and if you lose Klay, you need to replace Klay, and already you don't have enough shooting, so now you're going to have to get another shooter to replace Klay and add one. And I was thinking about Dante and what he would bring if he was still on the team.
Yep.
There's your other shooter, and I know they couldn't afford to keep him in the rest of it, but I'm happy for him. He's turned he's turned his career around.
He is, and to do it in New York, and a team that's going to be memorable because look, I don't know if they'll win this series. I think they probably will. Like the New York Knicks are probably going to go to the conference finals, and if that's where we're headed in the Eastern Conference, a New York versus Boston conference finals in the East, like especially we'll see about Kristaps. Like, I'd give the Knicks even maybe a puncher's chance to go to the finals. I doubt it. But even if they lose, that's a team that's going to be remembered in New York, and he was a big part of what lifted them up. Obviously, Jalen Brunson being a second-round star is the main straw that stirs the drink. But, he's been a big deal. He's been a really big deal for them. So, yeah, good for them. All right, Dibs, you mentioned talking about Klay. Let's do it. Shams Charania, FanDuel TV.
The Magic can open up in excess of $60 million in cap space this offseason. So they're going to be players, when you think about free agency and other moves that can be made, you look at scoring. In Game 7, obviously struggled a little bit to score the ball, especially in the second half of the game when the Cavs and Donovan Mitchell kept coming for them. So you look at the point guard position, but also shooting and scoring on the wing. And one name to keep an eye on, Klay Thompson. I'm told there is mutual interest between the Magic and Klay Thompson. Thompson, along with several other vets around the league, are looking at the Magic as a situation where if you plug in a guy like Klay Thompson, you plug in another veteran player, whether it be at the point guard position, the shooting guard position, this team can make a real jump around Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. Both guys, Paolo Banchero already a star, already a guy that's been a part of Team USA. Franz Wagner has the ability to potentially be an all-star as well. But if you plug in some more shooting and scoring, I think that's what can take this Orlando team to another level.
We should have mentioned it earlier. Apparently, it's actually Shams' thing to mispronounce people's last name.
Pozemski.
I don't know who Franz Wagner is, but I do know who Franz Wagner is, but whatever.
Yeah.
Who cares? Anyway, let's get to the meat of all of that. Here's what I said earlier, and I don't want this to sound like some sort of statement of fact. I don't know Klay. I haven't had a conversation with Klay about this, but I think that we've spent so much time talking about would you keep Klay and what would you give him. I don't know if we're acknowledging what Klay wants. I'm not going to start singing what a Klay wants. I'm not going to.
Thanks.
Please, let's not. I know everyone wants the commercial to go away. Anyway. I don't know if we've acknowledged what Klay wants. And I think that it's simply time for us to stop acting like we know. The assumption is, well, Klay wants to finish his career with the Warriors, and he wants to be the big three and Steph, Klay, and Dre. And I am far from convinced that that is true. I am far from convinced from the fact that he was clearly upset at the beginning of the year with something that had been either said to him or demanded from him. There have been plenty of reports about conversations in the locker room about him gunning too much. Steve Kerr admitting that there have been all these behind closed door meetings between the two of them. so that he could start to accept a lesser role and accept that he can't do the things that he used to do. He went from someone who attacked Tim Kawakami in a press conference about being benched to someone who actually was benched and then had to deal with all of that. He stopped saying out loud publicly that he wanted to stay with the Warriors. His dad, who has openly talked about this with us and on social media for years while Klay was a Warrior, then suddenly sounded like this when we asked him about his future.
I don't really talk to Klay about that because I don't want to put that kind of burden on him or pressure on him or bug him about it. I'm sure he thought about it enough, so he doesn't need to hear that from me. I just wanted to have fun today, be in the present, and not worry about it. Just think about the game tonight to try to help get his team into the real playoffs, out of the play-in. So, no, we don't talk about that. I keep that business stuff, that side away from the family.
Our guy, Michael Thompson, would have us believe he's never even met Klay. So add that all together with the fact that Klay has openly talked about how difficult mental health was this year and has said, I need to find out what I prioritize and what's going to be good for my mental health. And then here comes Shams with the big word mutual.
Right.
Mutual interest. Add it all up, I don't know that Klay wants to be here. I really don't.
I don't know if Klay even knows what he wants. He's probably exploring it. And one thing that he said previously is the idea of going out and being a free agent for the first time. And this is his first time really to be a free agent. The last time when he got the max, it was after he tore his ACL in Toronto in the NBA Finals. And so that wasn't a time for him to go out and explore and try to get a deal elsewhere. The team gave him the max. So, of course, he signed it, and he rehabbed it, and he got hurt again, and he rehabbed that, and he came back. And we all know the trajectory of Klay's career. But now you get to this point, you're 34, you've won 4 championships, and your role here with Golden State may not be exactly what you want. And, you know, there's got to be part of you that always thinks, it's human nature, right, Mark, to always think, what if? Like when you had a job in this market at a different station and you had an opportunity to do something else, you thought, what if? What if I switch to 95.7 the game and, you know, do something different time spot or, you know, everything's different. And so you think about it. And if Klay right now, I'm sure he's familiar with Orlando's team and he's thinking about how would he fit in Orlando and does he really want to make that leap? Because what he has here is great. It's comfortable. He's a legend. His number will be retired. He's a forever Warrior no matter what. But is there something else out there that he wants to go and try before it's too late?
The thing that I've guessed, and again, I don't know Klay, but I just feel like with what he deals with right now, whenever something doesn't go well, all the way down to simply one game, like take Sacramento, take your play-in, take your goose egg, and you're 0 for 10. And then what that sounds like with this fan base and what that feels like in that locker room, I think that it is very, very difficult right now who he is. I think it's very difficult for Klay Thompson to continually get compared to his former self. That and I've actually, there's been a lot of back and forth on social media with regard to whether it would be better or worse somewhere else. And there are a lot of people have been like, yeah, they're like, if another team signs Klay for $30 million, that's exactly why they're doing it, because they know how good he's been. And I'm like, no, not at all. The only teams that ever sign people for what they've done in the past are the teams for which they've done it. That like, it's a thank you contract. They're the only ones who do it. They're the only ones who do it. Nobody pays top dollar because somebody was great for a different organization back in the day.
Right.
They pay you for what they think you can do going forward. And here's the best evidence. Every Warrior fan I talk to thinks Klay's not worth $30 million. You know who thinks he's worth $30 million? The market. The experts. And the reason they think that is because they're able to look at what Klay does right now.
Right.
And then spill that out into
what does the NBA pay for what that person can do right now? The reason we don't think he's worth $30 million is because we're still comparing him to the player he was 6 years ago, and we're going, he's washed. Well, he's not washed.
No, of course not.
He's just not who he used to be, and I think he's damn well exhausted being told that.
Perhaps, and that's, the byproduct of being anywhere for as long as he has, 11 years, 12 years, and the fan base is going to, opine, and they're going to chime in on what they think about Klay, and I'm sure he feels a little bit hurt by that, a little bit betrayed by some of the fans who are saying he's washed and stop shooting and you're a gunner and all the rest of it, and so maybe a new destination would be in order, because you go to Orlando, if he signs, and it doesn't even matter what the money is, fresh start for Klay. If he, in fact, goes there, then that fan base isn't going to have those same preconceived notions about he's lost a step, he can't defend like he used to, and all the rest of it. They'll see a guy who made the fourth most threes in the association, shot it at 38.7%, which is not terrible.
That's exactly what they need.
Right. He was 60th in three-point percentage.
It's literally exactly what they need.
17 points a night. He can play 30 minutes a game. Come in and just light it up.
And take some of those guys under his wing, because he can tell people what needs to be done in the playoffs that the Orlando Magic players don't know. Like, how would y'all answer this? How many fan bases in America do you believe have nicknamed him Klay Thompson?
Probably one.
One.
And I don't even know if that's stuck.
And it ain't Orlando.
Right.
It's not Orlando. And so, yeah, like, Klay to me just doesn't look like he's enjoying things. And when I hear someone say, I've got to figure out for the rest of my career what feels good, what's good for my mental health, combine that with watching you play for 2 years and looking upset most of the time, that's how I'm going to translate all of that. I'm going to translate that at a minimum to Klay is at minimum taking a seat and thinking, what would it be like somewhere else? I wonder if that would feel better, so that the weight of our achievements is not on my right shoulder every night and every time I rise up to release the ball. This is a lot for these guys. It's a lot. And as fans of it, we don't give them a whole lot of runway on that. Like when Draymond said that Steph looked at him and went, "We ain't done." And Draymond went, "Okay, then we ain't done." Message received.
Right.
How did most Warrior fans feel when you heard that? See, I don't think most Warrior fans went, "Yeah, we're not done.
Run it back."
No,
there's a lot of eye rolls.
I think everyone rolled their eyes.
Of course.
So,
of course.
That's you can be mad at Klay about it. I could be totally wrong. These things are all totally on the table. Maybe Klay behind the scenes is dying to stay. Maybe. He looks angry to me a lot of the time, and if I were him, I would not love the sound of the Bay when I have an off night.
Well, if I were him, I also would not love the contractual structure of my two running mates. Steph's got 2 more years, and he could get 10 more years if he wanted. And Draymond Green got a 4-year deal. He got a second $100 million deal. He got 4 years, and Klay's sitting here looking at a 2-year offer for about half of what he's making this year. I know it's slightly more than half, but he says no to that back in October or November. And since then, there hasn't seemed like there's been a lot of activity or buzz around a Klay Thompson extension. So he's probably going through the year and feeling bummed about that. Like he's the odd man out, and he's going to have to, they want me to settle for $24 million a year when I'm making 42. No, thank you. So I do think it's partly, like you said, the fan base that has turned against, might be too strong against Klay Thompson, but they've been more critical of Klay, combined with the contractual situation.
Yeah, I agree.
I think those things together, and also, you only get one chance to be an NBA player, and you spent your whole career with one team. You might want to go out there and try something else.
Well, and I think that, I certainly don't think he's going to leave because he doesn't like the sound of radio callers and YouTubers on 95.7 The Game. I do think that the other big piece of this, and this to me, without knowing Klay, I feel like this is fact.
Klay was ticked off at the organization at the beginning of the year, and maybe the whole year. I mean, follow the timeline.
Yeah.
He spends the first 2 months talking about mental health. Then he spends a month talking about how it would be disrespectful to go to the bench. All throughout, he has 4 closed-door meetings with Steve Kerr, and then he goes to the bench. And then when the whole season ends and Anthony Slater asks him about his future, he can't stop talking about how he played 78 games and what an incredible achievement it was. That sounds to me like somebody who's offended. He sounds offended to me, and he might still be.
Yeah, and I don't blame him for that because, and I look at it from his perspective, coming back from 2 catastrophic, career-threatening injuries, and you win another championship, and now you're all, in his mind, you're pretty much having to beg to get a fair contract with the team that you've given so much for, and he did sound defensive when he said that, but I get his viewpoint. I mean, he played in 77 games for crying out loud. And I mentioned he made the 4th most threes a year after making the most threes in the association. So he doesn't think, like fans do, that his skills have fallen that far.
No. And again, like his skills are still really good. They're just not what they used to be.
Right.
But they're still very viable on the open market. I really have come to that opinion. Like Klay Thompson's going to get some offers now if he wants them. He's going to get some real free agent offers.
Yeah.
There are a lot of teams that could use that combo of shooting and experience. Let's go to Steve in Fairfield. Love to take your calls, 888-957-9570. Hey, Steve, you're on with Willie and Debbie.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Great show as always.
Thanks, man.
It was not just the fans. About a week after Klay was benched at a post game, Coach Steve Kerr was asked about Klay possibly returning to the starting lineup. He goes, no, he's going to stay where he's at for now. And he said, you know what? He said, Klay's just not the same player he was 4 years ago. At that point right there, I knew Klay was gone. Totally disrespectful by Coach Kerr, who usually shows a lot of class. To me, you don't compare Klay to the Klay of 4 years ago. Instead, he should have compared him to Brandon, and I like Brandon, by the way. He should have compared him to Brandon, who was taking his starting spot. And he should have never made that decision to do that. Brandon struggled as a starter, and they went back. Steve Kerr finally realized that I was right and he was wrong, and he made the change back. But my point is, Klay was hurt by his coach. That hurt him deeply. That was very disrespectful.
Steve, it's interesting because, first of all, I certainly can't deny what you're saying because they've had 4 closed-door meetings. But the point that you're sort of bringing up, I feel like Steve did that a lot. Steve did that throughout the year, talking about trying to counsel Klay through the realization that he's not the player he used to be. I mean, Steve, listen to this. This was on our show on February 13th.
It means that I think Klay is starting to reconcile everything that's happened, between the injuries, the way the last couple of years have gone. I think, really he's had a hard time these last couple of years trying to do that, and I think it's starting to happen. Part of being effective later in your career when you've slowed down a little bit or you've had some injuries like Klay has, part of that is embracing and accepting those changes. And if you fight them like Klay does sometimes, then it's just going to lead to frustration. But you can understand it. He's played at such a high level for so long. And, imagine being able to do what Klay has done over the years, and then suddenly you can't do it as often. I mean, there's huge frustration that comes with that. But I just think he's starting to understand things a little better. As I said, kind of reconcile them and be okay with things. And you saw the way he played last night. He's been I think he's been much more patient, more solid, the last week or so, and that'll pay off for him.
I mean, if you think the idea of him saying that Klay's not the player he used to be is disrespectful, I'd argue that comment's even more disrespectful because he said not only is he's not the player he used to be, but he's starting to come to terms with that.
Right.
And you have to do that and not fight it like Klay sometimes does. So he's literally saying not only he's not the player he used to be, but sometimes he thinks he is. I mean, yeah, but he's also right. And I think that there are 100 comments from Klay this year where I don't know if they're just words, but he has said, like, I have to I have to realize that I'm not 27 anymore.
Exactly. And so you have to adjust your game, but while you're adjusting your game, you don't really want to because at times you can still do the same things that you used to do. And so you kind of fool yourself when you go on a little stretch where, you're knocking down threes and you're moving great and everything's going your way. And then you have a game like you did against Sacramento in the play-in where you throw up a big goose egg. And it's hard because those games, not the Ofer, but games where he struggles were happening more frequently than ever before. And so that's when fans start to get riled up.
888-957-9570. Let's go to Romney in San Jose. Hey, Romney, thanks for calling. What's good?
Hi. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying this conversation.
Thanks.
And, sometime back, I think probably yesterday was it, I was listening to Steinmetz suggesting that, maybe Draymond may be a big hurdle to people wanting to come to the Warriors, including people like Kevin Durant. I don't know if you were on that show or not, but what I'm thinking is there may be a way to keep Klay and bring in Kevin Durant so that our offense and defense is still settled, and maybe perhaps give up on Draymond, which makes up for his being the team defensive captain and so on and so forth.
Well, but I don't know how they would get that done. Like functionally, how do they keep Klay and trade for Kevin Durant? I don't know financially and in terms of execution how that's even possible.
Because Draymond's salary would count for something, hopefully, to free up some salary space to accommodate, and Kevin Durant would have to maybe make an accommodation if he really wants to be on a championship team. And if he convince him that with Draymond gone, he may be able to team up with Curry and then bring those championship memories back.
Yeah. So Romney, thanks. You're not allowed to do that in the NBA.
Right.
You can't take a pay cut. And I don't think Phoenix has any interest in acquiring Draymond Green at all. Yusuf Nurkic, I think, would be at the front of the line of maybe let's not acquire Draymond Green. I don't know how tradable Draymond is, but the core point that he's bringing up, I think, is worth discussion. Is Draymond Green a detractor to bringing in players to your team? Do people not want to be teammates with Draymond Green?
That is an interesting premise. I don't think that there's been any evidence that that is out there that would indicate that. I think that if you look at certain players, certain players I think would rather not play with a guy who's tough like that, but other players I would imagine would be drawn to it. I don't think that you can make a blanket statement like that, and there's no evidence out there to prove that premise.
I tend to agree. I think for every Jordan Poole, there have been 8 guys who are like, Draymond's an unbelievable teammate.
Right.
Like Festus Ezeli comes on and is like, this is one of my favorite teammates in my career. Steph Curry won't let the guy go. Steph Curry cries on the court, but he won't let him go.
Right.
I mean,
seriously,
what are we doing?
Right.
So I think that the Giants and now the Warriors at times suffer from the same thing here, which is when things don't go well, you get to a place where you are not feeling good about yourself and you start coming up with reasons why people aren't coming to join you. Draymond Green is not stopping anybody from joining the Warriors if that person thinks that he can both make a lot of money and win with the Warriors. What's a detractor right now, like even Romney's like, Kevin would, make some concessions to come be a part of a championship. The league does not look at the Warriors right now and say, that's where I can go win a championship.
Right.
This is not where they want to come if that's what they're trying to do. They're the 10 seed.
Exactly.
So
even though they were 3 wins away from being the 6.
Draymond Green being scary and the tenderloin being a little out of pocket are not reasons in my mind why you're not getting the guy you're trying to get. And it's funny to me, the Giants thing, I've even seen some people bring that up today. It's like, dude, they just brought in like 4 free agents.
Right.
Like 4 free agents who other teams wanted, picked San Francisco. So, look, Buster Posey said that, so it must be a thing. But by the same token, it's certainly not an excuse. There are plenty of people who would pick the Giants. There are plenty of people who would pick the Warriors.
The bigger deterrent for free agents coming to the Warriors is they don't have enough money to pay high-priced free agents. So, that's why you were able to get, the guys that you got this past year, like Dario Saric, because he was going to make the veteran minimum. So that's the kind of guys you're going to be able to attract, because unfortunately you're in a financial spot where you can't bring these guys in. And I look at the history where you were able to get guys like Iguodala and Kevin Durant. These are people who chose to come and play with Draymond Green.
Yep. 888-957-9570. How about Bobby in Oakland? Hey, Bobby, what's cooking?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Hey, good show as always. Appreciate it. Hey, I'll be shocked to see if Klay will be willing to come back, let alone if the Warriors can take him back with this salary slot. I mean, I'm sure he was a shot to his pride to come off the bench and, have those forward conversations. It kind of shows that's going to be difficult. And if he were to come back, it probably wind up being a situation where he has to come off the bench again. Will he be happy? It's hard to say yes. So, yeah, he'll get the money what he wants, maybe Orlando, maybe Philly, or would make an offer, and where the Warriors can now look to get younger. They're going to have to compete with the Minnesotas and the Oklahomas and Denvers of the West. And they just give these young guys a chance to get more playing time, maybe pick up a free agent here and there. But yeah, it'll be hard for me to see Klay coming back. Although nostalgic wise, you like to see him come back, but it's probably best that he finds another deal that he can be more happier with.
Well, Bobby, I'll say this. I think you got a really good point, which is depending on how your brain views what we're all about to do here as the Warriors move into July, depending on what you see. It's kind of like that whole, is the dress blue or is it white?
Right.
Like when you look at this, do you think basketball or do you think emotions? And the emotional side of some people would say, I can't see Klay and the Warriors not getting together here. Like I can't say they want him and he's a lifetime Warrior. Like I can't see this. If you really want it, like if you were just landed here from Mars and someone gave you the Warrior spreadsheet and said, okay, this is who we are, this is what we need, and this is what we can do. Like the Klay thing doesn't make any sense at all. At all. If you're just like, again, no emotion.
Right.
You're like, okay, he's about to be 34, multiple leg injuries, declining, doesn't defend well anymore, and you're already too old, and you have very limited salary in order to go out and get anybody. If you get him, that's kind of it. Make it make sense.
Yeah, if you take the nostalgia out of it, there's no way he's coming back. Unless he wants to play for a very small amount of money, relatively, and I don't think that he wants to do that. From everything we've seen and the comments that we've heard and the contract that he already said no to about 7 months ago, what would move him to want to come in and sign for 15 or 18 million? And I think if you bring him back for less than 19 million, you would have the mid-level exception available as well to get another player in. But even at that doesn't get you better enough to go out and compete with these monster teams we're seeing.
You know what's interesting about what you're throwing out there, which we started talking about last week, which is this idea of Klay taking a lot less. The only reason he would do that, or way he would do that, is if the Warriors are able to go acquire one of these other bigger fish. Let's say they trade for Brandon Ingram, and then they went to Klay, and they're like, all right, we can do this, but $14 million a year. 2 years, 28. Not only would Klay have the financial tail between his legs, he also would be like, think about what he'd be walking into.
Right.
Oh, by the way, we already got Brandon Ingram. So you're just going to be this guy. It's PJ Tucker time, dude.
Yeah, I was thinking JJ Redick.
Yeah, go stand over there in the corner. We'll call you when we need you.
Right.
We'll toss you the ball when there's no other holes. I mean, I just don't feel like Klay's mentality is going to be willing or desiring to do that.
As opposed to go to Orlando, for an example, and be a mentor to a team. And I was looking, they have on their roster, they have 8 guys who were born after the year 2000. 8 players.
Yeah.
And, they have one, Joe Ingles is 36. And other than that, they're all under 30. And a bunch of them are 22.
Oh, that's cute.
And Banchero's 21. And, Klay comes in And these guys would have grown up watching him win a championship as 10-year-olds. And they'd be like, Mr. Thompson,
do you want the ball?
Can I have your autograph?
Would you like the ball?
Seriously. Yeah. But maybe for Klay at this point in his career, that's what he's looking for. Chance to compete, new city, new group of fellas, and you'd be the old head for a while.
And he would start. They would also start him. He'd be their starting 2 guard.
Yeah. Well, he started 63 games last year.
Yeah.
And,
But, and Steve said this, like, if he comes back here, it's probably
in a different role.
In a bench role. In a bench role. It'd be incredible if Orlando Magic teammates came over with a ball and a Sharpie, and before they gave him the Sharpie, he shot the ball. It's like, this is what I do, man. It's what I do. I'm a shooter.
Holy cannoli. This is crazy.
Bancaro, 21. Wagner, Suggs, 22. Cole Anthony, 23. The other Wagner, 26. Yeah, Wagner's all over that team.
They do. Or Wagner's.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Zemsky.
Very young. That's a young club.
Look, he's a good fit.
Yeah.
Like, again, you land here from Mars. What's a better fit, Orlando or Golden State?
Right.
Yeah. Sponsored by Alameda County Probation Department. We'll take more of your phone calls here in a second. And then we'll pry out of Grandy what he's about to do at 6 o'clock, which should be very dramatic. So that's coming up here on Willard and Dibs.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding.
That's a good question.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm not going to lie, I might file that one. I might take that one with me.
Not all That's a Good questions are created equally, and they're not like our children. You can love one more than the other.
And I do.
And that's a pretty good one.
I got one from Tim Kirkjian. I mean, come on.
That's a mean-spirited 4. That's really good. I didn't know you did it, Kirkjian.
I didn't either. I just took a shot.
You got to shoot your shot.
It was not mean-spirited. It's just an impression.
That's a good question.
Right?
It's really a good impression.
Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, no?
Yes, it's also the dark arts. When you do it like that, and he's known for his.
Now listen to you.
I'm doing you doing him. That's allowable.
Yeah, I'll back up Dibs on this one.
Is he?
That was mean. I didn't mean. I don't want to be mean.
It's rare that Grandy has my back,
he's
too.
He's got a little bit of a, right? He's got
bit of pubescence.
He's got a little bit of a squeak thing that happens.
A little bit.
It's his thing.
Is he a Hall of Famer?
Question.
You know what I mean? Like, if you made fun of Michael Strahan for having a gap in his teeth, are you being mean? Or are you, like, pointing out, like, his signature?
Right.
That's his signature.
He's made millions off that gap.
Tim ain't doing bad either.
I don't think it's because of his occasional squeakity squawk.
But it's his thing. It sets him apart.
I don't know if he would think that that's his thing.
I think he thinks his size is more his thing.
The fact that he's very diminutive.
If I had made fun of that, what kind of a jerk would bring up his size?
Let me ask this:
size does matter?
Why do you have to be absolutely miniature to be a force on the MLB beat? Think about it.
That's a good question.
Tim Kirkjian goes about 5'5".
Thank you, Tim.
Buster Olney can't be much taller than 5'7".
Probably not.
Kenny
Rosenthal is
about 5'4".
With a bow tie.
Even John Paul Morosi, I don't think he's a stretch 4.
He's not a big man.
He's not. He can't be 5'10".
How big's Vasgersian? What's he run? Vasgersian? 5'8"?
No, he's probably a little taller than that.
5'10"?
Yeah. Even Jeff Passan, sneaky small.
Passan's
sneaky small.
Not a large man. He's not. I like Passan ever since I've always liked Passan, but ever since he eviscerated the A's, that was incredible. He got loose earlier this year. That was fun. Anyway,
it hit me when you were making fun of Tim Kirkjian.
That's a good question.
When you're picking on the little guy.
Picking on a Hall of Famer. He got inducted last year.
He
Show
did.
some respect.
Yeah.
He did. It's amazing.
That's a good question.
What's the I don't understand. What's the problem?
And that's a great question.
Thank you, Buster.
Was that Farhan, that last one?
That was all Buster.
It's good
Buster
stuff.
only.
Yeah.
Buster only.
Mark's second favorite Buster. Thank you. There's Farhan.
Don't do that. I'm upset right now. Don't do that. We had gotten it out of that. And we were talking about Klay Thompson and doing Tim Kirkjian impersonations.
Yeah.
That was good.
It was a good conversation.
It was.
Yeah.
It was.
I'd like to get you back to angry Mark. Man, how about those Giants? 13 strikeouts today, huh, buddy? Jeez, man. I mean, Colorado, if they do anything but sweep the Rockies, that's unacceptable, right? I know it's baseball and you can't.
What are you going to do?
Well, you're going to beat the bad team. You're going to sweep the Rockies. Then we can all feel better heading into the weekend.
How's this week work? Okay, so they just got no off day, huh?
Yeah, no off day.
All right.
3 in Colorado. Then they got the Dirty Natty here for 3.
Yeah.
Dodgers for 3. And then Colorado again for 3.
I was thinking about taking the whole fam on Friday night.
Okay.
And then we opted for dinner instead.
Oh, this upcoming Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, the kids are dying to go. Lovely Christy, dying to go. Everybody wants to go. People are starting to die a little bit less.
But they would rather go out to just dinner.
Well,
at some restaurant.
No, I at a certain point, I'm like, I'm gonna choose my wallet because, like, when you got a party of 6 or whatever, right? Like however many you want, because Ella, like, can I bring a friend? Yeah, sure, you can bring a friend.
Yeah.
Okay, so like, I mean, it gets up there. It's not cheap.
Of course.
It's not cheap.
Although they're advertising like $5 tickets, are they not? The Giants 501 for
I don't know. Are they for that game?
For some games. I don't know exactly which games, but because I was trying to get Supper to rally up and bring the baby to her first game, and man, it's going to take some convincing. I'm going to need the Giants to play a little bit better to get my baby out to a ball game.
I think maybe we might try to find a way. Is that Colorado series when they're here the following weekend?
Gotcha.
Because
you might know a guy who could.
Let's see them win.
Gotcha.
I'm not going to that Dodgers series. I'm not going.
Friday would be fun though. You get to see Ellie De La Cruz. Wish the Giants could get their hands on someone like that.
You mean a homegrown
exactly
offensive star?
He's on pace for like 40 homers and 90 stolen bases.
Oh man. Yeah. They're pretty frustrating.
Yeah. Even like put yourself in the shoes of the Reds for a great example, Grandy. Cincinnati, usually not very good. Usually by the time you get to August, your season's about over. But even if your team is not very good, if you have Ellie De La Cruz, 6'5", like Grandy's saying, the power and the steals, that guy is a blast to watch. So even if your team wasn't very good, at least you'd have that to get excited about.
If you had said to me when COVID hit, if you had said, all right, it's COVID, this sucks, bad run right now, but hey, Giants fans, imagine that in 2024, you will have this young stud, Marco Luciano, roaming shortstop. If you had told me 5 years ago that in May of 2024, Luciano would still be in the minor leagues, I'd have laughed at you. I would have laughed at you. How old is Marco now, by the way?
Punching that up. I think he's 23.
Yeah.
He's 22. 22. He'll be 23 in September.
So
2020,
he's still
pandemic.
He's still a pup, and I understand that. But we have been hearing about this for so long. To get to the point where Farhan Zaidi sat in the dugout, and we were all there. Bonte was there, Lubman was there, I was there. We were all there in the dugout to listen to Farhan Zaidi at the end of last season, after Gabe Kapler had been fired. And he openly stated that Brandon Crawford was going to be a tough fit because we have got to open up a lane for Marco Luciano. We've got to take a look and see if he can win that job. For him to not even be on the opening day roster, wild.
Yeah.
It's just wild.
Yeah.
And I would pay money to be in the rooms where this conversation happens so that we could know, what do you actually think about your prospects? Because Luciano, his on-base percentage is high. He only has
405.
He only has one home run. I understand. But even just the other day, Farhan refused to say, he says, we still see him as a shortstop. Because some people are bringing up, why don't you put him in left field? Why don't you put him in right field? If you're so hell-bent on him not being a shortstop. He's like, no, we see him as a shortstop. It's like, wow. What is it why you don't want him here then right now? What is it?
Maybe
there's something that they feel that we don't know.
If it's the glove, then maybe try him in a different position. He's only ever played shortstop.